In a fantastical journey to a realm of cultivation, Chu Xingchen awakens a disciple-collecting system, unveiling the potential of his apprentices. From humble beginnings, he aims to establish the most formidable sect. His first disciple, Li Yingling II, Li Xingtian III. Thus, an inconspicuous little sect appears in the cultivation world, yet within it are individuals of remarkable talent. Chapter 1. Whose supreme celestial technique is the Water Heart Sutra? 10 Li slope before the dilapidated mountain god temple. Master, is this truly the entrance to our world's foremost celestial sect? A girl with flowing black hair tied by a red ribbon gazes at the ramshackle temple, her expression caught between hesitation and curiosity. The young man, clad in a tattered Taoist robe, turns to face the celestial seedling he had painstakingly deceived. Chu Xingchen, with his handsome visage, exudes an air of superiority as he declares, "A mountain is not esteemed for its height, but for the presence of celestial beings. You are still young, do not be misled." The girl in a pink flowing skirt suddenly comprehends, her face lighting up with realization. "I understand now, Master. Could it be that there are hidden wonders within? I recall reading in the Chronicles of Qishan that upon opening a worn door, one would find a world of splendor within." Li Yingling, brimming with excitement, eagerly pushes open the dilapidated, drafty door, her heart racing with anticipation for the concealed treasures inside. However, what greets her eyes is a shattered statue, reduced to half its form and cobwebs adorning the beams, still untouched. The former offering table has been relocated to a broken wooden plank, now serving as a makeshift desk. However, the offering table was crooked at one corner, propped up by a stone. Beside it stood a makeshift stove, simply constructed from stones, upon which rested a small iron pot. Li Yingling perceived this as a dilapidated, forsaken shrine with a worn-out idol, resembling the dwelling of a beggar. Chu Xingchen stepped into the crumbling temple with an air of nonchalance, showing no signs of embarrassment as he remarked, "In the future, refrain from reading the tales penned by the common folk. They may corrupt your thoughts. Wait, Master, let me dismantle the wooden panel from the side of the idol for you to use as a bed. This temple is rather spacious. You may choose to sleep wherever you wish." Li Yingling felt a wave of darkness wash over her and timidly inquired, "Master, is this truly how one cultivates immortality?" Chu Xingchen confidently asserted, "Cultivating immortality is precisely like this." Li Yingling hesitantly questioned, "But aren't the other sects resplendent and magnificent, with grand palaces floating atop towering peaks? Have you witnessed this with your own eyes, or is it merely hearsay from some fellow practitioner? It is stated in the tales, is it not? You are aware it is just a story. Nowadays, cultivation does not adhere to such fables as long as one can achieve immortality. That is the true art of cultivation." Chu Xingchen emphasized, "What do those ordinary people know about cultivating immortality? Do they understand the principle of simplicity in the great Tao?" Upon hearing this, Li Yingling weakly replied, "But this seems excessively simple. Enough of this nonsense. Will you cultivate or not?" "I will cultivate." Chu Xingchen seated himself upon the wooden platform, cleared his throat softly, and with a hint of smile remarked, "Then why not hasten to bow and pay your respects to your master?" Upon hearing this, Li Yingling appeared somewhat reluctant as she shuffled her feet. Yet there was no turning back now. Returning home would only lead to her father's intent to marry her off to the foolish son of the Wang family. That dimwit required feeding even for his meals. He would babble incoherently upon seeing a woman in the street. A dilapidated temple, no matter how shabby, was certainly preferable to the indignity of feeding a simpleton. Li Yingling knelt upon the ground and suddenly offered a resounding bow to Chu Xingchen, exclaiming, "Master, I, your disciple Li Yingling, pay my respects." NOOB task completed. 1 disciple recruited. Reward granted. Immaculate golden elixir. Assessment of Li Yingling. Her spiritual root is of the singular water attribute. Teaching materials dispatched. Supreme Taiji, true mystical water heart sutra. Items have been delivered to your inventory. In that moment, Chu Xingchen felt a wave of elation wash over him. 3 long years, a full 3 years, had elapsed before he successfully recruited a disciple whose qualifications were certified by the system. The system's criteria stipulated that only those with the potential for immortality could be acknowledged as suitable disciples. Wasn't this an absurd requirement? A budding immortal must possess at least a second-grade spiritual root to be considered worthy. To say such individuals were rare would be an understatement. Even if they existed, they would be treasures coveted by the grand sects. As a mere foundation-level cultivator, how could he possibly find such a blind disciple? For a full 3 years, I had navigated the realm of Xuanwu Kingdom, barely clinging to my foundation-building cultivation. At long last, I had successfully acquired my first disciple. Casting a glance at Li Yingling through the system panel, I beheld eldest disciple, Li Yingling. Cultivation level, none. Golden attribute, talented in cultivation. Purple attribute, fortuitous. Blue attribute, beautiful. Though this young lady seemed eager to use me as a shield, I understood her motivation for seeking my mentorship stemmed from her reluctance to wed the foolish son of the minister. Yet, with such remarkable attributes, how could one find fault? The choice to reside in this dilapidated temple was a strategic retreat from prying eyes. This desolate expanse of 30 li around Shirley Slope was utterly deserted, and I had painstakingly discovered this forsaken sanctuary. Who would willingly choose to dwell in such a place otherwise? After 3 days of careful planning, I had finally managed to bring Li Yingling out. At last, I had completed my novice task. With the announcement of task completion, a surge of celestial energy coursed through me, elevating my cultivation level significantly. A golden Dan began to coalesce slowly within my Dantian, a singular spiritual root prodigy. Li Yingling was naturally attuned to the fluctuations of spiritual energy. However, she had yet to embark upon the path of cultivation. She could merely sense the aura emanating from me suddenly ascend to a higher plane. Master. What is this? Chu Xingchen casually replied, I am truly delighted to have accepted you as my beloved disciple. A small fraction of the cultivation I had suppressed within me has inadvertently leaked out. All right, you need not kneel any longer, you may rise. Chapter 2. Has this Water Heart Sutra been revised 17 times? Li Yingling's unreasonable demands were naturally rebutted by Chu Xingchen. The techniques provided by the system are those that can lead to perfect transcendence. Moreover, they are tailored impeccably to one's spiritual roots. Even the grandest sects may not possess such a treasure. Li Yingling should feel fortunate to be able to cultivate it, yet she dares to be picky. Primarily, there are no alternative cultivation methods available for this girl. Nightfall. Li Yingling lay upon the cold wooden planks, lacking the soft pillows of home, making it exceedingly difficult for her to find slumber. Although she was clothed, without a blanket to cover her abdomen, she felt an overwhelming discomfort. Li Yingling softly called out, Master. Chu Xingchen's impatient response echoed back, What are you doing awake at this hour? The draft at the temple door. I'm cold. With a yawn. Chu Xingchen suggested, Get up and walk around. You won't feel cold anymore before returning to sleep. Li Yingling weakly countered, But won't I just feel cold again after lying down? Chu Xingchen sighed in exasperation, as I mentioned. That particular technique is called the Supreme True Mysterious Water Heart Sutra. Have the courage to practice it. When you reach the 3rd or 4th level of Qi refinement, you shall no longer feel cold. Li Yingling silently turned her gaze toward the sacred text beside her, the Water Heart Sutra. Master, your words are truly hard to believe. She lamented. Fine. If I must perish, so be it. I chose this master, and with tears in my eyes, I shall persevere. Li Yingling gritted her teeth and rose to her feet, seizing the tome of the Water Sutra. She approached the fire and opened to the first page, directing her gaze to the initial line. This humble sage, the true monarch of water spirit, proclaims this technique to be the exclusive mastery of the true immortal realm's water spirit, true monarch. What? A true immortal technique? With a slight uplift in her spirits, Li Yingling glanced at the second line. This humble sage, the true monarch of raging waves, has penned the authentic water technique. I have made modifications. The effects are significantly enhanced. Everyone can practice with confidence. What? A formidable being has thoughtfully revised it. Li Yingling nodded in satisfaction and shifted her gaze to the 3rd line. This humble sage, the true monarch of the abyss, deems the previous 2 as inept, scribbling nonsensical drivel that misleads the disciples. I have rectified it. Li Yingling's eyes swiftly scanned the first page. Good heavens! The entire page was filled with declarations beginning with this humble sage, denouncing the preceding ineptitude. According to the first page, This water sutra had been revised by no fewer than 17 mighty beings. This implied that it had undergone 17 iterations of cultivation techniques. Trembling slightly, Li Yingling turned to the next page. Please, let there be no further alterations. This humble sage. Li Yingling felt a darkness envelop her vision, but persevered to read on. This humble sage, the emperor of the northern sea, for heaven's sake, do not revise it again. You are both incompetent and prone to reckless scribbling. I nearly fell into a state of demonic deviation. This version, having been modified by me, is the final edition. It is safe for cultivation. One last admonition. Do not, for heaven's sake, revise it again. Glancing at the subsequent section, she felt relieved that indeed no further modifications had been made. However, a series of intense ink stains obliterated the words that were originally inscribed above. On this entire page, the sole line that remained untouched read, "Water, the spiritual source of heaven and earth." Quite an excellent yet utterly useless phrase. Promptly, I turned to the next page. It was entirely blackened, yet in crimson ink, another message was inscribed, though much of the red was also obscured. A riot of colorful ink rendered the entire sheet a deep shade of black. Subsequently, it was forcibly inscribed with white paint. These formidable beings. They exhibit quite a tenacious spirit. The kaleidoscope of colors made Li Yingling's eyes swirl. Li Yingling lifted her gaze towards Chu Xingchen, who lay on the wooden plank, and weakly said, "Master, have I fallen into madness? Can you save me in time?" Chu Xingchen propped himself up, looking at Li Yingling, who crouched by the fire, clutching the water sutra, and sighed, "Rest assured and cultivate. You will not succumb to madness. How could your master possibly harm you? Master, did you not obtain this from the roadside? Did you not see it yourself? Do you truly believe one could find such a technique by the roadside?" Hearing this, Li Yingling lowered her head for a glance. Indeed, the counterfeit ink money spent was exceedingly extravagant. Weakly, Li Yingling murmured, "Master, I truly have cultivated. Please protect me." Rising from the wooden plank, Chu Xingchen approached Li Yingling and assured her, "Rest assured, I shall ensure your safety. Once you cultivate this Water Heart Sutra, you will comprehend its extraordinary potency." "Master, you have deemed it the Water Heart Sutra," Li Yingling retorted, feeling an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Nevertheless, she steeled herself and endeavored to peruse this version of the Water Heart Sutra, which bore little resemblance to the original text. Subsequently, she began her cultivation according to the principles contained within. As she continued her practice, an unmistakable transformation enveloped her. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth swiftly coalesced, surging towards her. Following the sutra, she inhaled the spiritual energy, allowing it to flow through her meridians. A profound and natural sensation permeated her entire being. Meanwhile, Chu Xingchen watched in awe as Li Yingling rapidly ascended to the first level of qi refinement. Shortly thereafter, her aura solidified and she astonishingly broke through to the second level of qi refinement. Such a prodigy, indeed, was terrifying beyond measure. How enviable it was to possess the attributes of a genius. Eldest disciple, Li Yingling has ascended to the second level of qi refinement, returning 100% of cultivation. Chu Xingchen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could such fortune truly exist? A gentle and ethereal stream of spiritual energy entered his body. He hastily sought to sense this energy, yet found little to discern, given that he was at the golden core stage, which was considerably beyond her current level. Ah well, at least he need not worry about being surpassed by this girl. He would forever remain a golden core ahead of her. Chapter 3. Rest assured, my disciple. I shall keep watch for you. As Li Yingling trudged back to the dilapidated temple from the depths of the forest, her visage was a portrait of exhaustion. Dirt smudged across her face, and her pink flowery skirt caked in mud. In her hands, a wooden stick had been replaced by a wild rabbit. Originally, her target had been a game bird, yet those elusive fowl perched high in the trees were not so easily captured. Thus, she had reluctantly seized the unfortunate rabbit, though her heart ached for the creature. After all, how could one not pity such a charming little being? Pushing open the temple door, Li Yingling's gaze fell upon her rather unrefined master, who was boiling water. Chu Xingchen looked at the disheveled Li Yingling and sighed, inquiring, "You were sent out to hunt, yet it appears you have been hunted instead?" At his words, Li Yingling nearly lost her temper, ready to retort vehemently. However, the formidable prowess of the water scriptures lingered in her mind, leading her to consider that perhaps her master was indeed a person of great wisdom. Perhaps this was merely a test of her resolve. With a meek protest, she managed to reply, it's not as easy as it seems. Chu Xingchen approached, taking the rabbit from her grasp and inspecting it by pinching its ears. Too skinny, he remarked. Next time, aim for a plumper catch. A fattier rabbit would be far more delectable when roasted. Observing the crestfallen expression on Li Yingling's face, Chu Xingchen confidently added, no need to wear such a glum countenance. Once I demonstrate a few techniques, you shall find renewed motivation for your next venture into the wild. Li Yingling displayed a look of confusion, only to witness Chu Xingchen deftly produce a dagger. With remarkable skill, he demonstrated how to prepare a delightful rabbit. Subsequently, he summoned a sphere of water, using his elemental magic to cleanse it thoroughly. One might ponder the advantages of traversing the Xuanwu kingdom. Naturally, one would find an abundance of spices and seasonings, all of which he stowed away in his spatial ring. The ring, lacking in airflow, possessed excellent preservation properties. He extracted garlic and scallions, preparing to create an exquisitely spicy rabbit head dish. The left side was braised in a rich sauce, while the right side was infused with garlic aroma. Before long, 3 sumptuous plates of rabbit dishes graced the table, each a feast for the senses. Chu Xingchen nudged a plate of rabbit head towards Li Yingling, saying, "This is your first hunt. This exquisite rabbit head is for you." Witnessing the charming rabbit transformed into a delectable dish, tears involuntarily streamed from her eyes. Yet, Li Yingling instinctively recoiled from the rabbit head. As a young girl endowed with compassion, consuming rabbit meat was already a stretch, let alone the head. However, her resolve crumbled swiftly as the tantalizing flavors of the spicy dish enveloped her senses. After just a few bites, the once ordinary rabbit meat had vanished from her plate. Li Yingling soon realized her master was right. This rabbit was too lean and simply could not withstand such indulgence. Subsequently, Li Yingling's gaze fell upon her bottom line, the spicy rabbit head. The struggle in her eyes did not escape Chu Xingchen's keen observation. Seizing the moment, Chu Xingchen languidly remarked, "You truly won't eat it? If you don't, I shall. I will." Li Yingling felt a wave of shame for her lack of resolve. Consuming rabbit meat was one thing, but gnawing on its head was utterly unacceptable. How infuriating! It was all the master's fault, but it was simply irresistible. Ever since Li Yingling had tasted Chu Xingchen's culinary skills, her enthusiasm and initiative for practice had surged significantly. The sense of advancement brought by her cultivation rendered her sleepless at night, prompting a diligent commitment to her training. Chu Xingchen wished to oversee her progress as a mentor. Yet opportunities were scarce. Everything seemed to be going well, and this disciple appeared to be relatively easy to manage. However, the living conditions of the dilapidated temple were intolerable for someone of Li Yingling's esteemed background. She meticulously attended to the crumbling temple, sweeping away the cobwebs from the ceiling and mending the drafty door. She even dismantled the last 2 wooden planks from the altar to create a private space for her wooden bed. Chu Xingchen had no objections to this, understanding the perspective of a young lady from a noble family. Yet, he pondered the possibility that if he were to take on another disciple in the future, they might have to contend with sleeping on a pile of straw. Half a month later, under the cloak of night, Li Yingling leaned against the fire, savoring a roasted chicken leg with a blissful expression, yet he languidly spoke, "Master, I have been stagnating at the 9th level of qi refinement for quite some time." Chu Xingchen, sprinkling seasoning on the chicken, replied, "If you practice diligently, you will advance." Li Yingling cleared his throat and continued, "Master, I have observed that in the stories, when characters are stuck at their cultivation levels, they often have miraculous elixirs or spiritual herbs to aid their breakthroughs. As the foremost sect of the Xuanwu kingdom, and with you being the preeminent cultivator, surely you possess some exquisite elixirs?" Chu Xingchen glanced at Li Yingling, who was now displaying an eager expression. In essence, his words conveyed a simple request. "Master, please provide me with some elixirs." Amusingly, he mused to himself about his lack of such potions. After all, he was still in the foundation establishment stage himself. What could he possibly offer to his disciple? However, he realized that there were indeed alternatives. As Chu Xingchen surveyed the night sky, he reflected on the remote location of the Xuanwu kingdom, far removed from the bustling central continent where golden core cultivators were abundant. Here, in this secluded realm, even a golden core cultivator was regarded as a venerable ancestor. Now, regardless of his past hesitations, he was indeed a flawless golden core cultivator. And what had once seemed impossible now appeared feasible. Determined, Chu Xingchen declared, "Finish your meal quickly, and afterward, I will take you to our sect's medicinal fields to procure some spiritual herbs for you." Li Yingling's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Our sect possesses medicinal fields?" In this desolate wilderness, I wandered for an entire circle without catching sight of any fields. Chapter 4. That damned thief. Stealing my revitalizing elixir. Gazing at the burlap sack thrust into my hands, I, Li Yingling, was no fool at this juncture. It was evident that this was the medicinal field of another sect. As an educated noblewoman, the act of thievery challenged the very core of my principles. I intended to voice my inquiries, yet the silencing gesture from Chu Xingchen startled me into silence. "Lower your voice," he whispered urgently. "We mustn't disturb our slumbering comrades inside. Quickly, take whatever you can find." The sack in my grasp, filled with spiritual herbs, and my master's insistence loomed over me. At that moment, with tension palpable in the air, I had no choice but to act. Gritting my teeth, I cautiously maneuvered through the large opening. Hadn't the tales proclaimed that the world of cultivation is fraught with deception? My ascension meant that others would inevitably be barred from theirs. Entering the spiritual field, my nerves rendered me oblivious to the essence of the treasures surrounding me. I hastily uprooted the nearest spiritual herb without a second thought, disregarding its potential effects or the appropriateness of my technique, stuffing them indiscriminately into the sack. As I continued, an exhilarating thrill began to course through me. I sought out the most luminescent specimens, plucking them with fervor. These radiant treasures could serve as candles when I returned. Ultimately, I filled the burlap sack to the brim, and with a lingering sense of exhilaration, I prepared to make my escape. This time, it was Chu Xingchen who stood there, utterly astonished. Goodness, this spiritual field was hardly expansive. After all, it was merely a small sect. Presently, he did not dare provoke the larger sections. Your lack of courtesy was indeed glaring, as nearly a quarter of the crops had been uprooted. Li Yingling, brimming with excitement, had just dashed out. Perhaps overwhelmed by her enthusiasm, she failed to temper her steps, startling the previously drowsy disciples of the medicinal field awake. As they groggily opened their eyes, they discovered a significant portion of the herbs missing, particularly several urgently needed by the sect leader, which had been uprooted entirely, leaving no trace. Which foolhardy thief would dare to steal the herbs for resurrection? Are you incapable of doing better than the sect leader? The guarding disciples immediately bellowed, ringing the alarm bell. "Thief! Quickly, come help! There's a thief!" Li Yingling's heart raced in an instant. Chu Xingchen reacted swiftly, grasping Li Yingling's hand and promptly burrowing underground to make their escape. In the distance, Li Yingling vaguely heard, "That scoundrel!" To steal the celestial herbs that the sect leader had painstakingly gathered. I am truly sorry. Chu Xingchen's earth escape technique was specifically designed for hasty retreats, and he had diligently practiced it, moving with remarkable speed. When he emerged once more, they found themselves in an unfamiliar location. Chu Xingchen skillfully set up a series of deceptive trails to mislead their pursuers, then led Li Yingling in the opposite direction, repeating this sequence of actions at least 8 times. Afterward, he cautiously returned to the dilapidated temple, taking the burlap sack from the still frightened Li Yingling. Chu Xingchen began to categorize the spiritual plants within. After identifying 2 of the spiritual plants, he furrowed his brow. Why did this girl only bring back items for enhancing yang energy? Li Yingling, still trembling with fear, asked, "Master, do you think we will be caught?" With an air of calm assurance, Chu Xingchen replied, "No, I have already made precautions. We are quite secure." Reflecting on Chu Xingchen's adept movements and the rapid speed of his earth escape technique, it was evident that he was no novice. Curious, Li Yingling inquired, "Master, do you often engage in such activities?" "Not frequently," he responded, "but when my cultivation was lower, traversing the Xuanwu kingdom made me susceptible to trouble. So I practiced it as a matter of convenience." "But master, your cultivation must have improved significantly by now. Why still resort to such measures? What else should one do?" "Eliminate them one by one." As he sorted through the spiritual plants, Chu Xingchen remarked, "There is no need to overthink it. That sect had a minor conflict with me in the past. Today, pulling a few of their weeds will suffice to settle the score." Intrigued, Li Yingling asked, "What kind of conflict?" With a sigh, Chu Xingchen recounted, "The sect leader has a partner, quite appealing in appearance but lacking in character, though the leader harbors a profound affection for them. Eventually, the partner, drawn to my exceptional demeanor, made several unsuccessful attempts at seduction, only to be discovered by the sect leader. I explained to the sect leader that I was not the only one seduced. His eldest disciple was also entangled with a partner. Upon hearing this, his fury intensified, and I found myself pursued by that old cur for 3 days and nights." At this, Li Yingling could not suppress her laughter. Chu Xingchen cast a sidelong glance, but chose not to comment, instead methodically categorizing the spiritual herbs. He then selected several herbs of suitable age, removed their roots, and cast them directly into a nearby pot. The remaining herbs, which were not immediately needed, were stored in a spatial ring. He ignited the fire, added water, and set it to boil. The novice gift package from the system included basic alchemy and crafting techniques. Unfortunately, one required a Dan furnace while the other necessitated a fire furnace. However, upon careful examination, it became evident that crafting indeed required a fire furnace. But alchemy could be performed using a pot, albeit with slightly inferior results. Furthermore, the appearance of the concoction would certainly not rival that produced by a genuine Dan furnace. With focused breath and intent, he commenced the alchemical process. Remarkably, after reaching the golden core stage, his control over spiritual energy became increasingly adept. The essence within the medicinal materials was swiftly extracted, transforming the pot of water into a vivid green hue. Next came the intense heat to concentrate the liquid and preserve its efficacy. A pot of water was distilled down to a droplet the size of a Dan pill. Chu Xingchen carefully enveloped this droplet with spiritual energy and turned to Li Yingling, saying, "Open your mouth, my dear apprentice." Li Yingling was left utterly astonished. Isn't alchemy typically associated with solid elixirs? Yet, when it comes to oneself, it manifests as a liquid form. Moreover, this emerald-hued concoction resembles poison in appearance. How is one expected to consume it? Li Yingling timidly inquired, "Master, are you certain this is edible? If it weren't for the inferior effects and side effects of consuming the spirit grass directly, I wouldn't have bothered to concoct this for you." Chu Xingchen replied curtly, "Hurry, open your mouth, consume it, and then proceed with your cultivation." Upon hearing this, Li Yingling reluctantly parted her lips and swallowed the viscous, green elixir. As the liquid exploded in her mouth, an overwhelmingly bitter taste contorted her expression, nearly overwhelming her resolve to expel it. Yet, the results were indeed remarkable. As the spiritual energy within her began to surge, Li Yingling hurried back to her bed, promptly settling into a cross-legged position to commence her cultivation. Chu Xingchen observed Li Yingling's condition closely, and upon confirming that all was well, he returned to his own bed. He then opened the system interface to review the tasks at hand. There were 2 novice missions. One involved recruiting a qualified disciple, while the other required the disciple to reach the foundation establishment stage. Upon Li Yingling's advancement to foundation establishment, the second novice task would also be completed, resulting in a reward of a tome of divine abilities. Subsequently, formal tasks would be unlocked. It was disheartening. Who else had novice tasks that spanned over 3 years to complete? Chapter 5. In this life, reclaim everything. It has been proven that the efficacy of alchemy using an iron pot is remarkably commendable. Li Yingling began to absorb spiritual energy with an insatiable zeal. Preparing to break through to the foundation establishment stage, Chu Xingchen hastily retrieved several spirit stones from his spatial ring, swiftly arranging them into a rudimentary gathering formation to ensure an ample supply of spiritual energy for Li Yingling's breakthrough. The water scripture had also caught Chu Xingchen's interest, though it appeared somewhat bewildering at first glance. Nevertheless, it is indeed a masterpiece crafted by an emperor, meticulously composed according to the principles of perfect foundation establishment. After all, how can one ascend to immortality without a stable foundation? Only with a harmonious and abundant essence within and a clear spirit platform can one smoothly attain the foundation establishment. As an exceptional celestial seedling, Li Yingling's cultivation speed is rapid, yet his foundation remains solid. Being the first disciple taken under Chu Xingchen's wing, it is only natural that he would devote himself wholeheartedly to the matter. Observing Li Yingling's gradually retracting aura, Chu Xingchen understood that this time, success was assured. Half an hour later, the system's notification resounded. The eldest disciple, Li Yingling, has successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Rewards dispensed. Divine ability. 3,000 weak waters sword. Formal task issued. Enroll 2 qualified disciples. Reward. Gathering spirit formation. Formal task 2. Enroll 3 qualified disciples. Reward. Zhenwu Hall. The main quest was within the realm of expectation. However, finding disciples of suitable caliber is no simple task. Chu Xingchen could not help but let out a deep sigh. After completing her meditation, Li Yingling opened her eyes. brimming with joy and eager to express her thoughts, only to find Chu Xingchen gazing at her with a vacant expression, followed by a deep sigh. Was her cultivation amiss? Startled, Li Yingling quickly examined her internal state, discovering everything to be perfectly normal. What could be the matter? Was her foundational cultivation flawed? Yet, after several careful observations, she found no discernible issues. This was indeed the gravest concern. Weakly, Li Yingling murmured, "Master, am I doomed?" Snapping back to reality, Chu Xingchen cast a bewildered glance at Li Yingling. "What nonsense are you spouting?" He retrieved a tome of divine arts from the system space and tossed it to Li Yingling. "This is a divine art, the ultimate trump card of a cultivator. Practice it diligently." As she caught the flying tome, Li Yingling glanced at the cover, which was pristine and tidy, adorned with the elegantly inscribed title, 3000 Weak Water's Sword. With utmost care, she opened it, only to find it quite different from what she had envisioned. This divine art was immaculate. Even the characters were beautifully written. It resembled a rather shabby divine art one might stumble upon at a roadside stall. However, such thoughts were fleeting for Li Yingling, who had already endured the trials of the Water Sutra. As long as she had not ruined her own cultivation, her unwavering trust in her master permitted her to embrace any practice. With delight, she perused the sword technique, sensing that she still lacked something essential to fully grasp it. Li Yingling inquired, "Master, do you possess a sword?" This question bore an unintended edge, yet Chu Xingchen comprehended her intent. Casting a glance at Li Yingling, he promptly dismantled a small piece of his wooden bed and, with a swift application of spiritual energy, fashioned it into a wooden sword, which he tossed to her, saying, "Practice more. If it breaks, I shall procure a new one for you. There are plenty of trees outside." Having spent over half a month under her master's tutelage, Li Yingling had adapted to his peculiar mannerisms and quietly picked up the rudimentary wooden sword that lay on the ground. Subsequently, she retreated to her designated wooden bed, seemingly indifferent to the joy that should accompany her advancement to the foundation establishment stage. Chu Xingchen let out another silent sigh, pondering where he might find a talented disciple in this realm of immortals. Once betrayal, once a sea of blood and deep-seated enmity. In this lifetime, I shall exact a blood-for-blood retribution. Li Xingtian's gaze was steady and composed, his straw sandals worn and drenched in blood. In his previous life, he was of ordinary talent, having joined the Qingfeng Sect, where he endured countless humiliations. After arduous efforts, he acquired a treasured artifact and surged from the southern Zhan continent to the vast middle continent. Even in the land where geniuses congregated, he earned the title of prodigy. Alas, in his youthful naivety, he fell victim to the deceit of a vile demoness, leaving him with nothing. Even the nascent soul he had painstakingly cultivated was drained by that wicked enchantress. Most infuriating of all was that the demoness had never even allowed him the slightest touch of her hand. Damn it, having been granted another chance at rebirth, this life shall be devoid of women. Li Xingtian's destination is a mountain temple nestled within the 10-mile slope woods. Within this temple lies a stone that harbors a millennium of bone jade. By absorbing and melting it, and conquering the inner demons, one can undergo a profound transformation. The reason for the existence of this mountain temple in such a remote area, devoid of human presence for miles, is that a powerful being has left this opportunity for those fated to encounter it in the future. In my previous life, I was indeed that fortunate one. In this life, I have arrived even sooner than before. I remain the one destined for this. Truly, fate is an ineffable marvel. Li Xingtian climbed over a familiar steep slope, his spirits rising even higher, for beyond this incline lies the very mountain temple. With excitement, he raised his gaze. He beheld the temple, but not only that, he also spotted a young and enchanting female cultivator clad in a flowing pink dress. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her complexion radiant as a peach blossom, and she wielded a wooden sword, gracefully practicing her swordsmanship. Her aura of spiritual energy surged around her, rendering her extraordinarily beautiful. How could an ordinary person, upon witnessing her, refrain from exclaiming that she is a celestial being from the heavens? Chapter 6. The Protagonist Template. Faced with the wooden sword pressing against his throat, Li Xingtian decisively succumbed, having already cowered in his previous life within the sect. He raised his hands high and declared, "I am not acquainted with the individuals you mentioned." Li Yingling's gaze sharpened, and she coldly inquired, "Then what brings you here?" Li Xingtian's mind raced, desperately seeking an excuse to deflect. From the direction of the temple, a voice drifted through the air. Surely our sect's reputation has spread far and wide. This young talent must be here to join us. Li Xingtian turned his head to find a strikingly handsome young man, clad in tattered robes, leaning against the entrance with a smile directed at him. Li Yingling, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Master, I believe that seems rather improbable. If she were oblivious to the true nature of their so-called sect, it would be sheer folly. While her master's cultivation might be commendable, it was unlikely to dominate the Xuanwu kingdom. The legitimacy of his identity remained questionable, casting doubt on the origins of such esteemed techniques. To claim fame and attract others was merely the stuff of dreams, utter nonsense." Chu Xingchen strolled over leisurely, his gaze scrutinizing the young man before him. With short hair and a somewhat lean frame, despite the sword poised at his throat, the youth's eyes betrayed no sign of panic. He glanced at the system. Objective: Li Xingtian. Cultivation level: Qi refinement 2nd layer. Golden trait: reborn. Purple trait: decisive and killing. Blue trait: deeply affectionate and loyal. Meets disciple recruitment criteria just moments ago. The system indicated the presence of an individual nearby who met the criteria for discipleship. A sweep of divine consciousness revealed that this person had been apprehended by Li Yingling. Chu Xingchen regarded the youth before him with a mix of admiration and intrigue. A remarkable individual, indeed, a reborn soul, unmistakably a protagonist archetype. Especially with the trait of deep loyalty, he appeared to be the cherished disciple of the sect leader, albeit regrettably male. It was a rare opportunity to welcome a disciple right to his doorstep. He could not let such a chance slip away. Li Xingtian, noticing the piercing gaze of Chu Xingchen, felt a pang of apprehension. To his surprise, it was not a guardian who had come, but rather his master in person. Taking a steadying breath, Li Xingtian cautiously inquired, "May I ask the name of this esteemed elder's sect?" Upon hearing this question, Li Yingling's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she turned to Chu Xingchen. She too was unaware, as every time she had asked, her master had always evaded the topic without providing an answer. In truth, this question had not only perplexed Li Yingling for some time, but had also troubled Chu Xingchen. As someone who struggled with naming, he had long yearned for a name that was both profound and elegant. Now, confronted with Li Xingtian's puzzled expression, Chu Xingchen realized that he must speak up. Otherwise, this prospective disciple might very well slip away. Gazing upward toward the heavens, Chu Xingchen leisurely remarked, "The sect is named the Alliance of Heavenly Tao." The Alliance of Heavenly Tao? Li Xingtian's pupils constricted in disbelief, daring to adopt such a name? Ultimately, it was a reflection of his previously narrow perspective. He had long heard tales of numerous hidden immortal sects in the central continent, and it seemed these two were indeed members of one such sect. Li Xingtian quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "I am merely passing through and mean no disturbance." Chu Xingchen promptly raised a hand to interrupt Li Xingtian, his eyes narrowing slightly as if he had discerned something. "You carry the scent of causality. Is this time?" Upon hearing this, Li Xingtian's heart raced, and he dared not meet Chu Xingchen's gaze any longer. This individual could perceive the threads of time's causality? What level of cultivation was this? Transformation or tribulation? To encounter such a formidable figure in the remote regions of Nanjian Buzhou was astonishing. Could it be that he too sought the bone jade? Yet, in his past life, he had acquired the bone jade, implying that this senior had not found it. What was he even pondering about the bone jade at this moment? Could he truly be aware of the discrepancies in his time's causality, recognizing him as a reborn soul? Was this formidable figure considering capturing him for research? As Li Xingtian's mind spiraled into chaos, another individual was equally consumed with devising a strategy to mislead this reborn soul. After a while, Chu Xingchen spoke softly, "Young man, bearing great causality is neither unequivocally good nor bad." Li Xingtian was momentarily taken aback, sensing that the senior before him seemed to be hinting at something significant. He hurriedly inquired, "What do you mean, senior?" Chu Xingchen, feigning profundity, replied, "Time is a torrent, a grand force, a law of nature. To go against the current may lead either to utter destruction or to renown across the world." Taking a deep breath, Li Xingtian appeared to grasp Chu Xingchen's implication and resolutely stated, "Regardless of whether I meet my demise or achieve fame, I have come to understand what I must do in this lifetime." With a satisfied nod, Chu Xingchen displayed an expression of approval, as if to say, "I truly appreciate your spirit." He continued, "Cultivating immortality is, after all, an act of defiance against fate. A flicker of conflict crossed Chu Xingchen's face, and he sighed before saying, "Very well, it seems we are fated to cross paths. Would you be willing to become my disciple?" Li Xingtian was momentarily stunned, gazing at Chu Xingchen with disbelief, on the verge of speaking yet hesitating. Chu Xingchen discerned his apprehension, which stemmed merely from a fear of being ensnared in a trap, considering that Li Xingtian was a reborn individual, currently possessing only the cultivation of the second level of qi refinement. It was evident that the dilapidated temple held something of immense significance for him. What that something was hardly required further contemplation. It was undoubtedly the pivotal opportunity that could alter Li Xingtian's fate. Seemingly perceiving Li Xingtian's thoughts, Chu Xingchen scoffed disdainfully. Chapter 7. Halt. Although he had witnessed the event, Li Xingtian did not immediately reach for it. Instead, he first turned to express his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed elder." Chu Xingchen waved his hand, his expression tranquil. Li Xingtian gradually rose and made his way toward the coveted Millennium Bone Jade, which he had long yearned for since his rebirth. Lifting the edge of the table, he grasped the stone-like Millennium Bone Jade once more, feeling as if a heavy weight in his heart had finally been lifted. After bowing in thanks to Chu Xingchen once again, Li Xingtian hurriedly exited the dilapidated temple with the precious jade in hand. Li Yingling observed the departing Li Xingtian and then stepped into the crumbling temple, her tone somewhat perplexed as she inquired, "Master, are you truly allowing him to leave just like that? A master who seldom stirs without benefit. Why this sudden generosity in letting someone take something and depart?" Hearing Li Yingling's words, Chu Xingchen promptly abandoned his lofty demeanor, replying, "You should practice at home for now. I shall be stepping out for a moment." Li Yingling displayed an expression that suggested her master's behavior was as it should be, yet before Chu Xingchen could leave, she curiously asked, "Master, is our sect truly called the Heavenly Tao Alliance? After all, not everything you say is the truth. It could merely be a ruse to deceive that foolish lad." "Indeed," was all Chu Xingchen responded before transforming into a streak of light and vanishing. Li Yingling pondered thoughtfully, stroking her chin. Subsequently, with a surge of spiritual energy, a wooden sword flew to her, which she deftly caught with her other hand. It would be wise to practice a bit longer. This tome of the 3,000-week water sword is nearing mastery. Li Yingling has an inkling that this seemingly arduous endeavor will yield a qualitative leap once he has grasped the fundamentals. Having been hailed as a prodigy throughout his life, this is the first time Li Yingling finds himself exasperated by the challenges posed by this divine art. A full 5 days have elapsed, and he still lingers on the precipice of initiation. One can hardly blame his master for hastening to take on new disciples. It seems that in his master's eyes, his innate talent may be deemed somewhat lacking. With a sigh, Li Yingling resolves to exert himself further. With unwavering determination, he sets his sights on the nearest town. The process of refining this millennial-old bone jade necessitates a tranquil and secure environment, requiring a full day's time. The once proud sect he belonged to has now become a distant memory, and returning would be an act of folly. He had stealthily slipped away from the sect. It is likely that he is now marked as a fugitive in their eyes. Therefore, he plans to find an inn in the nearby town, offering a generous sum to ensure that the attendants do not disturb him. Once he has refined the ancient bone jade, he shall hasten to the central plains, where further opportunities await him. Yet, a lingering concern weighs heavily on his heart. The words of a certain elder echo persistently in his mind. Has he truly missed out on a genuine opportunity? With a sigh, he reflects on the profound disillusionment he has faced with his previous sect. In his past life, did he not achieve the esteemed title of a prodigy in the Central Plains without relying on the sect? In this life, one must strive for independence. There is no need to rely on the so-called sections. Once a decision is firmly established in one's heart, all distractions must be cast aside. If one chooses to act, then there should be no regrets. A day later, after traversing mountains and rivers, Li Xingtian finally arrived at his destination, a considerable town. Upon reaching the inn, he did not hasten to the second-floor guest rooms to refine the Millennium Bone Jade. Instead, he first ordered a feast. After all, as merely a cultivator at the second layer of qi refining, he had exhausted his provisions during the arduous journey. He was quite famished, a sensation he had not experienced in a long while. Li Xingtian chuckled softly, feeling an unusual sense of authenticity. However, his amusement was short-lived, for he soon encountered disciples from the Qingfeng sect, which he had sought to avoid. On the second floor of the inn, several outer disciples of the Qingfeng sect, adorned in white garments with azure trim, descended the stairs with deliberate grace. Noticing them from the corner of his eye, Li Xingtian quickly averted his gaze, lowering his head to evade their notice, while silently cursing his misfortune. Alas, the more one fears something, the more it seems to manifest. One of the Qingfeng disciples, casting a sweeping glance over the first floor, spotted the bowed head of Li Xingtian. Finding him familiar, he seemed to recall something and promptly tugged at the sleeve of the leading senior brother ahead of him. Upon receiving a puzzled look from his senior, the disciple urgently gestured for him to glance towards Li Xingtian. The senior brother cast his gaze forward, his eyes narrowing as he strode towards the table of Li Xingtian, accompanied by 4 disciples. Upon reaching the table, he boldly seated himself, fixing a sharp glance upon Li Xingtian. Are you the notorious Li Xingtian listed on the infamous red name board? Realizing he could no longer conceal himself, Li Xingtian abruptly lifted his head, scanning the 5 individuals before him. None were at the foundation establishment stage. He assessed 3 at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, 1 at the 4th, and the leading senior brother at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Although Li Xingtian was merely at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, the extraordinary skills retained from his past life were sufficient to defeat these novices who had just embarked on their journey in Qi refinement. Killing them first and then fleeing was the plan. Otherwise, continuous pursuit could lead to his capture. He believed it was better to strike first and relish the advantage rather than wait to be struck. Thus, Li Xingtian chose to take the initiative. Seizing a pair of chopsticks nearby, his internal spiritual energy surging forth, he aimed to capture the leader first, as the old adage goes, to subdue the thief. First capture the king. However, the senior brother was already prepared for Li Xingtian's sudden outburst. With a sneer, he unleashed his own formidable power, reaching the 5th level of Qi refinement, and his hand shot forth like a thunderbolt toward Li Xingtian's head. How could a mere 2nd-level Qi refinement practitioner comprehend the realm of the 5th? The chopsticks met the palm with astonishing speed, yet the outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. Chapter 8. Is it not a normal operation to act from the heart? The second elder on the 2nd floor swiftly turned his gaze towards the speaking Chu Xingchen, unable to perceive the cultivation of this remarkably handsome young man. The expression on his face finally shifted. Who might this friend be? Chu Xingchen gently shook his head, picked up a pair of chopsticks beside him, and extended them forward with a subtle motion. A surge of mysterious sword energy erupted fiercely from the chopsticks, intertwining with spiritual power to form a small white dragon that coiled and danced around them. Is this a divine ability? The second elder suppressed his astonishment, inhaled deeply, and his demeanor softened rapidly as he clasped his hands together, saying, "This individual is a traitor of our Qingfeng sect and has harmed my fellow disciples. Friend, it is neither reasonable nor just to obstruct me." With a sigh, Chu Xingchen replied, "My friend, I do not wish to exert my influence upon you, but this person and I share a certain destiny. Might you consider sparing his life? I am willing to offer compensation." The second elder pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "If I were to spare him, our Qingfeng sect would lose all credibility in the eyes of the world." "Spare me?" Li Xingtian, who lay weakly on the ground, burst into laughter. "Since I joined your Qingfeng sect as an outer disciple, have you ever treated me as a disciple? For 3 years I toiled to excavate spiritual mines, and of the 17 disciples recruited from my village, I am the only one left alive. Your notion of sparing me means forbidding me from mining while sending me to harvest spiritual plants in the dangerous wilderness that even inner disciples dare not enter?" A jolt of alarm struck the second elder's heart, and he hastily interjected, shouting angrily, "Traitor! How dare you slander our Qingfeng sect?" Upon hearing these words, Chu Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, followed by a cold chuckle. "So, it turns out I am on the side of reason. How could Li Xingtian, who is known for his loyalty and righteousness, betray his sect?" He glanced at the elderly man on the 2nd floor through the system's attribute panel. Shangguan Hong, cultivation level, mid-gold core, blue attribute, deeply calculating, white attribute, moderate talent, black attribute, aging, black attribute, haunted by inner demons. The moment he saw the attributes, Chu Xingchen's confidence surged. It turned out he was merely facing a frail opponent. With superior martial prowess and a stronger position, was he not invincible? Chu Xingchen sneered and bellowed. "I once thought Qingfeng sect was a prestigious establishment among righteous cultivation sects, but it appears to be nothing more than a parasitic leech. How can the Tianshu alliance of Zhongzhou stoop to your level? Now, You old cur, either tuck your tail and scurry back, or today I shall twist your head off and use it as a ball." With that, the sword chi, coiled around his chopsticks, roared like a dragon, expanding rapidly, and then fixated its fierce gaze upon the second elder. The atmosphere was charged with the threat of sudden attack. At this moment, the remaining patrons of the tavern had long since fled, leaving only the disciples of Qingfeng's sect to cower in the shadows, watching the two adversaries confront each other. The second elder, however, dared not make a move. He could not even perceive the true cultivation level of the seemingly youthful figure before him, which signified that this individual was at least at the mid-gold core level. Even if we set aside the true cultivation level of the seemingly youthful individual before us, the display of such remarkable prowess would render even a nascent golden core cultivator hard-pressed to contend with him. Furthermore, the term Central Continent resonates like thunder in the southern regions of Zhanzhou. What sect could possibly stand against the might of the Central Continent? Although there is a possibility that this young man is merely bluffing, who would dare to wager on such uncertainty? The second elder maintained his composure. Yet he was meticulously contemplating how to phrase his response without losing face. Just then, a sycophantic voice wafted in from outside. "Esteemed friends, please refrain from fighting." Chu Xingchen's spiritual sense swept over, revealing a middle-aged man clad in the attire of the demon suppression department of the Xuanwu Kingdom, possessing cultivation at the mid-foundation establishment stage. The man addressed them, "Respected seniors, what matters cannot be amicably discussed without resorting to violence. Moreover, this is a mortal town. Should you engage in conflict, it would not only endanger countless innocents, but the karmic repercussions would also be unwise. What do you think, esteemed seniors?" Instantly relieved, the second elder stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, "Since the director has spoken, my sect, the Qingfeng sect, shall give you face." Chu Xingchen slowly withdrew his chopsticks. While it would be effortless to eliminate him, it could lead to complications down the line, particularly given that this is the territory of the Xuanwu Kingdom. It would be unwise to offend the authorities for the sake of this old man, who, in his advanced age and plagued by inner demons, might very well meet his demise in a matter of days. Would remain in the Xuanwu Kingdom for a while longer. Without uttering a word, he raised his hand and seized the incapacitated Li Xingtian, transforming into a beam of radiant light and departing. The second elder also exhaled slowly, expressing gratitude with a respectful gesture towards the director of the demon suppression department before gracefully descending the stairs. His sharp gaze fell upon the fifth-level Qi refinement senior brother, who still had chopsticks embedded in his palm. The second elder silently extended his hand and extracted the chopsticks with precision. The senior brother let out a pained grunt, yet dared not react excessively. A sidelong glance at the disappointing outer sect disciples prompted the second elder to admonish, "You lot of inept individuals should return to the sect." The 5 outer sect disciples promptly responded in unison, "Yes." The second elder's gaze lingered in the direction of Chu Xingchen's departure, lost in contemplation. Chu Xingchen remained vigilant, employing various tactics to confound his adversaries. After traversing multiple locations, he leisurely escorted Li Xingtian towards the dilapidated temple. Li Xingtian, stifling his pain, expressed, "Thank you for your timely rescue, senior." Chu Xingchen replied, "You ought to thank my esteemed disciple first." Li Xingtian's expression was one of utter bewilderment. Yet, Chu Xingchen offered no further explanation. Chapter 9. You are unworthy. Chu Xingchen gently laid Li Xingtian upon his wooden bed. Utilizing his spiritual energy, he swiftly assessed Li Xingtian's current condition, furrowing his brow slightly. For the circumstances were indeed grim. The elder of the Qingfeng sect was a golden core cultivator. Even when attempting to restrain his power, Li Xingtian, still in the Qi refinement stage, could not withstand such a blow. At this moment, his internal organs had sustained severe damage, and his meridians had been violently impacted, leaving them in a state of disarray. Yet, upon observing Li Xingtian's countenance, Chu Xingchen noted an absence of pain. Truly, a remarkable trait of a reborn individual, a true stalwart. However, relying solely on his own recovery would be insufficient. He would require a meticulously concocted healing elixir. "Kid, you have quite the resilience," Chu Xingchen praised, then turned his gaze to Li Yingling. "Disciple, prepare the furnace for alchemy." Li Yingling's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, despite her aversion to consuming her master's elixirs. This did not hinder her eagerness to witness others partake in them. With a spirited response, she promptly moved to the stove to ignite the flame and boil water. Chu Xingchen rummaged through the remaining spiritual herbs, assessing their viability for medicinal use. Within his spatial ring, he fortuitously discovered several herbs suitable for healing. He would prepare a batch for his future disciple. Afterward, he would surely express his gratitude and bow in reverence. After simply trimming the roots of the herbs, Chu Xingchen commenced the alchemical process with a straightforward, yet vigorous approach. A pot of clear water began to turn murky green as several vibrant green herbs were added. An unpleasant herbal odor began to permeate the air. However, Li Yingling felt no discomfort. In fact, she watched the increasingly muddied concoction with great delight. After all, she was not the one meant to consume it. When the water in the pot was reduced by half, Chu Xingchen added the final ingredient, the enchanting blue moonflower. As the striking blue blossoms were introduced, a dark green liquid began to bubble vigorously within the verdant mixture. Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction and then, utilizing a fierce flame, concentrated the potion, extracting the healing elixir enveloped in spiritual energy. Li Yingling gazed at the droplet of potion, even more vibrant in color than herself, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. At that moment, she believed that her master had not intended to deceive her, but was simply demonstrating the process of alchemy in a cast-iron pot. Her master was indeed correct. The tales woven in mortal texts held little truth. One must experience the cultivation of immortality to truly understand. Meanwhile, Li Xingtian, enduring his pain, propped himself up and beheld the murky droplet encased in spiritual energy, appearing utterly unappealing. A dreadful thought began to surface. Could this possibly be meant for consumption? Chu Xingchen maneuvered the potion to Li Xingtian's lips with a smile, saying, "Open wide. I assure you, my alchemical skills are adequate. Swallowing this will guarantee your safety." The usually stoic Li Xingtian's expression finally shifted. This was merely a clump of unappetizing green liquid. It bore no resemblance to a proper elixir. Never has one heard of a family utilizing a cauldron for alchemical concoctions. A true man can confront bloodshed and pain. Yet he cannot bear to face a broom sullied with filth. He is tormented and resistant, his words caught in his throat. Had it not been for the individual before him saving his life, Li Xingtian would have certainly rebelled and forced that vial of peculiar-smelling potion down the other's throat. However, upon witnessing the resolute expression of his elder, he could not bring himself to refuse. He simply closed his eyes, donning a visage of noble sacrifice, and opened his mouth. After all, what was life worth if it could be so easily relinquished? Indeed, the taste of the potion was as dreadful as its appearance suggested. A putrid essence, accompanied by an astonishing bitterness, blossomed from his tongue to his very soul. Li Xingtian's expression grew increasingly grotesque. Yet, what astonished him was that as the intense rejection and burning sensation coursed through his esophagus, the components within the potion began to gradually nourish his veins and restore his damaged organs. The excruciating pain within his body suddenly receded. Nevertheless, Li Xingtian felt that consuming this elixir made him feel worse than before. His mouth was left with nothing but bitterness. The journey from his throat to his stomach was met with extreme resistance from his entire being. Chu Xingchen, well aware that this concoction might not be particularly palatable, offered a light cough as a form of consolation. After all, good medicine is often bitter. Endure it, and it shall pass. As the first subject of this experiment, Li Yingling empathized deeply, remarking, "Master, this is not something one can simply endure." Chu Xingchen turned around and cast a fleeting glance at his eldest disciple. Sensing the master's gaze, Li Yingling resolutely thought to herself, "This flavor is quite acceptable. There is no need to endure." Naturally, Chu Xingchen would not dwell on such trivial matters. Their smooth journey was largely attributed to this eldest disciple. After ensuring that Li Xingtian was not facing any significant issues, he began to inquire of Li Yingling, "I see you have begun to grasp your powers. How does it feel?" Upon hearing her master's question, Li Yingling reflected on the many days she had spent just barely entering the threshold. She initially assumed her master was being sarcastic, yet found it difficult to counter his remark. Unconsciously, she twirled her dark, lustrous hair with her right hand. Her lovely face slightly flushed as she turned her head, feeling somewhat shy, and replied, "It is quite impressive, though somewhat challenging." Chu Xingchen was taken aback by her words. "You have only been practicing for a few days, and you already deem it challenging?" He thought to himself, not without admiration, that his eldest disciple, blessed with genius, was showcasing her prowess in front of him. Clearing his throat, he adopted a tone of authority befitting a master and declared, "Cough, diligent practice will suffice." Yes, master. Under the night sky, before the campfire in the dilapidated temple, Chu Xingchen distributed the roasted rabbit head to Li Yingling, the greatest contributor of the day, while allocating half the rabbit to Li Xingtian. Chapter 10, Senior Sister? Are we practicing evil cultivation? Li Yingling's icy visage paired with her ruthless words left a chilling impression. Li Xingtian silently turned to glance at Li Yingling. Had her plate not been half-devoured rabbit head, he might have felt overwhelming shame. Nevertheless, Li Xingtian chose to explain. It is not that I fail to recognize the kindness extended to me. Rather, I have numerous obligations that prevent me from remaining in the sect for an extended period. Otherwise, I would have accepted your offer long ago. I understand that your intentions are not driven by a desire for my abilities, but rather a wish to save my life by taking me as your disciple. Upon hearing Li Xingtian's heartfelt explanation, Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. Most sects prefer to bind their disciples closely." Then, with a contemplative shift in tone, Chu Xingchen added, "However, our heavenly Tao alliance is different. As long as one is devoted to the sect, one may traverse the ends of the earth." In response, Li Xingtian surveyed the enticing rabbit before him and, without hesitation, picked up his chopsticks. He understood the unspoken subtext of his senior's words. A disciple is a disciple. Gratitude is a principle he lives by, and perhaps taking on a mentor at this juncture is the true opportunity for rebirth. If the sect proves to be subpar, he could always seek another escape in the future. As he took a delicate bite, he couldn't help but think, goodness, this rabbit is undoubtedly the finest he has ever tasted. Indeed, the more exquisite the rabbit, the more delectable it seemed. Li Xingtian felt an odd sense of having sold himself for a mere rabbit. Li Xingtian smiled and praised, "Master, I must say, your skills are truly remarkable." Apprentice successfully taken. Second disciple, Li Xingtian, bestowed technique. Hunyuan demon bone body refining secret art. Please utilize in conjunction with the heavenly demon path body. Task 1 completed. Reward, spirit gathering array. All rewards have been placed in the system backpack. Upon seeing the system's settlement page, Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction. If you enjoy it, indulge yourself. Li Xingtian humbly replied, "Yes, master." Li Yingling observed the now modest Li Xingtian and cleared her throat to sit up straight, encouragingly stating, "As the second disciple of our master, you must strive diligently." Seeing Li Yingling's demeanor, Li Xingtian understood her intentions and promptly clasped his hands. "Very well, I shall not disappoint you, senior sister." A look of satisfaction appeared on Li Yingling's face. The new junior disciple was indeed quite perceptive. She decided to look after him a bit. After all, he had nearly lost his life after just one day outside, suggesting he might not be the brightest of disciples. She wondered what quality had caught the masteress' attention, but upon reflection, perhaps the sect was simply in dire need of members. Nevertheless, it was Li Yingling's first time as a senior sister, and being the eldest disciple filled her with a sense of excitement. Her gaze drifted toward the master, who surely should be relaxing and smiling at this moment. However, the reality was starkly different. A trace of worry was etched on the master's face. What could be the cause of this? It was not only Li Yingling who observed this scene. Li Xingtian also took note. Li Yingling cautiously called out, "Master?" Upon hearing the call, Chu Xingchen closed the system panel before him and turned his gaze to Li Yingling, asking, "What is it? Master, are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me? But you seemed rather unhappy just now." Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen realized his previous expression had been detected and quickly replied, "Oh, I was merely studying your junior brother's cultivation technique." Li Xingtian interjected, "Master, there's no need for that. I have my own cultivation method." Chu Xingchen said no more, simply extracting the primordial demon bone refining technique from the system. A tome with a blood-red cover materialized in his hand, which he then handed directly to Li Xingtian, reassuring him, "It's fine. Take a look at this technique first. If it doesn't suit you, you may continue with your own." Hearing that it was not a compulsory requirement, Li Xingtian felt a sense of relief and reached for the book, which faintly emitted the aura of blood. After passing the book to Li Xingtian, Chu Xingchen quietly returned to his wooden plank and lay down. The two disciples exchanged curious glances at their master, followed by a silent look of understanding between themselves. Li Xingtian slightly raised an eyebrow and exchanged a glance, inquiring silently, "What is the matter, master?" Li Yingling also understood that gaze, but after revealing a slight smile, he continued to gnaw at the rabbit's head. "If I knew what was wrong with the master, I wouldn't have asked why his expression seemed off. This second junior brother, his intellect is lacking. Li Xingtian felt somewhat perplexed, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Lowering his gaze to the dark red-covered book in his hands. The characters emblazoned on the cover exuded an imposing aura, tinged with a hint of malevolence. Curiously, he touched the cover, only to find it was made of ordinary paper. Is it a rubbing? But how could a rubbing possess such a sanguinary scent? Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it and turned to the first page. Suddenly, Li Xingtian was jolted, his mind racing as he scanned the text at an astonishing speed before swiftly flipping to the second page. The more he read, the more alarmed he became. Observing the astonishment in his eyes, Li Yingling, with the demeanor of an experienced person, offered reassurance. Junior brother, it is quite normal for cultivation techniques to have many versions. And it is also common for the writing to be somewhat unclear. Rest assured and practice boldly. Li Xingtian silently raised his eyes to glance at Li Yingling, then turned to look at Chu Xingchen, who lay on the wooden bed. In disbelief, he whispered, "Senior sister, are we, the Heavenly Tao Alliance, practitioners of the dark arts?" Chapter 11. Qualifications of the ordinary. In the early morning, Chu Xingchen meticulously compared the system blueprints while surveying the area, then inserted a small twig as a marker. Although one cannot conjure objects out of thin air, these blueprints possess an advantage. They can be reused. After all, one must still undertake the construction oneself. Relying solely on disposable tools would be exceedingly imprudent. This suggests the possibility of first establishing a spirit-gathering formation on Shirley Slope. Despite the fact that Shirley Slope is not a place where spiritual energy converges, nor does it possess any spiritual veins, there is still some spiritual energy present, albeit inferior to that found in more auspicious locations. In simpler terms, it is not an ideal locale for cultivation. Under similar circumstances, the efficacy of cultivation is naturally superior in areas rich in spiritual veins. Thus, most historical sects would typically choose a mountain abundant in spiritual veins as their stronghold. In the past, when Li Yingling was cultivating, Chu Xingchen would crudely construct a formation using spirit stones to facilitate her training. While this was manageable for one person, the addition of Li Xingtian necessitated a cessation of such extravagant practices. Solely supporting Li Yingling's cultivation had nearly depleted his resources, with the inclusion of Li Xingtian. Continuing this way would clearly exhaust his reserves. A sustainable approach is essential. The construction of a spirit-gathering formation is indeed necessary, as it would significantly ease the process of accepting disciples in the future. Although the materials at hand are insufficient to complete the formation, preliminary groundwork can still commence. Chu Xingchen once again identified the appropriate range and thrust a branch into the ground. A thunderous sound erupted as the distant wind surged, followed by a cloud of soil that soared into the air, scattering in all directions. With a wave of his hand, Chu Xingchen dispelled the gusts and swiftly advanced a couple of steps. His gaze fell upon Li Yingling, who was fervently striking at the large pit with her wooden sword. Having reached the foundation establishment stage, her spiritual energy enveloped her, rendering her impervious to the dirt that would otherwise soil her garments. At this moment, she wielded the wooden sword with a serious expression, relentlessly bombarding the ground with her powers. Another fierce wave of sword energy crashed down, accompanied by a resounding boom and intense tremors. Chu Xingchen quickly raised his hand to halt her. "Wait." Hearing her master's call, Li Yingling ceased her actions, looking at him with a puzzled expression. "Master, what is it? Is this truly how one excavates a pit?" Chu Xingchen asked, exasperation evident in his tone. Li Yingling, clearly confused, replied, "How else would I dig it?" With a hint of irritation, Chu Xingchen retorted, "After you bury the array's foundation, the earth will need to be backfilled. With your method, the dirt is scattered everywhere. What will you use to refill it? Your little head?" Upon hearing her master's words, Li Yingling quietly glanced at the soil that had been sent flying. Still, she expressed a tinge of grievance, saying, "But if I don't dig like this, it will take forever." Chu Xingchen reassured her, "I'm not asking you to finish it in a day. Just dig a bit whenever you have time after your cultivation. Once your junior brother finishes refining that broken stone, you can dig together with him. Don't be anxious. I'll prepare some delicious food for you later." Li Yingling lifted her gaze to the gentle expression of Chu Xingchen and nodded slightly, acknowledging her understanding. Following this, she deftly summoned a wooden sword to excavate a pit, subsequently piling the excavated earth aside. It must be noted that when it came to obedience, Li Yingling demonstrated commendable compliance. After observing for a moment and finding no issues, Chu Xingchen departed, continuing to mark other locations on the map with remarkable speed. In no time, all points were established. Subsequently, Chu Xingchen stealthily returned to the dilapidated temple. At that moment, Li Xingtian was seated in meditation, a millennia-old bone jade hovering above his head. The ancient jade continuously emanated energy, cleansing Li Xingtian's foundational essence. After scrutinizing his second disciple for a while and ascertaining that no mishaps had occurred, he slowly resumed his position on the wooden plank. As for the missing materials for the spirit-gathering array, they were not particularly rare. With sufficient spirit stones, they could certainly be procured. Although he found himself in a state of financial constraint, Chu Xingchen still harbored a flicker of insight. This insight pertained to his second disciple, who was currently refining the bone jade. As a reincarnated individual, he must possess some knowledge of lucrative avenues. Or perhaps he had not yet unearthed the tombs of powerful cultivators. While grave robbing may be deemed unethical, it is undeniably a swift means of acquiring wealth. The remnants left behind by a formidable figure would likely suffice to construct the array. Moreover, in the realm of cultivation, such tombs are uniformly referred to as secret realms. In general, sects are led by elders accompanied by numerous disciples as they embark on grave-digging endeavors. Reflecting on this, I find my moral standards align with those of the immortal cultivation realm. After all, our aspiration within the Heavenly Tao Alliance is to be a reputable and righteous sect. Chu Xingchen leisurely reclined back onto his wooden plank. Now, he merely awaited Li Xingtian's completion of the refining process to inquire if he had any beneficial insights. At high noon, Li Xingtian had yet to finish the refinement. Li Yingling returned, panting heavily, her spiritual energy nearly depleted. Her gaze fell upon the two individuals within the dilapidated temple, especially fixating on her master, who was comfortably lying on the wooden board. With a hint of confusion, Li Yingling inquired, "Master, why am I the only one digging? Aren't you going to help?" Chu Xingchen straightened up, meeting Li Yingling's gaze, which was marked by a puffed-up cheek, revealing a semblance of irritation. Clearing his throat, he replied languidly, "Do you presume your master is idling away? Isn't that so?" Li Yingling retorted, "You yourself said you would join me in digging after marking the spot." In response to his disciple's accusation, Chu Xingchen deftly shifted the topic. "What is this talk? Do we grumble when contributing to the sect? Can you not comprehend the sacrifices your master endures for your future path?" Chapter 12. Not theft, but vengeance. At this moment, Li Xingtian had successfully refined the Millennium Bone Jade. He felt the smooth flow of his meridians within him once again and let out a heavy sigh. There was an inexplicable sensation of difficulty. It seemed that this rebirth was not as seamless as his previous life. As for his senior sister's words, Li Xingtian paid them little heed. Did he not know his own capabilities? This was not to say that his newly appointed master was lacking. Having weathered many storms and encountered a plethora of diverse individuals, he could sense that his master genuinely cared for him. Especially with that volume of cultivation techniques, such a level of skill could stir immense waves even in the central continent. He gradually rose to his feet, stretching his body, only to catch sight of his master's eager gaze. An unease crept into Li Xingtian's heart as he inquired, "Master, what? What is it?" Chu Xingchen first extended his spiritual sense, confirming that Li Yingling was no longer nearby. It was not that he could not allow her to overhear. But if that girl were to discover that Li Xingtian was a reincarnator, who knew what peculiarities she might concoct? For now, it was best to maintain stability. A faint smile graced Chu Xingchen's face as he spoke with fervor. "Disciple, you must have had quite a few extraordinary encounters in your past life, am I right?" "Why, yes, there were some," Li Xingtian replied. "Are there any secret realms, or heavenly materials, and earthly treasures in our vicinity?" Upon hearing this, Li Xingtian let out a deep sigh of relief. These were merely minor issues. The hidden realm near us has long been thoroughly cleared by the nearby sects. And as for fortuitous encounters, upon careful reflection, Li Xingtian shook his head and remarked, "True fortuitous encounters can only be found after we reach the central continent. For it is there that the veins of spiritual energy converge. Is there truly no place where we can acquire spiritual stones? Master, are you in need of spiritual stones?" Without any hesitation, Chu Xingchen decisively replied, "I intend to establish a gathering array for spiritual energy, and I require some spiritual stones to purchase materials." Hearing this, Li Xingtian pondered for a moment. "If you trust me, there are ample spiritual stones to be found at the Qingfeng Sect's mining site. I have spent 3 years extracting spiritual stones there and am well acquainted with the workings of the mine, which is guarded by only one golden core cultivator. If you are confident, there may indeed be profit to be made. Chu Xingchen did not rush to agree. Instead, he cast a scrutinizing glance at Li Xingtian. Sensing his master's gaze, Li Xingtian clasped his hands and assured, "I harbor no intention of seeking vengeance for myself." "No." Chu Xingchen shook his head and said, "Remember, we are not here for spiritual stones, but to avenge you, and to seek justice for the many who have suffered at the hands of the Qingfeng sect." With a serious expression and earnest tone, Chu Xingchen declared, "As a disciple of the Heavenly Path Alliance, your perspective must not be so narrow." Li Xingtian looked at his master in bewilderment. At this moment, he found himself momentarily dazed, uncertain whether his master sought both monetary gain and reputation or merely wished to find a legitimate reason. Regardless of the motivation, it seemed that there was no room for doubt in his master's words. Li Xingtian unconsciously revealed a faint smile and responded, "Yes, master. Please share the location of the mine. I shall first investigate the situation." Picking up a half-burned piece of wood from the ground, Li Xingtian began to sketch a map on the floor. From the northern Shiji Mountains, he traced a path northward, circumventing a small stream, and then westward, approximating the vicinity of the mine. His drawing was satisfactory, with notable landmarks indicated. "Very well, time is of the essence. I shall proceed to assess the situation, while you and your senior sister focus on your cultivation at home." Chu Xingchen nodded and subsequently produced 2 teleportation talismans, handing them to Li Xingtian. "These are distance teleportation talismans. Should you encounter any trouble, do not heed your senior sister's counsel. Simply take her and flee. Remember to use both talismans. Do not be greedy. They bear my master's markings. The master will sense the teleportation point, and I will come to find you." The desolate Shirley Po was devoid of human presence. It was unlikely anyone would venture there. After all, the spiritual energy was sparse, and there were no spiritual herbs or plants to seek, rendering it an uninviting locale for ordinary mortals. If anyone did come, it would likely be to cause trouble. According to Li Xingtian's indicated direction, even he would require a day's journey to arrive. The journey back and forth would take merely 2 days. Previously, Minister Wang was but an ordinary man, and it was unlikely he could summon any formidable beings to locate Li Yingling. However, given the enmity with the Qingfeng sect, it was prudent to have contingencies in place, lest he return to find only 2 corpses hanging at the dilapidated temple's entrance. Particularly concerning was the elder, who was already ensnared by his own inner demons. One could only speculate how twisted he had become by now. Li Xingtian did not hesitate, decisively accepting the teleportation talisman, and earnestly declared, "Master's instructions are to be heeded, and I shall certainly remember." After all, the individual before him was also a reincarnate, having weathered numerous tempests. It was reasonable to assume he could handle matters with due diligence. Yet, a tinge of unease lingered. Thus, Chu Xingchen promptly bestowed upon Li Xingtian another talisman affixed to his waist. This talisman could withstand the assaults of golden core cultivators, allowing for immediate teleportation should circumstances turn dire. When Chu Xingchen was still at the foundation establishment stage, he had often relied on this very talisman to avert calamity. However, now that he had attained the golden core stage, its efficacy had diminished for him, making it more prudent to entrust it to Li Xingtian. Li Xingtian accepted it without protest. Chu Xingchen then cautioned, "There is little more to discuss. Your senior sister is quite young, so it is imperative that you care for her diligently. Above all, remember never to abandon her, no matter the circumstances." "I shall remember, master," Li Xingtian replied earnestly. Chu Xingchen nodded and then proceeded to step outside. Chapter 13. The first day after the master departed. Today marks the first day since the master left the dilapidated temple. Li Xingtian slowly opened his eyes and rose from a rudimentary wooden bed fashioned from several planks. The main hall had been nearly occupied by the master and his elder sister, alongside a large iron pot used for cooking and alchemy. There was no sufficient space left for another bed. Thus Li Xingtian found himself sleeping in the area behind the statue. However, his elder sister had already planned to construct a small wooden house outside the temple. Being the only female, it was only natural to maintain some distinction between the genders. This arrangement had received the master's approval, and his sister had commenced construction a few days prior, making swift progress. This would spare him the need to continue sleeping in the cramped quarters behind the statue, which he found quite disagreeable due to a gaping hole that allowed mosquitoes and other unknown insects to intrude during the night. At this moment, As Li Xingtian had yet to cultivate a foundation and could not summon protective spiritual energy, the incessant mosquito attacks were exceedingly bothersome. Therefore, he wholeheartedly supported his sister's endeavor to build the small house and even assisted her considerably. It was estimated that within 2 or 3 days, the small abode would be completed. As for the chicken from yesterday, after witnessing the gruesome remains of the bird, his sister had not taken a single bite. Nevertheless, she insisted that he finish it. Li Xingtian naturally understood this request, for it was his sister who had caught the chicken, and it was only fitting that he consume what had been prepared in such a manner. Originally, Li Xingtian presumed that the chicken would be gruesomely prepared and exceedingly unpalatable. However, upon tasting it, he found the flavor to be quite acceptable. Perhaps it was due to his experience with his master's remarkably coarse healing elixirs. Li Xingtian discerned that this particular chicken was slightly fishy, somewhat bland, and a tad tough. Yet the overall taste remained quite delightful, certainly within the realm of edibility for a human. However, his senior sister's assessment was far less favorable. She dubbed the pot of chicken the bathwater of a dead chicken. Nevertheless, with his senior sister already having established her foundation and capable of fasting, Li Xingtian need not worry about her hunger. After all, he had promised his master to take good care of her, and he was not the type to renege on commitments. Although, the notion of a junior brother caring for his senior sister did seem somewhat peculiar. Outside the dilapidated temple, a series of fierce fluctuations in spiritual energy surged forth. Li Xingtian stepped out, directing his gaze towards Li Yingling, who, at that moment, wielded a wooden sword, skillfully manipulating her powers to strike a large tree. Her strikes were precise, causing the tree to topple decisively in response to the flow of her sword energy. One must commend her diligence. Even while engaging in construction and lumbering, she continued to cultivate her abilities. Moreover, she appeared to be making remarkable progress. It must be said that her innate talent could be considered extraordinary even in the Central Plains. During their first encounter, it was evident that she had yet to fully master her powers. But in such a short span of time, she had already begun to wield them with ease. With such remarkable aptitude, it was indeed plausible that their master had come from the Central Plains. Yet one could not help but wonder why their master was so impoverished. Could it be that the master, like myself, has escaped from a certain sect in the Central Plains? However, Li Xingtian did not dwell on this thought, for at this very moment, the Heavenly Tao Alliance finally resembled the sect he had envisioned. Although this sect currently comprised only 3 members, including the master and his disciple, the senior sister who had felled the tree seemed to sense his presence and turned to meet his gaze. Despite his growing mistrust of women in this lifetime, Li Xingtian managed to muster a faint, albeit strained, smile at the young junior sister, as instructed by his master. On the first day after the master's departure, Li Yingling rose early with the intention of neatly gathering materials for constructing a small dwelling. After all, sharing a roof with 2 men was a notion that the well-bred Li Yingling found difficult to accept, even though there were wooden partitions for occasional emergencies. The prospect of residing there every day was simply untenable. Fortunately, the master readily acquiesced to her conditions. To be honest, during her time with the master, she rarely felt as though she were in the presence of a youthful and handsome figure who was, indeed, her master. Instead, he seemed more like a close friend, rarely adopting the demeanor of an elder in her company. Even when she was irked, the master would occasionally concede his faults to her. It is indeed hard for someone from a scholarly family like Li Yingling to fathom that an elder could bow their head and admit their mistakes to her. Li Yingling had perused tales that depicted masters as figures of immense authority, unyielding in their commands and perpetually stern. They wielded absolute control over their disciples, issuing orders without divulging their rationale. In stark contrast, her own master occasionally resembled a child who had yet to mature. When faced with her dilemmas, he would encourage her to ponder deeply and arrive at her own conclusions. The water scripture, too, was a matter she initially approached with hesitance. Yet her master never expressed dissatisfaction regarding her delay in its cultivation. Moreover, Li Yingling perceived her master as somewhat indolent. His cultivation level remained a mystery, as he had never shared it with her. Nonetheless, as a foundational practitioner, she possessed the stamina to forego sleep for an entire month, rejuvenating herself solely through her nocturnal meditations. Undoubtedly, her master was significantly more powerful than she. Yet, perhaps due to an incongruity in her choice of mentor, Li Yingling had unwittingly adopted his less admirable habits, succumbing to the allure of indulgent slumber each night. However, the term meaningless was a construct of her own design. Her master referred to sleep as a means of spiritual nourishment, espousing his unique set of unorthodox beliefs. While this perspective did not sway Li Yingling, she found herself gradually aligning her sleeping patterns with his. Perhaps it was the sight of her master immersed in profound slumber while she toiled in her cultivation that stirred a sense of imbalance within her. A myriad of thoughts flickered through her mind. Chapter 14. Wait, Great Immortal. The spiritual stone mine of the Qingfeng sect is nestled within a secluded mountain. The scenery is remarkably pleasant, surrounded by lush green mountains and clear waters, with numerous spirit beasts exhibiting nascent intelligence roaming through the woods. It remains uncertain whether the simple enchantments laid around the mine are intended to prevent miners from escaping or to guard against the incursions of these spirit beasts. The mine is encircled by rudimentary, mesmerizing formations, making it exceedingly difficult for cultivators below the foundation establishment stage to escape the confines of the enchanted area. According to Li Xingtian, the majority of those engaged in mining here are cultivators of exceptionally poor aptitude. The Qingfeng sect recruits individuals from remote villages and impoverished regions, ensuring that they possess no significant backgrounds, thus avoiding unwanted attention. Furthermore, in such desolate areas, even if an individual cannot return, their absence raises no suspicion. As long as one possesses even a modicum of spiritual roots, they are taken in, regardless of how mixed their lineage may be. By employing medicinal baths to forcibly refine their qi to the second or third layer, they are then cast into the mine, condemned to toil until death. Thus, the Qingfeng sect appears to disguise itself as a righteous sect while engaging in nefarious practices. After all, how could such activities possibly escape the notice of the sect's leaders, including the sect master of Qifeng? Cautiously, Chu Xingchen skirted around the areas patrolled by the sect's disciples at the main entrance. Scaling the cliff along the side, he endeavored to conceal his presence, gradually observing the situation within the mine below. A few large wooden houses stood haphazardly, lacking any orderly arrangement. But atop the highest point was an exquisite structure, where disciples clad in Qingfeng sect attire could be seen. Their numbers were few, 2 men and 1 woman. Without the use of spiritual perception to scan, it has become impossible to discern the cultivation levels of these disciples of the Qifeng sect. Thus, their cultivation must be at the foundation establishment stage. Once a practitioner reaches this stage, they can effortlessly manipulate spiritual energy to reside within their bodies, no longer revealing it outwardly. Without the aid of spiritual perception, even the golden core stage remains indiscernible to the naked eye. At this moment, daylight serves as the prime time for excavation, and the cavern frequently reverberates with intense sounds. Occasionally, raggedly dressed qi refinement practitioners can be seen transporting the mine's spiritual stones using rudimentary carts. The cultivation levels of these miners are indeed low, as the detection results reveal only the second or third layer of qi refinement. Observing them as they ferry cartloads of rough spiritual stones to a processing shed, several practitioners wielding large hammers vigorously strike the rocks to separate the ore from the spiritual stones. The disciples of the Qingfeng sect leaned against the railing before them, their expressions laced with mockery as they regarded the miners. Chu Xingchen's gaze swept across the area, swiftly locking onto a warehouse-like structure, which was quite spacious yet curiously devoid of any guards. According to Li Xingtian, a golden core practitioner is likely stationed within. A direct assault would undoubtedly be unwise, as this location may possess means of communication with the sect. The options lay between a swift victory or luring them out. However, the intent of this visit was merely to assess the situation without any plans for confrontation. Chu Xingchen retrieved paper and ink from his spatial ring and promptly began sketching a rough outline of the route and structure. Holding the sketch, I returned to discuss it thoroughly with Li Xingtian to ascertain the specific circumstances. Completing the sketch, I tucked it back into the spatial ring and was about to depart when an individual entered the perimeter of my vigilant consciousness. A long sword suddenly materialized in Chu Xingchen's hand, and my senses swiftly scanned the area. To my surprise, the feedback revealed that the presence within my consciousness was merely an unremarkable mortal devoid of any cultivation. What could this mean? Concealing my own aura, I cautiously approached the newcomer. Soon, I discerned the figure who had intruded upon my awareness. It was a diminutive girl, frail and dressed in tattered linen garments. Her body caked in dirt, and her long hair tangled and parched. Her face bore the marks of grime, yet her eyes shone with vitality. I observed her expression, which was one of utter bewilderment, her demeanor slightly frantic as she scanned her surroundings. Continuously, I watched as she struggled to navigate in a particular direction, only to unwittingly spiral back to her original position. What was this? Had she fallen into a maze? Had she stumbled into it by chance? Or was there a deeper significance? I decided to utilize the system to examine her attribute panel. In the vicinity, disciples of the Xingtian sect were patrolling, and it was evident that the emaciated girl before him did not belong to their ranks. She was most likely an escapee from the mines, much like Li Yingling, who had also been deceived by the Xingtian sect into laboring in the mines. After some contemplation, Chu Xingchen resolved to take her away first, as she might divulge some valuable information. He donned a mask to conceal his visage and extended his hand to swiftly pull the girl into the earth, making their escape. "Great immortal, superior immortal," cried Xingtian, bound to a tree, tears streaming down her face. "I truly am just lost." As she spoke, Xingtian discreetly glanced at her captor, who wore a malevolent mask, his cold gaze fixed upon her. It was clear that something was amiss with the Xingtian sect. Father must have been deceived by those celestial beings of the Xingtian sect. Chu Xingchen regarded Xingtian with exasperation. Had she been cooperative, he would have preferred not to bind her to the tree. However, her antics, spitting, throwing tantrums, and feigning madness, had left him no choice. Had he not seen through her act, she would likely still be pretending to be daft. With a hint of irritation, Chu Xingchen remarked, "Cease your tears. I am not from the Xingtian sect." Xingtian continued to wail, "Master, I have no knowledge of any Xingtian sect. I am truly a lost soul." Chu Xingchen refrained from uttering another word. Instead, he retrieved a large pancake from his spatial ring and, under Xingtian's terrified gaze, forcefully placed it into her mouth. Chapter 15. Father has been deceived. Upon hearing Xingtian's call, Chu Xingchen paused in his steps. He slightly tilted his head, his gaze falling upon the conflicted expression of Xingtian. Although she had called out to him, her wariness seemed unabated. A delicate balance was required to elicit the truth from her. "What troubles you?" Chu Xingchen inquired calmly, turning to face Xingtian with a composed demeanor. Xingtian, her face a portrait of inner turmoil, cautiously asked, "Esteemed one, which sect do you belong to?" Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen responded, "Zhongzhou, the Wanfaxian sect." He felt no remorse in fabricating this lie, for the young girl before him had never shared any truths with him, had she? Deception was a reciprocal affair, particularly since the frail girl's background remained shrouded in mystery, and the name of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's sect was indeed formidable. He feared that the mere mention could instill undue terror in her. Xingtian's face lit up with a mixture of awe and reverence. Yet, as a mere mortal, she had never ventured into the realm of cultivation, leaving her ignorant of what Zhongzhou entailed. To describe this world as boundless would be an exaggeration, yet it was undeniably vast. Even the smallest of border nations spanned thousands of miles. The southern region of Zhongzhou was already a significant domain, and though the Xingtian sect resided in a remote area, it was still widely renowned. Moreover, the southern Zhongzhou was a convergence point for numerous spiritual veins, making it a hub for various sections. To Xingtian, the central plains felt as distant as the heavens themselves. Were it not for her father's instructions to visit the Xingtian sect, she, a mere farmer's daughter from the countryside, would have remained oblivious to its name. Her inquiry was merely an attempt to subtly convey to the masked man before her that she was not as uninformed as she appeared. Although it might prove futile, it was certainly better than remaining silent, was it not? However, she had heard from her father that the Central Plains were renowned as a legendary land of cultivation. Moreover, the name of the Wanfaxian men sounded truly formidable. Wanfaxian men. And then there was the Xingtian sect. It was quite evident who was superior and who was inferior, was it not? Furthermore, Wanfaxian men resonated with the aura of a prestigious sect. Yet, it was said that in dealings with such esteemed sects, one must first learn the art of evoking sympathy, much like a beggar on the street, to elicit compassion and assistance from these great beings. While Xingtian was reluctant to engage in such behavior, as her father had warned that it would disgrace their ancestors, she pondered whether it was better to lose face than to lose her life. After all, she believed her father would likely choose to preserve his pride rather than his life. As for herself, she would certainly make that choice, especially since her current abilities were woefully inadequate to save her father. For now, she felt she had no option but to take a gamble. Xingtian managed to regulate her emotions over the past few days, yet tears suddenly streamed down her face as she recalled the beggars she had encountered, contemplating their expressions. With a hint of tragic solemnity, she exclaimed, "Great immortal, do you know what has befallen the Qifeng sect?" She seemed to choke on her words, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. However, faced with Xingtian's deeply emotional lamentations, Chu Xingchen's face, concealed behind a mask, involuntarily twitched. At that moment, Xingtian's expression contorted in a manner reminiscent of a grotesque caricature, her sobs appearing almost like spasms, showcasing an exaggerated display of emotion. Moreover, her weeping bore the unmistakable marks of theatricality, particularly when she cast furtive glances at herself, evoking a sense of slyness. Mucus and tears mingled in a disheveled mess upon her grimy visage. Perhaps she believed this to be an endearing display? Did this girl not realize her acting was lacking? Who could weep in such an abstract manner? Nevertheless, if Xingtian chose to follow this path, perhaps he should play along? Suppressing his urge to critique, Chu Xingchen inhaled deeply, his tone filled with shock and confusion as he inquired, "What has happened to them?" Xingtian let out a mournful cry and began to spill her story like a torrent. "I live in Xingtian with my father. My mother passed away early due to poor health, and my father has worked tirelessly to raise me. This year, our village suffered a calamity, and we can barely manage a meal every 2 days. It was then that the people from Qingfeng's sect came, deceiving my father into pursuing immortality. It is said that once one cultivates immortality, all desires shall be fulfilled. My father, naive as he is, believed their words to be true and only sought sustenance for me before he followed them away. Thus, he abandoned me, and many of my brothers were deceived alongside him." Chu Xingchen gazed at the dirty and emaciated Xingtian before him, letting out a soft sigh. It was not that her father was foolish. Perhaps he merely wished to preserve a glimmer of hope for his daughter. "How did you come to know they were frauds?" Upon hearing the question, Xingtian hurriedly retrieved a tightly wrapped bundle from her tattered, hole-ridden clothing. Her trembling hands swiftly unfurled the cloth. Inside was not a precious treasure, but a handful of dry yellow earth. Chu Xingchen frowned slightly at the sight of the dirt. Xingtian cradled the handful of yellow soil with trembling hands, her expression reflecting genuine sorrow as she spoke. Not long after those celestial beings departed, the food they left behind turned to dust. Ant next door and Nyozi consumed the steamed buns gifted by the immortals, and soon after, they succumbed to this very soil. Many lives were lost in our village. My father was deceived, and so were my brothers. They could never attain immortality. Those from the Qingfeng sect are not virtuous beings, and they too shall perish. I am left with only my father. He may forsake me, but I cannot abandon him." Chapter 16. Even amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, one still upholds the noble righteousness. Chu Xingchen, accompanied by Xingtian, embarked upon a frantic journey through the earth. At this moment, he disregarded the conservation of his spiritual energy, solely intent on hastening their return to the dilapidated temple. However, the presence of an utterly unskilled mortal would inevitably impede their pace. Particularly, Xingtian exhibited a weak resistance to the earth escape technique at the golden core level, necessitating periodic rests along the way. Her own constitution was far from robust, malnourished and frail. She resembled little more than a wisp of a being. After a day of relentless travel, they found themselves merely a short distance away from the temple. At this juncture, Xingtian leaned against a grand tree, nibbling on a flatbread. Meanwhile, Chu Xingchen remained vigilant, his eyes closed and his consciousness extended outward. Once she had finished her bread, Xingtian sipped sparingly from her water. During their previous pauses, she had posed numerous inquiries, curious about Chu Xingchen's destination, purpose, and whom he sought. Chu Xingchen displayed considerable patience in his responses, revealing no secrets. He clarified that he was on a quest to locate his disciple, intending to discuss plans with them. Throughout their journey, Xingtian frequently inquired about matters pertaining to the realm of cultivation. Though her understanding was still quite rudimentary, she endeavored to envision the concepts based on her limited knowledge. Observing the meditative Chu Xingchen, Xingtian finished the last crumbs of her flatbread and, with an air of incredulity, posed a question, "Esteemed master, is the Qingfeng sect truly regarded as a prestigious and righteous faction in your world? In the realm of nearby sects, their reputation is indeed such." Chu Xingchen kept his eyes closed, yet they would still accept government commissions to exorcise demons and vanquish evildoers. Moreover, they adeptly concealed their misdeeds. I had certainly not heard of them before. Xingtian understood these principles, for she was merely inexperienced, not foolish. However, upon hearing such a response, she recalled the silhouette of her father as he departed. Feeling somewhat dejected, she lifted her gaze and inquired, "What about your esteemed sect? Do you engage in such activities as well?" At her words, Chu Xingchen could not help but open his eyes, responding with a hint of irritation. "If we were to partake in such deeds, I would not have softened my heart to take you away." Throughout the journey, despite Xingtian's incessant questions, Chu Xingchen exhibited considerable patience. After all, once he successfully rescued her father, he likely would never see this girl again. Upon hearing his reply, Xingtian nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of his words. Nevertheless, a persistent feeling of unease lingered within her. In truth, Xingtian was not particularly loquacious. She merely sought to alleviate her anxiety through conversation. Chu Xingchen discerned her discomfort, recognizing that her youthful appearance and stature suggested she was still quite young. It was natural for her to feel unsettled when faced with matters beyond her comprehension, especially since, in her world, immortals belong to an entirely different realm. Taking the initiative to converse, Chu Xingchen remarked, "As for my sect, I assure you, we conduct our affairs with utmost integrity and would never engage in actions that would incite public outrage. In the realm of cultivation, our sect is renowned as the leader of the righteous path. After all, boasting is not a crime, particularly when it comes to the uninformed Xingtian, who cannot discern truth from fiction. Regardless of her sincerity, her expressions are undeniably supportive and her demeanor filled with yearning. Ah, esteemed master, your disciples must surely be exemplary individuals," she remarked. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen nodded with pride, declaring, "My eldest disciple is a prodigy in the art of cultivation, possessing a kind heart, caring for his fellow practitioners, and upholding the virtues of respect for his teacher. As for my second disciple, he has traversed the tumultuous world, yet remained true to his principles, embodying loyalty and integrity, a trustworthy apprentice who also reveres his mentor. Moreover, they both cultivate the noble and upright path, adhering strictly to the righteous methods of cultivation, never straying into dubious practices. Thus, our sect can only be described as one of utmost integrity." Xingtian once again echoed a few flattering remarks, engaging in light conversation before taking a brief respite. The two then resumed their journey homeward. After approximately half an hour of earth evasion, they approached the vicinity of the dilapidated temple. However, Chu Xingchen did not return directly. Instead, he brought Xingtian back to the surface nearby, for in this vicinity, an overwhelming stench of blood wafted towards them. Chu Xingchen's expression darkened. Could it be that they had encountered calamity? The teleportation talisman remained dormant, yet the pungent odor of blood foretold an arduous battle ahead, rather than an instant annihilation upon meeting. Thus, it was only logical that the talisman should have been activated. Although Xingtian possessed no cultivation and could not perceive the sanguine atmosphere ahead, she cautiously cast a glance at Chu Xingchen. Though oblivious to the unfolding events, she understood the necessity of remaining silent and vigilant. Chu Xingchen's consciousness swiftly surged toward the dilapidated temple, fervently seeking out familiar presences within. He soon discerned the unmistakable auras of his two disciples, who appeared to be quite lively. Yet, what could account for the overwhelming scent of blood? Had these two apprentices once again engaged in some mischief? After all, Li Yingling, having been reborn, should not be indulging in frivolous antics alongside him. Reassuringly, Chu Xingchen addressed Xingtian. "Do not worry. My two disciples are merely being a bit playful." Xingtian nodded in acknowledgement. With their destination drawing near, Chu Xingchen opted not to continue burrowing through the earth, instead channeling spiritual energy to elevate both himself and Xingtian into flight. Experiencing the sensation of flying for the first time, Xingtian could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Yet, she quickly acclimated to the liberating experience of soaring through the air, beginning to navigate with increasing ease. A faint smile, previously absent from her countenance, emerged unconsciously. This instinctual yearning for freedom through flight inadvertently alleviated much of the pressure that had weighed upon her heart. However, when Xingtian caught sight of the dilapidated temple, and the celestial being headed straight towards it, her laughter faded entirely. The temple appeared to be quite ancient and in disrepair, exuding a rather ominous aura. Yet, the mere presence of this eerie atmosphere did not instill fear in Xingtian. What genuinely terrified her was the multitude of bloodied bones and flesh that nearly carpeted the entrance of the decrepit structure. A row of grim skeletal remains accompanied by gory strips of meat lay scattered, while the severed heads of various unknown creatures were carelessly discarded nearby. There were all sorts, including bears, tigers, and wolves. Numerous rabbit and wild chicken heads also contributed to the grotesque pile, creating a rather horrifying sight. The heavy stench of blood wafted through the air, invading Xingtian's nostrils, causing her stomach to churn and a wave of nausea to rise within her. Even more unsettling was the intermittent flicker of dark red energy emanating from within the temple, presenting an eerie spectacle that suggested some malevolent beast was residing there, preying upon the unwary for its own dark practices. Xingtian swallowed hard and timidly inquired, "Mighty Celestial, are you planning to exorcise demons?" After all, at that moment, this was the only explanation that seemed to justify the Celestial's direct flight towards the perilous temple. However, Chu Xingchen's response nearly left Xingtian breathless. "Huh? Exorcising demons? We have arrived." Chapter 17. Just make a detailed plan. What utter nonsense about righteous sections? Which leader of the righteous path resides amidst a pile of bones? The stench of blood has yet to dissipate. Xingtian felt utterly deceived. None of these cultivators are virtuous. Their words are all lies. It's over. I am to be taken by the evil cultivators for their nefarious practices. At this moment, Chu Xingchen, too, was too perturbed to notice the pale visage of the young woman beside him, for he was feeling quite irate himself. When they left, the landscape was picturesque. The air was fresh. Upon returning home, it resembled a den of demons. At the entrance of the dilapidated temple, after setting the silent Xingtian down, Chu Xingchen bellowed, "What mischief are you two up to?" Within the temple, Li Yingling was the first to dash out, her face alight with excitement as she rushed to embrace her master. "Master, you have finally returned." Before Chu Xingchen could utter a word of inquiry, Li Xingtian emerged from the temple, bloodied and with eyes ablaze, seemingly emanating an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, dragging along the head of a tiger. Upon seeing Chu Xingchen, his first words echoed a similar sentiment, though tinged with a hint of lament. "Master, you have finally returned." Pushing Li Yingling aside, Chu Xingchen pointed to the gruesome tableau of severed animal heads and demanded, "What is the meaning of this?" Li Yingling, understanding the source of her master's ire, quickly deflected responsibility. "This is all due to the reckless training of my junior brother." Standing to one side, trembling yet still clinging to a glimmer of hope, Xingtian felt her heart sink upon hearing those words. Although she was unfamiliar with the world of cultivation, it seemed implausible that a prestigious sect would employ such a gruesome method of training. Turning her gaze towards the gruesome display of severed heads, she couldn't shake the dreadful thought that her own might soon join them. At that moment, Chu Xingchen directed a stern gaze towards Li Xingtian, who was holding up the head of a tiger, questioning him with an intense look. In the face of his master's piercing stare, Li Xingtian silently shifted his gaze toward his senior sister, conflicted about placing the blame upon her. Most of the beasts had indeed been captured by her, and considering the current predicament, the responsibility lay heavier on her shoulders. After all, Li Xingtian had originally intended to find a more secluded spot to bury the remains. But the gruesome sight was simply too shocking, not to mention the unpleasant odor. His senior sister, however, deemed it too troublesome and suggested waiting until they had accumulated a larger quantity before burying them all at once. Li Xingtian believed that his senior sister's cottage, being sheltered from the wind, allowed her to remain oblivious to the stench of blood and decay at night, which was why she had made such a suggestion. Nevertheless, this was a minor issue, and he had acquiesced. Over the past few days, engrossed in his training, he had lost track of the accumulating corpses outside. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he could hardly blame his master for being enraged. Yet, the reality was, as his senior sister had pointed out, the root of the problem stemmed from his own cultivation practices. Thus, Li Xingtian could only bow his head in acceptance of his faults. "Apologies, master. I have become somewhat overly absorbed in my practice recently. I shall attend to it immediately." Li Yingling glanced at Li Xingtian, who was dealing with the bones, and then turned her gaze to the petite Xingtian beside her master. She perceived that Xingtian appeared frail and tiny, her complexion exceedingly pale, with her small hands trembling incessantly. How could she seem even more delicate than the second disciple? "Master, is this your newly accepted disciple?" "No, it is the doing of Qingfeng's sect." Chu Xingchen sighed. then raised his hand to signal Xingtian to follow him into the dilapidated temple. Faced with this invitation, Xingtian dared not comply and timidly replied, I can just stand at the door. At that moment, recognizing her pallor, Chu Xingchen understood that the gruesome scene had frightened her, and he quickly reassured her, Fear not, we are indeed a righteous sect, not practitioners of evil. It is merely that my second disciple needs to solidify his foundation before advancing in his cultivation, and he has been using the blood of wild beasts. Upon hearing this, Xingtian glanced once more at the pile of skulls, noting the absence of human heads, which eased her inner tension slightly as she followed in Chu Xingchen's footsteps into the temple. Inside the dilapidated temple, she found it surprisingly tidy, devoid of the hellish imagery she had imagined. The floor was simply clean, with no accumulation of heads or any bloody scenes. There were only 2 small wooden beds. Simple yet clean. 2 iron pots were present, one large and one small. The large pot contained a simmering pool of crimson blood, while the small pot was spotless. Li Yingling entered closely behind. Since she began practicing that peculiar martial art, both she and Li Xingtian had nearly hunted every conceivable animal in the vicinity. After all, the 10-mile slope was not a place where spiritual veins converged. There were no extraordinary beasts or spiritual creatures, leaving only the most ordinary animals for cultivation. The efficiency was rather low, necessitating a focus on quantity. Master, how is the situation over there? Li Yingling inquired, pouring a cup of water from the kettle on the side table and handing it to her master. Chu Xingchen shook his head slightly. The situation is manageable, but the Qingfeng sect has been somewhat excessive. What do you mean? Li Yingling asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. Chu Xingchen briefly recounted the events concerning Xingtian, along with his own observations from the mining site. After hearing the complete account, Li Yingling nodded calmly. As a young lady of a prominent family, she had heard numerous tales of brutalities that left no survivors. It was even likely that her own family had engaged in such acts. However, this did not imply that Li Yingling condoned such behavior. More often than not, she felt powerless. Being a daughter born out of wedlock, her status in her family was only marginally superior to that of a servant. Otherwise, her father would not have arranged for her to marry a simpleton. Casting a sympathetic glance at the silent and downcast Xingtian, she offered words of comfort. We will do our utmost to assist you. Please do not worry. Xingtian nodded silently, casting a grateful glance at Li Yingling. Thank you, sister. Chu Xingchen refrained from saying much, instead conveying through her gaze that Li Yingling should comfort Xingtian, for such matters are often better understood among women. Upon exiting the dilapidated temple, Chu Xingchen spotted Li Xingtian busy with the task of transporting the remains of wild beasts. Without uttering a word, she approached to lend her assistance. In truth, the bones were not numerous. It was merely the large size of most animals that made the collection appear substantial. With a subtle gesture, Chu Xingchen conjured a flame, reducing the remains to ashes. She then waved her hand, sending the ashes swirling away into the distance. Once the task was completed, Chu Xingchen said little, merely presenting a rudimentary topographical map of the mine she had sketched to Li Xingtian. Is it difficult to rescue someone from the mine? She inquired. Li Xingtian scanned the map and responded, if the master possesses the cultivation of the transformation stage, it is not difficult at all. Chu Xingchen fell into contemplative silence. Clearing his throat, Li Xingtian added, for a nascent soul practitioner, a swift resolution is also possible. As for me, I can only wield the power of an immaculate golden core. He meticulously rolled up the map once more, refraining from further inquiries or hesitations, and earnestly stated, as long as the plan is well conceived and detailed, it should not be particularly challenging. Chapter 18. Who is truly fortunate within the dilapidated temple? Li Xingtian diligently practiced his cultivation. According to his own plan, he needed to swiftly break through to the foundation establishment stage. As indicated by the system prompt, Li Xingtian's current cultivation level was at the 8th layer of qi refinement. He estimated that it would take him approximately 2 more days to achieve his goal. Li Yingling and Xingtian were sipping chicken soup, for at this moment, it was evident that even if Li Yingling were to make a last-minute effort, she could not achieve significant improvement akin to that of the qi refinement stage. Previously, she had been a prodigy in cultivation, but she was not a reincarnated powerhouse. As for Xingtian, she could not even meet the conditions for accepting disciples, suggesting her aptitude was rather lacking. Her efforts would be in vain, and it would be more practical to simply drink more nourishing chicken soup. At present, her cultivation was at the mid-stage of the golden core, and once Li Xingtian established his foundation, she should advance to the late stage of the golden core. Thus, within this sect, the individual who exerted the most effective effort was undoubtedly Li Xingtian. Once he reached the foundation establishment, the sect's strength would undergo a qualitative leap. Moreover, Chu Xingchen had naturally gathered some intelligence regarding Qingfeng's sect. Within the sect, there existed a supreme elder at the nascent soul stage. Even if he caused trouble, it was uncertain whether this supreme elder would intervene. However, having navigated this world for several years, Chu Xingchen understood the importance of preparing for the worst and refraining from harboring overly optimistic expectations regarding his plans. As everything invariably tended to unfold in the unluckiest manner, he specifically reminded Li Xingtian to make arrangements with the worst-case scenario in mind. Additionally, even if they could not save anyone, they must ensure a safe and composed retreat for themselves. After all, saving others is merely a secondary pursuit. Chu Xingchen was not benevolent enough to risk the life of his own disciple for a stranger. However, when it comes to misfortune, Chu Xingchen's gaze settled upon Li Yingling, who was sipping chicken soup. His eldest disciple possessed the attribute of great fortune, yet after spending considerable time with her, he had not observed any remarkable strokes of luck. He had not seen her stumble upon any ancient treasures or the like. Even when venturing out to hunt a wild chicken, it appeared as though she had been beset by misfortune. Could it be that his own bad luck was somehow neutralizing hers? Noticing her master's scrutinizing gaze, Li Yingling set down her bowl and looked at him with confusion. "Yingling, how do you perceive your luck?" Chu Xingchen inquired with a smile. Li Yingling tilted her head slightly, pondering for a moment before replying. "It seems fine, I suppose." Since there was nothing pressing at the moment, he decided to gauge the level of her fine luck. Chu Xingchen retrieved 2 dice cups from his spatial ring. When it comes to luck, nothing is more straightforward than this. He handed one of the cups to Li Yingling. "Would you like to play? A game of chance. I'm not particularly skilled. There shouldn't be any penalties for losing, right?" Li Yingling shook the cup apprehensively, her caution evident. He pulled a half-burned stick from the fire and waved the charred end. "If you lose, you'll have to draw a line." Upon hearing the words, Li Yingling's eyes sparkled with excitement, as she was still in the youthful stage where such activities piqued her interest. However, she cautiously verified the dice cups and dice to ensure her master was not engaging in any dishonesty. The match between master and disciple commenced swiftly. As Li Yingling vigorously shook the dice cup, she murmured quietly, seemingly uttering some incantation. With a decisive motion, she slammed the dice cup onto the dining table before her. Her gaze was sharp as she fixed it on Chu Xingchen, exuding an air of confidence. Chu Xingchen appeared calm and collected on the surface, but internally he was on high alert, for he had indeed refrained from any deceit. After carefully completing the shake of his dice cup, both participants gradually unveiled their results. Li Yingling revealed 3 dice showing 6, 6, and 5. Chu Xingchen, however, unveiled 3 sixes. "Master, did you cheat using spiritual energy?" The incredulity in Li Yingling's expression was palpable in light of this astonishing outcome. "I did not cheat," Chu Xingchen responded, equally astonished that Li Yingling, who possessed a strong luck attribute, had lost to him. Yet, Li Yingling's skeptical gaze lingered. Thus, Chu Xingchen suggested, "Let Xingtian help me shake instead." Xingtian, who had been savoring her soup, set down her bowl and cautiously glanced at the dice cup. I don't know how to play." Without hesitation, Li Yingling handed the dice cup to Xingtian, unwilling to allow her master another turn. "Just give it a casual shake," she urged. Xingtian glanced up at Chu Xingchen and, upon receiving an approving nod from him, casually shook the dice cup before placing it on the table. Li Yingling's confidence surged. As long as her master played fair, her luck would surely turn his face a deep shade of black. Her earlier modest remarks were merely a fade. Since childhood, she had never lost a game associated with luck. Growing up in the courtyard, she had accumulated a fair amount of small silver coins through various games, causing the other privileged children to steer clear whenever they saw her. At this moment, Li Yingling, brimming with confidence, declared, "The previous round doesn't count. This is where it truly begins." Approximately 10 minutes later, a despondent Li Yingling sat in her chair, her face a portrait of despair as she pondered the intricacies of life. For a full 10 minutes, she had not won a single round. Even if she rolled 3 sixes with all her might, Xingtian could casually match her score with a mere shake. Initially, she suspected her master of foul play with the dice cup, but even after switching it, there was no change in fortune. This was the first time she had faced such a dismal defeat. Moreover, from the look in her master's eyes, it appeared he had indeed played fair. Meanwhile, several branches intended for face painting lay discarded on the ground, carelessly tossed aside by Chu Xingchen. Chapter 19. The pill may not necessarily be for us. It must be said that the enhancement of Li Yingtian's physique after refining the 1,000-year bone jade is truly remarkable. Coupled with the cultivation method that aligns more closely with him, his progress in the qi refining stage now rivals that of Li Yingling's, who possesses the innate talent of a cultivator. After several days of intensified training, Li Xingtian has finally reached the moment of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, he sits cross-legged. Before him lies the refined blood food, an unsettlingly viscous, dark red mass. Once he establishes his foundation, the cumbersome task of capturing blood food will no longer be necessary. He will focus on refining his own flesh and blood. Thus, while this technique may seem tedious, it is only in the qi refining realm that it appears burdensome. Chu Xingchen, with a hint of reluctance, extracted all the remaining spirit stones from his spatial ring to construct a simple spirit gathering array for Li Xingtian, ensuring an ample supply of spiritual energy for a successful breakthrough to the foundation establishment realm. This is indeed all the spirit stones he could muster. He feels thoroughly drained by his disciple. It seems inconceivable that there could be any sect in the world poorer than his own. Within the dilapidated temple, Li Yingling stands by a small pot, boiling water, her expression oddly expectant. Xingtian has also donned Li Yingling's attire, a light blue patterned skirt. Though a tad oversized, it is certainly an improvement over the tattered, soiled hemp garments she previously wore. Li Yingling's fastidiousness compelled her to scrub Xingtian thoroughly. The sound of water from the small room echoed from morning until noon, occasionally punctuated by Xingtian's anguished cries, suggesting that Li Yingling was rather vigorous in her efforts. The outcome was remarkable. At the very least, Xingtian no longer resembled a refugee. Dressed in the new attire, she exuded the enchanting charm of a child from the slums adorned in princess garments. However, she found herself somewhat unaccustomed to this outfit, carefully adjusting the sleeves, which were a tad too large for her, in an effort to prevent them from touching the ground. Despite Li Yingling's repeated reassurances that it was inconsequential, Li Xingtian, on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, wore a grave expression as he gazed at Li Yingling and the pot of water that was beginning to boil. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Chu Xingchen and spoke earnestly. "Master, I assure you that I can manage without those pills. Good medicine is often unpleasant to taste." Chu Xingchen positioned the last spiritual stone, and as it settled, dozens of stones began to emit a radiant glow. "Rest assured, I am aware that the flavor of my medicine may not be ideal. This time, however, I've thoroughly researched what flavoring agents can transform the pills into a delightful experience." "Master, are you certain you are referring to the pills and not the remnants of a chicken leg devoured by senior sister?" Chu Xingchen retrieved a modest amount of legitimate spiritual herbs from his spatial ring, enough to barely concoct another batch. "While you may doubt my alchemical skills, you cannot question my culinary prowess, dear disciple." Reflecting upon his master's culinary skills, Li Xingtian found the assertion somewhat convincing. He turned his gaze towards his master, hoping he would deliver on his promises. As he spoke, Li Xingtian observed his master's traditional alchemical techniques. When the verdant liquid began to bubble, he felt his own face turning a similar hue. What transformation was this? However, as the elixir neared its concentrated completion, Chu Xingchen swiftly retrieved honey and pre-cooked flour from his spatial ring, mixing in some peculiar seasonings. After amalgamating the flour with the honey, he carefully immersed the mixture into the potion, allowing it to absorb the liquid. Before long, the flour had absorbed a sufficient amount of the potion, and a rather unappealing green pill materialized in Chu Xingchen's hand. He shook the pill, noting its firmness, devoid of any disintegrating quality. Excellent. This marked a new advancement in alchemy. It was indeed possible to craft flawless pills using a mere pot. With a sense of accomplishment, Chu Xingchen presented the unappetizing green pill to Li Xingtian, urging him to taste it. Gazing at the pill before him, Li Xingtian had to admit that while its solid form made it somewhat more palatable, its vibrant green hue suggested anything but a legitimate medicinal pill. It appeared more akin to a lethal poison. With a quiet sigh, he found himself less concerned about whether it was poisonous and more preoccupied with the pressing question of whether it would be distasteful enough to be utterly unpalatable. Confronted by the encouraging gaze of his master, Li Xingtian steeled his resolve and decisively swallowed the concoction. Simultaneously, he caught a glimpse of his senior sister's scrutinizing stare. As for the flavor of the potion, Li Xingtian could only exclaim, "Damn it." Indeed, alchemy bears no resemblance to culinary arts, especially with the addition of flour. That most formidable ingredient. Perhaps it was the honey's influence, but the flour had lodged itself in his throat, coupled with the abhorrent taste of the potion, if one could even call it a taste. For it was rather a fierce sensation of repulsion emanating from within. It was an ordeal more tormenting than the mere act of swallowing the elixir. It was sheer torture. Li Xingtian strained to clear his throat, a hoarse voice escaping his lips. "Water. Master, I need water. Swiftly." Xingtian presented a cup of water to the struggling Li Xingtian. He gulped down a few mouthfuls, washing away the sticky mass that clung to his throat. After catching his breath, he chose not to elaborate further. Despite the horrendous flavor, the effects of the potion manifested rapidly, and Li Xingtian soon entered a state of cultivation, absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit stones. It appeared that this experimental concoction was less than satisfactory. Was it the flavor that failed to disguise its potency? Chu Xingchen pondered briefly before turning his gaze toward Li Yingling, who wore an expression of relief. Li Yingling promptly shook her head, saying, "Master, perhaps in the future, such delightful remedies should be reserved for my junior brother to test. After all, you are his senior sister." Chu Xingchen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Li Yingling expressed her grievances, saying, "Master, if you do not wish for me to live, you may as well say it outright." The breakthrough for Li Xingtian proceeded rather smoothly. As the radiant glow of the spirit stone began to dim and the sun dipped in the west, the previously exposed spiritual energy of Li Xingtian instantaneously solidified within him. He slightly opened his eyes, his breath subdued, and a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his gaze. The breakthrough was remarkably seamless, devoid of any significant obstacles. The efficacy of his master's elixirs was commendable, perfectly complementing his own cultivation techniques. It was a far more fluid progression than in his previous life during the foundational stage, aptly described as a natural unfolding. Meanwhile, Chu Xingchen, who was grilling meat for his beloved disciple, sensed Li Xingtian's awakening and turned his gaze to inquire, "How do you feel?" Li Xingtian nodded affirmatively. "Very well. I was referring to the elixirs I concocted. They are quite good. However, Master, if it is possible, I would prefer if you did not continue refining them." His expression was earnest as he added, "If it must be done, I believe they could serve well for harsh interrogations, rather than being reserved solely for me and senior sister." Upon hearing this, Li Yingling's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she raised her skewer in agreement, exclaiming, "Yes, I believe second junior brother is right." Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen brought his large hand down upon Li Yingling's small head. Having reached the foundational stage, she was now capable of fasting, yet Li Xingtian still approached to take a skewer and began to eat. He cast a glance at Xingtian before declaring, "Master, we can commence the plan now." Chapter 20. Something is amiss at the mine. In the vicinity of the Qingfeng sect's spiritual mine, the master and disciple lay quietly in wait. Li Yingling cautiously lifted her gaze, observing the situation below, her eyes fixed with concern on her second junior brother. "Master, do you think it's too perilous for him?" she inquired anxiously. "In theory, you are in greater danger than he is," came the reply. At this, Li Yingling cast a puzzled glance at her master. There was certainly a rationale behind Chu Xingchen's words. With the protective talisman Li Xingtian, capable of withstanding attacks from those at the Golden Core stage, still on his person, along with 2 teleportation talismans, it was evident that were trouble to arise, Li Xingtian could escape the fastest. Thus, in terms of danger, it was indeed Li Yingling who faced a slightly greater risk. At that moment, Li Xingtian had seamlessly blended into the mine, disguised as a miner. Just as he had surmised, the core disciples of the Qingfeng sect hardly paid attention to the fluctuations in the number of workers in the mine. Having spent several years mining, Li Xingtian navigated the environment with ease, his disguise proving quite effective. He pushed a cart while scanning the faces of those who passed by, searching for the father of Xingtian. Within the dilapidated temple, Chu Xingchen had sketched a portrait of Xingtian's father based on her description, achieving a level of likeness that had garnered her approval. Thus, as long as Xingtian's father remained alive within this mine, there was no likelihood of encountering someone unknown. Chu Xingchen relaxed slightly. It appeared that the contingency plan would not be required for the time being. Now, They merely needed to await the signal from Li Xingtian. Xingtian, lacking any cultivation, was somewhat of a burden and would require attention. Thus it was more prudent for her to remain in the dilapidated temple. Consequently, only the three of them would participate in this endeavor. Among them, Li Xingtian would serve as the observer, meticulously surveying the mine, while also seeking out Xingtian's father. Chu Xingchen, as the assailant, would ultimately strike directly at the spirit stone warehouse guarded by the golden core, simultaneously drawing everyone's attention to facilitate his disciples' retreat. Li Yingling would act as a backup. Should any unusual circumstances arise, she would step in to provide support. Moreover, if all went exceedingly well, Li Xingtian had devised an ultimate plan to shatter that wretched mine and liberate all those confined within. Although Chu Xingchen was skeptical of this strategy, believing that releasing all these individuals might not be the wisest course of action, given that Qingfeng's sect would inevitably pursue their whereabouts and subsequently interrogate them, Li Xingtian contended that remaining there was tantamount to certain death. Attempting to escape was their only chance at survival. His intention was merely to offer those individuals a glimmer of hope, and besides, those unwilling to flee could simply choose to stay. In response to Li Xingtian's proposal, Chu Xingchen suggested a more direct approach. Once their strength was sufficient, they should obliterate the detestable Qingfeng sect outright. Li Xingtian did not oppose his master's resolution. He hesitated momentarily but ultimately nodded in agreement. Yet, it seemed that Li Xingtian harbored doubts about the feasibility of his own plan. In summary, at present, all plans must await the announcement from Li Xingtian before any actions can commence, allowing for decisions to be made based on the prevailing circumstances. It is quite possible that even Xingtian's father may be untraceable. One cannot help but express disdain for the necessity of transporting this wretched cart to the spirit stone mine. It is a task that Li Xingtian loathes immensely, particularly on this route, which, despite being eroded by the passage of time, still holds memories of far more perilous realms than this. As he treads this path once more, his heart remains tumultuous. At this moment, a singular thought occupies Li Xingtian's mind. After his rebirth, he should have eliminated the Qingfeng sect without delay. The torment inflicted by this accursed mine is no less than that caused by the wretched evil cultivator woman. With his head bowed, Li Xingtian swiftly scanned the miners and stone workers outside, yet he found no trace of Xingtian's father. Most likely, he is laboring within the mine, and Li Xingtian must seek an opportunity to infiltrate. Casting a furtive glance, he discreetly signaled his master. After a brief moment of anticipation, a sharp sound of a sword's cry resonated from afar. The three disciples of the Qingfeng sect, who had been engaged in idle chatter, abruptly turned their attention towards the source of the sword's cry. Two of them hastily rose to rush towards the sound, while the remaining one activated the enormous bell situated at the center of the mine. The resounding clang of the bell swiftly echoed through the air. Numerous miners abruptly halted their activities, their expressionless faces betraying a flicker of anxiety. They were bewildered by the unfolding events, apprehensive that they were not about to witness anything fortuitous. The cacophony rapidly reverberated throughout the valley, and the crowd began to stir, instinctively clustering together, with Li Xingtian decisively integrating himself among them. Shortly thereafter, two disciples of the Qingfeng sect dashed in from the distance. They had been vigilant on the periphery, and upon the sounding of the alarm, they hastened towards the scene. With a keen awareness of their surroundings, they worked to quell the agitated throng. Simultaneously, another disciple of the Qingfeng sect emerged from within the mine, sprinting towards the exit, trailed by a throng of miners. His piercing gaze swept across the panicked assembly, and he barked an authoritative command. "Everyone, return to your designated positions." At the sound of his reprimand, the previously restless crowd swiftly calmed, each individual seeking their appropriate place. Li Xingtian's eyes rapidly scanned the fleeing masses, soon identifying Xingtian's father. At that moment, he appeared almost emaciated. Had it not been for his cultivation of qi, he might have already succumbed. Nonetheless, he had the fortune of survival. Li Xingtian then slightly turned his gaze towards the warehouse, awaiting the emergence of the golden core master within. For he was the pivotal figure in determining the extent to which the plan could be realized. Chapter 21. Transformed into blood and flesh. Before him lay not a narrow vein awaiting excavation, but an expansive ceremonial ground, where several eerie heads dangled from the highest altar. 6 individuals clad in voluminous black robes sat cross-legged at the 6 cardinal points, absorbing the sanguine essence from the surrounding pools of blood. The altar, stained with crimson, bore witness to the countless souls who had perished there. Encircling the altar was an extensive artificial blood pool, facing four extraordinarily peculiar statues, each bearing a distinct expression. Yet all seemed to harbor a sinister glint in their eyes, glaring menacingly at the central altar. The blood pool was littered with corpses, both monstrous and human, their bodies emaciated yet emanating a dark red energy. A narrow path, wide enough for only two to traverse, extended from beneath Li Yingtian's feet directly to the center of the altar, continuing through the altar to the opposite side. His pupils widened in shock as he surveyed the crowd, only to find that everyone appeared utterly unfazed. They seemed to believe they were still meandering through the constricted tunnels of a mine, pressing forward toward the depths. Was this a vast illusion? Could those in the Foundation establishment stage be immune to such sorcery, or was there something that enabled him to withstand this environment? Li Xingtian suppressed his unease, opting to follow the throng for the time being, determined to unravel the true intentions of the Qingfeng sect and comprehend the nature of the entity lurking behind him. His plans were on the verge of being completely upended upon witnessing this scene. Could it be that the essence of the Qingfeng sect was indeed that of a malevolent cult? Li Xingtian lowered his head, cautiously trailing behind the crowd as he slowly passed through the central altar. Beyond the altar, delving deeper, lay the ordinary mining site where everyone grasped their tools, poised to extract resources. At first glance, the site appeared to be a legitimate mine. However, the true nature of the sacrificial ritual remained a mystery. This enigma crystallized in Li Xingtian's mind the moment the first miner wielding a pickaxe commenced their labor. With each swing, a faint, dark red energy wafted upwards from the miner's crown, surging toward the blood pool. All the miners exhibited the same phenomenon, with wisps of dark red energy gradually coalescing into a formidable force. Li Xingtian's gaze fixated on one particular miner, suddenly realizing that this dark red energy seemed to be extracted from their spiritual roots. It was not merely the miner's flesh and spiritual essence that were being consumed. Even the foundational spiritual roots of their cultivation were being eroded. No wonder the miners appeared so emaciated. Laboring daily while being drained of their vitality could hardly leave them in good health. This was an utterly nefarious technique of evil cultivation, unprecedented and with an expansive array of influence. Li Xingtian hesitated to engage in mining, for it was evident that the blood essence provided was contingent upon one's spiritual roots and cultivation level. Should he commence mining himself, risking the depletion of his own cultivation and spiritual roots, he would certainly not merely dissipate as wisps of dark red energy. He would be unmistakably conspicuous, akin to a robust arm amidst the frail figures around him. One must find a way to exit and inform the master. As for Ning Qianqian's father, according to the master's instructions, the foremost principle when circumstances are uncertain is to prioritize one's own safety. One can only wish him well and hope for his safety. Li Xingtian was able to discern that the 6 figures cloaked in black possessed foundational cultivation levels. Should the necklace prove to be reliable, breaking through might indeed be a prudent course of action, especially considering his considerable confidence. On the day Li Xingtian successfully established his foundation, the master gifted him a remarkably compatible technique, one of exceptional quality, as if it had been meticulously prepared, awaiting his foundational achievement. This led Li Xingtian, who fancied himself to have unraveled some of the master's mysteries, to feel as though the master had become even more enigmatic. These matters, however, are not the crux of the issue. Regarding his benefactor, as long as the master has not truly wronged him, unlike the Qingfeng sect, Li Xingtian would remain within the sect, eager to repay the debt of gratitude. Yet, through these interactions, this small sect, consisting of only 3 individuals, has enveloped Li Xingtian in an overwhelming sense of warmth. Although the senior sister may exhibit a touch of mischief, she treats him, her junior, with the affection one would show a family member. It is indeed true that she diligently captures beasts for his cultivation and encourages him to train earnestly. Even though her gaze sometimes seems to harbor disdain, her actions are filled with genuine care. As for the master, while he may occasionally appear frivolous and immature, his essence remains profound. However, the master possesses an extraordinarily unique charisma that seems somewhat out of place in this world of cultivation, yet it effortlessly inspires trust. Apart from the dubious alchemical techniques he appears to have acquired from an unknown source, his own abilities are undeniably commendable. From the very moment they met, He willingly relinquished the opportunities that were rightfully his. As time progressed, it became apparent that rather than contributing anything substantial, it was the master who selflessly devoted himself. Initially, one might attribute this to the debt of gratitude for saving his life, rendering it difficult to oppose the goodwill of his benefactor. Yet, after spending time together, Li Xingtian found himself willingly embracing this small, familial sect. From cultivation techniques to divine powers, he regarded all of this as a precious treasure. However, the exceptional quality of these abilities also implied a considerable challenge in mastering them. After all, not everyone possesses the extraordinary aptitude of the senior sister. Nevertheless, with a slight application of authority, combined with the divine abilities from his past life, his combat prowess should still be quite formidable. He certainly did not believe that the 6 figures in black robes before him possessed any divine powers either. After ensuring the surroundings were secure with a sweeping gaze, Li Xingtian adhered to his usual approach: strike first and revel in the moment, for those who delay will suffer the consequences. With determination, he gripped the pickaxe tightly and turned to stride purposefully back towards the sacrificial altar. Chapter 22. Who is the true evil cultivator? Master, has the second junior brother been inside for too long? Li Yingling cast a worried glance at Chu Xingchen. Ever since Li Xingtian signaled and infiltrated the mine, there had been no further news. Let us wait a little longer, Chu Xingchen replied, furrowing his brow. With the teleportation talisman in his possession, Li Xingtian should be fine even if he faced difficulties. Perhaps, if the situation was dire, he might have used the talisman to escape. With her concerns addressed, Li Yingling sighed deeply, choosing to heed her master's advice and remain patient. However, 10 minutes later, a violent explosion reverberated through the mine, followed by an overwhelming surge of sinister spiritual energy erupting from within. There was no need for Li Yingling to voice her thoughts. Li Xingtian, anticipating the golden core elder within the spirit stone repository, a middle-aged man, had emerged from the chamber. Regardless of the circumstances inside, Chu Xingchen knew he had to confront the golden core elder first. Resolutely, Chu Xingchen retrieved a spirit sword from his spatial ring. Before he advanced, he handed a teleportation talisman to Li Yingling. If you encounter danger, use this decisively, then find a safe place to hide until I come for you. What is this? Li Yingling inquired, gazing down at the talisman adorned with golden patterns. It's a random teleportation talisman. Infuse it with spiritual energy to activate it. But do not use it out of curiosity, Chu Xingchen cautioned, donning a mask once more. Above all, remain calm and prioritize your safety. What should I do now? Following Li Xingtian's plan, I shall attempt to assist him while ensuring my own safety. Particularly when confronted with those beyond my capabilities, I must not hesitate to retreat. Li Xingtian possesses a talisman as well. There is no need to worry about him. Subsequently, Li Yingling witnessed the silhouette of Chu Xingchen vanish in an instant, transforming into a streak of radiant light. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen unleashed his most formidable technique, the divine ability acquired by Li Yingling upon entering the realm. The 3,000-week water swords coiled around him, their sword energy resembling water dragons entwining the blades. Chu Xingchen aimed toward the elder returning to the source mine, delivering a decisive strike. The divine ability, though newly learned, was nonetheless potent, and combined with Chu Xingchen's masterful evasion techniques, it became a surprise attack. The elder, anxious to provide aid, recognized that the plan had reached a critical juncture, a moment of utmost importance for the Qingfeng sect. Failure at this moment was inconceivable. He had already shattered the emergency jade talisman. A brief delay would suffice, as other elders of the Qingfeng sect would soon arrive to assist. However, the formations and rituals laid within could not falter. His heart raced with urgency. Faced with the sudden lethal strike from Chu Xingchen, the elder, upon glancing sideways, realized there was no time for resistance. He could only summon the essence of his golden elixir to erect a barrier. Yet, it seemed even that brief defense was unattainable. The sword strike tore through the fabric of time and space in an instant, bringing with it an overwhelming aura of death. The elder's gaze fell upon the swordsman, clad in tattered garments, a sinister mask obscuring his features, revealing eyes devoid of joy or sorrow. No longer able to evade, the elder was compelled to forcefully turn his head, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike aimed at his neck. However, he could not escape the thrust of the long sword that pierced his heart, as an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, akin to a torrential flood, wreaked havoc within him. In a single blow, Half of his body, along with his heart, was obliterated into a mist of blood. Yet, the elder seized this moment of weakness to break free from the range of attack, hastily retreating. Chu Xingchen did not pursue. Instead, he halted, his gaze fixed intently on the elder before him. A golden core cultivator should not survive the shattering of their heart. Yet, this elder appeared, surprisingly unscathed, exhibiting a peculiar resilience. He decided to consult the system for further clarification. Mo Chun, level, mid-golden core, blue trait, acquired demonic body, white trait, tough skin, white trait, cunning, black trait, heart demon infestation, an acquired demonic body? Chu Xingchen furrowed his brows. This suggested that there were deeper secrets within the Qingfeng sect. The elder stood resolutely, a hint of relief crossing his face as a sudden eruption of dark red spiritual energy surged within him, rapidly consuming the unsuspecting qi refining miners at the second and third levels. He swiftly absorbed their life force, transforming it into energy to restore the half of his body that had been devastated by the earlier strike. The attack had breached the protective barrier of his golden core, and the sword technique he had faced was undeniably a manifestation of divine prowess. The disparity between cultivators who wield divine abilities and those who do not is insurmountable. Especially since this individual's cultivation should surpass his own, the immediate task at hand is to buy time, awaiting the return of other elders within the sect. Mo Chun promptly spoke. Friend, is there a misunderstanding? This is the mining site of the Qingfeng sect. Chu Xingchen replied with an unwavering tone. This is the mining site of the evil cultivation sect, and it is my righteous duty to uphold justice. Hearing this response, Mo Chun breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could exchange a few words, he could delay the situation. This fool, regardless of how advanced he might be in the late golden core stage, or how formidable his abilities, the sect's nascent soul elders would soon arrive. Mo Chun quickly clasped his hands in salute. My Qingfeng sect is a righteous cultivation sect certified by the Southern Danzhou Immortal Alliance. How can it be labeled as an evil cultivation sect? Upon witnessing Mo Chun's respectful gesture, Chu Xingchen felt a surge of joy. Indeed, the villain often meets his demise through excessive dialogue. What kind of mind would presume that he could continue to engage in pointless conversation? If striking at the body is ineffective, then targeting the mind will suffice. However, Chu Xingchen opened his mouth to speak, his sword never ceasing its motion, his figure darting forward as if in an instant he stood before Mo Chun, the sword energy entwining around the spirit, sword like flowing water. Without hesitation, he struck down towards Mo Chun's head. Chapter 23. The clarity of thought in response to the elder's furious rebuke, Chu Xingchen unleashed an even more ferocious display of power. A sword intent, cascading like a waterfall, surged toward the elder with the force of a tsunami. The situation of the second disciple appeared dire. It was evident that all was not well. From any perspective, time was not on their side. After all, the disciple was merely at the foundation establishment stage. And even with the life-saving talismans, the situation was far from secure. Swift resolution was indeed the prudent strategy. Mo Chun felt a surge of panic, sensing that all his vital energy had been locked onto. Confronted by that impending sword strike, he perceived the ominous signs of death flashing above him. Master, wait. Spare him a life. Li Xingtian suddenly interjected at the entrance of the mine. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Xingchen ultimately tempered his force. At the critical juncture, the sword energy slightly diverted, avoiding the decapitation of the elder, whose face was a mask of terror. Seeing his master relent, Li Xingtian breathed a sigh of relief and immediately darted forward. He rushed toward the elder, and a surge of crimson spiritual energy erupted from his hands, forcefully restraining the elder's head. Though Chu Xingchen's strike did not claim the elder's life, its potency was undeniable, leaving the elder to endure its full brunt. Severely injured and unable to muster even the strength to raise his hand, Elder Mo Chun could do nothing but submit to Li Xingtian's grasp upon his head. Subsequently, the elder was astounded to discover that the vital essence within his body was being fervently siphoned by that brash young lad in the foundation establishment stage. The notion of a foundation establishment practitioner extracting vital energy was unheard of. Although the elder's grave injuries contributed to this phenomenon, he clearly sensed that it was, in fact, a suppression stemming from the cultivation technique employed by the youth. This lad's practice of dark arts was even more sinister than that of his own lineage. It was an arcane ability that could draw upon the energies of even the malevolent practitioners. Chu Xingchen observed as his disciple began to absorb the elder's vital essence in a manner reminiscent of a dark cultivator. Both individuals were enveloped in a swirling crimson aura. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is happening?" Li Xingtian could only slightly turn his head to glance at his master and explained, "There exists a dark ritual array here. They previously consumed the vital energies of miners to cultivate their malevolent arts." Tightly gripping his sword, Chu Xingchen glared at Li Xingtian and retorted, "I am inquiring about you. What is this situation?" "Me." Li Xingtian was momentarily taken aback, then lowered his gaze to see the abundant vital energy coursing within him, and suddenly realized, "I am fine. It seems your technique can interact with those blood pools." As he spoke, Li Xingtian's expression grew somewhat peculiar. After all, he had never heard of a righteous sect's cultivation technique being able to interact with the arrays of dark practitioners. Moreover, the technique he was currently practicing appeared to take precedence over those of the malevolent sections. Will I become a harbinger of death and destruction with my every move? However, time is of the essence, and now is not the moment for inquiries. Chu Xingchen hastily interjected, "As long as you are unharmed, that is sufficient. Reinforcements are likely approaching." "What is the situation?" Li Xingtian swiftly sensed the spiritual energy within him surging to fullness, his cultivation rapidly ascending in tandem with the flow of his techniques. He promptly replied, "I just saw my senior sister enter the mine. All the Foundation establishment cultivators inside have been eliminated by me. She should be safe and sound. Master, you must retrieve the items from the warehouse and leave immediately. I will handle this adversary." Chu Xingchen nodded slightly, then surged toward the warehouse. The remaining Foundation establishment disciples of the Qingfeng sect had already fled when their elder was felled by a single strike. At this moment, no one impeded Chu Xingchen's passage as he forcefully kicked open the warehouse door. However, the sight that met his eyes momentarily stunned him. Within the warehouse, the quantity of spirit stones was considerable, yet a formation harnessed the blood energy from the mine to nourish these stones. The spirit stones before him were no longer the usual pale blue, glowing with spiritual essence. Instead, they were a faint crimson, reeking of blood. Surely, if these spirit stones were taken out, would they not be instantly deemed tainted by the forces of evil? Why would these individuals degrade such valuable spirit stones? Nevertheless, there was no time to ponder such matters. With the resolve of having come this far, he pressed onward. Chu Xingchen hastily stuffed all the spirit stones before him into his spatial ring. The ring space quickly became filled to the brim, leaving only a few trivial spirit stones remaining. After casually picking up a couple of stones to tuck into his pocket, he refrained from further greed. Upon exiting, he found Li Xingtian had already dealt with Elder Machen. The elder now resembled a desiccated corpse, mere skin enveloping bone. Chu Xingchen observed that Li Xingtian had progressed to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, matching the pace of Li Yingling. Li Xingtian was now preparing his initial plan, setting up the most rudimentary teleportation array, so simple that the destination remained uncertain, as did the distance of the teleportation. Chu Xingchen tossed a few blood-red spirit stones from his spatial ring to Li Xingtian, ensuring the array would be powered with spiritual energy. At that moment, Li Yingling emerged from the mine, dragging a person behind her. She donned a ghostly mask, and in her grasp was Ning Qianqian's father, Ning Kuan. As Li Yingling stepped forth, a number of miners followed closely from the mine behind them. You all must have seen it. Remaining here is tantamount to certain death. Merely a matter of time. Li Xingtian continued his work. I have now drawn a teleportation array. Its range and destination are indeterminate. There is a high likelihood that you will still be captured by the Qingfeng sect. Chapter 24. A long-term strategy, the mine. Despite the hurried efforts of the Qingfeng sect's disciples, they ultimately arrived a step too late. By the time the group of Golden Dan elders, led by Shangwan Hong, reached the mine, it was nearly deserted. The 5 Golden Dan elders hovered above the mine, their consciousness rapidly expanding to scan the area. It became evident that Li Xingtian's assertion regarding the instability of the teleportation array was indeed accurate. It was exceedingly unstable. As their divine senses swept the vicinity, they detected several miners still within their range. One elder quickly exclaimed, "There are still miners in the vicinity who have not managed to escape. You go after them. I will search here myself." Shangwan Hong's gaze was lowered, his tone calm. All right. The other elders understood that for Shangwan Hong, this was his sole opportunity to break through to the nascent soul stage. He may appear composed outwardly, but internally, he was likely engulfed in a tempest of rage. He was the least inclined to see any mishap occur here, and perhaps entrusting the situation to Shang Wanhong was indeed the wisest decision. As Shang Wanhong descended, the first thing he beheld upon stepping onto the mine's ground was the elder Imo Chun, drained to a husk. He slowly extended his hand, carefully examining Imo Chun's condition. Before long, he swiftly concluded that Imo Chun had been completely drained by someone while still alive. His vital essence siphoned away without any chance of resistance. Only an evil cultivator of at least late Golden Dan caliber could achieve such a feat useless. Suppressing the fury that simmered within him, Shang Wanhong refrained from reducing the lifeless corpse to mere ashes. After all, relying on his sect at this juncture necessitated a certain decorum. He inhaled deeply, harboring a final glimmer of hope as he ventured into the depths of the mine. At this moment, he could only wish that all remained well within, that the formations painstakingly crafted over the years still stood resolute, and that the blood pool still harbored its vital essence. These elements constituted his greatest reliance for breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Time was no longer on his side. Shang Wanhong's innate talent was hardly remarkable, and the arduous ascent to the esteemed position of elder within the Qingfeng sect had cost him an immense amount of effort. He had endured countless disdainful glances and suffered numerous humiliations. Now, to be brought to this impasse, how could he accept it? In truth, he did not need to step fully into the mine to grasp the dire reality. A mere sweep of his divine sense revealed the devastation that lay within. Yet, he stubbornly pressed onward. The once abundant blood food pool lay desiccated, and even the meticulously crafted formations had suffered the indignity of being shattered. With his gaze cast downward, Shang Wanhong observed the scene before him as if stepping into a fleeting dream. Just a little more, just a fraction more he would have accepted even the lowest grade nascent soul. Shang Wanhong was unaware of how long he had lingered in this state of despair. It was only when the other 4 elders returned with the 6 miners that the sounds of their arrival roused him from his reverie. An elder's gaze swept across the sacrificial altar before him, and he let out a silent sigh. He then cast the 6 captured miners at his feet, stating, "These are all we could seize for now." Shang Wanhong's crimson eyes suddenly lifted, resembling a beast that devours souls. The miners, unable to withstand the oppressive aura of the golden core, nor the terrifying gaze that pierced their very being, stammered, I will tell you." However, Shang Wanhong paid them no heed, immediately seizing one of the miners and commencing the soul-searching technique. One elder, witnessing this, was about to speak, but was interrupted by another elder's shake of the head. The soul-searching technique not only inflicted immense damage upon the victim's soul, but also imposed a heavy burden on the practitioner. Undeterred by his own condition, Shang Wanhong proceeded to extract the souls of all 6 miners. As he completed the last extraction, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. A malevolent practitioner, one capable of manipulating the waters of the blood food pool. Shang Wanhong gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, adding, "There is also a masked man and woman. The man possesses at least late-stage golden core cultivation and wields a formidable ability. His methods do not appear to resemble those of a malevolent practitioner, yet it cannot be ruled out as mere sleight of hand." Shang Wanhong then took out a brush and swiftly sketched the only face that had emerged from the miners' minds, depicting a middle-aged man with a beard and a vacant expression. When Li Xingtian infiltrated the mine, he had long since prepared to conceal his identity with a disguise. They acted swiftly and with clear intent. Shang Wanhong added that this visage may not necessarily reflect their true appearance. Late-stage golden core, and possessing supernatural abilities? One elder furrowed his brow and remarked that with the primordial infant ancestor currently in seclusion, the Qingfeng sect lacks any extraordinary capabilities. Even if they were to locate them, they might not be able to contend with them. Moreover, they have 3 individuals. If the other 2 are also at the golden core stage and possess supernatural abilities, it would be challenging for us 5 to confront them. According to your soul searching, they might merely be heretical cultivators, likely seeking some petty advantage, not genuinely intent on our annihilation. Making a grand show of it would be unwise, as we too have our secrets to keep. Shang Wanhong's crimson eyes suddenly fixed upon the speaking elder. After a prolonged silence, Shang Wanhong slowly articulated, "You are correct, but our endeavors must not cease here. The damage to this array's foundation is not severe and can be easily repaired. As for those blood offerings, seize them fiercely. From this moment on, we 5 elders shall guard this place, summoning the sect's disciples to construct the great array. Not only must they master their supernatural powers, but they must also ensure that there is no escape for them. In response to Shang Wanhong's proposal, the other 4 elders fell into silence. Previously, when engaging in minor schemes, caution was essential to remain inconspicuous, yet they were still caught by other heretical cultivators who seized the initiative. Now, to make a grand display of capturing individuals would inevitably lead to exposure. They merely wished to leverage Shang Wanhong's strategy to aid their own cultivation, harboring hopes of ascending to the realm of Yuaning. However, they do not intend to wager their lives and reputations in this endeavor. Unlike the aging Shang Wanhong, they possess the advantage of longevity. Yet, in the face of Shang Wanhong's evident fury, their silence serves as the most profound rebuttal. Brother Pei, have you perhaps forgotten that I once saved your life? Brother Zhao, your innate spiritual roots are inferior to mine. Is becoming an elder at the initial stage of Golden Core truly your ultimate aspiration? On the path of the Great Tao, do you not yearn to advance further? Brother Li, my youngest daughter. Brother Wang. Shang Wanhong cast a sweeping glance over the 4 elders, a smile playing upon his lips that was neither genuine nor entirely mocking. Do you truly believe that halting now will ensure your safety? Little do you realize that the path of cultivation is fraught with life and death struggles. Only by progressing further, when the midnight dreams beckon, can one find solace from fear. Elder Li could no longer contain himself and spoke first. From this moment forth, these matters must be meticulously planned and considered in the long term. Chapter 25. The escape. The subsequent fate of the mining site is no longer of concern to the elusive Chu Xingchen. Day and night, he has hastened back to the dilapidated temple with his disciples. At this moment, Xingtian, who is inside the temple, hears the commotion and hastily steps outside. Upon seeing 4 figures, her gaze is particularly drawn to the man being carried on Li Xingtian's back. Despite Ning Kuan's tattered clothing and gaunt appearance, Xingtian recognizes her long-yearned father at first sight. She promptly kneels before Chu Xingchen, tears streaming down her face as she exclaims, "Thank you, great immortal. Thank you, great immortal." Li Xingtian gently lowers the man he has been carrying in front of Xingtian. Ning Kuan lies in a state of unconsciousness, having been intentionally rendered so by Chu Xingchen, who had no time to explain during their hurried escape. Chu Xingchen raises his hand, casting a spell to awaken Ning Kuan. With a soft cough, Ning Kuan slowly opens his eyes, the first sight greeting him being his daughter's tear-streaked face. Upon noticing that Ning Kuan has awakened, Chu Xingchen promptly interjects, "I do not have the time to indulge in your emotional reunion." This statement halts the many words that Xingtian and Ning Kuan wished to express, drawing their gazes toward Chu Xingchen. "I do not expect any gratitude from you. Consider this a good deed on my part. Just remember, if ever you find yourselves captured by the Qingfeng sect, do not betray me." As Chu Xingchen spoke, he retrieved a water flask, provisions, and a handful of scattered silver coins from his spatial ring. "You possess the cultivation of the 2nd layer of qi refining. If you proceed eastward, you will encounter civilization. With these supplies and coins, you will be well equipped to sustain your journey and carve out a life for yourselves. However, it is prudent to travel further for safety's sake. Let us consider this the conclusion of my rescue efforts. There is no need for further words. Take these items and depart at once. You and your father may converse along the way." Xingtian understood Chu Xingchen's intent. Once the dust settled, it was likely that the Qingfeng sect would seek vengeance. Chu Xingchen could not possibly watch over her and her father for eternity. Yet she was profoundly grateful for the rescue of her father. She bowed 3 times to Chu Xingchen before assisting her father, who was still in a state of confusion. "Rest assured, benefactor, even in death, Xingtian will not utter a single word more." Chu Xingchen turned away, his silence serving as a dismissal. "Father, let us go," Xingtian whispered. "We can discuss matters on the road." Ning Kuan hesitated, then abruptly bowed to Chu Xingchen before rising to depart alongside Xingtian. As they moved farther away, Chu Xingchen suddenly turned to face his eldest and 2nd disciples. "Let us go. We must relocate. This place is no longer safe." Li Yingling was not particularly surprised by his master's command. To speak candidly, from the moment she beheld her master bringing back Xingtian, she comprehended that once the task was accomplished, her master would undoubtedly relocate the entire sect. It must be acknowledged that the modest size of the sect has its advantages. With 3 individuals shouldering their burdens, they could constitute a sect themselves. They could traverse to the ends of the earth. Her gaze lingered momentarily on the quaint wooden cabin she had just crafted and the freshly excavated foundation pit. One had been built in vain. The other had been dug in vain. With a slight sigh, Li Yingling made her way towards the cabin, commencing the packing of her belongings. Li Xingtian remained rooted in place, with little to claim as his own, having brought nothing upon his arrival. Chu Xingchen shot him an exasperated glare, asserting, "If you have nothing to take, then assist your master with the packing. Ensure that not a single pot or dish is left behind." Those were procured at considerable expense. "Yes," Li Xingtian replied, promptly adhering to his master's command and entering the dilapidated temple to gather the pots and dishes within. Meanwhile, Chu Xingchen began to swiftly leave behind traces of his presence. His previous residency here was merely a means to evade the wrath of the minister of the Xuanwu kingdom. Now that the minister posed no threat, there was little to fear, as he could hardly summon a formidable Yuanying expert below the Yuanying level. With the prowess cultivated through Li Yingling's arduous training and the flawless golden core, it was not an exaggeration to declare himself invincible among those beneath the Yuanying realm. Currently, the Qingfeng sect remained a potential threat, as one could only dread the prospect of the Yuanying ancestor of the Qingfeng sect pursuing him relentlessly. Although Chu Xingchen is confident in his ability to escape the pursuit of the Yuanying from the Qingfeng sect, he cannot guarantee the safety of his disciple with absolute certainty. It is prudent to take precautions and not to harbor a sense of luck when danger is apparent. After all, when Chu Xingchen decided to undertake this venture, he had already resolved to flee once it was accomplished. He had long grown uncomfortable residing in this dilapidated temple, primarily due to its inconvenient location and the somewhat depleted spiritual energy. Chu Xingchen had no intention of establishing a proper sect here. It was merely a temporary refuge. Given the desolation of the area, the arrival of Li Xingtian was akin to a windfall. He could not simply remain in place, waiting for the next hapless rabbit to stumble into his trap. Thus, when he brought Xingtian back to the ruined temple, he had already formed a plan. After all, the information regarding his sect was fabricated. Even if Xingtian were captured, the Qingfeng sect might not persist in their investigation under the pretense of the imposing Zhongzhou sect. Why not exchange a dilapidated temple's location for a substantial sum of spirit stones? Li Yingling, carrying minimal belongings, approached with a small bundle. "Master, where are we going this time?" Chu Xingchen, having obscured their trail, turned his gaze to Li Yingling and asked, "Where would you like to go?" Chapter 26. Style. The landlord pushed open the door. In this area, properties are costly, and it is customary to hire women to clean the premises periodically. This service is inexpensive, yet tenants are always greeted by a refreshingly tidy abode upon arrival. A dwelling covered in dust and cobwebs would undoubtedly prompt a negotiation on the rent. In these times, many struggle to afford meals, and for just a few coins, one can easily find numerous individuals willing to undertake such tasks. The courtyard in front of the Sihuan features a small garden, adorned with a stone table and chairs beneath a tree. The yard is meticulously maintained, devoid of fallen leaves or weeds. We routinely engage cleaners to ensure the place remains presentable. The landlord gestured for them to enter and explore. Li Yingling stepped inside first, her gaze sweeping the surroundings. While it may not rival the grandeur of her own home, it far exceeds the dilapidation of a broken temple. At the very least, it is clean and orderly, sparing her the trouble of mending drafty doors. Approaching the stone table, she ran her hand across its surface, lifting it to confirm the absence of dust. She casually selected the right side room, opening the door to discover it was also well kept. However, the bed lacked a mattress and blankets, though a desk and chair were present. Chu Xingchen also ventured into the courtyard, surveying the area before inquiring of Li Xingtian by his side. "What do you think? As long as my master deems it acceptable, that suffices." Li Xingtian truly held no particular preference regarding accommodations. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to sleep behind a dilapidated temple. Upon hearing the words, the young man was momentarily taken aback. "Master?" The relationship among this group seemed to be more complex than he had initially surmised. "Master, this place is truly remarkable." Li Yingling emerged from the side room, her expression indicating profound satisfaction with the residence. The young man quickly chimed in with praise. "Indeed, in all of Yuzhou, this location and house are unparalleled." Seeing the contented demeanor of his eldest disciple, Chu Xingchen decisively produced 20 taels of silver. "Let us secure a 6-month lease. You can complete the paperwork and hand it to me afterward." The young man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly accepted the silver, promptly presenting the key to the entrance with great reverence to Chu Xingchen. "Here you are, this is the key." The rental agreement will be delivered to you tonight." After receiving the key, the young man discreetly withdrew. Li Xingtian, observing his master's acquisition, promptly turned to carry the items from behind him into the house, placing the pots and pans in their designated spots. "Master, what brings you to Yuzhou City?" Li Yingling inquired with curiosity, having initially believed her master would lead her to a mountain retreat. Her insightful question was met with appreciation, as Chu Xingchen had his own compelling reasons for coming to Yuzhou City. "An excellent question. I shall explain everything to you tonight. For now, let us assess what we might need. You should venture into the market to procure some essentials, as we may be residing here for a while." Chu Xingchen, while speaking, untied the silver pouch at his waist and tossed it towards Li Yingling. "All right, master," Li Yingling exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he caught the pouch. "Junior brother, come quickly, let us venture into the marketplace." Just then, Li Xingtian emerged from the side room after placing down his bundle, but his gaze instinctively gravitated towards his master first. Chu Xingchen nodded and said, "Go ahead, accompany your senior sister and procure some necessities." "Yes, master." Li Xingtian replied affirmatively. Consequently, Li Yingling hurriedly took his junior brother out for shopping. It seemed that Li Yingling anticipated a substantial purchase, as he instructed Li Xingtian to don the bundle he had just removed, as their footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Chu Xingchen first secured the outer door before subtly setting up concealed formations in several discrete locations. The efficacy of these formations was limited. They merely served to alert the spellcaster of anyone entering the designated area, allowing for a momentary glimpse through the use of spiritual consciousness. Thus, there was no need for spirit stones to power them. Chu Xingchen left behind a few threads of his own spiritual energy to ensure he had enough upon his return. Once everything was in place, Chu Xingchen's figure abruptly vanished from the center of the courtyard. When one speaks of the finest places in Yuzhou City, the resplendent mansion courtyard undoubtedly comes to mind, where the maidens are as vibrant as spring itself. Gentle breezes and fine rains, a poetic ambience, all are present. Yet, if one were to ponder the venue of the highest refinement, one must speak of the Zhuyuting. Although the spring courtyard offers a plethora of options, ranging from opulent to modest, indulging in those easily accessible pleasures lacks sophistication. After all, what can be resolved with money is merely superficial for the affluent science. Spending is hardly a challenge. In stark contrast, the Bamboo Jade Pavilion maintains an entirely different atmosphere, where even the servants who serve tea and water are untouchable and immune to rebuke. Not to mention the esteemed courtesans responsible for music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, each exhibiting an air of aloofness and pride. Even the offer of 1,000 taels of gold may not guarantee a mere glance, and the desire to catch a glimpse through sheer veils is futile. Those fortunate enough to have encountered the courtesans of Bamboo Jade Pavilion without their veils covering their faces are exceedingly rare. Yet, every individual who has had the privilege to behold them describes these courtesans as ethereal beauties. Moreover, the influence behind Bamboo Jade Pavilion appears to be immensely formidable. To this day, no one in Yuzhou City has succeeded in compelling its courtesans to meet those they wish to avoid. Thus, this unattainable pinnacle of refinement represents the ultimate aspiration for men. Anyone fortunate enough to witness the visage of a courtesan beneath her veil could boast of their experience throughout the entirety of Yuzhou City. Strictly speaking, Bamboo Jade Pavilion is divided into two sections. The first section is where patrons are entertained and songs are performed, while the latter, housing the esteemed courtesans, is referred to as the White Jade Pavilion. Chapter 27. Confiding in the zither, Yaoqin did not respond immediately. She embraced the zither and gracefully entered the room, placing the instrument upon the table. Once seated, she finally spoke. "It has been quite some time. I thought you had perished." Chu Xingchen picked up an unused cup nearby, poured tea for Yaoqin, and presented it to her. Just as he was about to offer an explanation, Yaoqin interjected, "It seems I have forgotten. To put it in your own words, a calamity such as you is destined to endure for a millennium. It is not so easily extinguished." At this remark, the respectful attendant, Xiaoling, could not suppress a laugh. However, as Yaoqin cast her gaze upon her, she quickly stifled it. Yaoqin gestured for the maid to exit. "You may leave now." Xiaoling hesitated, lifting her gaze to her mistress. It was absurd how easily her clever mistress was ensnared by this young man. If she were to depart without offering a warning, it was likely her mistress would once again fall prey to his deceit. It was indeed peculiar. Despite her mistress's intelligence, She appeared almost foolish in the presence of this lad. Reluctantly, Xiaoling spoke softly, "Mistress." Yao Qin remained silent, her gaze unwavering, merely gesturing once more for her to leave. With a quiet sigh, Xiaoling thought to herself that if she did not take heed, her mistress might well become angered. Despite her myriad of frustrations, she ultimately complied and exited the room. With Xiaoling's departure, only Yao Qin, veiled, and Chu Xingchen remained in the chamber. Yao Qin did not lift her gaze, her eyes cast downward upon the guqin resting on the table, delicately adjusting its strings. "Now that you have summoned me, what business do you have?" Chu Xingchen sighed, his tone tinged with a hint of indignation. "Why must you speak so coldly, Miss Yao Qin? It feels as though every time I seek you out, it is merely to impose upon you." "Coldly? Who has been calling me Miss Yao Qin since you entered?" Yao Qin replied, her head still bowed, her voice growing even more frigid. "When have you ever approached me without requesting assistance?" This statement caused Chu Xingchen to pause momentarily, and upon reflection, he realized that Yao Qin's assertion held truth. He had indeed sought her out each time with a request in mind. Moreover, he had not reciprocated her kindness in any meaningful way. It dawned on him that he had frequently taken advantage of her goodwill. Even this visit was prompted by a genuine need for her help. Yao Qin waited expectantly, yet Chu Xingchen remained silent, prompting her to inquire, "What? Are you at a loss for words?" After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xingchen understood the need for a more tactful approach, lest he find himself barred from her door in the future. He lifted his gaze to meet Yao Qin's. "I wish to confide my thoughts to you." Yao Qin, taken aback by his words, pressed her hands firmly against the strings, her voice icy as she demanded, "What is it you wish to say?" Faced with her frigid demeanor, Chu Xingchen felt a pang of sorrow for her coldness. He sighed again, murmuring, "I wish to confide my thoughts to you." Few truly appreciate the music. When the strings break, who is left to listen? The elegance of the bamboo and jade courtyard lies not merely in its expenditure, but in the artistry and refinement that defines its essence. A way with words, coupled with an air of sophistication, enhances the likelihood of success. Moreover, possessing striking good looks significantly elevates one's chances. Chu Xingchen, relying on his own wit and humor, draws inspiration from the ancient poetry of a previous life. With a casual flourish, he recites several exquisite verses, effortlessly captivating the proud courtesans around him. At least, this is the case with Yao Qin, though he has yet to even touch her hand. This time, by invoking Yao Qin's name, he hopes to convey his sincerity. Chu Xingchen is quite confident that Yao Qin will be deeply moved. However, reality seems to tell a different tale. Instead of the shy voice of Yao Qin greeting him, he is met with a fierce wave of sound. Yao Qin raises her hand, unleashing a powerful sonic wave. The sharpness of the sound grazes his ears, awakening him from his reverie as he hastily rubs his ears. "Scoundrel!" Yao Qin exclaims angrily. "Do you think that after a few encounters, you can toy with me? Wait. How have I been a scoundrel? I haven't even touched your hand. Isn't that a bit unjust?" At his words, Yao Qin swiftly retracts her hand from the table, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Xingchen. "Consider me mistaken," he sighs, realizing he should have approached the matter more formally. He retrieves a blood essence spirit stone from his spatial ring and places it on the table. Yao Qin's gaze was fixed intently upon the blood essence spirit stone. After scrutinizing it for a moment, her eyes suddenly darted towards Chu Xingchen, her spiritual sense swiftly sweeping across him, only to discover that her probing could not penetrate his protective aura. "Have you attained the golden core?" Yao Qin's brows furrowed slightly. Leaning back in his chair, Chu Xingchen replied, "Indeed, did I startle you?" Yao Qin was well aware of Chu Xingchen's extraordinary talents. After all, he was indeed a prodigy. Having consumed so much of her exquisite tea, he was well acquainted with its effects, which made her realize how benevolent she had been towards him. He treated her fine tea as if it were mere well water, unable to appreciate its true essence despite having indulged numerous times. His aptitude could hardly be deemed remarkable. The last time she had seen him, he had only reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and now, within the span of a mere year, he had astonishingly progressed to at least the mid-golden core stage. Yao Qin lowered her gaze to the blood essence spirit stone on the table. A troubling thought emerged in her mind. In frustration, she exclaimed, "Have you turned to the path of demonic cultivation?" Chu Xingchen hastily countered, "Do not spread rumors. Who in Yuzhou knows not of the noble spirit of the white dragon of the waves?" Yao Qin pressed, "Then how do you explain your cultivation level in this spirit stone?" Chu Xingchen recounted the events he had experienced at the Qifeng Sect's mining site, embellishing the details regarding the presence of demonic cultivators. "This blood essence spirit stone is what I obtained from the Qifeng Sect's mine," he said, gently tapping the stone before him. Upon hearing this, Yaoqin gently grasped the spiritual stone, her consciousness probing within to indeed find a malevolent aura contained therein, a trick of extreme malevolence. Yaoqin inquired, "So, you have come to seek my assistance in dealing with the Qifeng sect?" Chu Xingchen shook his head. "Not quite. I merely wish to ascertain whether there exists a method for purification of this spiritual stone." Yaoqin regarded him with a hint of skepticism. "Do you possess many such spiritual stones?" Chu Xingchen replied earnestly, "Only 2. I simply wish to be better equipped should I encounter similar malevolent practitioners in the future." Yaoqin nodded gently. "It will take some time. I cannot guarantee a solution. Perhaps return in a few days to inquire." "No need," he responded. "I will be residing in Yuzhou City for a while. When you have results, you may send a letter to this address." Chu Xingchen picked up a nearby brush and pinned his current address. Yaoqin glanced down at the flowing script and the address within Yuzhou City. This was the first time she could accurately ascertain where to find Chu Xingchen. She reached out, took the paper, and tucked it into her sleeve. "Is there anything else?" Chu Xingchen rose. "No, I await your good news." As he stood to depart, she called out, "Wait, first, leave behind the words you just spoke." "What words?" Chu Xingchen. "Very well, I shall write it now." Chapter 28. How do you know this is the wooden fish of a high monk? Upon returning to his humble courtyard within the sect, Chu Xingchen found that neither his elder nor younger disciples had yet returned from their errands. He wondered where his chief disciple had ventured to procure supplies, as their absence had lingered for quite some time. Nevertheless, the most pressing matter concerning the spirit stones had been entrusted to his old acquaintance, Yaoqin. At this juncture, the most critical task had been clearly delineated, which represented the primary objective of his journey to Yuzhou City. He believed that the likelihood of a successful resolution was rather promising. After all, based on Chu Xingchen's deductions, the entire Ziyuding appeared to be intricately linked to a sect of cultivators. When he first encountered Yaoqin, she was already at the golden core stage of cultivation. In such a secluded locale, one with golden core prowess could easily be regarded as an esteemed ancestor or hold a position among the elders. Yet, within the Ziyuding, she remained engaged in playing the zither. This configuration suggested a substantial probability that it belonged to a sect from the Central Plains. Thus, Chu Xingchen harbored considerable confidence in Yaoqin's ability to resolve the matter at hand. After all, the spirit stones currently residing in his spatial ring were all of the blood essence variety. Should he attempt to use them as currency, he would undoubtedly attract the ire of righteous practitioners who would not hesitate to dispose of him on the spot. Furthermore, aside from malevolent cultivators, no one would accept such blood essence spirit stones. In truth, while Chu Xingchen appeared to be quite affluent, he found himself unable to produce even a single usable spirit stone. Though he possessed wealth, it was of no practical use. Chu Xingchen retracted the small array he had set before leaving and stepped into the main room that his disciples had thoughtfully reserved for him. As Chu Xingchen's gaze swept across the room, he noted that it was indeed quite tidy. The space was furnished with tables and chairs. Taking a seat, he retrieved the blood chi spirit stone and began to examine it. As a practitioner of the flawless golden core stage, he considered himself qualified to delve into its mysteries. However, the more he studied, the more he realized the malevolent nature of this spirit stone. The blood chi exhibited a tendency to merge with the spiritual energy contained within the stone. This, in a certain sense, was rather formidable. Spirit stones are formed when spiritual energy, propelled by spiritual veins, coalesces due to its high density, resulting in prolonged attraction and aggregation. During this process, the spiritual energy gradually stabilizes, ceasing to accommodate anything other than itself. Once the transformation into a spirit stone is complete, this characteristic becomes even more pronounced. Thus, manipulating a spirit stone in such a manner requires considerable skill. It is not impossible, but rather exceedingly challenging. The technical standard of the blood chi spirit stone before him seemed far beyond what could be found in such a remote locale. Just as Chu Xingchen furrowed his brows in contemplation, the voice of his eldest disciple rang out. "Master." He tucked away the spirit stone and rose to head outside. Upon opening the door, he was momentarily taken aback. Li Yingling entered with a large backpack, her face beaming with joy. Following closely behind her was Li Xingtian, burdened with an enormous package that was 2 or 3 times larger than himself. Strictly speaking, Chu Xingchen mused that this had surpassed the realm of a mere package. It was so large that it could hardly fit through the door. As Li Yingting's gaze swept across the surroundings, he discerned that no one was paying attention to him. Suddenly, he forcefully hurled the package behind him over the courtyard wall. Subsequently, he slipped into the courtyard, poised to catch the package he had just thrown. Chu Xingchen slightly raised his hand, exerting control over the airborne parcel, allowing it to descend gently to the ground. Glancing at the sizable package before him, Chu Xingchen curiously inquired of Li Yingling, "Are the prices in Yuzhou City truly this affordable? With such a modest sum of silver, you managed to procure so many items?" At this remark, Li Yingling proudly lifted her chin, and after placing the package down, she subtly raised an eyebrow at her junior disciple, signaling him to recount her glorious achievements to their master. "This is not what the senior sister bought," Li Xingtian expressed with a hint of nostalgia. "A new vendor has set up shop by the street, where they host a ring toss game. After successfully tossing the ring, one is entered into a random lottery, and our senior sister won all her prizes there." Chu Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, realizing this was a manifestation of his disciple's remarkable fortune. With a sense of pride, Li Yingling retrieved a set of pristine, exquisite white garments for men from her package, declaring, "Master, I specially acquired this for you. It is high time you retired that tattered outfit." As she spoke, Li Yingling unfurled the garment, revealing cuffs adorned with gilded threads and a pale blue neckline embroidered with resplendent patterns. "This is the shopkeeper's finest product. It is said to adjust automatically to size, crafted by a renowned artisan, and possesses the ability to repel dust and stains." With a smile, Li Yingling neatly folded the attire once more and handed it, along with the matching trousers, to Chu Xingchen. Upon receiving the set of garments, Chu Xingchen caressed the fabric and found it to be exceedingly soft. "Well," he said, smiling and gently nodding, "thank you, my dear apprentice." Li Xingtian, standing nearby, began to unpack his large bundle. The contents were a veritable hodgepodge, with seemingly few substantial items among them. However, it was a relief to find 3 sets of bedding, indicating that Li Yingling had not forgotten the essentials. Tonight, there would be no need to sleep on the wooden bed. Chu Xingchen stepped forward with a puzzled expression, scrutinizing the assortment. Among the items were some familiar pots and pans, albeit with remarkably unique designs, along with oddly shaped ancient coins, talismans, and a shattered longsword. There were also a rattle drum, a large drum, a sword woven from copper coins, and even a complete set of wooden fish used by monks for chanting. Chu Xingchen picked up a wooden mallet intended for the fish, examining it closely but finding nothing particularly special about it. "Is this a consolation prize? Master, this wooden fish is indeed extraordinary." Li Yingling approached with 2 strides, explaining, according to the shopkeeper, this wooden fish was imbued with all the merits cultivated by a venerable monk before his passing. It is truly a remarkable treasure. Chapter 29. How to catch something when no fish bites. Although there were many items, most appeared to lack any conceivable utility in the present context, particularly those peculiar pots and bowls, which made Chu Xingchen apprehensive. Could they possibly be crafted from the ashes of some revered monk? He certainly did not possess the inclination to use someone's skull as a dining vessel. Thus, under Chu Xingchen's strict orders, all such odd cookware was prohibited from entering the kitchen. As for the other belongings, Li Yingling was to take what she desired back to her room, while anything deemed unnecessary was to be discarded into the unoccupied side chambers. Moreover, the wooden fish, a relic of the departed monk, left Chu Xingchen in a quandary regarding its value. He entrusted Li Yingling with its fate, for the mere sight of it incited a desire to wield it as a hammer against her little head. Consequently, despite the plethora of items, only a scant few were deemed reliable for use after much deliberation. Fortunately, the quilt was merely an ordinary silk covering, devoid of any sacrificial connotations from eminent figures. Otherwise, Chu Xingchen might have felt an unsettling weight upon him during the night, as if someone were pressing down on him. After a thorough organization, the multitude of items was essentially relocated to the side chamber, with the added advantage of requiring no cleaning. The 3 soon convened in Chu Xingchen's bedroom, exchanging glances in anticipation of a collective meeting. Chu Xingchen placed the blood-soaked spirit stone from his spatial ring upon the table, remarking that all the ore from the mine had been tainted by this sanguine essence. Li Xingtian furrowed his brow, realizing that the spirit stones used for teleportation at the mine were of this very type. He had initially thought there were only a few, believing his master would simply utilize them for the time being. What could be the matter? Li Yingling picked up the blood vitality spirit stone, glancing around and finding nothing amiss. A novice in the realm of cultivation, she had only recently begun her journey, relying solely on her innate talent to gradually elevate her cultivation level, with her understanding of cultivation principles derived entirely from novels and tales. To her, this spirit stone was merely a change in hue. She could sense that the spiritual energy within remained intact. At worst, it was simply a case of an unappealing color. Chu Xingchen provided a vivid example. Imagine if you were to display this item at the entrance of the Demon Suppression Division. If you could emerge unscathed, it would be a testament to the incompetence of that group. Upon hearing this, Li Yingling instantly grasped the situation. So, Master, our trip to Yuzhou City is to resolve the issue concerning the spirit stones? Indeed, I have already enlisted someone to assist with this matter. Chu Xingchen replied with a gentle nod. For the time being, focus on your cultivation. Once the spirit stone issue is resolved, we shall seek a more suitable location. Li Xingtian nodded, indicating his understanding. Meanwhile, Li Yingling had her own little agenda. With a slight pout and imploring eyes, she turned to her master and said, Master, the Lantern Festival in Yuzhou City is approaching. I have never participated in one. Coming from a prestigious family, she had always been a neglected child, overshadowed by her legitimate siblings. Due to her mother's prolonged illness, Li Yingling often found herself by her mother's side, seldom having the opportunity to leave the estate, let alone indulge in festive excursions. While within the confines of the manor, she could only gaze at the towering walls and listen to the jubilant sounds emanating from beyond. Perhaps only Li Yingling truly understood the depths of her yearning to witness the vibrant festivities outside. If only we could venture out together for the Lantern Festival, she mused. Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement, fully aware of his eldest disciple's circumstances. Her childhood had not been particularly fortunate, and a single day of revelry during the Lantern Festival hardly constituted a grand affair. Li Yingling was no fool. She had managed to avoid trouble thus far, demonstrating a certain thoughtfulness and reliability at crucial moments. Thank you, Master. A radiant smile illuminated Li Yingling's face. You are the best master in the world. With this heartfelt compliment, the meeting drew to a close. The blood chi spirit stones were not suitable for Li Yingling's cultivation, as the blood energy within them could easily disrupt a practitioner's progress. Those with a higher level of cultivation might manage, but Li Yingling did not belong to that category. Thus, she was advised to focus on honing her supernatural abilities to reach greater heights. Conversely, Li Xingtian could utilize the blood chi spirit stones for his training, as the cultivation method he practiced now seemed to possess an element of darkness. At the very least, it could actively draw upon the blood energy of others, which certainly bore a resemblance to the practices of malevolent cultivators. Li Xingtian did not inquire further about the cultivation methods, and naturally, Chu Xingchen refrained from elaborating. The techniques provided by the system were beyond his explanation. In any case, once mastered, the heart method produced by the system undoubtedly bore no adverse effects. He should not end up as a formidable demon. Although the path of cultivation might exhibit a hint of malevolence, its essence ought not to be excessively sinister. Right? Due to Li Xingtian having absorbed the blood essence of a golden core cultivator, his cultivation level had now ascended to the mid-foundation stage, matching that of his elder sister. Moreover, during this waiting period in Yuzhou City, Li Xingtian could utilize blood essence spirit stones for his training, making it likely that the day when he surpasses his elder sister was not far off. As for what Chu Xingchen was up to, well, that was simply openly indulging in leisure. After all, his prodigious eldest disciple possessed extraordinary talent. The insights he gained from his divine abilities were as good as her own. His diligent second disciple's cultivation efforts translated into her own advancement. Thanks to the rewards from the system, a single spirit stone could effectively serve as two. To utilize spirit stones for his own cultivation would be sheer wastefulness. Thus, having established a shielding formation in Li Xingtian's quarters to ensure that the fluctuations of spiritual energy during cultivation would not attract unwanted attention, Chu Xingchen had completed all the necessary arrangements. In the past, he had to prepare meals to satisfy the appetites of his disciples. Now, being within Yuzhou City, they could simply venture out to dine as they pleased. Chapter 30. The encounter. The term large is relative. If the catch is a fish of this size, it is indeed considerable. However, if it turns out to be a person, then it is no longer deemed large. The most unfortunate aspect is that the individual pulled from the water is clad in the attire of the Demon Suppression Division. Though it is merely the standard uniform of a low-ranking officer, any association with the Demon Suppression Division seldom bodes well. Chu Xingchen's consciousness swept over the individual he had unwittingly fished out. The man possessed a cultivation level of the 7th layer of Qi refinement and, remarkably, was still alive, not entirely deceased. Initially, Chu Xingchen had intended to disregard the unfortunate soul should he find him lifeless and simply return him to the river. However, with the man still breathing, such an action was no longer feasible. Reluctantly, Chu Xingchen advanced a few steps, directing his gaze towards the seemingly fortunate member of the Demon Suppression Division. He was a fairly young man, not unhandsome, yet he fell short in comparison to Chu Xingchen. Perhaps he had not been submerged for long, as his complexion was pallid but not yet swollen. His eyes were tightly shut, yet a dark red energy coursed through his veins. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow. Was he poisoned? Exercising caution, he withdrew a silver needle from his waist and, with a surge of spiritual energy, deftly inserted it into the man's vein. The dark red energy continued to circulate, yet the needle remained unresponsive. It was not poison. Feeling a slight sense of relief, Chu Xingchen then scanned the man's veins with his consciousness, discovering that the dark red substance was, in fact, a form of frenzied energy. At that moment, it was still surging through the unfortunate man's body. Without assistance, he would likely not survive for long. Letting out a soft sigh, Chu Xingchen inserted several silver needles into the foundational acupoints of the young man before him, sealing off his heart meridian to ensure that he would not perish from the impact of this energy on his heart. As for whether the energy would cause rupture in other meridians, that was beyond Chu Xingchen's guarantee. After administering the needles, Chu Xingchen delicately manipulated his magical power, positioning the young man onto the fishing chair where he had been reclining. Throughout the process, he did not physically touch the young man. Grasping one corner of the chair, he, along with the lad, made his way towards the nearby city of Yuzhou. At the entrance of Yuzhou, guards were stationed to maintain order. The unusual sight of the two, one reclining and the other bearing the attire of the Demon Suppression Department, drew attention among the crowd. Before Chu Xingchen could reach the city gates, two guards swiftly approached. Their eyes darted to the youth on the chair, pale and still damp, with several sizable silver needles protruding from his body. They hesitated momentarily, but quickly extended their hands to check the boy's neck. Upon feeling a pulse, they exhaled in relief. One of the guards, evidently experienced in handling such emergencies, promptly shouted towards the Yuzhou city gate. "We have a severely injured member of the Demon Suppression Department here. Send for a swift horse to summon assistance." Soon after, a swift steed galloped towards the city, racing to fetch help. This scene exudes a sense of experience. Rather than hastily transporting the gravely injured individual to the Demon Suppression Division, it would be far more prudent to summon the division's personnel for assistance. The guards cast their gaze over the silver needles, then spoke in a gentle tone. "Thank you, brother, for your assistance. Please wait here for a moment. The Demon Suppression Division will reward anyone who saves their personnel." Chu Xingchen sighed, nodding in resignation. While it is likely true that a reward will be offered, there remains a genuine concern that he may be perceived as the assailant, thus preventing his departure. The challenge of saving a life lies precisely in this predicament. Observing Chu Xingchen's cooperation, the two guards breathed a sigh of relief. After all, those capable of rescuing personnel from the Demon Suppression Division must surely be among the cultivators. And given that he is willing to cooperate, it naturally appears to be a fortunate coincidence. Fortunately, since it involves saving a life. The response from the Demon Suppression Division was surprisingly swift, at least faster than a galloping horse. A figure, similarly clad in the attire of the Demon Suppression Division, dashed towards the entrance with remarkable speed. Chu Xingchen lifted his gaze to see a petite girl, seemingly youthful, her hair tied into two small braids that bobbed with her movements. The young healer, clutching a medical kit, sprinted with impressive agility on her short legs, likely possessing cultivation around the 6th or 7th layer of Qi refinement. She quickly honed in on Chu Xingchen, rushing forward, her focus swiftly landing on the young man and the silver needles sealing several of his major acupoints. The young healer first checked his pulse. Upon confirming its presence, she observed the dark red energy surging violently within the meridians sealed by the silver needles. A faint glow of ethereal energy emanated from his hand as the young physician reached out to touch the tumultuous force, seeking to discern its elemental nature. Such a ferocious energy. The young physician's voice carried a childlike softness, yet his intonation bore the distinct accent reminiscent of the Sichuan Chongqing dialect, suggesting he hailed from a distant land rather than the city of Yuzhou. Despite the gravity in his tone, there was an oddly endearing quality to his demeanor. "Did you administer those silver needles?" he inquired, lifting his gaze to meet Chu Xingchen's. Chu Xingchen nodded. "Yes, is there something amiss?" "Not at all, quite the contrary. Without your intervention, this child likely wouldn't have endured to this moment," the young physician remarked. "Are you a physician as well? Might you lend a hand?" "I am not a physician, but if it simplifies matters, I can attempt to assist." "Come now, it is not the time to summon others. And this child cannot hold on much longer. Those clumsy fellows are inept. Just follow my instructions moving forward." Although the silver needles currently restrained the energy, it was incessantly eroding the meridians, leaving the situation perilous. The young physician, though diminutive in stature, exhibited remarkable resolve, his large apricot eyes fixed on Chu Xingchen. "Your spiritual power must be considerable. When you extract the needles, suppress that energy, and I shall take over to guide it out." Chu Xingchen nodded, affirming his understanding. Subsequently, the young physician retrieved a piece of balloon flower from the medicine box, pried open the mouth of the youth, and directly inserted the herb into his throat. Then, taking a small gourd from the box, she removed the stopper, releasing a potent medicinal aroma. "He is unconscious and unable to swallow on his own. This method is quite effective," the young physician explained. After directing some medicinal liquid into the gourd while still holding the balloon flower, she withdrew it and turned her gaze towards Chu Xingchen, saying, "You may now remove the needle." Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen nodded gently, extending his hand. His internal spiritual energy surged along the silver needle, and with a sudden motion, he pulled it out. Seizing the opportunity, the physician's hand erupted with a brilliant white light. She swiftly pressed on acupoints, attempting to channel the fierce energy outwards. However, she soon sensed something amiss. Outside the skin, she could only perceive a vague presence, but upon direct contact with the malevolent aura, it revealed an overwhelming bloodlust that began to entwine rapidly with the energy she was guiding. As this aura broke through the skin, the familiar scent of blood caused Chu Xingchen to furrow his brow in alarm. "Why does this feel almost identical to the blood energy within the bloodstone?" The young physician felt the bloodlust fiercely gnawing at her spiritual energy, swiftly contaminating the surrounding flesh. She frowned deeply and instinctively exclaimed, "This is dire." Chapter 31. The Angler Who Catches More Than Fish. This predicament hardly requires elaboration from the little physician. Chu Xingchen quickly discerned that the surging blood energy was swiftly entwining itself with the little physician's spiritual essence, commencing an aggressive assault. While this force posed little challenge to Chu Xingchen, it proved to be quite formidable for the little physician at the qi refinement stage. Her expression grew grave, and her delicate fingers, which were gently pressing on the acupoints, began to quiver slightly. Seeing the little physician struggling, Chu Xingchen reached out and grasped her arm. Carefully regulating the output of his spiritual power, he endeavored to conceal his own cultivation level, adjusting his energy output to resemble that of the early foundation establishment stage. Diminishing one's own prowess can often avert a multitude of troubles. With Chu Xingchen's aid, the blood energy was ultimately subdued by the little physician. A sheen of sweat broke upon her brow, and a look of relief crossed her features as she gratefully turned to Chu Xingchen, saying, "Thank you. Without you, I would have been in dire straits." "That is not necessary. However, I fear that removing these silver needles may prove to be quite the challenge," Chu Xingchen replied, a hint of guilt in his voice. "My cultivation is insufficient. I may not be able to extract all the needles." The little physician regarded Chu Xingchen with newfound admiration. Initially, she thought him merely handsome, but she now recognized that his cultivation was also commendable, at least at the foundation establishment level. In Yuzhou City, such a level of cultivation was considered a cornerstone, with even the leaders of the demon capture division possessing similar prowess. However, the young physician did not dwell on the matter, for the fact remained that this individual had indeed saved a life and had intervened at a crucial moment. As for solving the case, it was not the concern of someone in her humble position. Her focus was solely on healing the child. Once the little one awoke, everything would become clear. With a slight shake of her head, she remarked, "Even if you are capable, I find myself unable. It is far too taxing. I shall take him back and treat him at my own pace. Thank you kindly. If you find yourself free later, do feel free to visit the Demon Suppression Bureau to claim your reward. Simply mention my name, Yin." Having conveyed her message, Yin bestowed a warm smile upon Chu Xingchen. "Very well, Miss Yin. Chu Xingchen replied with a slight bow. Upon hearing herself addressed as Miss by Chu Xingchen, Anyan's smile broadened. After all, it was customary for newcomers to regard her as a child, often referring to her as little sister. You, my friend, possess great promise. I am sincerely grateful for your assistance this time. There is no need for thanks. Since I have no pressing matters, I shall take my leave now. Please, do continue with your duties, Miss Anyan. Very well, you may depart, she replied, granting her consent. After a courteous bow, Chu Xingchen turned and left without hesitation. The chair was of little value, so she left it for the Demon Suppression Bureau, and as for the fishing rod, Chu Xingchen had no desire to carry it back and forth, opting instead to conceal it at the fishing spot. This time had gone smoothly, without too many complications. It could even be considered a means of fostering goodwill with the Bureau. Should they ever pose a challenge in the future, it might prove advantageous. It was hardly a loss. What are you two waiting for? Are you hoping for this child to breathe his last? Shouldn't you hurry and lend a hand to send him to the Demon Suppression Office? Behind him, Anyan's commanding voice directed the two guards. Regardless of other matters, this young lady, Anyan, certainly possesses a distinctive character. However, Chu Xingchen had no desire to become further embroiled in the situation. After all, it was due to his own entanglement that this fellow had come to be. What a fateful connection it truly is. After turning a few corners, Chu Xingchen finally arrived at the rented abode. He pushed open the door. In the courtyard, Li Yingling was idly playing with a small wooden sword, mimicking strikes and slashes with casual gestures. Yet, having observed Li Yingling's abilities, Chu Xingchen quickly discerned that she was secretly contemplating the essence of swordsmanship. This was rather uncommon. Usually at this hour, Li Yingling would meander along the nearby river and then venture to the marketplace to procure some peculiar trinkets. Has the master returned? Li Yingling glanced over, noticing her master's arrival. She retracted the wooden sword and scrutinized him, only to find that he bore no fish in hand. Did you not catch any fish today, master? With a sigh, Chu Xingchen replied, I did not manage to catch any fish today, but I did reel in a person. A person? Li Yingling inquired, her expression tinged with curiosity. What does it mean to catch a person? Chu Xingchen succinctly recounted the day's events, explaining how he had fished a person from the lake. Truly worthy of being a master, even fishing yields unexpected outcomes. Upon hearing the tale, Li Yingling couldn't help but burst into laughter. Upon hearing the teasing remarks of his disciple, Chu Xingchen maintained a serene demeanor and remarked, I believe it must be that wooden fish that has vexed me. Quickly, bring it forth so that I may incinerate it and quell the resentment in my heart. Master, did you not once say that a fisherman can catch anything but fish? Li Yingling chuckled. In that sense, is it truly excessive to catch a person? What connection does that have with the wooden fish? Chu Xingchen replied with a hint of exasperation. Why is it that you remember my quips so vividly, yet forget other matters? Because your quips are exceedingly entertaining, Li Yingling responded with a smile. She then cleared her throat softly, and, with a playful flutter of her eyelashes, inquired, By the way, master, are you free tomorrow? What is it? The Lantern Festival is still a few days away. Rest assured, I have not forgotten. Not that. Li Yingling interjected, grasping her master's hand. There is a small temple fair before the Lantern Festival, and I have heard it is quite lively. It begins tomorrow evening. Will you not accompany me? Surely, you cannot bear to let me go alone, can you? Chu Xingchen's expression remained unchanged. To be honest, I would not be overly concerned about it. Master Li Yingling elongated her tone, playfully pouting, You are the best master in the world. Chapter 32. The initial investigation of Zhao Wanqing at this moment. Anyan felt acutely aware of his limited literary knowledge. As he struggled to conjure up suitable vocabulary to embellish the fate of this unfortunate youth, who seemed destined for a life of despair. After all, it was likely that this young man would never again have the opportunity to use both hands for sustenance. Anyan extracted a silver needle from the young man's left hand, and even in its absence, the meridians remained on the verge of collapse. The mere ability to lift a spoon to eat would be considered a testament to Anyan's exceptional medical skills. As for the other silver needles still embedded in critical acupoints, it was doubtful that any movement would be possible. The blood energy had already begun to stir within the meridians. Moreover, it was not only the limbs that remained immobile. The lower half of the body was also ensnared by the silver needles. Theoretically speaking, this young lad, whom Anyan had never encountered before, must be a recent addition to the Demon Suppression Bureau. This female demon was notoriously unsociable and had not introduced herself to anyone. If she had known that Yin was determined to extract the needles from the lower half of the body as well, perhaps she would have reconsidered. It was also unclear what mission had been assigned, as the danger level was undoubtedly considerable. At the very least, the child was still alive, was he not? Ultimately, Yin could only offer this small consolation to the formidable female figure of the Demon Suppression Bureau before him. Zhao Wanqing instinctively rested her hand on the short blade at her waist without turning to face Yin. This reassurance seemed to have the opposite effect. In a tone as frigid as the winter wind, she inquired, "Did you insert these silver needles?" "No. But do not overthink it. Without these few needles, this child would have likely succumbed long ago." Yin promptly spoke up, stating that he had indeed witnessed the event, noting that the silver needles had only recently been inserted. Zhao Wanqing gently nodded, signifying her acquiescence to Yin's assertion. Subsequently, she unsheathed the short knife from her waist and delicately pried open the meridian, causing the youthful man's blood energy to surge towards the newly arrived spiritual force. Maintaining her composure, Zhao Wanqing retrieved a talisman from her waist, which she swiftly affixed to the blade. After absorbing a portion of the blood energy, she promptly stowed the talisman away once more. She then carefully sealed the incision again. Though not a trained physician, she found herself ill-equipped to manage the chaotic blood energy entwined within the already damaged meridian. While handling this blood energy was not particularly challenging for Zhao Wanqing, doing so without compromising the meridian proved to be a formidable task. Ultimately, she merely required a small amount of blood energy. With one last glance at her unconscious brother, she swiftly turned to depart, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your care." "Yin, physician, it is merely my duty," Yin gently replied, shaking his head. Upon exiting the medical room, Zhao Wanqing made her way directly to the archives. Her brother had been assigned to the second team, and she had not yet exchanged pleasantries with the personnel from the Demon Suppression Division. Could it be that someone sought to take advantage of the situation to exact revenge upon her? Zhao Wanqing quickly rummaged through her brother's attendance records and soon located the file pertaining to his current mission, an investigation into the disappearance of individuals from Wang's village. The team was led by a capable veteran member whom Zhao Wanqing had heard of before, since the younger brother was lured back. The Demon Suppression Department has dispatched personnel to the river to salvage any remnants, hoping to ascertain if others had also fallen in. Additionally, another team has swiftly headed towards Wang Family Village in search of individuals. The response from the Demon Suppression Department has been remarkably prompt. Consequently, Zhao Wanqing has dismissed the possibility of retaliation, as the fate of the old members remains uncertain. At least her brother retains a chance at survival. However, Zhao Wanqing is acutely aware that relying solely on the Demon Suppression Department may not yield clarity in this matter. Even if clarity is achieved, the efficiency of the investigation is likely to be sluggish. In cases of beastly chaos, the department can readily deploy personnel, yet this is evidently a man-made disaster. An intentional attack, which will undoubtedly prolong the investigation. After all, humans possess far greater cunning than beasts. Coupled with the department's busyness, the number of investigators will be limited. Thus, she must independently pursue a separate line of inquiry. With the dossier firmly in hand, Zhao Wanqing swiftly turned and made her way towards the bustling street. In Zuyuding, a plethora of books lay before Yaoqin, while a dark red blood chi spirit stone was elevated by a formations mechanism. She cradled the book, engrossed in its contents, all the while meticulously manipulating the mechanism, striving to reverse the encroachment of blood chi upon the spirit stone. However, before long, the spirit stone erupted in a brilliant dark red light, shattering the controlling mechanism in its wake. Yaoqin appeared somewhat disheartened. "How vexing." The maid, Aling, standing nearby, gently urged, "Mississippi, perhaps you should take a break. You haven't rested in quite some time. The matter concerning that rogue is hardly of paramount importance." Yaoqin raised her delicate, fair hand to softly massage her forehead. "All right, I understand. You may leave now." Upon hearing this, Aling grasped the implication. It was not a genuine desire for rest, but rather a subtle dismissal, indicating that Yaoqin wished to be alone to continue her studies. "Mississippi, please, just step outside for a moment." Yaoqin's tone remained unchanged. With no other option, Aling sighed and exited the room. Once the maid departed, Yaoqin closed her eyes to gather her thoughts before recommencing the arrangement of the ritual. It must be said that as Chu Xingchen's cultivation progressed, the tasks he entrusted to her became increasingly arduous. The spirit stones were not easily manageable for Yaoqin, despite the numerous texts available within the sect for reference. After all, these were requests made by him. During her new attempt, Yao-Qin, unsurprisingly, encountered failure once more, as the ritual was once again disrupted. The blood essence spirit stone fell onto the table, producing a crisp sound. A sense of discouragement inevitably washed over her. Yet there was at least some progress in the process. However, failure was not an uncommon occurrence. Yao-Qin quickly adjusted her mindset, preparing to delve back into her research, when the voice of the maid echoed from outside the door. Miss Zhao wishes to see you. Chapter 33. The Master is Superficial. Yao-Qin cast her gaze downward at the crumpled talisman in her hand, which she had squeezed into a wrinkled mess. The violent blood energy contained within it was exceedingly aggressive, yet it seemed fundamentally akin to the blood energy spirit stone that Chu Xingchen had bestowed upon her. However, the blood energy within the talisman was evidently intended for offensive purposes, whereas that within the spirit stone was relatively stable. Moreover, considering how swiftly Chu Xingchen had advanced in his cultivation, her trust in him had prevented her from probing further into the matter. The Chi Feng sect was quite distant from Yuzhou City. How could they possibly risk reaching out into the vicinity of Yuzhou? Was this not tantamount to courting death? Such an action would hardly align with their interests unless they were tracking Chu Xingchen. Yet, Chu Xingchen's leisurely residence within Yuzhou City suggested he possessed a confidence that he had orchestrated events flawlessly, leaving no loose ends. Chu Xingchen was certainly not a fool. If he were being followed, he would have detected it swiftly. Otherwise, given the perilous escapades he had previously undertaken, he would have long since met his demise. This indicated that Chu Xingchen must be concealing something from her, or perhaps he had entirely turned to the path of the dark arts. Yao-Qin clenched the talisman in her hand. I shall change and step out for a moment. Any matters can wait until my return. The maid promptly inquired, Miss, will you not take me with you? Not bringing you, Yao-Qin replied decisively, picking up a garment nearby. The maid, Xiaoling, hesitated, her words unspoken, ultimately left to watch her mistress depart in haste. Yao-Qin lowered her gaze once more to the note in her hand. It was a message from Chu Xingchen, indicating her current residence. Confirming the details, she realized that the secluded courtyard before her was indeed where Chu Xingchen resided. With a gentle knock, she rapped on the door. A prompt response followed. Coming. It was not Chu Xingchen's voice, but that of a young woman. The heavy door swung open swiftly, revealing a pure and beautiful girl, her face adorned with a smile. However, upon seeing Yao-Qin, her expression faltered, and the smile faded. You must have the wrong place, she said. Yao-Qin furrowed her brows, regarding the girl with an icy demeanor before coldly inquiring, Does Chu Xingchen live here? Li Yingling was momentarily taken aback by the striking and composed woman before her, who had audaciously mentioned her master's name. Who was this person? Was she perhaps a former lover of her master, or an enemy? More pressing was how she should respond to this query. Did her master truly reside here? It was evident that the woman before her possessed considerable cultivation, making it impossible for Li Yingling, still in her foundational stage, to gauge her strength. This name seems somewhat familiar. What is your business with him? Li Yingling attempted to probe indirectly. I have matters to discuss with him. What matters? Yao-Qin's brows knitted tighter. What does that have to do with you? Is he living here or not? Li Yingling's face broke into a warm smile as she remarked. I cannot recall that name clearly, but my younger brother has a good memory. He will surely know whether Chu Xingchen resides here. Allow me a moment to inquire. With that, she promptly closed the door and hurried to her second brother's room, knocking eagerly. Shortly, Li Xingtian opened the door and looked at his senior sister, asking, What is the matter? Is something amiss? In a hushed tone, Li Yingling replied, A woman is at the entrance seeking our master. I am unsure of her intentions. Please go outside and find him, informing him that a beautifully composed lady with an icy demeanor is looking for him. If she is here to cause trouble, return and give me a signal, so I may say our master is not in residence. However, if she is a romantic interest of his, you must urge him to return promptly. Li Xingtian furrowed his brow slightly, pondering whether his senior sister was perhaps overthinking the situation. Nevertheless, upon observing her earnest expression, he nodded in agreement with her plan. After all, caution rarely leads to significant error. Li Yingling instructed, Very well. You shall take the back entrance while I keep her occupied. Li Xingtian echoed her caution before swiftly turning to head towards the rear door. As for where their master might be at present, Li Xingtian had a fair idea. Their master always informed his disciples of his whereabouts when he ventured out, ensuring they could locate him in case of any eventuality. At this moment, He was likely indulging in music at the pleasure house. Ever since he had encountered that corpse, he had resolved to adopt a different approach to temper his mindset. Li Xingtian, however, could not comprehend what mindset could be cultivated by indulging in the performances of courtesans. What merit lay in listening to women sing operas? Cautiously, he slipped out through the back entrance, meticulously observing his surroundings to ensure he remained unnoticed, before swiftly making his way towards the establishment his master had mentioned. The venue was not far. For a cultivator in the mid-foundation stage, several streets were but a stone's throw away. It was not long before Li Xingtian arrived at the entrance of the establishment. A few provocatively dressed women languidly leaned against the doorway, holding pipa and other musical instruments, softly crooning suggestive lyrics. The very sight of the entrance betrayed the establishment's dubious nature. Was there truly no one in Yuzhou City to oversee such moral decay? His master was indeed misguided. These women were nothing but deceitful seductresses. Li Xingtian's expression hardened. He had long seen through the superficial allure of such women. However, upon entering the establishment, one was required to pay a fee. A young attendant, poised at the entrance, quickly approached him. "Sir, here to enjoy some music?" Li Xingtian, disinterested in further conversation, casually slipped some silver into the attendant's hands and stepped inside. His gaze swept across the venue, where nearly every patron was accompanied by a courtesan, engaged in morally questionable activities. Chapter 34. Has the spirit stone been resolved? To thrive in the realm of cultivation, one must possess a silver tongue. Previously lacking in cultivation, Chu Xingchen relied on his emotional intelligence. With a smile as warm as a spring breeze, he replied, "You flatter me. I merely exchanged a few words with the young lady and found her demeanor to be of remarkable elegance." Just as the lady intended to engage in further conversation, Chu Xingchen abruptly turned, his gaze fixed upon the approaching Li Xingtian. Springing to his feet, he realized that his disciple was wholly engrossed in the pursuit of cultivation. If there were no pressing matters, he would not have ventured out. Clearly, something was amiss. Li Xingtian took a few steps forward, casting a glance at the woman in the brothel before quietly addressing his master. "Senior sister mentioned that a strikingly beautiful, yet cold woman inquired whether you reside here. I wonder if she could be an adversary of yours." A cold, beautiful woman? Chu Xingchen's eyes sparkled with recognition. It was undoubtedly Yao Qin seeking him out. He had not anticipated her to come personally, expecting instead that she would send her maid, Ailing, to summon him. Relieved, Chu Xingchen said, "It is nothing. She is an acquaintance of mine. Let us return together." The woman from the brothel, witnessing Chu Xingchen's indifferent intent to leave, felt a pang of urgency. It was not often that one encountered such a celestial figure. Unable to contain her admiration, she called out, "Young master, I am called Wanyan. May I have the honor of knowing your esteemed name?" As Chu Xingchen paused in his departure, he cast a lingering glance back, his expression tinged with reluctance. Yet, with a sigh, he uttered, "We are but kindred souls cast adrift upon the same vast expanse. What significance lies in our prior acquaintance?" Having spoken, he resolutely turned away. For Chu Xingchen, this encounter was merely an exercise in the art of eloquence, a skill he had not wielded in quite some time. It seemed he had lost none of his former prowess. "Do not linger on me, for I have become but a legend," he thought. Meanwhile, only Wan Yun remained stunned in place, cradling her pipa, softly murmuring, "What purpose is there in our meeting, if we have never truly known one another?" Unbeknownst to them, a young man clad in white had also overheard their exchange. In truth, he had listened intently from beginning to end, captivated by their dialogue. Upon hearing the concluding remark, his eyes sparkled with sudden brilliance as he gazed at the retreating figures of Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian, a broad smile adorning his face as he suppressed his joy, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent." Soon after, Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian hastened back to their rented courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, they were greeted by the somewhat obsequious tone of Li Yingling resonating from within. "Sister, how could I ever deceive you?" This was followed by Yao Qin's voice, laced with skepticism. "From the moment you entered, I sensed your deception." As Chu Xingchen stepped inside, he beheld Yao Qin seated upon a stone bench, her own disciple cheerfully pouring her tea. As the two individuals stilled their breaths, Li Yingling and Yao Qin instinctively cast their gazes in unison. Upon seeing her master return, Li Yingling let out a sigh of relief, grateful that the approaching figure was not an adversary seeking vengeance. Yao Qin, however, upon catching sight of Chu Xingchen, sprang to her feet, her form darting to stand before him, and without hesitation, she clasped his hand. Her consciousness surged forcefully into Chu Xingchen's body. Confused, Chu Xingchen regarded Yao Qin, as his golden core instinctively resisted the intrusion of her external spirit. "What are you doing?" Yao Qin's expression was frigid as she replied curtly, "Let me see. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? There are so many people present. Then our agreement ends here." Faced with her unyielding demeanor, Chu Xingchen relented, allowing Yao Qin's consciousness to penetrate his being. Li Yingling stood in a daze, perplexed by the unfolding scene. What was happening? Li Xingtian observed the exchange with quiet detachment, inwardly deeming it a trivial affair of youthful affection. His master was indeed admirable, yet it was regrettable that he had not yet transcended this layer of understanding. Once Chu Xingchen released the protective barrier of his golden core, Yao Qin's consciousness smoothly entered. In that instant, she was left utterly stunned. The spiritual energy flowing within him was remarkably pure, possessing an extraordinary quality and exuding a tranquil aura. Furthermore, the pace of the energy circulation was astonishingly rapid, with the golden core's inhalation and exhalation occurring in swift succession. This was evidently the hallmark of a top-tier golden core. Moreover, this level of spiritual power should at least correspond to the late stage of the golden core, right? However, Yao Qin carefully observed for a while, ensuring that there were no talismans or spiritual stones infused with that aura of blood before she let out a sigh of relief and relaxed her grip. At least, it was confirmed that Chu Xingchen had not turned to the path of evil cultivation. This is a fundamental issue. Chu Xingchen curiously inquired, "Why is everything so strange today?" Yao Qin produced the talisman given to her by Zhao Wanqing and handed it directly to Chu Xingchen, saying, "Take a look at this talisman. The blood aura is essentially consistent with the blood aura spiritual stone you provided me." Upon receiving the talisman, Chu Xingchen slightly activated it, and the blood aura surged forth. However, this blood aura, is it possible that it came from the demon suppression division? "How did you know?" Yao Qin asked, her gaze filled with suspicion. "The individual involved with the demon suppression division was someone I fished out from the Yuzhou River outside the city. I essentially saved his life." Chu Xingchen felt that no matter which world it was, it resembled a vast makeshift stage. How could someone be fished out and end up back on his side? "You fished him out." Yao Qin found it somewhat hard to believe. With a resigned sigh, Chu Xingchen briefly explained once more how he had caught that fortunate soul and how he had helped the nearly doomed young man, thereby granting him a second chance at life. Yao Qin remained silent, but Li Yingling, who had been listening attentively, was the first to speak up. "Master, next time you go fishing, please take me along." Li Yingling initially believed that his master had merely caught a person in a simple fishing endeavor. To his surprise, there lay a deeper narrative within. He had thought that fishing was merely a mundane activity of idly waiting for a bite. But the unfolding tale proved far more engaging than aimlessly wandering the streets. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen cast an exasperated glance at his eldest disciple. In response to the disapproving gaze, Li Yingling could only manage an awkward smile. "Master, are these two your disciples?" Yao Qin inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. Chu Xingchen shrugged, a hint of resignation apparent in his demeanor. "Indeed, two tattered, windswept cotton jackets." "Master," Li Yingling pouted in discontent. While he could accept that Li Xingtian might be likened to a worn-out jacket, given his taciturn nature and seeming indifference towards their master, he firmly believed that he himself was quite different. More often than not, he listened attentively to his master's guidance and actively assisted with tasks within his capacity. What did it mean to be a tattered jacket? He was undoubtedly a splendid, resplendent 18-layer down coat. Chu Xingchen reached out to gently ruffle Li Yingling's hair, a gesture of consolation, before turning to Yao Qin. "You did not come merely out of suspicion regarding my actions, did you? Has the issue with the blood spirit stone been resolved?" Yao Qin paused at his words, her previously frosty demeanor softening as her gaze unconsciously drifted aside. Observing her expression, Chu Xingchen understood immediately the problem remained unresolved. Chapter 35, Staying over since we are here, let us dine before departing. Chu Xingchen said little more, feeling grateful for the willingness to assist, which was far better than wandering aimlessly with spirit stones in hand. Those stones could occupy precious space in the ring. No need. Yao Qin's instinctive refusal was abruptly halted, as the subsequent words transcended her expectations. "I shall cook today," Chu Xingchen continued, then paused, glancing at Yao Qin. "No need for what?" Yao Qin swiftly amended her statement. "Just don't prepare too much." Although she had long since reached the golden core stage and practiced fasting, consuming nothing beyond the tea provided by her sect for some time. The thought of Chu Xingchen personally cooking was undeniably tempting. A man of eloquence and gentlemanly demeanor preparing a meal for you was hard to resist. To Yaoqin, Chu Xingchen radiated an undeniable charm. Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. Very well, but the kitchen is lacking in provisions. Yingling, take your junior brother and procure some ingredients you enjoy. Certainly, master. Li Yingling replied eagerly, having not tasted her master's rabbit dish in quite a while. This time, she intended to buy 2 rabbits to have her master prepare a spicy rabbit dish. To procure the ingredients meant she would have the privilege to dictate the chef's creations, a task Li Yingling relished. As Chu Xingchen observed his 2 worn-out cotton jackets depart to procure groceries, he turned around and gestured towards the tea that Li Yingling had prepared. Shall we indulge in some tea first? He inquired. Yaoqin readily acquiesced, certainly. Chu Xingchen picked up a nearby new cup and poured her a fresh serving of tea. How have you been lately? I notice a hint of fatigue in your eyes. Do take care not to overexert yourself. Yaoqin paused at his words, hastily lowering her gaze. Indeed, she had not rested much lately. Having been engrossed in her research on the blood-chi spirit stone, could it be that her countenance appeared somewhat haggard at this moment? Chu Xingchen seemed to perceive her thoughts and continued, Yet, there is a certain warmth to your demeanor now, making you appear more approachable. In the past, I always felt a distant barrier between us. I still remember the first time I visited Zuyuting to listen to you play. I couldn't even catch a glimpse of you. He reminisced. Yaoqin took a delicate sip of tea. Though it was not of the finest quality, it felt exceptionally smooth on her palate. Did you think Zuyuting was a mere tavern? Very few can match the couplets at the entrance. And to enter and hear a piece in the hall is quite a privilege. Chu Xingchen wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, it took me half a month to master the couplets just to catch a glimpse of your silhouette through the gauzy window. Reflecting on the past, he mused. That person was but a shadow amid the dim lights. Yaoqin remained impassive. I initially thought you were an ambitious talent, but after our first conversation, I realized you were merely an uneducated rogue. Intrigued, Chu Xingchen inquired, Then why did you choose to meet with me again? I merely find myself somewhat less averse to ruffians. Yaoqin lowered her gaze to the teacup in her hands, where a single leaf of tea was gently swirling in the center. She raised her eyes once more, directing her gaze toward Chu Xingchen, inquiring, I observe that the spiritual energy within you is both pure and abundant, at least at the mid to late stage of the Golden Core realm. A year ago, you were merely at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. You have not turned to the path of darkness. How have you progressed so rapidly? Were you perhaps deceiving me before? Typically, cultivators refrain from questioning others about their sudden advancements in cultivation. This inquiry could be deemed quite presumptuous. After all, it might be attributed to a significant fortuity or the culmination of diligent practice. The former could incite envy, while the latter risks exposing one's shortcomings. Thus, in the realm of cultivation, it is an unwritten rule to avoid probing into the reasons behind another's swift progress. Chu Xingchen sighed softly. Let us consider it a fortuity. I cannot quite articulate it, but a year ago, you indeed possessed only the strength of the peak foundation establishment. Yaoqin did not press further, merely nodding gently. The primary question had been satisfactorily addressed. Chu Xingchen engaged in casual conversation with Yaoqin, meandering through various topics, including his own escapades over the past year. By the time Li Yingling returned with the groceries, a considerable amount of time had elapsed. Chu Xingchen entrusted Li Yingling to entertain Yaoqin for a while he himself proceeded to the kitchen with the ingredients Li Yingling had brought back, which included a fair share of her favorite dishes. Chu Xingchen casually prepared a few dishes. In this world, the pursuit of culinary excellence has never been particularly high. After all, once one reaches the foundation establishment stage, one can subsist without food, and those who truly hold power are cultivators. Thus, the standards for cooking are rather modest, resulting in a culinary skill level that is quite lacking. This has allowed Chu Xingchen's culinary prowess to stand out remarkably in this realm. In any case, it was sufficient to impress Yaoqin. The moment he witnessed the astonishment on Yaoqin's face after her first bite of sweet and sour pork, he realized that his culinary skills were indeed capable of winning her over. Originally, Yaoqin had a rather refined manner of eating, but upon observing Li Yingling's fervent approach, almost licking the plate clean, she could not help but feel a sense of kinship. Li Yingling, in the presence of her master, never held back, especially since she seemed to sense that Yaoqin harbored some feelings for her master. Ultimately, she could not contain herself, although her demeanor remained elegant. Her pace of serving herself hastened noticeably. Yao Qin had developed a habit of savoring her food, which sometimes resulted in her cheeks puffing out like a hamster's as she chewed diligently. This juxtaposition with her typically frosty demeanor created an endearing contrast. Li Xingtian, on the other hand, had minimal desires when it came to gastronomy. After all, he was known by Li Yingling as someone who could drink chicken bath water without a hint of change in expression. Thus, his participation in the meal was merely a formality, occasionally taking a bite or two to maintain a semblance of involvement. Chapter 36. The most easily moved golden core. Upon hearing this, Yao Qin furrowed her brow slightly. Did she not mention that she would inform her if there were any updates? It seemed she possessed some vital clues. Moreover, she appeared to have sustained severe injuries upon arrival. Severe injuries? Yao Qin cast a sidelong glance at her maid, Xiaoling. After a prolonged silence, she sighed and said, "Let her in." "Of course, Mississippi." The maid rose and proceeded to the door. Yao Qin settled back into her chair, pouring herself a cup of tea. Zhao Wanqing and Yao Qin shared a certain camaraderie, having exchanged pleasantries over tea a couple of times. After a while, a knock echoed at the door, and upon Yao Qin's consent, it was gently pushed open. What met Yao Qin's gaze was Zhao Wanqing, her body smeared with blood, bearing several deep gashes from a blade that nearly exposed the bone. The attire of the Demon Suppression Bureau was tattered and in disarray. Her demeanor was one of utter exhaustion, clearly having endured a fierce battle. Yao Qin understood Zhao Wanqing's cultivation level. She was in the mid-stage of foundation establishment, which made her a formidable presence in a place like Yuzhou City. However, how could she have incurred such grievous injuries in the span of a mere meal? Such wounds were indeed severe for someone at the foundation establishment stage. Additionally, this was rather uncharacteristic of her. Yao Qin sipped her tea, which previously had a delightful flavor, but now seemed to lack its essence. "How did you sustain such injuries? I do not recall you being the type to risk your life for official duties." Zhao Wanqing displayed a hint of inner turmoil, yet she spoke candidly. "My younger brother is gravely injured." "A younger brother?" It became clear why Zhao Wanqing was so deeply concerned. Yao Qin lifted her gaze to Zhao Wanqing, her tone unwavering. "What brings you to me now? The matter regarding the talisman cannot be resolved hastily." Zhao Wanqing's previously haughty demeanor diminished. Her head bowed as she whispered, "I need assistance. At least someone with the cultivation of the Golden Core stage." To make such a request in Yuzhou City was already considered excessive, given that even the director of the Demon Suppression Office held merely the Golden Core cultivation. In this region, possessing Golden Core cultivation was sufficient to assume the position of an elder within a sect, who would take the time to investigate for the Demon Suppression Office. Especially alongside a foundation establishment cultivator, I encountered a group of malevolent cultivators during my reconnaissance this afternoon. Despite their apparent initial foundation establishment strength, they wielded techniques that were at least on par with the mid-foundation level, thanks to their bloodthirst. The director has already been dispatched to the main river tasks in Yuzhou, and without the overwhelming superiority of a Golden Core cultivator, Zhao Wanqing cast her eyes downward. Since maturing, she had never once asked for help. Now, even under duress, she found it difficult to voice her needs. After all, the criminal's cultivation was formidable, and Zhao Wanqing could not command the Qi refinement officers to gather intelligence, as it was evidently a task fraught with peril. As for the other Foundation establishment team leaders, each bore their own pressing responsibilities. Everyone was occupied, especially given the high danger level of this mission. Even the squad leader is no exception. However, if we do not promptly investigate now, waiting until the perpetrator vacates Yuzhou City will render our efforts futile. This is not mere paranoia, but rather the culmination of Zhao Wanqing's years of experience in handling cases. Nonetheless, Zhao Wanqing is prepared for the possibility of being rejected by Yao Qin. After all, her request may indeed seem excessive. Yet, apart from Zhu Yuding, Zhao Wanqing finds herself at a loss for alternatives in seeking a Golden Core practitioner. It would be absurd to invite the aging ancestor of the Zhao family, who is currently preoccupied with the afterlife. Zhao Wanqing's intention is merely to do her utmost. Even if her efforts come to naught, it is certainly better than inaction. Yao Qin listened attentively to Zhao Wanqing's entreaty and had to admit that the timing of her arrival was quite fortuitous. Had she not accepted Chu Xingchen's commission, she would likely have had to decline Zhao Wanqing's request. After all, Yao Qin's visit to Yuzhou City was merely for sect training, and she was still under the oversight of the elders in her sect. It truly is a matter of fortunate timing. Yao Qin inquired, "How many spirit stones can you offer?" Zhao Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, but soon pondered seriously before responding. I can manage a maximum of 300 spirit stones. The provision of spirit stones suffices, after all. Chu Xingchen has been impoverished from the beginning, so payment should not be an obstacle. He can be considered the most readily available golden core practitioner in Yuzhou City. And he is even in the later stages of his cultivation. One wonders what fortuitous encounters have led to such rapid advancement in his prowess. Yao Qin took out paper and pen, meticulously detailing the matter at hand, allowing Chu Xingchen to decide for himself whether to offer assistance based on this information. After all, Chu Xingchen was also entwined in this affair. Should he uncover any useful insights, it might prove advantageous for his own request. Take my letter, Yao Qin instructed, handing Zhao Wanqing a note bearing Chu Xingchen's address. Remember, if he declines, you might consider offering more spirit stones. Zhao Wanqing quickly extended her hand to receive the note from Yao Qin. By the way, Yao Qin added, regardless of whether he agrees or not, you owe me a favor. I understand, thank you, Zhao Wanqing replied. In Yuzhou City, night had fallen. Zhao Wanqing first returned to tend to her wounds, donning a fresh set of garments. After all, she was about to meet a golden core master, one recommended by Yao Qin herself. As a member of a prominent family, Zhao Wanqing was well aware of the importance of etiquette. Arriving covered in blood to seek assistance would undoubtedly convey a sense of dire urgency. In Yuzhou City, she could navigate with her eyes closed, for she was intimately familiar with every street. With her gaze cast downward, she felt a sharp pain with each step. The deep gash on her thigh a constant reminder of her plight. Chapter 37. A firm resolve before her stood a closed door. Zhao Wanqing took a deep breath to steady her emotions and gently knocked. Coming. A clear female voice echoed from within. Zhao Wanqing quickly straightened up as the door swung open. It was Li Yingling again, her gaze filled with suspicion as she regarded the tall beauty before her. Who are you looking for? Hello, may I inquire if Senior Chu Xingchen resides here? Another one seeking the master? Li Yingling's eyes scanned Zhao Wanqing, sensing a similar aura, indicating that their cultivation levels were likely comparable. Could she be yet another favored one of the master? Li Yingling stepped aside, unperturbed by the prospect of a low-level challenger. Come in, I shall fetch the master. Thank you, Zhao Wanqing replied gratefully. Li Yingling gestured toward a stone table and chairs in the courtyard. Please have a seat. I will go call the master. All right. Obeying the arrangement, Zhao Wanqing proceeded to sit on the stone chair. Li Yingling approached the master's bedroom and lightly knocked on the door. A disgruntled voice emerged from within. Why are you not sleeping at this late hour? Master, another woman has come to see you. Another one? How come I am not aware of knowing so many people in Yuzhou City? Chu Xingchen opened the door and, upon noticing the signal from his eldest disciple, turned his gaze towards the stone table. There stood a woman with long black hair and a cool demeanor, her expression betraying a hint of nervousness as she looked back at him. This feels unfamiliar. I have never encountered it before. Speaking of which, what is she so anxious about? Could it be that some past misdeed has come back to haunt her? Chu Xingchen swiftly utilized the system to scan the information regarding her. Zhao Wanqing, cultivation, mid-foundation establishment, blue entry, composed and calm. White entry, adequate talent. White entry, slightly cunning. Temporary black entry, unstable mind. Does not meet the requirements for apprenticeship. Not too shabby. Even if someone has come to confront her, there is no need for fear, as long as she is not merely pretending to be weak while hiding her true strength. Zhao Wanqing also promptly stood up straight, her gaze fixed on the young and handsome man before her. It was indeed difficult to perceive the aura of the youthful figure standing in front of her. It was hard to fathom that he possessed golden core cultivation. Could he also be from the central continent? Zhao Wanqing spoke respectfully. You must be Senior Chu Xingchen, correct? And you are? Senior Yao Qin recommended me to come, and she entrusted this to me for you. Zhao Wanqing hurriedly produced the envelope given to her by Yao Qin, slightly bowing as she extended it towards Chu Xingchen. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she was not here to cause trouble, that was sufficient. However, what did Yao Qin's recommendation entail? She should know well that he abhorred complications. Nonetheless, having owed her too many favors, it would be unreasonable not to offer assistance at this juncture. Chu Xingchen descended the steps and approached Zhao Wanqing, extending his hand to accept the envelope, promptly tearing it open. With a swift glance, the letter's content was read and understood, concise and clear. It stated that you could produce spiritual stones. Chu Xingchen raised his gaze towards Zhao Wanqing. Indeed, I can promptly deliver 300 spiritual stones to you. esteemed elder. Zhao Wanqing continued, should you find this insufficient, I should be able to gather an additional 100 spiritual stones in due time. For 100 spiritual stones. Surely you do not expect me to assist you until the case is resolved? Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow slightly. 3 days, at most 3 days, regardless of the circumstances. The spiritual stones will be presented in full. Very well, considering Yao Yin's reputation. Chu Xingchen nodded gently. Do you wish to commence the investigation now? Upon hearing Chu Xingchen's agreement, Zhao Wanqing let out a sigh of relief. If it is convenient for you, then speed is of the essence. This urgency was precisely why Zhao Wanqing had visited even at night. Those criminals are malevolent and ruthless cultivators, not mere beasts that slumber after a meal. Should they achieve their objectives, they would undoubtedly make a hasty retreat, delay even slightly, and we may catch nothing at all. After nodding in acknowledgement, Chu Xingchen called out to the adjacent room. Li Xingtian. Li Xingtian, who had been in meditation, swiftly opened his eyes upon hearing his master's call. Hurriedly rising to push open the door. Scanning the courtyard, he spoke with a hint of confusion. Master, what is your command? Chu Xingchen enveloped the envelope in his spiritual energy and deftly flicked it into Li Xingtian's hands. He then stifled a yawn and said, review it yourself. Tomorrow morning. Or rather, let's meet at my fishing spot at noon. You should accompany her on the case tonight. His disciple's cultivation method was more insidious than that of the evil cultivators. Even at the foundation establishment stage, she could absorb golden pills, thereby overshadowing those malevolent practitioners. The minor foundation establishment foes would provide a perfect opportunity for Li Xingtian to gain experience and level up. It was also advantageous to conserve some spirit stones. Moreover, the talisman capable of defending against golden core practitioners was still in Li Xingtian's possession, along with the teleportation talisman. Even if circumstances turned dire, an escape was still feasible. Li Xingtian raised his hand to receive the flying letter, his gaze swiftly scanning its contents. After confirming the essential information, he replied, understood. Master. He then turned to Zhao Wanqing, who stood nearby, and asked, Miss Zhao, do you have a target in mind? Zhao Wanqing hesitated, as she originally intended to invite a golden core master for support, but it was acceptable if he was willing to arrive by noon tomorrow. Furthermore, Li Xingtian himself was at the foundation establishment stage, and his formidable presence suggested he had reached the latter part of that stage. He was certainly superior to an average team leader, making him sufficient for merely tracking down leads. Ultimately, this was the only golden core practitioner Zhao Wanqing could currently enlist. With no other options available, she resigned herself to the situation. She clasped her hands in respect towards Li Xingtian and stated, yes, I have discovered traces of evil cultivator rituals near the crime scene. We can commence our investigation from there. Li Xingtian nodded in affirmation, responding, lead the way. And we shall proceed. As Chu Xingchen observed the two preparing to depart, he could not help but offer a word of caution. Xingtian, be careful. Should any complications arise, do not forget to utilize the talismans. Rest assured, Master, Li Yingling remarked, casting a glance at the departing figures before turning her attention back to Chu Xingchen. Master, Chu Xingchen, recognizing the unspoken intentions of his eldest disciple, replied bluntly, you should sleep. Do not accompany your junior brother. You might hinder their progress. Li Yingling retorted in frustration. What do you mean by hindering my junior brother? I am the senior sister. My cultivation is not inferior to his. Chu Xingchen couldn't help but chuckle at her words. While her cultivation was indeed commendable, he understood that in his absence, there would be no one to temper the curiosity of this eager disciple. When it came time to investigate a case, it was likely that it would be his eldest disciple who would direct Li Xingtian in the inquiries, rather than Zhao Wanqing instructing him. The eldest disciple was obedient only in his presence. When he was not around, as Li Xingtian would put it, she was quite independent. This could be interpreted as the only compliment Li Xingtian could muster, which in simpler terms meant, I will do as I please. However, when it came to managing his eldest disciple, Chu Xingchen possessed considerable experience. So, do you wish to take a nap and accompany me tomorrow at noon? Or do you intend to join them now? Well, then I shall take a nap. Master, do remember to take me along tomorrow. Chapter 38. The investigation journey of Li Xingtian. The village recorded in the files is not particularly distant from Yuzhou City, falling well within the jurisdiction of the Demon Control Office of Yuzhou. If two foundation establishment cultivators were to exert themselves, the journey would not take long. Following closely behind Zhao Wanqing, Li Xingtian noticed something peculiar in her manner of travel. It seemed as though her right leg was injured. For each time it touched the ground, there was an unmistakable awkwardness. Consequently, her pace appeared rather slow to Li Xingtian. "Is your right leg injured?" Li Xingtian inquired. Zhao Wanqing turned in surprise. "How did you know?" "You instinctively alleviate pressure when your foot lands," Li Xingtian elucidated before continuing. "Are you certain you can manage with such an injury? Time is of the essence." Li Xingtian's tone remained calm. "So urgent that you haven't even taken any healing elixirs?" "I have taken some, but the vital blood is not clearing quickly enough, resulting in a sluggish recovery. Could you kindly pause for a moment?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing halted, her gaze filled with confusion as she looked at Li Xingtian. "I have a method to assist you. Please cooperate. If we encounter an ambush, I cannot guarantee your safety," Li Xingtian explained, his eyes swiftly scanning their surroundings. Sensing the lingering aura of blood around Zhao Wanqing. "This wound, has it become rather excessive? I apologize for any discomfort this may cause. Please bear with me." Li Xingtian halted his steps, skillfully manipulating the spiritual energy to swiftly envelop several wounds imbued with malevolent blood essence. Upon contact with the blood essence, it seemed to acknowledge its master, swiftly submitting to the control exerted by Li Xingtian's spiritual energy. With a gentle beckoning, the blood essence surged forth from Zhao Wanqing's wounds, propelled by Li Xingtian's command. Zhao Wanqing, in a state of astonishment, sensed the ferocious and tenacious blood essence within her, which felt as though it would entangle her for a lifetime, now effortlessly relinquished by the spiritual energy. It was akin to a cherished daughter, nurtured for 18 years, being led away by a mere flick of a finger from a mischievous spirit. Zhao Wanqing hesitated to voice her thoughts, her curiosity piqued by how Li Xingtian's spiritual energy could so easily subdue the blood essence. This was a matter of technique. Li Xingtian understood the unspoken questions reflected in Zhao Wanqing's expression. There was a reason his master summoned him and not his senior sister. "Thank you." Zhao Wanqing finally expressed her gratitude. Regardless, the absence of the entangling blood essence had indeed significantly alleviated her pain. Li Xingtian nodded slightly in acknowledgement, for he believed that dragging along a liability was always a foolish endeavor. His past experiences had taught him to avoid partnering with incompetence. In his eyes, Zhao Wanqing had already begun to resemble a half-witted companion. Should she fail to demonstrate her capabilities in the forthcoming investigation, Li Xingtian would contemplate assuming command of the operation, proceeding in his own manner. "Herein lies the evidence of the ritual's traces that I have discovered." Zhao Wanqing pointed towards a patch of unblemished ground, their movements swift, urging the need to act promptly. Li Xingtian's gaze swiftly traversed the expanse. If Zhao Wanqing's assertions bore truth, the earth had indeed been meticulously cleansed, devoid of any trace of significance. Zhao Wanqing nudged the spot where the formation had once stood, discovering no fluctuations of energy. Their audacious ritualistic practices indicated they had reached a pivotal juncture or that an unforeseen event had driven them to such recklessness. Thus, it was imperative to anticipate their next target. Li Xingtian nodded gently, signaling his agreement with Zhao Wanqing's strategy, recognizing her not as one impulsively chasing shadows. Having a plan and a direction was sufficient, and it seemed Zhao Wanqing had already identified their next destination. Her course lay northward from this point, with the southern part of Yuzhou City bordering the water and the northern side adjacent to mountains. Zhao Wanqing surmised that, given the Demon Suppression Division's awareness of the nefarious ritual practices, the malevolent cultivators would no longer act so brazenly. They were, after all, simply malevolent beings with a desire to survive. It was likely they would target a concealed village nestled in the mountains. Such secluded locales were challenging to investigate. And with the mountains providing cover, even if the Demon Suppression Division were to uncover them, the culprits could easily disperse and vanish into the woods, evading capture. Thus, beneath the veil of night, Zhao Wanqing and Li Xingtian sprinted towards the nearest northern village. Prior to their departure, Zhao Wanqing had already familiarized herself with the surrounding terrain and maps. Approximately half an hour later, they were nearing the village mentioned by Zhao Wanqing. Suddenly, Li Xingtian halted abruptly, a frown creasing his brow as he surveyed the surroundings. Zhao Wanqing quickly stopped her steps, inquiring, "What's wrong?" "We've fallen into an illusionary maze," Li Xingtian replied, his gaze sweeping across the dense forest. "We must have circled this area at least 3 times. Zhao Wanqing was taken aback. 3 circles? She had sensed nothing amiss. "Exiting this maze is not difficult," but we may have compromised our position. Li Xingtian continued scanning the vicinity, soon detecting a surge of spiritual energy. Despite having to start anew in his cultivation after his rebirth, Li Xingtian's knowledge and experience remained intact. From the outset of their mission, he had been acutely aware of his surroundings. His vigilance against malevolent cultivators was unwavering. For all the nefarious individuals he encountered shared a common trait, an utter lack of principles. Cautiously, Li Xingtian approached the source of the energy fluctuation. Zhao Wanqing quickly followed his lead, witnessing him part the underbrush to retrieve a small stone from the ground. After scrutinizing it thoroughly, he gently placed it back in its original position. This is a stone bead maze. Follow me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing trailed closely behind. Li Xingtian twisted left and right, as if navigating in circles, and after several turns, he astonishingly found a way out. However, upon emerging, Zhao Wanqing was left in a state of shock. Before her lay a village that had been utterly decimated. All the houses had long been reduced to ashes. The scent of blood assailing the senses with the night's chill wind. At the village's edge, headless corpses dangled from the trees. Li Xingtian cast his gaze downwards, observing the remnants of the formation's traces at his feet, which remained untouched, as though they had not been attended to at all. How could they dare? Zhao Wanqing's voice trembled slightly. The abduction of villagers for the sacrificial rites of the malevolent cultivators was a concept starkly different from the complete annihilation of the entire village for such dark purposes. The rituals of the malevolent practitioners merely sought to refine blood essence and souls to enhance their own cultivation. Yet, it was well known that adult males provided the most potent blood essence and spiritual energy, while the elderly, women, and children contributed little, if anything, and could even taint the vital energies. Thus, even the most vicious of malevolent cultivators would refrain from committing such self-destructive acts. Moreover, this was an entire village, with not a single elderly person, woman, or child spared. This was nothing short of a massacre. Li Xingtian spoke. They left in haste, neglecting even to address the formation's traces. I will carry these remnants back to investigate further, while you should search within for any overlooked, valuable information. He noted the change in Zhao Wanqing's demeanor and recognized her distress, prompting him to take charge of the situation. Chapter 39. Silence if you cannot speak. Zhao Wanqing stepped into the heart of the village. The bloodstains on the ground had long since dried. Yet the acrid scent of blood still lingered in the air. The remnants of burnt houses lay scattered, reduced to mere ruins. As she walked, traces of the sacrificial ritual's formation were evident upon the ground. It was clear that this group of malevolent practitioners had intended to conduct a blood sacrifice of the entire village. Along the way, no corpses were visible, save for the lifeless body hanging from a large tree at the village entrance. It was apparent that the bodies had been relocated to the focal point of the formation. Zhao Wanqing took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within her. The most probable location where the malevolent practitioners would have left behind useful traces was the focal point. She cast her gaze over the surroundings in search of clues. Yet her steps hastened towards the village center, where she could most effectively encompass the entire area. Everything unfolded precisely as Zhao Wanqing had surmised. In the heart of the village, a pile of bones lay scattered, remnants of villagers drained of life. However, there was an unforeseen element. The malevolent practitioners had not entirely retreated. Among the bones, one clad in a simple black robe nonchalantly sat, a dark red blade resting beside him, exuding an aura of insatiable bloodlust. The efficiency of the demon suppression division had dwindled to an alarming degree. The voice of the figure in black was hoarse, laced with dissatisfaction, and he remarked on the arrival of only 2 individuals, questioning how they could protect the mortals under such circumstances. Did you do this? Zhao Wanqing inquired icily, her hand instinctively reaching for the dagger at her waist. It was not I who committed the act. Could it be you, the captain of the demon suppression squad? The figure cloaked in black sneered disdainfully, suddenly grasping the great sword at his side. Beneath the moonlight, a flicker of dark red light shimmered ominously. The black-clad man, wielding his massive blade, swiftly approached Zhao Wanqing, the long sword emanating an ominous crimson glow. Zhao Wanqing was quick to react, drawing a short blade from her waist to counter the impending assault. The resonant clash of metal echoed through the tranquil night. Zhao Wanqing felt the tremendous force of the strike, her injured arms nearly giving way. With a desperate surge of spiritual energy, she barely managed to withstand the blow. The black-robed figure's cultivation appeared to be at the late stage of foundation establishment. However, what troubled Zhao Wanqing even more was the malicious aura emanating from the dark cultivator. It surged forth from the long sword, rapidly converging and assaulting her spiritual energy. She was compelled to divert her focus, meticulously controlling her spiritual energy to fend off the torrent of malevolent essence. If she allowed the dark energy to close in and strike her, it would undoubtedly spell her doom. Yet the black-robed man, having emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, was not to be underestimated. He abruptly raised his foot, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Zhao Wanqing's abdomen. With no room to evade, she could only concentrate her spiritual energy to brace for impact. The blow landed, and she felt her internal organs shift violently. Unable to maintain her stance, she was propelled backward, crashing to the ground with such force that a small crater was formed. Forcing back the metallic taste of blood rising in her throat, Zhao Wanqing quickly rolled to her feet and retreated, simultaneously gripping a short dagger. She swiftly unleashed several waves of blade energy to prevent the figure in black from pressing his advantage. However, contrary to her intentions, the cloaked man surged forward, using the body of his weapon to deflect her attacks. With a sudden eruption of blood-red spiritual power, he aimed directly for Zhao Wanqing's head. It was as if he earnestly advised her, "Do not pursue a career in governance in your next life." Gritting her teeth, Zhao Wanqing raised her short dagger once more to block the assault. The black-clad figure, seeing this unfold, felt a surge of elation within, and his blood energy erupted, forcibly altering the center of gravity of his strike. This adjustment transformed the trajectory of his blade, now aimed at her waist instead of her head. Since mastering the manipulation of blood energy, he had dispatched many foundational cultivators with this very maneuver. Zhao Wanqing watched as the blade morphed into a radiant arc. Bang! Suddenly, an ancient iron sword intercepted the luminous strike, and Zhao Wanqing felt her collar yanked, pulling her out of the danger zone of the large blade. Almost immediately, the iron sword was shattered by the radiant energy. Li Xingtian gazed at the broken short sword, pondering how his senior sister truly had a knack for putting her junior brother in peril. Zhao Wanqing glanced back to see Li Xingtian's expression remain calm. Out of concern for his employer, he inquired, "Are you all right?" "Be cautious." Zhao Wanqing had initially intended to express her gratitude, but upon noticing the cloaked man preparing another strike, she quickly warned him. Li Xingtian slightly raised his gaze. As the remnants of the shattered sword suddenly emanated an enigmatic and profound aura. Confronted by the blood-soaked, menacing blade, Li Xingtian displayed no fear, responding with the remnants of a shattered sword, now little more than a hilt. It appeared as though he merely extended the broken sword with an air of nonchalance. Zhao Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief at Li Xingtian's seemingly suicidal act. However, what followed was beyond her expectations. It was the cloaked figure who evaded this clash. The figure abruptly raised his long knife, retreating swiftly for dozens of meters, his tone fluctuating ominously. "You brat, are you from Zhongzhou?" That aura just now was undeniably a divine ability. Only Zhongzhou possesses such prowess to enable its disciples to cultivate divine abilities at the foundational level. The cloaked man found it hard to believe that any other place could wield such formidable power. After all, that was a divine ability. Were it not for his dark cultivation and some instinctual skills he had honed, he would have surely suffered a grave loss from what appeared to be an unremarkable sword strike. Li Xingtian remained silent, concentrating the spiritual energy within him, gripping the shattered sword as he stepped forward, delivering a strike from several dozen meters away. A dark crimson light flickered as the broken sword swept through the air. Boom! As the dark crimson glow surged forth, a violent energy swiftly obliterated everything in front of Li Xingtian. Zhao Wanqing watched in astonishment as the slender dark crimson light annihilated all in its path. This was certainly not a technique of the foundational stage. Chapter 40. Seize the opportunity, make a decisive cut. Zhao Wanqing's injuries were, in fact, rather grave. A mere glance at her pallid complexion suggested she was on the brink of anemia. On the journey back, she had also consumed an emergency elixir to prevent her condition from deteriorating further. There was a reason why Li Xingtian chose to return Zhao Wanqing to the Sihiyuan first. The ritual formation there bore a striking resemblance to the one within the Qingfeng sect's mining site, suggesting a shared origin. Upon observing that particular corner of the village's formation, Li Xingtian had an instinctive feeling about it. Thus, he proposed to carry the ritual apparatus, allowing Zhao Wanqing to investigate for clues. It was prudent to first inform his master of this intelligence to ascertain any potential dangers, pondering whether it could be linked to the Qingfeng sect. Alternatively, there was the possibility of framing the Qingfeng sect, inciting the Demon Suppression Division to eradicate them to prevent future troubles, though such a strategy required meticulous planning. This was to avoid any repercussions that could fall back on their own sect during the investigation by the Demon Suppression Division. Regardless of whether it was a commission from Zhao Wanqing or an inquiry by the Demon Suppression Division, in Li Xingtian's heart, it ultimately paled in comparison to the current situation involving only 3 individuals in a small sect. The commotion in the courtyard was considerable, and Li Yingling had yet to succumb to slumber. Upon hearing the disturbance, she opened the door. Her gaze swiftly fell upon Zhao Wanqing, who, with her ethereal breath and ashen countenance, was evidently gravely injured. Have you sustained serious injuries? Li Yingling inquired. Zhao Wanqing took a deep breath, striving to quell the chaotic energy within her. It's not too severe. The Demon Suppression Division has professional physicians. Li Yingling spoke with sincerity, her voice tinged with a hint of trepidation at the thought of Zhao Wanqing's potential refusal. She quickly stepped forward and grasped Zhao's hand. Now that you are here, my master possesses unparalleled skills in alchemy, particularly in the crafting of healing elixirs. I truly apologize for the inconvenience, esteemed senior. You needn't worry. My master is currently fine-tuning the flavor of the elixirs. Your assistance in sampling them would be greatly appreciated, Li Yingling replied, her gaze shifting to her disciple nearby. Disciple, do you not concur? Li Xingtian, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of exasperation. But it was evident that supporting his senior sister at this juncture would lead to complications in the future. Should their master concoct another peculiar elixir, his sister would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to partake first. Recalling the peculiar flower-like elixir his master had produced, he ultimately acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. Sister is indeed correct. Very well. This coincidentally aligns with some new insights I have, Chu Xingchen remarked, not one to refuse assistance, especially since both of his disciples regarded his elixirs as if they were poison. This was indeed a moment to validate his craft. Li Yingling continued to hold Zhao Wanqing's hand, directing her disciple with purpose. Disciple, fetch the pot. Fetch the pot. Zhao Wanqing's brows furrowed in confusion. What could possibly be accomplished with a pot? Yet, she soon witnessed Chu Xingchen retrieving several strands of spiritual herbs from his spatial ring. Is this on-site alchemy? She pondered. Li Xingtian also emerged from the kitchen bearing a specialized iron pot for alchemical purposes. A troubling thought crossed Zhao Wanqing's mind. Was he truly intending to use an iron pot for alchemy? She had never encountered an alchemist employing such a vessel. It has been demonstrated that good intentions often falter, while malevolent thoughts manifest with striking precision. Zhao Wanqing soon witnessed a remarkable spectacle of alchemy in a cast-iron pot. A large cauldron of water, infused with spiritual herbs, swiftly coalesced into a small orb of dark green liquid, exuding the unique essence of nature, a distinctive herbal aroma. Zhao Wanqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Could this truly be alchemy in a mere pot? Observing her expression, Li Yingling mistakenly assumed she was frightened and offered a comforting remark. Do not be afraid. The real cause for concern lies ahead. Zhao Wanqing responded, perplexed. However, this time, Chu Xingchen had genuinely pondered the matter. Firstly, bitterness is a relative perception of taste. If one cannot tolerate bitterness, one could explore alternative solutions to taste. If bitterness cannot be sensed, then it ceases to exist, does it not? There are numerous methods to dull the sense of taste, and Chu Xingchen opted for a particular herb known for its blood-replenishing properties. Thus, the healing and revitalization could be accomplished in one fell swoop. Considering Li Xingtian's profound aversion to flour, Chu Xingchen resolved to forego it this time. Completed. Let's give it a try. Chu Xingchen enveloped the verdant orb with spiritual energy and presented it to Zhao Wanqing. Throughout the alchemical process, Zhao Wanqing observed with keen interest. She recognized those spiritual herbs, all of which were known for their healing properties. Theoretically, the concoction produced from these ingredients should indeed be consumable. However, gazing at the dark green concoction before her, Zhao Wanqing steeled her resolve and swallowed it whole. Initially, a hint of bitterness lingered on her palate, but it swiftly dissipated. Yet, as the potion traveled down her throat, a surge of intense reaction ensued, an indescribable sensation of her body instinctively rebelling against the vile essence. From the moment she ingested it, her body waged a fierce resistance. Yet, the medicinal effect seemed to disregard her bodily protests. brazenly intruding within her, akin to a bandit forcefully kicking open a door. Remarkably, the potion's efficacy was apparent. Zhao Wanqing could distinctly feel her internal organs mending. However, they simultaneously rejected this foreign power, creating a juxtaposition of discomfort and relief. It was akin to a feathered touch teasing one foot, while an inappropriate scratch plagued the other, relief entwined with an unsettling ache. At this moment, Zhao Wanqing was consumed by a singular thought. This medicine felt even more sinister than that group of malevolent practitioners. Li Xingtian, observing Zhao Wanqing's peculiar expression, turned to her senior sister and said, "Senior sister, please keep an eye on her. I have matters to discuss with Master." Of course, Li Yingling replied without hesitation. It was evident that her junior brother had something he could not disclose to the Demon Suppression Bureau, and she was more than willing to cooperate. Chapter 41. The Gray Area. The following morning, within the medical hall of the Demon Suppression Division in Yuzhou City. "What miraculous elixir have you consumed to witness such remarkable effects?" Anian inquired as she unwrapped the bandages from Zhao Wanqing's hand, discovering that the once deep, bone-exposing wound had healed substantially. Zhao Wanqing, with a somewhat peculiar expression, replied, "I ingested a pill, an essence refined by a senior." She extended her hand for a pulse check. Anian did not dwell on the specifics of Zhao Wanqing's medication, considering that as long as she was alive, it sufficed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing placed her hand on the table. Anian gently rested her small hand upon Zhao Wanqing's wrist, her gaze appraising as she scrutinized her. "Did you not recently suffer a severe internal injury?" Zhao Wanqing furrowed her brow slightly. "Yes, why do you ask?" "The pulse is rather unusual. The recovery seems alarmingly swift, likely a result of the essence you consumed," Anian remarked, lifting her hand with a light-hearted tone. "The examination is complete. There is nothing amiss. You are recuperating quite well, and there are no signs of poisoning. With some proper rest, you shall soon be as lively as ever." "Thank you," Zhao Wanqing began, but before she could finish her sentence, a voice called from outside, "Captain Zhao, there is someone named Chu Xingchen at the door seeking you." At this, Zhao Wanqing promptly rose, a hint of apology in her voice. "I'm sorry. I must take my leave." Anian watched Zhao Wanqing's hurried figure and called out, "Do not forget to take it easy for a while. Otherwise, you may end up returning in a state of exhaustion once more." Regrettably, Zhao Wanqing did not respond to Anian's reminder. Zhao Wanqing hastily exited the gates of the Demon Suppression Division and soon spotted Chu Xingchen standing beneath a tree, to which she quickly approached. Chu Xingchen inquired first, "Have you reported the situation in that village to the Demon Suppression Division?" "I have, and I've expedited the process," Zhao Wanqing replied. "Expedited? How long will it take?" With a wry smile, Zhao Wanqing responded, "Approximately half a month." "That is indeed quite urgent. What about now? Do you plan to continue investigating on your own?" Chu Xingchen looked at Zhao Wanqing, adding, "Even if you don't investigate, the promised spirit stones cannot be diminished. Of course, the investigation must continue. After all, if we wait for half a month, the culprits may have already fled," Zhao Wanqing asserted, her tone filled with uncertainty. "However, why hasn't he the person who was with me yesterday come?" "Are you referring to Li Xingtian?" Chu Xingchen asked, his tone oddly inquisitive. "You spent 400 spirit stones and still intend to hire a few more people?" Zhao Wanqing quickly replied, "No, it's just that Brother Li is quite capable." The memory of his remarkable sword strike lingered in her mind, for it possessed a power far beyond that of someone in the Foundation establishment stage. Moreover, he had remained exceptionally composed throughout the investigation process. Chu Xingchen did not press further on that matter and, with a serious expression, asked, "So, what goals do you have now?" At his words, Zhao Wanqing fell silent. Yesterday, the formidable peak-level evil cultivator was likely left behind by that group of malevolent practitioners, intended to monitor the progress of the Demon Suppression Department's investigation and to adjust their plans accordingly. Furthermore, the evil cultivator was not vanquished by Li Xingtian, which suggests that they may have inadvertently alerted their foes. If the investigation continues to follow the previous course, it is feared that they will be led in circles by these wicked practitioners, ultimately achieving nothing. The forthcoming direction of the investigation must undoubtedly shift in order to keep pace with this nefarious group. However, this is no simple task, as the clues are already exceedingly scant. With a smile, Chu Xingchen proposed, "If we are at an impasse, why not follow me?" Zhao Wanqing looked at Chu Xingchen in astonishment, hesitating for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, with no clear leads, The suggestion from Yaoyin should be reliable. It would be prudent to accompany this senior and see if he possesses any effective strategies. Moreover, as the master of Li Xingtian, this elder should undoubtedly exhibit more astuteness than his disciple. Noticing Zhao Wanqing's acquiescence, Chu Xingchen turned and walked towards the outskirts of Yuzhou City, remarking with a smile. In truth, solving a case is not always as difficult as it seems. One must look beyond the surface to grasp the essence. Avoiding the trap of rigidly pursuing fixed clues and instead embracing one's imagination. Zhao Wanqing furrowed her brow at his words, while they held a semblance of truth. Imagination must be grounded in reality, lest it devolve into mere daydreaming. Observing Zhao Wanqing's contemplative silence, Chu Xingchen understood that she did not place much weight on his counsel. However, it matters little. Soon Zhao Wanqing will comprehend the meaning of taking an unconventional approach. To the south of Yuzhou City, the Yuzhou River traverses the interior and reaches the coast, facilitating a highly developed network of waterborne trade. In such a geographical setting, smuggling becomes a lucrative enterprise. Ordinary merchants resort to trafficking in illicit salt, hoarding grain to inflate prices, while those with a more discerning taste dabble in foreign antiquities and exquisite trinkets. Yet, smuggling is not solely the domain of the common folk. Cultivators engage in it as well, for their pursuit of immortality is hardly akin to mere courier services. Navigating the waters is not particularly slow. Many cultivators, despite their lackluster talents but driven by aspirations of ascension, resort to smuggling herbs, elixirs, or other unsavory items to profit from the disparities in spirit stone values. In this world, everything hinges on supply and demand. Where there is need, there shall be a seller. While labeling these individuals as heretical practitioners might be an exaggeration, they are certainly not paragons of virtue. They exist within a gray area. For someone of Zhao Wanqing's official standing, the distinction between gray and non-gray hardly matters. Overwhelmed by the task of dealing with heretical practitioners and vile beasts, there is little time to pursue the most unscrupulous of cultivators at the bottom of the hierarchy. Moreover, these lower-tier cultivators are far from united. They operate in fragmented groups, each protecting their own small domain, incapable of stirring any significant upheaval. Yet, what Zhao Wanqing may not realize is that those who manage to safeguard their territory in such a place may not be the strongest, but they are undoubtedly the most well-informed. Chapter 42. From Central Plains in the face of the shameful remarks made by the guide accompanying the Foundation establishment cultivator, Chu Xingchen did not hesitate to examine the attributes displayed before him. Target, Guanquan blue attribute. Flexible bottom line, white attribute. Slightly astute, white attribute. Ruthless, black attribute. Per talent. Upon seeing the attribute list, Chu Xingchen smiled with satisfaction. A flexible bottom line. Wasn't this precisely the talent he had been seeking? Fortune smiled upon him, and he decided to select this individual. With a sigh, Chu Xingchen remarked, "It is evident that you possess considerable aptitude. Establishing a dock of your own in this place is no small feat, is it?" Guanquan replied with genuine warmth. "Thanks to the blessings of the two esteemed officials, I am managing, albeit barely. We have come to seek your assistance with a case," Chu Xingchen stated, patting Guanquan on the shoulder. "You must have some free time, correct?" "Certainly, if there are any instructions from the officials. Everyone at my dock will do their utmost to assist," Guanquan responded. "There's no need for so many people. Just you alone will suffice." Guanquan was taken aback at this. Only himself? Given the recent actions he had undertaken, his conduct was hardly superior to that of the recently reported Wang Ermatzi, who would dare accompany the captain of the Demon Suppression Division to handle a case. Surely, these two were not planning to engage in entrapment? To claim they needed assistance with a case, could it be that they were there to settle their own affairs? Guanquan's face revealed a troubled expression as he hesitantly replied, "Your Excellency, strength lies in numbers." "Indeed, Captain, we should rally more people from the Demon Suppression Division." Chu Xingchen initially nodded in agreement, but then his demeanor shifted dramatically. He cast a harsh gaze at Guanquan and said, "You had better call in more as well. We cannot allow it to be said that the Demon Suppression Division bullies others." The menace in his tone was unmistakable. Faced with Chu Xingchen's threat, Guanquan quickly knelt down. There was no escaping this. These two clearly sought trouble. This dock represented all his savings. He could flee. But the dock could not follow him. With a pained expression, he spoke in a tone of grievance. "Your Excellency, is there something you wish to investigate that cannot be disclosed here? I assure you of my full cooperation." Observing Guanquan's almost tearful countenance, Chu Xingchen decided to broach the subject at hand. lest he frighten the man away completely. Recently, there have been reports of someone purchasing a considerable amount of ritual foundation stones at a premium, correct? Guan Quan was momentarily taken aback, a sense of unease washing over him. As he contemplated how to respond, he caught sight of Chu Xingchen's enigmatic smile. Taking a deep breath, he forced a wry smile and replied, "Indeed, a group of individuals has acquired a large quantity of ritual foundation stones, and they seem unconcerned about the inflated prices." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing's eyes brightened instantly. It would be foolish not to grasp the implications at this point. She hastily pressed, "Who are they? What are their names?" Guan Quan, upon hearing her inquiry, cast a peculiar glance at Zhao Wanqing, hesitating as he weighed his words. How could such a foolish girl ascend to the position of team leader? One must ponder why she would spend a considerable sum to come here instead of purchasing from a reputable establishment like the Treasures Pavilion. It is evident that her status is less than respectable, or perhaps her visage has been affixed to a bounty notice. Upon noticing Guan Quan's perplexed expression, Zhao Wanqing swiftly grasped the crux of the matter and realized her earlier folly. Chu Xingchen, with a grave demeanor, remarked, "Well then, you should now comprehend the true purpose behind that group acquiring the cornerstone, correct?" Guan Quan, feeling aggrieved, replied, "In our place." Chu Xingchen coldly interrupted, "Think carefully before you respond. You have only one opportunity." Recognizing the icy demeanor and tone of Chu Xingchen, Guan Quan understood that failing to provide some clarification today would not bode well for him. He cast a furtive glance at the multitude of subordinates surrounding him, and with resignation, he quickly raised both hands high. "My lord, I genuinely do not know." Chu Xingchen gestured to Zhao Wanqing beside him, instructing, "Take him away." Zhao Wanqing hesitated momentarily, questioning the utility of this action. Did he intend to bring him back to the Demon Suppression Division for interrogation? By the time they pried the truth from him, would it not be too late? Nevertheless, Zhao Wanqing complied, leading Guan Quan out. The subordinates looked on as their leader was escorted away, none daring to intervene. Guan Quan, displaying no resistance, cooperated fully, yet shouted, "Official, I truly do not know." Chu Xingchen paid him no heed and simply turned to leave. Zhao Wanqing firmly held back the incessantly shouting Guan Quan, following closely behind. After traversing a short distance, Chu Xingchen unexpectedly turned into a corner. Zhao Wanqing hastily steered Guan Quan into the same corner, only to discover that it was a dead end. There stood Chu Xingchen. Observing them, Guan Quan ceased his shouting, adopting a sycophantic tone. "Sir, could you please loosen your grip?" Zhao Wanqing cast a glance at Chu Xingchen, and upon receiving his nod of approval, she released her hold. Chu Xingchen inquired, "Can we speak now?" They appeared to be a band of nefarious cultivators, and the recent blood sacrifice was likely orchestrated by them. Guan Quan quickly interjected, "Sir, I only sold a small portion of that merchandise, and once I realized what they were up to, I ceased all dealings." Zhao Wanqing regarded Guan Ning, who had previously exhibited a defiant spirit, now reduced to a fawning accomplice. This, Chu Xingchen's expression grew slightly impatient. "Speak something of substance. They seem to be planning to establish a grand ritual, and a very large one at that." Guan Quan hastily added, "I have information. They purchased a Taishan stone to serve as the core of the formation." Chu Xingchen asked, "Who sold it?" Guan Quan blurted out, "It was sold by Wang Ermatzi." Before Chu Xingchen could respond, Zhao Wanqing instinctively reached for the short dagger at her waist. Chu Xingchen, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "What has Wang Ermatzi done to offend you so gravely?" "No, it truly was Wang Ermatzi who sold it. I had invested a considerable sum to acquire a piece, only to have that scoundrel Wang Ermatzi steal my business. That stone has caused me significant losses." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing was rendered speechless, realizing the gravity of the situation. Guan Quan, with a pleading expression, said, "Gentlemen, this is all I know." "You lack honesty," Chu Xingchen remarked, placing a hand on Guan Quan's shoulder. "Did you think we came here on a whim, merely hoping for luck? Can you guess who sent us to seek you?" Guan Quan's expression shifted instantly, and he cautiously inquired, "Wang Ermatzi?" With a swift motion, Chu Xingchen summoned his spirit sword and hung it ominously around Guan Quan's neck, coldly asserting, "It is your grandmother. She visited me in a dream last night and warned that if you dare to conceal anything, I shall send you to meet her." Confronted by the blade at his throat, Guan Quan's demeanor collapsed, and he hastily exclaimed, "It was indeed Wang Ermatzi who sold it. The most I know is that those wicked cultivators refer to themselves as the Spirit Evil Sect. I truly have no knowledge of their specific plans." Chu Xingchen scoffed, unaware. Are you? Yet their people remain at your dock? Guan paused, momentarily taken aback. Then his gaze shot towards Chu Xingchen, discerning only mockery in his eyes. Was this man merely jesting, or did he possess genuine intelligence? However, the sword at his neck was no jest. Its chilling aura pierced his skin with relentless discomfort. Taking a deep breath, Guan confessed, they hail from the central continent. Chapter 43. Take action. Zhao Wanqing's gaze suddenly shifted. The name Zhongzhou resonates profoundly in the southern region of Danzhou. To put it differently, in this world, there exist only two realms, Zhongzhou and the territories beyond it. The fundamental reason for this distinction lies in the fact that the spiritual veins of heaven and earth originate from Zhongzhou, subsequently branching out to other continents. Thus, the concentration of spiritual energy in this world is highest in Zhongzhou, where the foundation of cultivation is rooted in this abundant spiritual essence. The greater the availability of spiritual energy, the more valuable spiritual plants and items can be produced. Moreover, individuals born in Zhongzhou naturally possess stronger spiritual roots compared to cultivators from other continents. Zhongzhou wields an irresistible power, effortlessly overshadowing the other lands. The sects of Zhongzhou often find little motivation to extend their influence to other continents, as they deem these regions too impoverished to yield any substantial benefits. There are seldom Zhongzhou cultivators who venture to other continents. Those who do are either unable to thrive in Zhongzhou or have chosen to abandon their ambitions entirely. Yet, once one embarks on the path of cultivation, who would not yearn to witness the grandeur and wisdom that top-tier cultivators behold? Thus, the malevolent practitioners from Zhongzhou carry an imposing presence. However, when it comes to these nefarious figures, as long as they are reported to the Zhongzhou Immortal Alliance, cultivators from Zhongzhou will inevitably come to address the situation. Nevertheless, all of this requires the most precious resource that Zhao Wanqing currently lacks: time. Chu Xingchen continued to inquire. What else? This single question could not be overlooked by Chu Xingchen, for Li Xingtian had also mingled in Zhongzhou prior to his rebirth, and it was said that he thrived there splendidly. At this juncture, I must speak candidly. Guan's expression immediately darkened, and he spoke with gravity. They surely have not limited their purchases to our establishment alone. Ever since the recent rumors of malevolent cultivators engaging in blood sacrifices emerged, I have harbored suspicions. Initially, I believed that they would retreat to other locales following the incident. However, contrary to my expectations, they have even intensified their procurement of goods. It is my conjecture that their sacrifices of mortals serve merely as a fade. How could such trivial offerings satisfy the appetites of those from the Central Plains? Their true objective must lie within the nearby sects. Only the blood of cultivators can satiate their cravings. Were it not for the unfolding events, Guan would prefer to remain uninvolved, content with selling goods and earning spirit stones. Yet, circumstances invariably compel one forward. Engaging in this line of work always entails risks. Had it not been for the arrival of the Demon Suppression Department, he likely would have maintained his silence. The blood sacrificial sects have no direct ties to him, and the prospect of considerable profit further dissuades him from involvement. Nevertheless, the dashing figure before him was not easily deceived. Guan harbored no doubts regarding the potential descent of the sword at his throat. Given the current predicament, rather than returning to placate those wicked cultivators, it would be more prudent to decisively betray them, eradicate those cursed malevolent beings entirely, ensuring they dare not return. In doing so, one could also alleviate personal anxieties. Guan's expression hardened as he declared, "If you are truly intent on addressing this matter, then you should investigate those sects. There may be unexpected gains." Chu Xingchen slowly sheathed his spiritual sword and turned his gaze towards Zhao Wanqing, who had been listening intently throughout. Zhao Wanqing furrowed her brow, her hand gripping the hilt of a short dagger. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke, "You may leave now." Upon hearing this, Guan visibly relaxed. He immediately drew a dagger from his waist and, under Zhao Wanqing's astonished gaze, inflicted several deep cuts upon himself. He then turned and dashed towards the dock. Zhao Wanqing fixed her eyes on Guan's receding figure, her tone laced with uncertainty. A self-inflicted ploy? Is this not too conspicuous? With a light chuckle, Chu Xingchen offered clarification. Many matters cannot be elucidated merely by words. Regardless of the discourse, those inclined to suspicion will remain so. For him, what truly matters now is his demeanor. Zhao Wanqing turned to Chu Xingchen, inquiring, "Do you believe his words hold any truth?" And what do you think? Zhao Wanqing's expression grew somber as she lowered her head. After a prolonged silence, she replied, he must have spoken the truth. Do you still intend to pursue this matter further? Chu Xingchen asked, his tone unruffled. Zhao Wanqing clasped her hands in respect, saying, I shall not trouble you with the ensuing affairs, esteemed elder. Thank you for your assistance. After all, this matter involved the central continent, where the most formidable of the malevolent practitioners possessed at least golden core cultivation, compounded by their terrifying bloodlust. To expect a golden core master to undertake such a perilous venture for 400 spirit stones is truly preposterous. Chu Xingchen inquired, is that so? Do you wish to continue your investigation alone? Zhao Wanqing responded resolutely, indeed. Chu Xingchen jested, you are so foolish that you cannot investigate alone. Even if you cannot, you must try. Alas, you are truly dim-witted. You fail to comprehend my words. Zhao Wanqing, perplexed, inquired, what does the senior mean? Increase the funds. Meanwhile, Guan Quan, drenched in blood, hurried back to his dock, pushing past his concerned subordinates. He rushed into a small room and abruptly flung open the door. Inside, a figure cloaked in black sat calmly in a chair, his voice hoarse. Back already? This simple statement momentarily stunned Guan Quan, yet he quickly regained his composure. His tone urgent, the Demon Suppression Division has discovered us. I intend to flee to Lianyang City for safety. You should leave as well. Why the panic? The black-cloaked figure chuckled lightly. What of the Demon Suppression Division? His nonchalant demeanor took Guan Quan by surprise, as if he were the one in control of the situation. Guan Quan, bewildered by the audacity of this dark practitioner, retorted, they are aware of your presence here. It is likely they will come for you soon. Even if you are unafraid, should we not retreat first? The black-cloaked figure lightly tapped the table. Do not rush. Let us wait a moment longer. Guan Quan, astonished, questioned. Wait for what? Chapter 44. The performance not far away. Zhao Wanqing witnessed with her own eyes the black-robed malevolent practitioner, drenched in blood, mercilessly pounding Guan Quan's head into a pulp. The elder's conjecture was indeed correct. That group of wicked practitioners had sent someone to the dock, and undoubtedly, Guan Quan harbored undisclosed secrets. In order to maintain their confidentiality, the malevolent practitioner had opted for murder to silence him. At this moment, Zhao Wanqing turned back, relying on the willingness of Chu Xingchen to assist her in capturing this potential malevolent practitioner. After all, nothing is more convenient than prying secrets from the lips of such a villain. Although Zhao Wanqing was at a considerable distance, she served merely as bait to divert attention. At this moment, the esteemed Chu Xingchen had already circled around. All she could do was place her hopes in the elder. Before long, the esteemed Chu Xingchen, whom Zhao Wanqing held in high regard, surged forth from the side. The radiant glow of the spiritual sword in his hand erupted magnificently. Despite the distance, Zhao Wanqing could distinctly sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from a cultivator of the Golden Core stage. The intensity of that pressure indicated at least a late-stage Golden Core practitioner. Truly, as recommended by Yao Qin, he was incredibly formidable. With a flourish, Chu Xingchen's sword transformed into a streak of rainbow light, descending fiercely upon the black-robed malevolent practitioner. Boom! The power of that strike was immense. Dust and debris erupted into the air, obscuring Zhao Wanqing's line of sight. Following this, a violent and tumultuous surge of blood energy erupted. It seemed they exchanged several moves amidst the swirling dust. The fierce radiance of spiritual energy pierced through the haze. Once again, a series of resounding explosions erupted, stirring up a tumultuous cloud of dust. The clash between the two foremost cultivators was so formidable that the mere residual waves of spiritual energy sent shivers down the spine of onlookers. The violent aftermath made Zhao Wanqing acutely aware that this was a battle beyond her capacity to influence, and she might not even possess the qualifications to partake in it. At that moment, a flicker of concern crossed Zhao Wanqing's mind. Obscured by the dense smoke, she was unable to ascertain who currently held the upper hand. However, her apprehension was short-lived. Amidst the swirling dust, the figure of the black-robed malevolent cultivator retreated first, fleeing frantically towards the southeast. Following closely, Chu Xingchen, wielding his spiritual sword, pursued him with great speed. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Wanqing could not help but exhale in relief. Chu Xingchen trailed the black-robed figure for approximately 2/4 of an hour. Suddenly, the black-robed individual halted, turned around, and removed the hood of his cloak, revealing a sinister mask beneath. His raspy voice shifted as he spoke. Master, this is sufficient. Hearing this, Chu Xingchen also came to a stop, expanding his consciousness to confirm that no one was in the vicinity, before letting out a sigh and sheathing his sword. He then found a sizable rock and sat down nonchalantly. Li Xingtian, too, removed his malevolent mask and stepped forward to stand before his master. He inquired of his master, was everything smooth? Did she harbor any suspicions? Smooth. At least she has not shown any signs of doubt, came the response. Chu Xingchen turned his gaze toward Li Yingling, remarking, your acting skills are quite commendable. In the realm of cultivation, diverse skills are indeed invaluable. Li Yingling, with a calm demeanor, replied with a cupped fist, then, Master, I shall proceed to assist my senior sister with the concluding tasks. There were still some arrangements that required finalization, and time was of the essence. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen nodded gently and rose to his feet. Very well. But ensure that you maintain a proper balance. Do not overstep. Rest assured, Li Xingtian assured him with a nod. As Chu Xingchen observed Li Xingtian's departing figure, he sighed softly before making his way to the dock where Zhao Wanqing awaited. Today's endeavor, beginning with the search for Zhao Wanqing, was a meticulously crafted plan. However, it was not merely an attempt to frame the Qingfeng sect. All the clues known to Zhao Wanqing were indeed authentic. The purchase of Taishan stone was genuine. The existence of the malevolent cultivators from Zhengzhou was true, and even the plot to sacrifice the sect was grounded in reality. Since Zhao Wanqing returned grievously injured the previous day, Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian had jointly resumed their investigation. After all, if those of the late Foundation establishment stage were left to conclude matters, it was highly probable that among those malevolent cultivators resided individuals of golden core cultivation. Although his own disciple possessed protective talismans, allowing him to roam aimlessly amidst such uncertainty was exceedingly perilous. Moreover, his disciple's suggestion was rather prudent. It was indeed wise to first investigate the circumstances before devising a course of action. The formations and rituals drawn by Li Xingtian invariably required a substantial quantity of foundational stones. Thus, Chu Xingchen's objective was initially set on the dock of the smuggler of immortal cultivators. Li Xingtian's cultivation technique allowed him to manipulate blood energy, making it quite simple to feign the demeanor of a malevolent practitioner. Meanwhile, Chu Xingchen ensured Li Xingtian's safety from the outside. With an established identity, he sought several docks to ascertain the situation. It was not overly challenging to pinpoint a few names and, utilizing his guise, enact a performance that was far from difficult. After all, Guan Quan deserved his fate. In summary, everything proceeded rather smoothly. Chu Xingchen returned to the Guan Quan dock. At this moment, the scattered qi refining practitioners had long since fled, their minds shattered like glass. Only Zhao Wanqing appeared to be searching the dock for any lingering traces. Chu Xingchen spoke. I apologize, there was someone assisting from that direction, and I failed to capture them. Zhao Wanqing, however, did not seem overly disappointed. As long as you are unharmed, that is what matters. Have you uncovered any clues? Chu Xingchen inquired. There are some leads, Zhao Wanqing replied, producing a blood-red spiritual stone from her waist pocket, which she had retrieved from his corpse. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow, gazing at the stone in Zhao Wanqing's hand, and reached out to lightly touch it. This spiritual stone was not part of the arrangement made by Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian. It belonged to Guan Quan. This blood-colored spiritual stone resembled those found in the Qingfeng sect's mine, albeit with a purer essence of blood energy contained within. Chapter 45. Temple Fair in the courtyard of the Sihiyuan. Chu Xingchen had not returned long when visitors arrived, and at this hour, Li Xingtian had yet to return as well. Li Yingling was also absent from the Sihiyuan, presumably still with Li Xingtian, wrapping up their matters together. If they had returned, they would have done so as a pair. Was this arrangement made by you? Yao Qin asked, seated on a stone chair, sipping the tea that Chu Xingchen had brewed himself. With an impassive expression, Chu Xingchen replied, which matter do you refer to? Putting down her teacup, Yao Qin's expression turned serious. The Qingfeng sect. Sighing, Chu Xingchen responded, initially, yes, but upon further investigation, I realized it need not be pursued with such intent. The Qingfeng sect likely won't exist for much longer. Upon seeing that piece of blood essence spirit stone, I understood. The Qingfeng sect seems merely a main course on the banquet of evil cultivators. However, this main course is prickly, an elder in the nascent soul stage, resulting in the need for those evil cultivators to scheme slowly. Chu Xingchen inquired, did Zhao Wanqing show you the piece of blood essence spirit stone she brought back? She did. Yao Qin's demeanor grew grave. We have reported this to Zhongzhou, and in about half a month, personnel will come to address the situation. This matter is exceedingly perilous. For now, you should refrain from getting involved until the individuals from Zhongzhou have resolved it. At her words, Chu Xingchen couldn't help but let out a light chuckle. Choosing to remain silent on the matter, Yao Qin gently cradled her teacup, remarking, I have informed Zhao Wanqing to cease her actions. Her brother has also passed the critical phase. An awakening is merely a matter of time. Chu Xingchen sighed, seemingly losing interest. I understand. Receiving a response, Yao Qin nodded softly, her beautiful eyes gazing at the azure sky. She remained silent, holding her teacup delicately. Chu Xingchen cast a curious glance at Yao Qin. She was typically one to hasten others away after speaking, yet today she lingered quietly, contemplating the heavens. After a moment of reflection, Chu Xingchen suddenly inquired, Are you yearning for the meal I prepared? Yao Qin turned her gaze slightly, but remained reticent. Indeed, she felt a slight craving, yet that was not the primary reason for her visit. She unconsciously rotated her teacup and asked, Do you have any free time this evening? Chu Xingchen propped his head up with his hand, replying, This evening? I will be free later. I promised my disciple we would attend the temple fair together. Then there's no issue, Yao Qin responded, standing up and heading towards the door. As she reached the threshold, she turned back, her expression laced with concern, and advised, I will cover Zhao Wanqing's spirit stones. Please, do not involve yourself any further in this matter. After all, there had been times when Chu Xingchen, during his impoverished days, had engaged in countless perilous undertakings for the sake of spirit stones. Should this young man perceive an opportunity for gain, it was entirely plausible that he would venture into danger once more. Originally dejected, Chu Xingchen instantly perked up upon hearing those words. Unable to conceal his delight as he exclaimed, All right, wealthy sister, I promise I won't participate anymore. Yao Qin furrowed her brow in discontent and retorted, What do you mean by wealthy sister? Such an unpleasant term. Do not address me in that manner. Chu Xingchen countered with conviction, What is unpleasant about it? In our hometown, everyone. Chapter 46. The true nature of career paths. Indeed, organizing a temple fair is not merely about expanding the roads for vendors to set up their stalls. After all, why must they be positioned right at the temple gates? And must they also pay for the privilege? The organizers of the fair, the Zen Forest Temple, are tasked with orchestrating events that can sufficiently draw crowds. On the 15th day, the Water Forest Dharma Assembly takes place, where a group of monks chant scriptures for the sake of the departed. For a fee, one can display their ancestral spirit tablet in a prominent position. In the city of Yuzhou, some have humorously remarked, a fortune of 1,000,000 gold is spent to elevate the family tablet above the Buddha's head. Naturally, affluent individuals, concerned with their social standing, are eager to see their ancestors' spirit tablets placed in a position of honor. This could be considered the most lucrative venture for the Zen Forest Temple, which, despite being ridiculed annually by the citizens of Yuzhou, has never ceased this practice. On the 16th, the Buddhist martial arts competition takes place. On the 17th, the 10,000 Lantern Festival, and on the 18th, the Buddhist pilgrimage. In essence, to create a lively atmosphere, the Zen Forest Temple seems capable of undertaking almost any endeavor, even parading the Arhat statues around town. The sole reason for not carrying the Buddha himself is simply due to his immense weight, rendering him impossible to transport. They even grandly refer to it as a divine pilgrimage to safeguard peace. Although the Zen Forest Temple is wealthy and renowned, such worldly pursuits have drawn the unanimous disdain of other temples. Today marks the inaugural day of the temple fair, with the Water Forest Dharma Assembly taking center stage. On the path to the fair, Li Yingling dons a delicate yellow embroidered dress, with 2 pouches hanging from her waist, one black for copper coins and the other silver for small silver pieces. At this moment, she held a candied hawthorn in her left hand and a small round fan embroidered with white lotus blossoms against a blue background in her right, gently stirring the air. Countless gazes instinctively fixed upon this striking young maiden. Yet, no one dared to approach her, primarily due to the imposing figure of Li Xingtian who trailed behind her. This man, with a countenance as cold as ice, could deter any ill-intentioned onlooker with just a single glare. As a cultivator at the later stages of Foundation establishment, his mere glance was enough to instill fear in the hearts of mortals. Dressed in dark attire, Li Xingtian bore the burden of a cart selling candied hawthorns on behalf of his senior sister. Apologies, but these candied hawthorns are not for sale, he replied, somewhat helplessly, to a child eager to make a purchase. Li Yingling turned her head and noticed that the would-be buyer was a young child of 6 or 7 years old. With a gracious wave of her fan, she said, "It's all right, junior brother, give her a string." The little girl beamed with joy as she accepted the candied hawthorn, exclaiming, "Thank you, uncle and sister." Li Xingtian was momentarily at a loss for words. Why must she refer to his senior sister as sister while he was relegated to uncle? Was there such a significant age difference? A satisfied smile graced Li Yingling's face as she remarked, "See, that little girl is rather adorable, isn't she?" If only she were mute, Li Xingtian responded with a tone of resignation, observing the little girl turn around with a beaming smile to seek her parents. Li Yingling nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "That was quite reminiscent of Master-S style. However, if it were truly Master, he would have snatched the candied hawthorn back." Li Xingtian interjected, "You are being rather disparaging towards Master, aren't you?" Hearing this, Li Yingling pouted in displeasure and slightly raised her brow, gesturing for him to look aside. Li Xingtian cast a sidelong glance. Amidst a throng of vibrant young maidens, a handsome young man clad in a white robe was surrounded. The harmonious sounds of flirtation, though somewhat distant, were distinctly audible. Where does the young master reside? Surely, he cannot be from Yuzhou City. I have never seen him before. Young master, I've been experiencing some discomfort lately. Could you take a look? Witnessing this scene, Li Xingtian shook his head and sighed. Didn't you insist that master wore the outfit you gifted him before he left? He clearly stated that wearing that attire would attract a swarm of admirers. I thought he was merely boasting. Li Yingling retorted with dissatisfaction. Who would have imagined those girls would be so brazen and clingy? What was promised as a sect team-building exercise has turned into master engaging in socializing with others first. Li Xingtian withdrew his gaze and said, "Then, senior sister, you could easily bring master back." "I would rather not. Look how joyful he is. He will surely hold me accountable later," Li Yingling replied, her expression full of discontent. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she caught sight of the elegant Yaoqin gracefully ascending the slope from a distance. In a graceful white dress adorned with elegant lotus patterns, a delicate hairpin of jade nestled in her flowing black tresses, she held a meticulously crafted white round fan, upon which fireflies danced in painted splendor. Her exquisite demeanor and beauty should have made her the focal point of the bustling temple fair. However, the throngs of passers-by seemed blissfully unaware of her presence. With each step she took, the crowded masses instinctively parted to grant her passage. Her master's unacknowledged romantic interest had arrived. Li Yingling stifled a chuckle within her heart. It was not that the disciple neglected to shield her master, but rather that her master had chosen to forsake his disciples first. Li Xingtian's gaze swiftly fixated on Yaoqin before he turned, attempting to alert his master. "Junior brother," Li Yingling called out to halt Li Xingtian. He turned, his expression laden with curiosity as he regarded his senior sister. Covering the lower half of her face with her fan, Li Yingling spoke in an alluring tone. "You must make our master aware that beauty can be a double-edged sword." Li Yingling understood that her junior brother, in her master's words, was a steadfast man, seemingly impervious to the charms of women. Though the reasons behind his wariness remained a mystery, he was notably cautious. Each time he observed their master conversing with a woman, a flicker of regret would cross his countenance, as if lamenting his master's potential missteps. Upon hearing her words, Li Xingtian paused, his expression a mixture of contemplation and conflict, yet he ultimately seized his stride. He might have ignored such advice from others, but coming from his senior sister, it carried weight, and perhaps it held some truth. In any case, if their master were truly angered, he could use his sister as an excuse. With this reasoning, Li Xingtian too halted in his tracks. Chapter 47. The will upon catching a glimpse, Chu Xingchen quickly averted his gaze. First and foremost, one must remain calm in the face of adversity, even if the seemingly smiling, yet menacing Yaoqin appeared somewhat intimidating. However, in truth, there was no substantial connection between himself and Yaoqin. She had no reason to meddle in his affairs. As long as he remained resolute, he was in the right. The most crucial point was that a sycophant meets a bitter end. He would rather perish than stoop to flattery. Admitting fault was out of the question. Yet, it was evident that Yaoqin held a different perspective. Yaoqin stepped forward, and the women surrounding Chu Xingchen instinctively parted to make way. Fixating her gaze on Chu Xingchen, Yaoqin inquired, "Did you not claim you would accompany your disciple to the temple fair today?" As Yaoqin approached to speak, the women nearby suddenly realized that an enchanting beauty had also arrived. and it seemed she was acquainted with the handsome young man before them. Yet, acquaintance mattered little. The elegantly dressed woman by Chu Xingchen's side was unwilling to relinquish her claim, gently asserting, "The master said he would teach us palmistry. We are all his disciples." Upon hearing this, Yaoqin's icy gaze turned towards the elegantly dressed woman. The latter felt an immediate chill course through her body under that piercing look, as if a profound disparity existed at a soul level. Yaoqin coldly commanded, "Leave." The elegantly dressed woman, upon hearing this, dared not retort any longer. She hastily lifted her skirt and pushed through the crowd in a flurry to escape. The remaining women sensed the gravity of the situation. While it was noble to be courteous, preserving one's life was of paramount importance. The woman before him was likely that cultivator. Mere mortals like himself would scarcely dare to provoke those who soared through the skies. Despite his reluctance, he swiftly departed. Suddenly, a space around Chu Xingchen became vacant. Yaoqin directed her gaze back to Chu Xingchen, reiterating her inquiry. "Did you not say that you would visit the temple fair with your disciple today?" Chu Xingchen gestured towards the ground, stating, "Here is the temple fair." He then pointed towards two disciples not far away, who, without so much as a greeting, were present. "With those two disciples over there, are we not indeed attending the temple fair with our disciples?" Yaoqin regarded Chu Xingchen, who appeared unrepentant. Her grip on the jade-handled fan tightening. "What brings you here?" Chu Xingchen chuckled lightly. "I recall you mentioning that you would not come." Chapter 48. The most brazen of all, Li Yingling possessed considerable talent, yet her fundamental knowledge of cultivation left much to be desired. It was not that Chu Xingchen neglected her. He had indeed provided her with a selection of basic textbooks for her to peruse. However, Li Yingling displayed little interest in the purely informative volumes. After all, those texts were merely introductory guides, lacking the allure of captivating tales of cultivation. Moreover, the thickness of the book was daunting, with the classification index of monsters alone spanning 4 or 5 pages, not to mention the other content. After 2 days of futile attempts, Li Yingling deemed the material unhelpful and cast it aside to gather dust. Chu Xingchen did not insist on her completing the readings. After all, in the realm of cultivation, one often learns through experience. Therefore, at this moment, Li Yingling remained oblivious to the concept of willpower. Yet she noticed the subtle disdain reflected in the expressions of her master and fellow disciple. Anything that could elicit such a reaction from both was undoubtedly of little merit. Nevertheless, the fact that Yaoqin had chosen to visit indicated that the matter was far from trivial. Observing the slight confusion on his disciple's face, Chu Xingchen sighed and offered a brief explanation. One might liken it to counterfeit elixirs. Once ceased, the practitioner's abilities would plummet. Li Yingling's eyes brightened with understanding at this revelation. Yaoqin shook her head slightly, adding, "If it were merely that, I would not have come." However, this Zen Forest Dharma assembly appears to be an experiment. They seem to have discovered alternative applications for willpower. Spoke, conjecturing a strategy, intending to concentrate his willpower upon the magical artifact. After a moment of contemplation, expressed his thoughts. Even if willpower could be infused into the artifact, the enhancement would be minimal. It would be far more prudent to capture a spirit beast and nurture it with willpower for the purpose of guarding. Indifferent to the intricacies of the matter, simply desired the spectacle and eagerly exclaimed, "Let us go and see. I have heard that this year's contributions are the most substantial ever, enough to place the spirit tablet atop the head of the Zen temple's abbot." Taken aback, exclaimed, "What on earth? Is the abbot so shameless? How much money has been spent?" This time, the contribution was in spirit stones. Partially concealing her face with a fan, could not hide her amusement, as she remarked that the spirit tablet this time was notably large and should be quite conspicuous. Upon hearing this, was at a loss for words. He had never encountered such brazen conduct in his past life. It seemed that amidst his association with the master, there were few in the vicinity who possessed any sense of shame. Could it truly be that one becomes tainted by the company they keep? If we're aware of his second disciple's disparaging thoughts about him, he would undoubtedly deliver a lesson in respect for one's teacher. Ultimately, the spectacle of the Zen temple's abbot making a fool of himself proved to be far more captivating than the matter of how to utilize willpower. Thus, the four reached a consensus and made their way to the Zen temple. Although the streets were crowded with festival goers, adeptness with the golden core technique ensured their passage remained unobstructed. Appeared to genuinely revel in such lively gatherings, her face alight with joy as she gazed around. Along the journey, I encountered numerous delightful items and indulged in several purchases. A small bag embroidered with lotus flowers, a uniquely shaped hairpin, and even 4 masks. Li Yingling donned a small fox mask, while she acquired an adorable little white rabbit mask for Yao Qin, a monkey mask for her master, and a pig mask for her junior disciple. Yao Qin, upon examining the mask, noted that while the craftsmanship was not exceptional, it still appeared quite charming at first glance. Without further thought, she graciously placed it upon her face. Chu Xingchen gazed at the monkey mask with displeasure and declared, "No, the fox is far more appealing. I want the fox." Li Yingling burst into hearty laughter and quickly donned the fox mask herself, exclaiming, "No, master, you resemble a monkey. You should wear the monkey." Li Xingtian glanced at the pig mask in his hand before turning to his master and inquiring. Master, however, Chu Xingchen, after casting a fleeting glance at his second disciple's mask, firmly rejected the idea, stating, "No, I will not trade with you." Li Yingling turned around, her eyes sparkling with delight as she regarded the other 3. Her master, with a face full of disdain, reluctantly put on the monkey mask, while her junior disciple, under the master's insistence, helplessly placed the pig mask upon his face. Yao Qin, with her lovely rabbit mask adorning her features, still exuded an air of unique aloofness. Yet it was evident that she was quite pleased, observing the 2 men as they donned their masks with reluctance. As Li Yingling gazed upon the scene, she found herself inexplicably compelled to call out. Perhaps it was the lively atmosphere of the bustling temple fair that captivated her. Or perhaps it was the warmth she felt from those around her within this sect. With a burst of exuberance, she exclaimed, "Master!" Chu Xingchen turned her gaze towards her eldest disciple, noting the fox mask that adorned her face, and detected a tremor in her voice. Curiously, she inquired, "What is it?" Li Yingling responded with a hearty laugh, "I and Master are the best in the world." Chu Xingchen replied in a rather nonchalant tone, All right. Master is also the best with you." Content with this affirmation, Li Yingling turned away with satisfaction. Li Xingtian, feeling a touch of exasperation, pondered the oddity of their trio. With the 2 declaring their bond as the best in the world, he felt somewhat superfluous. Not wishing to neglect his second disciple, Chu Xingchen playfully chastised him. "Originally, you were the best with me, but due to your failure to report the truth, you have now been promoted to 2nd place." Li Xingtian harbored a slight resentment within, yet wore a face of gratitude as he replied, "Thank you, Master, for your kindness. 2nd place is sufficient." "Very well," Chu Xingchen continued, "considering your lack of ambition, you have now slipped further. De Huang now ranks above you." Chapter 49. The Bodhisattva of Zhenlin Temple. With merely 2 days remaining until the commencement of the Water Forest Dharma Assembly, preparations at Zhenlin Temple have commenced in earnest. As the assembly is scheduled for the evening, attended predominantly by common folk, the temple must adorn its surroundings with an abundance of lanterns. The statue of Guanyin, residing at the heart of the temple, must also be repositioned, temporarily relocated closer to the Buddha, allowing them to engage in a profound discourse on the sutras. This space is to be generously allocated to the monks, ensuring they can partake in their humble sustenance. Humanity possesses an innate appreciation for beauty, thus, aesthetic appeal is paramount in attracting visitors. Floral wreaths and garlands must be meticulously arranged, creating a visually stunning first impression. Although the arrangement bears a resemblance to a funeral setting, it serves a similar purpose of spiritual elevation. After all, both endeavors are, in essence, acts of transference, thus rendering them not entirely dissimilar. The monks of Zhenlin Temple approach this task with utmost seriousness, striving to present the flowers in an exquisite and artful manner, particularly at the locations designated for the patron's offerings. It is imperative to execute this with precision, as it reflects the worthiness of the patron's financial contributions. Ultimately, the affluent benefactors, often oblivious to the nuances of the sutras, may not comprehend the recitations, no matter how eloquently articulated. However, they are invariably attuned to the grandeur of the occasion. It is essential to strike a balance. Elegance should be evident, yet not overwhelming. It must be tasteful, yet not overly ostentatious. At this moment, the abbot of Zhenlin Temple, an elderly man draped in a saffron robe, leans leisurely against one of the grand pillars outside the main hall. Beside him stands a young novice monk, his head shaven smooth, clad in a diminutive yellow robe, with prominent eyebrows and large, expressive eyes that lend him a charming demeanor. The young novice gazed at the leisurely abbot, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. "Brother, Have you truly agreed to attend the Water Forest Dharma Assembly this year? The abbot turned his head with a jovial smile, responding, I did not ask you to bear the burden of it. Are you still worried about losing face? With his head lowered, the novice replied despondently, Brother, the outside world already labels us as greedy monks, and now you. The abbot gently inquired, is greed rooted in one's heart? If it is for oneself, it is indeed greed. But what if it is for others? He affectionately ruffled the novice's hair, stating, If I do not act for my own sake, how can it be considered greed? If you do not act for yourself, it cannot be deemed greed either. But brother, why do you need so much money? The novice retorted, displeased. The Buddha teaches that all 5 aggregates are empty. The abbot, unfazed, replied, If you are already empty, why concern yourself with the words of others? The Buddha may be empty, but I am not. Thus, I naturally care, the novice countered. The abbot burst into hearty laughter, delightedly tousling the novice's hair once more. Very well, the Buddha is empty, and I, an old monk, am not a Buddha. I am therefore half empty and half full. The novice was about to speak again when the abbot raised his hand to stop him. With a cheerful demeanor, he proposed, How about just this year? The novice's expression clearly reflected skepticism, as it seemed this assurance had been given before. The abbot lightly tapped his own head, affirming, A monk does not speak falsehoods. Then, Very well, the novice conceded. The young novice let out a sigh, realizing that this time he must not indulge in deceit. For one cannot attain Buddhahood through lies. The abbot chuckled heartily. During this Dharma assembly, you shall lead the chanting. Before the abbot could finish his sentence, he mischievously raised an eyebrow, signaling the young novice regarding his current duties. With an air of maturity, the young novice sighed again, turned his back, and walked towards the main hall. The abbot watched the young novice's retreating figure, a gentle smile gracing his lips, as he brought his palms together and silently recited the Buddhist scriptures. Upon entering the grand hall of the Buddha, the monks who were adorning the space paused their tasks. Hurriedly placing their palms together and bowing in unison, We pay our respects, Master Uncle. The young novice nodded lightly in acknowledgement, then sat cross-legged on the mat beneath the Buddha, dedicating himself to the recitation of the Heart Sutra, a text he had already chanted 100 times. Although he was small in stature, he possessed remarkable intelligence, or so everyone claimed. He understood that whether the Heart Sutra was chanted correctly or not, the onlookers were oblivious to its essence. However, there exists a principle in both human conduct and in the path of Buddhahood. One must act with a clear conscience. As the young novice reached the 5th recitation, a cacophony erupted from outside the hall. As the only disciple of the Zen Forest Temple, he was indeed gifted, capable of letting the external noise wash over him without penetrating his heart. Yet, upon hearing a certain monk exclaim, Abbot, a messenger has brought the plaque for your Dharma assembly. Just look at this. It's utterly outrageous. We should simply shatter it. The young novice's ears perked up instantly. A monk must not utter falsehoods. Once a promise is made, it is binding. The abbot's slightly troubled voice reached the ears of the young novice. Forgive me, O Buddha. At this moment, my heart is aflame with desire. The young novice paused his silent recitation and cautiously turned around. Before his eyes lay a conspicuous large plaque, inscribed in regular script, as if to ensure clarity for all who beheld it. The plaque did not bear the name of any revered spirit. Upon seeing the inscription, the novice was momentarily taken aback, and then he faltered in his vows. The novice exclaimed, What the hell? At this moment, Li Yingling was rendered speechless. Even the reborn Li Xingtian had never witnessed such a spectacle, feeling that his rebirth had truly not been in vain. Chu Xingchen laughed uncontrollably, exclaiming, Haha, truly. The foremost temple in Yuzhou City knows that to attract attention, one must first create a spectacle. Yao Qin, in disbelief, hastily removed her rabbit mask. Suspecting foul play had been afoot with the mask itself, unwilling to believe that an abbot would dare to bear such an inscription. Yet, even after removing the mask, the scene before her remained unchanged. The elderly and distinguished abbot of Chanlin Temple, Master Yuanjing, with his beard completely white, stood prominently among the floral tributes. Holding aloft a plaque inscribed in delicate script, Do not compete with this old monk, Shirtai. Due to the abbot of the monastery bearing this plaque, the monks of Zen Forest Temple appeared despondent and listless today. Many of the faithful gathered around could hardly suppress their mirth, pointing and whispering among themselves. Yet the abbot, seated high upon the platform, wore an expression of serene composure, seemingly oblivious to the jibes and mockery directed at him. However, The Water Forest Dharma assembly at Zen Forest Temple was not a new affair. Everyone was well aware of the proceedings. This plaque had undoubtedly been commissioned by someone with deep pockets, specifically to provoke and humiliate Zen Forest Temple. After all, who would believe that an abbot, who seemed utterly incapable, would willingly bear such a sign to tarnish his lifelong reputation? Nevertheless, the act of displaying this plaque for monetary gain has undeniably dealt a significant blow to the temple's standing. At the very least, the temple's notorious reputation for avarice will remain inescapable. One can only anticipate what sort of plaque this renowned abbot will bear at next year's Water Forest Dharma Assembly. 2 days prior, a young novice, who had recently broken his vows and laid down his precepts, approached from a distance, maneuvering through the crowd to reach Yaokin and her companions, inquiring, "Are you, perhaps, the esteemed Yaokin?" Yaokin turned her gaze towards the novice who had bowed in greeting. Realizing that her magical aura had yet to dissipate, the novice exuded no hint of spiritual energy, indicating he was indeed an ordinary person. He likely possessed the ability to see through illusions. It seems he hails from Zen Forest Temple, claiming to be the Buddhist disciple known as Yuan Kong in the realm of cultivation. Chapter 50. The intuition of a man. Young monk Yuan Kong led 4 individuals into a side hall of the Zen Forest Temple. Within the temple fair, the main hall was entirely open to the outside, whereas the side hall was off-limits to devotees, primarily intended to provide a space for distinguished guests. The room was devoid of other monks, and Yuan Kong personally brewed tea. After taking a seat, Yaoqin inquired, "Are you Yuan Kong of the Zen Forest Temple? Have you heard of me?" Yuan Kong replied, his tone laced with curiosity. Yaoqin nodded. "The son of Buddha from the Zen Forest Temple does possess some renown. Yet why have you not yet cultivated the teachings of the temple?" Yuan Kong poured the brewed tea for the 4 guests and then explained, "The abbot has stated that the time is not yet ripe." Yaoqin gently nodded, acknowledging that he was not one of her own disciples, and thus her curiosity could be excused. Li Yingling, indifferent to the titles of Buddha's son, quickly interjected with curiosity, "Little monk, doesn't he, your abbot, feel somewhat burdened by this responsibility?" Yuan Kong exhaled heavily. "He is the abbot. Naturally, his word is final. If I held any sway, the abbot would be confined today." Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the Buddha's son speaks with wisdom. I believe our sect should also establish a confinement room, specifically for those rebellious disciples who refuse to listen." The rebellious disciple, Li Yingling, countered, "Master, one must not articulate it in such a manner. True wisdom lies in using compassion to guide between sections." As he spoke, he cast a glance at the second rebellious disciple, Li Xingtian. At this moment, Li Xingtian hurriedly pretended to bow his head and sip tea, disregarding the signal given by his senior sister. "Very well, you may discuss your sect's matters amongst yourselves later," Yaoqin remarked, her gaze directed towards the door. The side hall faced the expansive courtyard in front of the temple, the very place where the abbot held aloft the plaque. This area was also off-limits to standing, allowing only distinguished guests invited by the Zen Forest Temple to observe with the clearest view. It must be said that in terms of how they treated their esteemed guests, Zen Forest Temple bore little resemblance to a mere temple. Rather, it resembled an institution that catered to superiors. Yaoqin withdrew her gaze and, standing upright, inquired, "When does the Shui Lin Dharma assembly formally commence today?" "In approximately half an hour," Yuan Kong replied, having brewed the tea, then rising with hands clasped together in reverence, added, "Today, I shall lead my junior in chanting the scriptures and cannot linger longer. Please feel free, everyone." Yaoqin nodded slightly. Yuan Kong then bowed with hands clasped to each individual in the room before exiting. Chu Xingchen, having concealed his playful expression, took a sip of tea and remarked, "That monk has a certain intrigue." Yaoqin, taken aback, asked, "Oh, you can discern that?" Chu Xingchen replied nonchalantly, "When have I ever been mistaken in reading people?" To this statement, Yaoqin found herself unable to refute. Chu Xingchen was indeed remarkably accurate in his assessments, capable of swiftly perceiving one's essence even upon first meeting. He had never erred, as if he could read the thoughts hidden within others' hearts. Yaoqin lightly waved her jade fan and said, "Then tell me, what is it about that monk that you find intriguing?" The natural-born child of Buddha, Chu Xingchen spoke with a grave demeanor, originally eager to glean insights from his master. Li Yingling's interest waned upon hearing those words. Yaoqin, showing no concern, redirected her gaze towards the door once more. After all, Being a child of Buddha from the Zen forest temple rendered such remarks utterly superfluous. In light of the indifference displayed by the two, Chu Xingchen chose not to elaborate further, merely sipping the uniquely bitter tea of the Zen forest temple. It must be said, this tea was exceedingly bitter. Naturally, Chu Xingchen utilized the system to inspect Yuan Kong's attribute entries. Target, Yuan Kong, golden attribute, natural-born child of Buddha, purple attribute, breaking through illusions, blue attribute, intelligent, blue attribute, benevolent heart, black attribute, cultivation prohibition, meeting apprenticeship requirements. Baiyu, not meeting apprenticeship requirements. This young monk Yuan Kong indeed held some intrigue. The golden attribute alone was of considerable value. The other attributes appeared commendable as well, with the most striking moment being a brief disarray within the system. Meeting yet not meeting the requirements seemed to stem from the issue of the cultivation prohibition. Did the system determine that his current self was insufficient to resolve this dilemma? Cultivation prohibition. It seems that the Zen forest temple does not merely prevent this young monk from practicing. Perhaps he is fundamentally incapable of doing so. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xingchen suddenly spoke. I believe that today's wish power is undoubtedly intended for Yuan Kong's use. Yao Qin glanced sideways and explained. The Bodhisattva of the Zen forest department is recognized by the central continent. With such an identity, they can practice in the Buddhist temples of the central continent. Wouldn't utilizing wish power be tantamount to undermining their future? Chu Xingchen clicked his tongue twice and remarked, your perspective is rather superficial, lacking insight into the essence. Yao Qin scoffed derisively. Oh, does the esteemed Chu have some knowledge that I am unaware of? Chu Xingchen grasped the shoulder of Li Xingtian and asserted, men possess an infallible intuition. At the same time, he playfully kicked Li Yingling's calf. Taken aback, Li Yingling looked towards her master's eyes for guidance, and upon realization, began to collaborate. Master, it is more accurately women's intuition. Chu Xingchen responded with disdain. It seems you two are quite unconvinced. How about a wager? Sister Yao Qin. Li Yingling grasped Yao Qin's arm. My master is exceedingly arrogant. Teach him a lesson. After a moment's thought, Yao Qin replied, very well. What do you wish to wager? How about spirit stones? If I lose, you shall forfeit the spirit stones you owe me. If you lose, the stones will double. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Yao Qin's expression turned skeptical as she scrutinized the exchange. How could she not understand Chu Xingchen's nature? Previously, he treated a single spirit stone as if it were a treasured gem, reluctant to part with it. How could one possibly expend such an exorbitant amount of spirit stones to gamble on what appears to be an exceedingly slim chance? Could he possibly possess some insider information? Yet that seems implausible. The invitation from the Zen forest temple was shrouded in secrecy, extended only to a select few branches of the central continent sections. Most of these branches are merely offshoots of the central continent sects, tasked with managing intelligence from other regions. After all, high-level secret realms occasionally manifest in other continents, and possessing prior knowledge undoubtedly confers a significant advantage. Moreover, maintaining these branches incurs no financial burden. The Zen forest temple itself can be considered a branch of the central continent's Buddhist temples. The allure of their purported spiritual will was the primary reason they managed to attract a handful of sections. It would be utterly absurd to make such a grandiose invitation only to witness the Zen forest temple obliterate its own disciples, would it not? Surely, Chu Xingchen must comprehend this logic. Why then does he harbor such confidence? Alas, it is merely a trifling sum of spirit stones. If one were to witness the Zen forest temple's destruction of its own disciples, then such expenditure would seem worthwhile. After all, the competition in the central continent is far more fierce than in other realms, and the absence of a disciple would be advantageous for the other major sects, especially for the sect to which Yao Qin belongs. Yao Qin nodded in agreement, saying, very well, I shall comply. Chapter 51 today. Your senior brother teaches you with the resounding chime of the bell echoing throughout the Zen forest monastery. The Water Forest Dharma assembly officially commenced. In the heart of the temple, Yuan Kong, adorned in a yellow robe and wielding a vajra, was the first to step out of the hall, followed closely by a procession of monks. Two elderly monks with white beards flanked Yuan Kong on either side. The monk on the left held a jade purification vase, which, while not a mystical artifact, served merely as a ceremonial prop. The monk on the right bore an 8-treasure canopy, a grand umbrella embellished with golden threads, from which dangled 8 vividly colored glass beads. Yuan Kong, steadfast in his stride and reciting sutras, was accompanied by the chanting of the monks behind him. The two white-bearded monks flanking Yuan Kong, both possessing foundational cultivation, seemed to imbue their recitation with a unique technique, swiftly silencing the previously clamor-filled atmosphere. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow and inquired, "Does the Buddhist sect still adhere to such practices?" Yao Qin scoffed lightly, replying, "Is it any wonder that the Central Plains still regard the Buddhist sect with disdain?" Noticing her senior sister's perplexed expression, Li Yingling interjected, "Those two white-bearded monks utilized Buddhist techniques that possess a mesmerizing effect on the mind." Li Yingling nodded in sudden understanding. The ceremony continued. Yuan Kong's countenance turned serious as she approached the meticulously arranged meditation cushions placed directly before the ancestral tablet. Taking her seat first, she then raised her gaze and beheld her senior brother, standing amidst a cluster of flowers and a memorial tablet, with a warm and benevolent smile. He appeared as though he were presiding over a funeral in his honor. The plaque he held aloft bore the words, "Do not compete with the old monk for the master." No matter how many times he had witnessed this scene, Yuan Kong felt on the verge of breaking down. "Abbot, you have brought disgrace upon the Zen Forest Temple." Taking a deep breath, Yuan Kong resolutely closed his eyes. As he settled into his seat, all the monks fell silent, finding their respective places to sit or stand. Two Foundation establishment monks positioned themselves on either side of Yuan Kong. Everyone awaited his words. Under the scrutiny of all present, Yuan Kong did not rush to speak. Instead, he took a moment to center himself. After a considerable pause, he finally closed his eyes and proclaimed, "Thus have I heard." As he spoke, the other monks instantly followed suit, their voices resonating like the tolling of a bell. "Thus have I heard." In the side chamber, the Qin player, Yao Qin, abruptly rose. Her gaze fluctuating between clarity and uncertainty as she directed her attention toward Yuan Kong, who was reciting the sutra. Noticing Yao Qin's intense reaction, Chu Xingchen quickly turned his gaze to Yuan Kong, yet he discerned nothing amiss. He thus inquired, perplexed, "What's wrong? Is something off?" Yuan Kong was reciting not a sutra for the deceased, but rather a secret teaching of Buddhism. "You understand sutras?" "Of course. I have heard of the Buddhist sutras for the deceased." Upon concluding her words, Yao Qin rose and stepped towards the door, her gaze heavy as it settled upon Yuan Jing, who stood amidst the flower wreaths. The methods of the Buddhist sect bore an uncanny resemblance to those of malevolent practitioners. Could it be that this was a trap? Were we the intended targets? What ulterior motives might they harbor? Seemingly sensing Yao Qin's scrutiny, the abbot of Chanlin Temple also turned his gaze toward her, his smile unwavering as he silently recited, "Amitabha." At this moment, several figures emerged from the adjacent chambers, joining Yao Qin in the corridor. Presumably other esteemed guests invited by Chanlin Temple. Among them, a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe abruptly inquired, "Who among you comprehends the intentions of these bald monks?" A young man in white, casually clutching a scroll, speculated, "I am uncertain. Is the Buddhist secret incantation simply recited in this manner? Do they intend to silence us?" Chu Xingchen also emerged, his tone grave as he addressed the assembly. "Esteemed friends, I have something to convey." A stunning woman draped in a yellow garment cast a sidelong glance at him, her eyes brightening with affection upon beholding his remarkable presence, as she softly urged, "Please, speak." Chu Xingchen clasped his hands together and firmly proposed, "It is prudent to act decisively." The Taoist priest, in agreement, nodded affirmatively, "Your words resonate deeply with my thoughts." Consequently, the remaining individuals turned their attention toward the priest, seemingly eager for his decisive action. Yet, how could the priest genuinely engage? Despite his disdain for the Buddhist sect, it was still a widely recognized and legitimate faction. It is hardly conceivable that he would resort to violence simply because the monk mispronounced a chant, is it? Yao Qin spoke up to ease the awkwardness. "There is no need for such measures. Let us first assess the situation." The Taoist coughed lightly, conceding, "Very well. I shall defer to your judgment and show a modicum of respect to that bald donkey." At that moment, Li Xingtian and Li Yingling emerged from the side chamber. Li Xingtian observed for a moment before speaking, "This does not resemble a secret technique. It appears to be the Heart Sutra of Buddhism." The scholarly figure in white turned his gaze. "Brother, do you comprehend this?" Li Xingtian nodded gently. "I have had some dealings with Buddhism. Were it a secret technique, with so many united, there should be a lotus flower present." The white-clad scholar nodded in agreement. "In that case, let us see what tricks this group of bald donkeys has up their sleeves." With that, the scholar turned to return to his chamber. The Taoist followed closely behind. and the others also retreated. Only the beautiful woman in the yellow dress gazed affectionately at Chu Xingchen. "I have exquisite wine. May I invite you to share a drink with me?" Upon hearing this, Yaoqin shot a cold glance at the woman. Perhaps another time would be more suitable. Faced with Yaoqin's icy stare, the woman smiled faintly and turned to leave. Yaoqin scoffed softly and also made her way back to her room. Chu Xingchen, with a resigned shrug, followed in Yaoqin's footsteps. Chapter 52. The origin of Zen Forest Temple. In the Great Hall of Zen Forest Temple, amidst the heavy snow, the statues of Buddha appeared somewhat worn, with the gilded palm of the Buddha already losing its luster. During this harsh winter, the temple could scarcely afford meals, leaving little concern for the Buddha's peeling exterior. 5-year-old Yuan Kong sat beneath the meditation cushion, sniffling while perusing the Buddhist scriptures. He had been engrossed in this particular text for 6 months, and with his astute little mind, he could recite it effortlessly. Yet, his elder brother, the abbot, remained steadfastly by his side, reciting incessantly, leaving Yuan Kong puzzled about his brother's intentions. After a few more sniffles, he realized his tiny nose could no longer keep up. Cautiously glancing at the abbot, who seemed to be in a light slumber, Yuan Kong decisively wiped his nose on the sleeve of his robe, reasoning that the garment was not his responsibility to clean. Just as he finished wiping his nose, the abbot's voice resonated softly. "You will wash your clothes today." Feeling deceived, Yuan Kong pouted. "Brother, you weren't asleep? One need not linger in slumber during life. Eternal rest awaits after death." With that, Yuan Jing opened his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his aged face. "You little rascal, if you have nothing to hide, why fret over whether I am awake or not? But brother, you possess your own cultivation, impervious to the cold and heat." Yuan Kong replied, feeling aggrieved. "You won't let me cultivate, and in this biting winter, I hardly have any clothes to wear. It's worse than a dog out in the cold." Confronted with this topic, Yuan Jing seemingly became momentarily deaf, hastily reaching for the nearby wooden fish to strike it gently. Yuan Kong was acutely aware that he could not contend with his elder brother's unabashed demeanor. When his brother chose to be shameless, he truly embodied that quality. In any case, inquiries would either be met with silence, as was the case now, or dismissed with the assertion that the time was not yet ripe, firmly refusing to impart any teachings. Consequently, Yuan Kong chose not to dwell on this subject, instead lifting the thick Buddhist scriptures and placing them upon the offering table, gradually making his way towards the hall's exit. Yuan Jing listened to the rhythmic sound of the wooden fish, accompanied by the retreating footsteps of Yuan Kong. As Yuan Kong's footsteps faded from earshot, he ceased his rhythmic striking. Opening his eyes, Yuan Jing gazed at the Buddhist scripture upon the offering table. In truth, the very scripture that Yuan Kong had studied for over half a year was the highest Buddhist heart sutra from the Zen Forest Temple, an offering from the Central Plains. It was undeniable that Yuan Kong was a child of Buddha. He possessed an innate understanding of Buddhist doctrines and principles, displaying remarkable wisdom. Even at this moment, Yuan Jing felt that he might not be able to match Yuan Kong in a debate on Dharma. Most importantly, it had been confirmed by visitors from the Central Plains. Yuan Kong was, indeed, a naturally born child of Buddha. Such a prodigy should be immensely treasured. Encountering several eminent Buddhist schools would have prompted fierce competition for his tutelage. Yet, Yuan Kong remained within the Zen Forest Temple and was not taken to the great Buddhist temple in the Central Plains. The reason was simple. Although Yuan Kong was a naturally born child of Buddha, he was incapable of cultivating any form of meditation. In fact, Yuan Kong himself instinctively rejected any energies not inherent to his being, whether they be of Buddha or celestial origin. No monastery in the Central Plains wishes to accept a disciple who is merely adept at reciting scriptures. The thought of this makes Yuan Jing chuckle, as if their pursuit of enlightenment has led them to a distant place. Ultimately, what is being cultivated, the heart of Buddha, or merely the methods of practice? Nevertheless, remaining here is certainly preferable to enduring past grievances. They may not cherish the emptiness of fate, but as long as they hold it dear to themselves, it suffices. That volume of the Heart Sutra, which Yuan Kong has read for an entire 6 months, has yielded no discernible response. It seems the judgment of the Central Plains holds true. Yuan Jing extended a hand towards the scripture, her expression a blend of amusement and contemplation, before ultimately setting it aside. After all, the Buddha has stated that even mortals can attain a state of effortless transformation. There is no need for force, no need for insistence. Yuan Jing gazed out at the heavy snowfall, contemplating that perhaps the little fellow would be disappointed. With her head bowed, She turned away and continued to strike the wooden fish. In the empty hall, the only sound that remained was the crisp rhythm of the wooden fish. Yuanjing lost track of time as she played, until suddenly she heard hurried footsteps and an urgent voice from a monk. "Abbot, the Grandmaster has collapsed while washing clothes. Please go check on him." Yuanjing calmly set aside the wooden fish mallet. This little rascal has gone too far. Was it not just one time she caught him? How dare he feign illness to cause such a ruckus? This time, he would receive a proper reprimand. Yuanjing replied with tranquility, "Do not panic. Let us go see the old monk." Her composed demeanor reassured the previously anxious monk, who followed her with a sense of calm. "Please, follow me." The monk, accompanied by the abbot, proceeded into the side chamber. Within the room, several monks were diligently using warm towels to wipe the body of Yuan Kong. Upon witnessing this scene, Yuanjing felt an immediate sense of foreboding and swiftly stepped forward to grasp Yuan Kong's hand. The moment she held it, a chilling realization struck her. His hand felt as if it had lost all warmth, utterly frigid to the touch. Turning her gaze to the monks nearby, she incredulously exclaimed, How could this be?" One monk, with a perplexed expression, glanced at the abbot before quietly responding, "I saw the master washing clothes. I intended to assist him, but he said it was your punishment that compelled him to do so." And then, Yuanjing interjected, "It is futile to assign blame at this moment. Regardless of the forces that may have entered Yuan Kong's body, they would dissipate on their own. Thus, I must resort to the most rudimentary pulse examination to ascertain his condition." After a prolonged attempt to check his pulse, Yuanjing could only conclude that the seemingly unconscious and cold Yuan Kong was, in fact, remarkably healthy. This, if it were not for his monkhood and the vows he must uphold, Yuanjing would have taken a few swigs of the national essence. With a countenance as somber as still waters, she finally spoke, "You all tend to him. I shall summon assistance." The monks in the side chamber promptly responded, "Yes." Yuanjing rose and hastily made her way to the main hall, quickly ascending the offering table to retrieve a golden yellow relic from beside the Buddha's right ear. And without hesitation, she crushed it. The shattered relic suddenly transformed into a radiant light and dissipated. After silently chanting Ummaba, Yuanjing promptly returned to the side hall. Pushing open the door to the side hall, Yuanjing softly instructed the monks within, "You all should leave. Under no circumstances should you return. The abbot, please go." The monks exchanged glances, ultimately resigning to depart. Once all the monks had exited, Yuanjing closed the door and approached Yuan Kong, taking the warm water and cloth set aside to personally tend to him. Approximately half an hour later, a commanding voice unexpectedly resonated within the room. "You must understand when the relic is to be utilized." Yuanjing turned to see a lean, middle-aged man with a shaved head, partially draped in a robe, revealing his skin in the chill of winter, with a dark golden flame totem between his brows. Yuanjing maintained a calm demeanor, unfazed by the fact that the Arhut possessed Yuanian cultivation. "I understand, but it seems the Arhut does not." The Arhut, undeterred by her words, replied, "Understanding is a matter for the teaching hall. Did you summon me for him?" Yuanjing nodded. "I kindly request the Arhut's assistance." The Arhut arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. At this moment, the room was left in silence, occupied only by Yuanjing and the unconscious Yuan Kong. Chapter 53. If everything is predestined, why cultivate Buddhism? One evening, the monks of Chanlin Temple waited outside for an extended period. As dusk descended, the abbot finally emerged from a side room. A relaxed smile adorned his face as he gently waved to the anxious monks at the entrance, signaling that all was well. Seeing the serene expression on Jing Yuan's face, the monks collectively exhaled in relief. Jing Yuan reassured them, saying, "You may all return. He has merely caught a chill and needs to rest for a while." The monks of Chanlin Temple regarded this as a minor episode in the journey of their esteemed elder. After all, the following day, they indeed witnessed the elder sniffling and scolding the abbot for his unreliability. In the past, when faced with such audacious remarks from the elder, the abbot would typically respond with a series of martial arts moves. However, today, he simply gazed at the elder with an abundance of warmth and mirth. This unnerved the elder, prompting him to immediately acknowledge his mistakes. While the elder seemed to have returned to normalcy, the abbot appeared transformed. Previously, the abbot would refrain from descending the mountain for any tasks as long as the monks were not starving. He cherished tranquility, finding the clamor of funeral rites excessively disruptive. In his own words, he would lament that the chants he had recited for so long were drowned out by the sounds of the Swana. Yet, since the elder's illness, The abbot frequently ventured down the mountain to take on various responsibilities. He accepted any task that came his way, even assisting young maidens with their romantic destinies. Moreover, he proactively sought out work, returning home late each day, and would sit alone on the meditation cushion before the Buddha in the grand hall, his face etched with fatigue. Counting the earnings of the day with a heavy heart, he sighed deeply. Monks would often inquire of the abbot about the purpose of accumulating wealth. With a warm smile, the abbot would gesture towards the dilapidated statue of the Buddha and say, "The statue is in dire need of restoration." Yet, despite the substantial profits, he never truly allocated funds for its renewal. Nonetheless, the abbot's character within the temple was beyond reproach. Although many were perplexed, none dared to question him earnestly. Until one day, the abbot began to cross moral boundaries. Previously, he would undertake tasks alone, but soon he bizarrely enlisted the help of the venerable ancestor, whose frail figure was little more than skin and bones, with sunken eyes that rendered him nearly indistinguishable from a corpse. Upon entering the morning hall, one might have mistaken him for a reanimated dead. Even more perplexingly, the ancestor, who had long been preparing for a period of seclusion, willingly accompanied the abbot daily to undertake these tasks, undeterred by the elements. It was during this time that the renowned Zen forest temple fair commenced, with activities such as purchasing flowers for offerings and leasing space for vendors becoming prevalent. The abbot indeed amassed considerable wealth through the temple fair, yet in truth, the funds were seldom put to use. The statue in the main hall, larger than before, was crafted from stone and merely coated with a layer of bronze paint to deceive the onlookers. The original copper statue was shattered and sold off piece by the abbot. In the course of time, the abbot not only exchanged it for a stone statue, but also profited handsomely. Yet, the daily meals remained unchanged despite the newfound wealth. Where, then, did the money truly go? As time passed, some monks could no longer contain their curiosity and began to inquire why the abbot had acted in such a manner. The abbot would respond like a child caught in wrongdoing, remaining silent and gazing with his weary eyes at the questioning monks, offering apologies without uttering a word. Eventually, with the support of the venerable granduncle, the abbot managed to quell all doubts from the monks, leveraging their long-standing prestige. Time flowed on, leading to the present day at the Water Forest Dharma Assembly. Yuan Jing trembled as he covered Yuan Kong's eyes with his hand, a serene smile gracing his face as he finally felt a sense of release. He softly uttered, "The suffering of sentient beings gives rise to vows. Child, you were born as the child of the Buddha, yet you must understand, today it is the sentient beings who will guide you to Buddhahood." Upon hearing this, Yuan Kong suddenly reached out to grasp Yuan Jing's hand that shielded his eyes, but at a mere word from Yuan Jing, he relinquished his grip. He whispered, "Child, do not be afraid." Yuan Jing's gaze swept over the two white-bearded monks flanking Yuan Kong, and he gently nodded in acknowledgement. The monk on Yuan Kong's left, holding a pure vessel, abruptly raised his arm and poured the contents of the vessel out. A surge of mysterious yellow energy cascaded forth from the vessel, rushing towards Yuan Kong. Yaoqin stood up in astonishment upon witnessing the scene before her. Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling also gazed in disbelief, their eyes wide open, unable to comprehend what was unfolding. Only Li Yingling remained bewildered, observing their reactions, oblivious to the occurrence. Chu Xingchen exclaimed in utter disbelief, "Is that the power of wishes? What immense force must it be to flow forth like a stream from the jade pure bottle?" Yet, it was not merely that. To the right of Yuan Kong, an elderly monk with a white beard held aloft the 8 treasures canopy, shielding Yuan Kong's head. He gently shook the treasure umbrella, causing the 8 colored glass beads to release their own wishes as well. The 2 streams of wishes swiftly intertwined and coalesced. Beneath the canopy, the wishes transformed into vivid scenes. In times of famine, Yuan Jing distributed thousands of taels of silver to procure food for the afflicted. Prior to a flood, Yuan Jing devoted all his resources to sealing the breached dam, rescuing those in peril. Yuan Jing and Master Taizu ventured forth daily to aid and heal the needy. They collected the scant wishes with their pure bottles, though they relinquished all their earnings without hesitation. The monks of Zen Forest Temple trembled in unison, transfixed by the visions conjured from the wishes. Yuan Jing softly spoke, "Thus have I heard." Suddenly, the wishes quivered, beginning to swirl rapidly around Yuan Jing's form. Chapter 54, Pursued. Yet not fully captured, Yaoqin gazed solemnly at the unfolding events before her. Although she did not grasp the underlying principles, the immense willpower directed at a single individual, coupled with an absurdly low increase in cultivation, suggested the presence of undisclosed arcane techniques. Was this yet another application discovered by the Zen Forest Temple? Could it be an additional enhancement? If so, it would likely spark a fervent competition for willpower across the Central Plains. Yet, how could the monks of the Zen Forest Temple so freely reveal such secretive arts? Was it a tactic exclusive to the Buddha's disciples, impervious to imitation by others? Or perhaps a means of intimidation? What was happening? Li Yingling tugged at Chu Xingchen's sleeve, urgently inquiring, "Master, what is going on? Did you not say that willpower was insignificant? Why does everyone seem to comprehend the situation while I remain in the dark?" The good news: there was a spectacle to behold, and it was right before them. The bad news: the spectacle was incomprehensible, and she alone could not grasp its meaning. It would have been one thing if no one understood, but to be the sole one left bewildered made Li Yingling feel profoundly unsettled. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow, hesitating as he stated, "In theory, it holds little significance. Yet, with such immense willpower entering Yuan Kong's body, one would expect a remarkable surge in his cultivation. Yet, why does it feel as though his aura is not particularly strong? In fact, it seems he is still a step away from foundation establishment. Could this be another application of willpower? Refining one's roots?" Once more, Chu Xingchen activated the system to scan Yuan Kong. Goal: Destiny Void. Cultivation level: Late Stage Qi Refinement. Golden Attribute: Born Buddha Child. Purple Attribute: See Through Illusions. Blue Attribute: Wisdom. Blue Attribute: Compassion. Gray Attribute: Willpower Cultivation, due to cultivation restrictions. Does not meet the criteria for accepting disciples. Upon seeing the system attributes, Chu Xingchen was momentarily taken aback. The black attribute, which represented the cultivation prohibition, had been replaced by the gray attribute of willpower cultivation. Could it be that the immense willpower just now had merely resulted in this? In the end, he still had to rely on willpower cultivation? What he had thought to be significant turned out to be this. The only plausible explanation is that the cultivation prohibition was likely not merely an inability to cultivate. It probably had other side effects that compelled the abbot of the Zen temple to take such measures. This system, with its shortcomings, could it not provide a more detailed explanation of the attributes? After reviewing the attributes, Chu Xingchen sighed and remarked, "It seems truly of no use." Yao Qin did not turn around but questioned skeptically, "Are you suggesting that the overwhelming willpower just infused into a single body is utterly useless, and yet the cultivation level remains at the Qi refinement stage?" Yes, that should be the case. Following this logic, does it mean that this Buddha child will have to rely on willpower cultivation in the future? It's very likely there's no escaping that. Yao Qin chuckled in exasperation. "So, do you think it is the abbot who is unwell, or is it you?" Chu Xingchen replied earnestly. "That Buddha child is the one who is unwell." Upon hearing this, Yao Qin turned around, poised to use her fan to tease Chu Xingchen. However, upon facing him, she discovered that his expression was not one of playful jest, but rather one of profound seriousness. This demeanor indicated that Chu Xingchen was not merely fooling around. He genuinely held such convictions. Yao Qin inquired, "What do you know?" Chu Xingchen shook his head and replied, "Do not rush, since it is the abbot who summoned us. There must be a reason." Hearing this, Yao Qin could only suppress her curiosity. As her master's discourse came to a temporary halt, Li Yingling hurriedly asked, "Master, have you finished your discussion? Can you now enlighten me on the situation?" She was determined to partake in this intrigue. Chu Xingchen sighed, glancing at Li Xingtian beside him. "You should explain to your senior sister." Li Xingtian nodded gently and began elucidating the recent events to Li Yingling. Meanwhile, both Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin directed their attention towards Yuanjing. At that moment, the abbot of Chanlin Temple clasped his hands together and addressed the surrounding faithful. With an air of ease, he expressed, "Thank you all. The small temple has little to offer in return. Therefore, all proceeds from Chanlin Temple today will be donated. Moreover, this marks the final Chanlin Temple fair, so I hope all patrons enjoy themselves to the fullest." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with calls, "Abbot, do not depart. Hold another fair. We are willing to contribute." The scenes conjured by the power of intention were vividly visible to those nearby, who began to cry out in unison. Yuanjing listened to the multitude of voices pleading for him to stay, remaining silent as he bowed once more before turning to walk towards the side hall. The surrounding warrior monks maintained order, effectively blocking the throngs attempting to surge forward. Two venerable white-bearded monks of the foundation establishment stage also turned to uphold the peace. As Yuanjing approached, all the invited guests within the side hall rose and made their way to the corridor. I have met all esteemed benefactors. Yuan Jing greeted with a smile, expressing gratitude for their presence today. A Taoist, with a solemn expression, replied, "No need for thanks. It has indeed been an eye-opening experience. Moreover, I truly admire the abbot's contributions to the people." Yuan Jing joined his palms in reverence, hurriedly responding, "I dare not take credit. I am merely acting upon the power of intention, feeling unworthy of such praise. In matters of action, one must consider the deeds rather than the heart." "The abbot need not be so modest," spoke a young scholar in white robes. He continued, "Today, it seems the Zen forest bodhisattva has ascended to great heights. Congratulations are in order." Yuan Jing offered a wry smile. "How can one ascend? I have merely preserved my master's life." Hearing this, Yao Qin cast an uneasy glance at the side of Chu Xingchen, wondering if he had once again spoken the truth. He always seemed to possess an uncanny sensitivity at such critical moments. Chapter 55. Are you certain he has fainted? In the courtyard, Li Yingling sat upon a stone chair. A hefty tome spread open on the stone table before her. At this moment, she was engrossed in her studies. The gossip she heard yesterday from Chanlin Temple, save for the last piece she comprehended, was entirely beyond her grasp regarding the knowledge of the cultivation world. She had to rely on others for explanations, most of which came from her own junior disciple. How could he possess such profound understanding? Was he secretly studying while she was out enjoying herself? That infuriating junior disciple, diligently working behind her back. In any case, Li Yingling found herself quite displeased with the information she had absorbed. Little did she expect that understanding the gossip within the cultivation realm required an insider's knowledge. There was no choice. She must catch up, and she must do so with great intensity. Just as Chu Xingchen had finally indulged in a well-deserved rest and pushed open the door to his room, the first sight to greet him was Li Yingling, fervently immersed in her reading. He remarked, astonished, "Yingling, are you all right?" After turning to the next page of her book, she replied, "I am perfectly well." Chu Xingchen, incredulous, rubbed his temples and said, "Then it must be I who is unwell. Why else would I see you reading?" At his words, Li Yingling could no longer restrain herself. She stood and faced her master, exclaiming, "Why do you speak as if I were a fool who despises reading?" Chu Xingchen chuckled and replied, "Whether you love reading remains to be seen, but you must accept the fact that you are indeed a fool." A fool. From the moment Li Yingling gained consciousness, that term had never been associated with her character. In her childhood, Li Yingling received only two praises most frequently, beautiful and genius. Unconvinced, she retorted, "If I were a fool, then there would be no one wise in the world." Chu Xingchen suppressed a chuckle and said, "Very well, my brilliant one. I am about to step out for a stroll. Would you care to join me?" Brilliant one. It sounded complimentary, yet when uttered by her master, it carried a peculiar tone. Li Yingling hesitated, then, feeling aggrieved, she returned to her stone seat and firmly declined, "I will not go. I wish to read. In the future, you must consult me for any matters." Chu Xingchen shrugged, respecting his eldest disciple's wishes. After all, acquiring knowledge was never a detriment. Where should he go today? Perhaps to the tavern for some free drinks. Or maybe fishing. Never mind. It would be better to listen to music at the tavern. Fishing might lead to unwanted catches. As he pushed open the courtyard door, Chu Xingchen made his way toward the tavern. However, he soon sensed something amiss. It was nearly noon, and there should have been a throng of pedestrians at this hour. Why was it so deserted today? There were no sounds of festivities either. With a puzzled heart, Chu Xingchen approached the tavern entrance and entered through facial recognition for complimentary access. His confusion deepened. The once bustling tavern was now nearly empty, with only a few young women strumming their instruments on the high platform, idly passing the time due to the lack of patrons. Wanyun, adorned in a delicate light blue corseted gown, hurriedly approached, clutching her pipa, and upon seeing Chu Xingchen, spoke with a tone tinged with melancholy. "Young master, you have finally remembered Wanyun." Chu Xingchen, perplexed, inquired, "Why is it that the streets in this place are so devoid of people today? Are you unaware of the events that transpired at the Chanlin Temple last night?" She replied, "I am aware. I stood in the side hall and observed everything with clarity." He responded. Upon hearing this, Wanyun's eyes lit up instantly. Who would not know that only the affluent could witness the temple fair from the side hall of Chanlin Temple? It was unexpected that the young master before her was not only talented, but also possessed wealth. She began to explain. "The news of last night's events at Chanlin Temple has spread. It appears that the noble benefactor who discreetly aided the afflicted in Yuzhou City and its surrounding areas was none other than the abbot of Chanlin Temple. Pausing for a moment, Wang Yun sighed softly. Now, those with free time flock to Chanlin Temple, and I lament that I am not free myself. Condemned to sing alone in this brothel. Chu Xingchen, suddenly enlightened, feigned ignorance of Wang Yun's insinuation. He merely sought amusement, not to be trifled with. He smiled gently and said, "What can one see in a throng of people? Allow me to recount to you the happenings at Chanlin Temple yesterday." Wang Yun's eyes sparkled at his words, and she eagerly nodded in agreement. Indeed, gossip is an innate trait of every individual. Shortly after Chu Xingchen's departure, a knock echoed at the door of the courtyard. Li Yingling, engrossed in her studies, sighed softly and rose to answer the door. As the door swung open, Li Yingling immediately spotted Zhao Wanqing, whose expression was fraught with urgency. "Excuse me, is Senior Chu here?" she inquired anxiously. Li Yingling furrowed her brow slightly and replied, "Master? He just stepped out." Zhao Wanqing pressed on hastily. "Where has he gone? I urgently need to find him." "Apologies, but may I ask what the matter is?" Li Yingling queried. Zhao Wanqing, in a state of distress, exclaimed, "My brother's condition has suddenly deteriorated. Senior's alchemical skills are unparalleled, and the efficacy of his potions is extraordinary. I have come to beseech him for assistance." Unparalleled alchemical skills. Are you certain that phrase applies to my master? Li Yingling pondered. However, upon observing Zhao Wanqing's anxious demeanor, she, being well acquainted with her own master, spoke up. "Master is either fishing outside the city or enjoying music at the pleasure house. I know where he goes fishing, so I shall search for him there. You head to the pleasure house to find him." Zhao Wanqing's face brightened with gratitude at these words. "Thank you, I appreciate your help." With that, she swiftly made her way toward the pleasure house while Li Yingling set off toward the outskirts of the city. Zhao Wanqing ran with fervor. Quickly reaching the entrance of the pleasure house, she pushed open the door, bypassing the attendant, and strode directly inside. Her gaze swept across the hall, and it wasn't long before she spotted Chu Xingchen, who was engrossed in telling a story to Wang Yun. She hurried over to him. "Senior, this is urgent. Could I trouble you to come with me?" Chapter 56. Success in Purifying the Spirit Stone. Chu Xingchen's words instantly caused Anian to doubt her earlier diagnosis. It was indeed difficult to fathom that a person on the brink of death, hanging by a thread, could react so intensely to a pill that had been ingested. It seemed as though swallowing this pill was more terrifying than death itself. Zhao Wanqing reacted swiftly, hastily pressing down her brother's only movable left hand. This medicine was their final hope. Even if it meant death, he must succumb while under the influence of the elixir. Li Yingling sighed and shook her head as she observed the scene. It appeared that her master's alchemical skills had ascended to a new level. She was not referring to the efficacy of the medicine, but rather to its palatability. After all, the man before her might only consume this once, whereas as a disciple, she would have to ensure that future concoctions were first tasted by her junior. Zhao Xingyang, with his only movable hand restrained, could only tremble in place, his expression exceedingly grim. Anian quickly moved closer, swiftly assessing the condition within Zhao Xingyang's body. Soon, she exhaled in relief. The medicinal liquid was indeed effective, and she could distinctly sense that his internal injuries were gradually mending. It would not be long before he could return to a state she could treat. Anian urged, "Hold him down. He is improving significantly now." Chu Xingchen slightly raised his hand and casually unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, completely subduing Zhao Xingyang. "Thank you, Senior." Zhao Wanqing expressed her gratitude as she released her grip. Chu Xingchen's expression was devoid of joy, and he nodded coldly, saying, "It is of no consequence." Zhao Wanqing reassured him, "Senior need not worry. After all, bitter medicine is often the most beneficial." Chu Xingchen raised his hand to interrupt. "It is of no consequence. If all is well, I shall take my leave." He felt exhausted. The lad's reaction had truly embarrassed him. Today's incident had even been witnessed by Li Yingling, and he was certain that his own troublesome disciple might bestow upon him the title of the desperate alchemist. "Please, Senior. The spirit stones will be sent to your residence shortly," Zhao Wanqing said hastily as she escorted Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling out of the demon suppression division. Anian observed their departing figures and then trotted over to the cauldron where Chu Xingchen had just concocted the elixir. With a curious gaze, she scrutinized the remnants of the spiritual herbs within, meticulously identifying each one used. She recognized all the herbs present. None were particularly extravagant. Yet the potency of this concoction seemed remarkably stronger than that produced by ordinary methods. Perhaps this novel technique was something she could experiment with herself. Unlike Zhao Wanqing, who had tasted the elixir. Anian believed that the intense effects were what had provoked Zhao Xingyang's vigorous reaction. As she extended her small hand to sample the remaining dregs and discern the properties of the concoction, Zhao Wanqing, having just returned from seeing off Chu Xingchen, entered the clinic and immediately spotted Anian's reckless endeavor. She cried out urgently, "Stop!" Anian, puzzled, glanced sideways, yet her fingers had already ventured into the cauldron. Zhao Wanqing approached with a solemn expression, warning, "Do not even think about trying it." "Why not?" Anian replied with confusion, "I have never encountered such a method of alchemy. The efficacy is astounding." After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wanqing found that the intolerable aspect was not the bitterness, but rather the overwhelming sense of rejection that enveloped her. With careful choice of words, she declared, "This potion possesses a somewhat sinister quality." Sinister? Anian, who had never been superstitious, reacted without hesitation, placing her finger in her mouth. She recognized each of these spiritual herbs, none of which were toxic. How could they be so sinister? After all, she wouldn't die from it. Soon enough, Anian grasped the true meaning of sinister. A wail echoed from within the Demon Suppression Bureau's medical hall. "Mother, help me. I'm going to die." On the way back, Chu Xingchen remained blissfully unaware that his one attempt at alchemy could lead to the collapse of two individuals. At that moment, he was deep in thought, troubled as he contemplated how to improve the flavor. Li Yingling gazed at her master with a gentle demeanor and tender eyes. Chu Xingchen, feeling disgruntled, questioned, "Why do you look at me like that?" "It's encouragement for the master," Li Yingling replied, nodding in praise. "Encouragement for what? Did I not cure the ailment?" "Of course you did. Master is truly remarkable." The tone of her voice bore an uncanny resemblance to the way he had teased Li Yingling previously. Chu Xingchen shot her an indignant glare, exclaiming, "You ungrateful disciple! How dare you speak to your master in such a manner?" Li Yingling, naturally, could not admit to such a thing. With a serious expression, he remarked, "Even my master cannot speak carelessly. How could I dare to be sarcastic towards him?" Chu Xingchen, seizing the opportunity, replied, "In that case, splendid. Given your unwavering trust in me as your master, I congratulate you, Li Yingling, my esteemed disciple. From now on, you shall be the first to sample the elixirs I concoct." Upon hearing this, Li Yingling's countenance immediately fell. This was a grave matter indeed. He hastily pleaded, "I was wrong. Master, I was mistaken." However, Chu Xingchen paid no heed to Li Yingling's supplication. Smiles are indeed contagious. This time, the joy that originated from Li Yingling's visage transferred to Chu Xingchen's own. Likewise, happiness is equally infectious. Ignoring his disciple's desperate pleas, Chu Xingchen strode joyfully towards the courtyard. Surely, the greatest master in the world would forgive his disciple's thoughtless words, would he not? At the entrance of the courtyard, Li Yingling continued to struggle. This was no trivial matter. If his master were serious, Li Yingling sensed an ominous shadow looming over his future. The master's concoctions were truly something only the taster could comprehend. Upon pushing open the grand door, Chu Xingchen cheerfully inquired, Guess what?" The one who responded was not Li Yingling, but rather Yao Yin, seated upon a stone bench in the courtyard. Turning around, Chu Xingchen, filled with curiosity, asked, "What brings you here?" Chapter 57. Xialing Yu Yaoqin did not receive the anticipated praise from Chu Xingchen. Instead, his expression swiftly morphed into one reminiscent of Li Yingling's, who stood behind him, as though this news struck him like a bolt from the blue rather than being a cause for celebration. Yaoqin, her brow furrowed in confusion, queried, "What is the matter?" Surely, accumulating a modicum of willpower should suffice. Given the situation regarding the spirit stones within the ring, if one were to purify them entirely with willpower, Chu Xingchen would undoubtedly earn the title of the greatest benevolent person. Such an outcome is utterly unrealistic. If I were to toil away solely for the sake of purifying spirit stones, how is that any different from being a laborer? I have embarked on the path of cultivation only to be reduced to a mere worker, and worse yet, paying myself with my own funds? With a sigh, Chu Xingchen could only request, "Might I trouble you to consider alternatives beyond willpower?" In an instant, Yaoqin grasped the implication, casting a suspicious glance at Chu Xingchen. "Do you possess a batch of these blood essence spirit stones? Is your true intention to purify them for personal use?" Chu Xingchen, somewhat abashed, responded, "There are indeed a few." "How many?" 200 or 300. "If that is the case, I could exchange with you. My sect would likely be interested in acquiring some of these blood essence spirit stones for research." Chu Xingchen lowered his head, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features. Perhaps 1,000 or two. Yao Qin was initially taken aback, but soon sighed and remarked that it should not pose a significant challenge. Other sects might also be conducting some research. She contemplated whether she could assist in establishing a connection. Chu Xingchen, however, kept his head down, remaining silent. Yao Qin took a deep breath, thinking to herself that it was truly characteristic of Chu Xingchen to shatter her composure from time to time. With unabashed boldness, Chu Xingchen retrieved a piece of blood spirit stone from his ring and placed it on the table, saying, "All right, Yao Qin, please take another look at this." Yao Qin's expression wavered between hesitation and resolve before she sighed and picked up the blood spirit stone, stating, "If we do not use willpower, the process may be rather slow and not necessarily successful. You must prepare yourself mentally." Chu Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Yao Qin to agree so readily. She tossed the purified spirit stone back to him, saying, "I will return this one to you for now." Receiving the thrown stone, Chu Xingchen gazed at Yao Qin. Her demeanor did not exhibit much anger. Rather, her exquisitely beautiful face wore a hint of distress as she looked at the blood spirit stone in her hand. Chu Xingchen then suggested, "Shall we stay for a meal today?" "Perhaps another time." Yao Qin gently shook her head in refusal, explaining that she had other matters to attend to. "Very well, we shall arrange another meal when you are free." Yao Qin nodded lightly, bid farewell to Li Yingling, and turned to leave. Once Yao Qin departed, Chu Xingchen sighed, realizing that he had once again incurred a favor from her. "Nevertheless, it is of little consequence, as I have never been burdened excessively by debt." As Yao Qin returned to her chamber in Xiyuding, her maid, Xiaoling, promptly presented her with a sealed letter. "Miss, your reply to the sect has arrived." Taking the letter, Yao Qin glanced at the pale yellow envelope enveloped in protective magic, a unique safeguard employed by her sect against any breach of confidentiality. After confirming that the enchantment remained intact, she carefully opened the envelope. Xiaoling, demonstrating her discretion, quietly exited the room and closed the door behind her. As the magical barrier dissipated, the inscription on the front of the envelope became visible: "To my beloved disciple, Xingtian." A sense of nostalgia washed over Yao Qin as she gently traced the characters of Xingtian's name before she unfolded the letter. "Your correspondence has been received. Regarding the malevolent practices of the evil cultivators in Zhongzhou, the sect has reported the matter to the Zhongzhou Immortal Alliance. As instructed, you are to take full charge of addressing this issue on behalf of the sect, merely preventing any escalation while awaiting the arrival of sect representatives. You have full authority over the operations at Xiyuding. Upon the completion of this task and your penance, you shall be welcomed back to the sect. Regardless of past events, it is best to set them aside for now. You have already squandered years in that remote place, which pains me greatly. However, there is no need for concern, as I shall seek justice on your behalf. My only wish is for your safety. I await you in Zhongzhou. And should you encounter danger, remember to use the jade pendant I bestowed upon you." After reading the letter personally penned by her esteemed master, by Xinling, Yao Qin gently infused it with spiritual energy. As the energy flowed into the letter, it gradually transformed into ethereal light, dissipating into the air. It had indeed been a long time since she last saw her master. After a prolonged moment, Yao Qin let out a soft sigh and called out, "Xiaoling." A voice from outside the door responded eagerly, "What are your instructions, miss?" "From today onward, the Xiyuding shall be entirely sealed. Notify all cultivators above the foundation establishment stage to assemble." Xiaoling's voice brimmed with enthusiasm as she replied, "Understood." Listening to the sound of Xiaoling's footsteps gradually fading away, Yao Qin took out the blood essence spirit stone that Chu Xingchen had recently given her. She scrutinized it for a moment before silently putting it away. This matter, which should have been addressed, might have caused her to inadvertently speak out of turn for the first time. Not dwelling on her thoughts, Yao Qin rose from her seat, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. Her chamber was located on the highest 7th floor, centered around an ornate, open corridor. She walked briskly to the railing and gazed down. 17 cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and 1 female cultivator at the golden core stage were already assembled below, ready for orders. Yao Qin commanded, "By the decree of the sect, we shall first halt the advance of the malevolent cultivators and await reinforcements from the sect. Form groups of 5 to search the surrounding villages. Should you encounter any evil cultivators, retreat regardless of the circumstances." Chapter 58. Their ultimate trump card is merely the nascent soul. I am not in Yuzhou City. Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin are en route to the Demon Suppression Department. Along the somewhat desolate street, the two walk side by side. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xingchen inquires with a hint of confusion. What prompted you to pursue the evil cultivators again? They deserve to die, Yaoqin replies succinctly. Is that the whole truth? At her words, Yaoqin casts a calm gaze at Chu Xingchen beside her. Chu Xingchen responds, acknowledging, indeed, they do deserve it. Nevertheless, Yaoqin had not questioned him extensively when she offered her assistance. Thus, Chu Xingchen falls into silence as they continue their journey. After walking for a while, Yaoqin suddenly speaks. Her words seemingly out of context. The rock soars with the wind. Chu Xingchen glances at Yaoqin, who remains expressionless and does not meet his gaze. After pondering, he replies, soaring straight up to 90,000 miles. That was what you said when we first met. Yaoqin tightens her grip on the sword in her hand. Her gaze fixed firmly ahead. This verse inspired me back then. I consider myself the rock. What about you? Must I elaborate? Chu Xingchen responds with a confident smile. Naturally. I am as well. Yaoqin turns her gaze towards him. Then let us meet again at 90,000 miles. Chu Xingchen pauses for a moment before replying with a smile. That is only natural. As they proceeded along the road, the two conversed little. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Demon Suppression Bureau, it was evident that Chu Xingchen had been escorted out earlier by Zhao Wanqing with utmost respect. The guards at the entrance did not impede their passage, as they were neither foolish nor blind, merely stating, you may enter. Captain Zhao should still be at the medical facility. With a simple facial recognition, Chu Xingchen successfully led Yaoqin into the bureau. They made their way directly to the medical facility, as it is often more convenient to seek assistance from acquaintances. Upon stepping through the doors of the clinic, Chu Xingchen was momentarily taken aback. He beheld the young physician, his face streaked with tears, licking a substantial block of ice, while several silver needles protruded from his face. Zhao Xingyang had regained consciousness and was now lying in bed, with his sister sprinkling sugar into his mouth. With a puzzled expression, Chu Xingchen inquired, what on earth is happening here? What kind of elixir are you concocting? Anian, her silver needles quivering slightly, responded with a mix of indignation and sorrow. Why is it that those spiritual herbs appeared perfectly normal, yet after your refinement, they turned so sinister? Chu Xingchen, displeased by her remarks, retorted, sinister? What nonsense! That is authentic alchemical practice. Did you not observe the efficacy of the potion? It is indeed potent. Yet why is it that once the essence enters the body, there is such a strong rejection of its power, despite its inherent urge to heal? I simply ask you, how effective is your elixir? Please wait a moment before discussing further, senior. What is happening with my brother? Zhao Wanqing inquired anxiously. He claims his mouth is unusually bitter. I merely asked. Chu Xingchen, realizing the gravity of the situation, stepped forward to face Zhao Xingyang, who appeared pensive, as if he had glimpsed the essence of life and death. His mouth was agape, filled with an abundance of white sugar, yet it seemed wholly ineffective. However, upon closer inspection, it appeared that the bitterness was not the primary concern. Chu Xingchen remarked after a brief observation, it's quite normal. He awoke too early, and the bitterness has yet to dissipate fully. The last time I consumed the elixir crafted by the senior, it did not have such an effect. On that occasion, I had ingested herbs that masked your sense of taste. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that there were no significant issues. Yaoqin furrowed her brow, surveying the chaotic scene before her. What is happening here? She expressed, turning to the matter at hand. Zhao Wanqing, before the arrivals from the Central Plains, we must cooperate with Zui Yuding and the Demon Suppression Division to enforce the law and prevent the situation from escalating. I require your assistance in gathering intelligence on the surrounding sects and reporting back. Zhao Wanqing, upon hearing these instructions, set aside the bowl of sugar and turned her gaze towards Anian, who was still licking ice to alleviate the discomfort. She entrusted, Anian, could you please assist me in examining him? Seeing Anian nod in agreement, Zhao Wanqing addressed the two others, please follow me. Wait. Zhao Xingyang forcibly expelled the sugar from his mouth. I possess some information. Yaoqin halted her steps, gazing at Zhao Xingyang, who appeared to have regained his senses, and inquired, what do you know? Zhao Xingyang struggled to articulate, they purchased, from the black market dock. Chu Xingchen attempted to interject, they acquired Tai Xian stone at the black market dock? At this, Zhao Xingyang paused, turned his head with difficulty to regard Chu Xingchen, and then, after a slight nod, continued to laboriously speak, they're true, objective. Chu Xingchen pressed on. The true aim is to conduct a blood sacrifice for the sect, rather than for mere mortals? How do you know all this? Zhao Xingyang stammered in disbelief. Yao Qin, feeling a tinge of exasperation, shook her head slightly, thinking it would be better to remain silent and avoid wasting time. She voiced her frustration. Zhao Wanqing, let us go. Wait. Zhao Xingyang coughed heavily before adding, they must still have a final goal, called the Immortal Seed. Intrigued by this new information, Yao Qin inquired, Immortal Seed? What plan is that? I do not know. Without hesitation, Yao Qin turned and commanded, Zhao Wanqing, let us depart. Zhao Wanqing glanced down at her slightly aggrieved younger brother, sighed helplessly, and then followed the two as they made their way outside. With Zhao Wanqing's facial recognition, the trio easily gained access to the archives. Zhao Wanqing retrieved the sect's intelligence. Most of the dispatched personnel had yet to return, and currently, the only references available were these sect-related reports. Chapter 59. Could it be that they intentionally sought a confrontation? Yao Qin's efficiency in handling matters became remarkably swift as she grew serious. After a brief exchange of instructions, she resolved to set off directly for Qingfeng's sect. Chu Xingchen had no objections, as he was merely accompanying her on this investigation. Yao Qin had confided in him her intent to conduct a cursory inquiry, aimed at preventing any irreparable losses. Before the arrival of the individuals from Zhongzhou, it was imperative to keep the situation within manageable bounds. The complexity of resolving an issue compared to merely understanding it could be described as worlds apart. The distance from Qingfeng's sect to Yuzhou City was relatively far, especially for foundation-building cultivators. However, for those of the Golden Core stage, it was hardly significant. After all, Golden Core practitioners possessed the ability to fly unaided. Chu Xingchen lacked any treasures that would allow him to soar through the skies, and thus, when traveling to Yuzhou City, he could only carry his two disciples. Additionally, with the need to guard against a potential ambush from Qingfeng's sect, he opted to accompany his disciples, resulting in a slight delay. Nevertheless, Li Yingling remained quite cheerful throughout the journey. Now, the tables had turned, and this time, one could say they were seeking trouble. The two of them traveled with great haste, and they would reach Qingfeng's sect in no more than half a day. As they neared Qingfeng's sect, Chu Xingchen inquired, do you intend to visit the sect first or inspect the mine? Yao Qin responded, there is no need to raise alarms prematurely. Let us first assess the situation at Qingfeng's sect. It is essential to discern whether it is the entire sect that has lost their senses or merely a few individuals. Upon hearing the words, Chu Xingchen gently nodded. The entrance to the Qingfeng sect is situated at the location of the most significant spiritual vein in the vicinity, where the aura is particularly abundant. It is said that this mountain was originally known among the locals as Xingtian due to the exceptionally tall peaks on either side that, from a distance, resemble the shape of bull horns. Following the principle of naming things as they appear, this mountain was referred to as Xingtian for a considerable period. However, after the founding of the sect by Qingyan Daoist, the name was changed to Qingfeng Mountain. After all, one cannot respond to inquiries about the sect's location by saying, I am from the Xingtian Qingfeng sect, as no matter how grand the name, the association with Xingtian would evoke the image of an obscure sect. Nevertheless, a mountain with a spiritual vein that remains unclaimed is indeed a rarity. Thus, even Xingtian was claimed by Qingyan Daoist, who established the sect there. With the passage of time and the firm establishment of the Qingfeng sect, the renaming of Xingtian to Qingfeng Mountain has been deemed a success. In front of the Qingfeng sect's entrance stands a towering archway made of white jade, adorned with 3 gilded characters that elegantly spell out Qingfeng sect. Behind the archway, opulent structures have been constructed from the rugged cliffs and precipices. Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin soared towards it, their golden core aura unabated. The disciples guarding the entrance of the Qingfeng sect quickly spotted the 2 golden core masters approaching from the skies beyond the mountain gate. Chu Xingchen's gaze swept over the gate of Qingfeng sect. Then he lowered his head to address the disciples guarding the mountain. Zhongzhou, please inform the person in charge to come. The mountain guarding disciple quickly clasped his hands in respect and hurried into the mountain gate. Yao Qinxin's voice resonated in Chu Xingchen's mind. It will be up to you shortly. After all, when it came to finding trouble, Chu Xingchen's combat prowess was evidently far superior to her own, and in terms of efficiency, his capabilities were held in high regard by Yao Qinxin. Upon hearing her words, Chu Xingchen nodded lightly. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in black robes, a golden core practitioner, also soared through the air. He clasped his hands and inquired, "May I ask what brings you both here?" Target, Zheng Xiaofeng. Cultivation level, early golden core, blue attribute. Astute, white attribute. Adequate talent, white attribute. Composed, black attribute. Short-sighted. Chu Xingchen scanned the information regarding the golden core practitioner before him, noting the attribute astute. It was no wonder he had been chosen to receive them. Chu Xingchen replied in an even tone, "We are here to conduct an investigation. We request your cooperation from Qingfeng Sect." Zheng Xiaofeng continued to clasp his hands and inquired, "May I ask what matter requires our cooperation?" Chu Xingchen retrieved the token Yao Qinxin had provided him from his waist, displayed it to Zheng Xiaofeng, and coldly stated, "All matters." Hearing such audacious remarks momentarily left Zheng Xiaofeng in a state of astonishment. Subsequently, his gaze meticulously scrutinized the token presented by Chu Xingchen. Soon enough, the name of a sect emerged in his mind. It turned out to be the esteemed guests of the Tianyan sect. A smile instantly graced Zheng Xiaofeng's countenance as he said, "No problem at all. Everything is negotiable. Would you two care to step inside for a cup of tea? We can discuss matters at our leisure." Observing the rapid transformation in Zheng Xiaofeng's demeanor, Chu Xingchen truly grasped the essence of being versatile and tactful. However, since Chu Xingchen had never ventured to the central continent, he was unaware of the significance of the Tianyan sect that could provoke such a swift change in Zheng Xiaofeng's attitude. Contemplating this, Chu Xingchen discreetly turned his gaze towards Yao Qin and communicated, "Is your sect's reputation truly that high?" Soon, Yao Qin replied telepathically, "Among the sects in the central continent, those with a decent standing appear as colossal entities in the eyes of this crowd." This response was indeed truthful. In light of Zheng Xiaofeng's invitation, both Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin graciously acquiesced. Zheng Xiaofeng, with a beaming smile, led the way, guiding the two into the resplendent main hall. Flanking either side of the hall stood a disciple, and as Zheng Xiaofeng passed one of them, he instructed, "Go summon the sect leader, and fetch any elders who can be called upon." The instructed disciple promptly complied. This exchange was not conducted telepathically, so both Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin overheard it. Zheng Xiaofeng then gestured respectfully, "Please, esteemed guests." On both sides of the main hall, there were seats, and Chu Xingchen casually chose a seat on the left. Yao Qin took a place in the adjacent chair beside him. As soon as they were seated, two female disciples entered from the hall's entrance, each carrying a teapot. They placed the teapots on the tables beside the two before gracefully withdrawing. Zheng Xiaofeng, seated on the right, smiled and said, "This is the unique Qingfeng tea of our sect, nourished by spiritual essence. It may not compare to what esteemed guests are accustomed to, but it should possess its own charm." However, neither Chu Xingchen nor Yao Qin responded to Zheng Xiaofeng's promotion. They seemed entirely uninterested in the tea. Zheng Xiaofeng could only offer an awkward smile in return, but the discomfort did not linger long. Soon, an elderly man with white hair entered, followed closely by three other elders, all clad in black robes of the golden core stage. The old man's gaze swiftly locked onto Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin, his face breaking into a smile as he inquired, "Are you two the esteemed guests from Zhongzhou? I am the head of Qingfeng Sect." Chu Xingchen glanced at the old man, but his focus quickly shifted to one of the elders behind him. Shang Wanhong, facing Chu Xingchen's piercing stare, felt a heavy weight upon him. "Damn it, this brat is indeed from Zhongzhou. Could it be that he has come specifically to confront me?" Chapter 60. Now it is my turn to prove myself. As the crowd gathered, Zheng Xiaofeng quickly rose to introduce the two visitors to the sect leader and the elders. These two are from the Tianyan sect in Zhongzhou. The leader of Qingfeng sect, with a smile as gentle as a spring breeze, inquired, "Ah, esteemed disciples of Tianyan sect, may I ask what brings you to Qingfeng sect?" In response to the leader's question, Chu Xingchen remained unperturbed, his gaze fixed intently upon Shang Wanhong. The leader's expression turned slightly awkward as he cast a sidelong glance at Zheng Xiaofeng, his eyes questioning, "What is the meaning of this?" Zheng Xiaofeng felt a sense of helplessness. What a predicament this was. He found it utterly vexing that every time he encountered trouble, it seemed to fall squarely upon his shoulders, as if he were perpetually playing the fool. "If I were to know everything, would you still be the leader?" He mused inwardly. Yet, despite his discontent, he had no choice but to step forward. Wearing a familiar, humble smile, he cautiously inquired, "Do you know Elder Shangguan?" "Naturally. We have met before," Chu Xingchen finally responded, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "I wonder if Elder Shangguan remembers me?" Upon hearing this, Shang Wanhong fell into a brief silence before replying, "Of course I remember. After a pause, he continued with a hint of confusion, but at that time, did you not claim to be a member of the Zhongzhou Tiandao Alliance? Leaning on his chin with a nonchalant air, Chu Xingchen retorted, Oh? Does Elder Shangwan harbor doubts about me? Naturally not, yet. Shangwan Hong's words trailed off, as if to evoke boundless imagination. Upon hearing this, the sect leader turned his gaze towards Zhang Xiaofeng once more, his eyes still laden with inquiry. What on earth is going on here? Exhausted, Zhang Xiaofeng desperately wished to hurl the token from Chu Xingchen's waist at the sect leader's face. After years of playing the fool, could he truly not discern the authenticity of the Zhongzhou token? He could only attempt to mediate once more. Elder Shangwan, might there be a misunderstanding? Shangwan Hong remained silent. A misunderstanding? Hardly. Chu Xingchen, with a nonchalant tone, remarked, It's merely a festive occasion. This time, without waiting for the sect leader's gaze, Zhang Xiaofeng hurriedly interjected with a forced smile. Our esteemed guest has a fine sense of humor. You mentioned there is a mission requiring our Qingfeng sect's cooperation? Listening to Zhang Xiaofeng's somewhat awkward transition, Chu Xingchen spoke calmly. From Elder Shangwan's tone, it is evident that you suspect me of impersonating a member of the Tianyan sect. Will you not take a moment to confirm that with me? Pausing momentarily, Chu Xingchen added leisurely, or perhaps, let Elder Shangwan personally verify? Just as Zhang Xiaofeng was about to continue diffusing the tension, Shangwan Hong's aged voice broke the silence. That would indeed be best. This statement left Zhang Xiaofeng momentarily stunned, gazing at Shangwan Hong with disbelief. What on earth has this person lost their mind? Shangwan Hong disregarded the bewildered gazes of those around him, resembling a madman. His actions were not without reason. Had this individual chosen not to appear, it would have been of little consequence. Yet upon his arrival, Shangwan Hong found himself enveloped in an unsettling curiosity. On his return, to exercise caution, he delved into the background of Li Xingtian. Records indicated that Li initially labored in a mining operation, later being transferred to the outer sect due to a dearth of medicinal talent. While this revelation stirred apprehension within Shangwan Hong, he felt powerless. After all, he was no match for this individual, and being rescued by him only served to amplify his own sense of helplessness. Initially, following the assault on the mine, he had entertained suspicions regarding this person's involvement. But upon reflection, he recalled Chu Xingchen's exceptionally pure spiritual energy, devoid of any traces of malevolence. Moreover, at that time, Shangwan Hong genuinely believed that Chu Xingchen was likely a native of Zhongzhou. However, the current situation painted a different picture. Individuals from Zhongzhou, possessing a network, were aware of the mine. If this person truly belonged to the Tianyan sect, why would he deceive himself with the pretense of being associated with some insignificant Heavenly Tao alliance? If his intention was to rescue others, a mere display of a token would suffice. There would be no need for such theatrics. There was certainly something amiss. It was entirely possible that the malevolent beings responsible for the mine's attack were led by this individual. The Qingfeng sect boasted formidable protective formations and numerous golden core elders. If this person were indeed a false disciple of the Tianyan sect from Zhongzhou. Furthermore, even if he were genuine, it would suffice to adopt a humble stance, offer an apology, or accept punishment. The potential gains outweighed the risks. Why not proceed? Shangwan Hong swiftly formulated a plan and advanced without hesitation, inquiring, Since this is the Tianyan sect, surely you possess other means of proof besides the token? The sect master, initially intent on obstructing Shangwan Hong, paused upon hearing these words. Shangwan Hong noticed the slight gesture of the sect master, understanding it to be a tacit agreement. As a faint smile graced the elder's weathered visage, Yao Qin, who had remained silent, suddenly drew the sword resting beside her. With an air of boundless sharpness, as if capable of effortlessly shattering the stars, an intense sword intent surged forth from her hand. The turbulent spiritual energy was perfectly condensed, and in the blink of an eye, the opulent hall was cleaved in two by this singular strike. The chaotic waves of spiritual force obliterated everything within the chamber. Several golden core elders hastily erected spiritual barriers to withstand the somewhat exaggerated aftershocks. As the spiritual energy gradually subsided, the grand hall lay in ruins. The terrifying sword mark having reduced the walls to rubble, leaving an undeniable residual power that flattened the mountain behind the hall. Boulders tumbled down indiscriminately. Shangwan Hong, positioned closest to this sword intent, was even forced back several steps, despite the fact that the target of the strike was not he. Yao Qin slowly returned the sword to its sheath, placing it once more beside her chair. Remarkably, She had executed this formidable strike without even rising from her seat. The Tianyin sect's divine ability, the Yingtian Taiqing sword. Yao Qin cast a frigid glance at the visibly shaken Shang Wanhong and inquired, "Do you wish to verify anything further?" Upon hearing this, Shang Wanhong instantly held his breath, inwardly cursing the absurdity of it all. The extraordinary abilities that only the true disciples of the Tianyin sect could master were far more persuasive than any insignia. Yet, was this individual not being a tad exaggerated? Chu Xingchen observed Shang Wanhong's grave expression and deliberately turned to Yao Qin, feigning curiosity as he asked, "Senior sister, why did you hold back?" Yao Qin replied with a frosty tone, "After all, we are in another sect. One must leave some semblance of dignity." Zheng Xiaofeng glanced around at the nearly ruined hall, contemplating that there was hardly any dignity left to preserve. Chu Xingchen nodded thoughtfully, then stood up and casually picked up the sword that Yao Qin had placed beside her. "My senior sister has confirmed he is a member of the Tianyin sect, so now it falls upon me to provide proof to all of you." As he spoke, he turned towards Shang Wanhong, mimicking the motion of drawing his sword, seemingly intending to unleash a move of the Yingtian Taiqing sword, aiming to cleave Shang Wanhong in two. The sect leader hastily interjected, "Wait. Esteemed guest, please hold on. There is no need for further verification. Should you unleash even one more strike of such magnitude, will there be any remnants of the Qingfeng sect left?" The sect leader's gaze bore down on Shang Wanhong as he admonished, "Elder Shangwan, apologize to our esteemed guests at once." While the reactions of Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin remained to be seen, Zheng Xiaofeng felt an exhilarating release throughout his being. Finally, he was not the one bearing the brunt of the blame. Chapter 61. Do you favor the Tianyin sect? In the face of the sect leader's rebuke, Shang Wanhong felt a slight flush of shame. It was indeed disgraceful that he had hesitated when Chu Xingchen had prepared to draw his sword. The moment Yao Yin unleashed her blade, Shang Wanhong felt as though ominous stars were flashing above his head. At this juncture, he could only lower his head in apology, saying, "My sincerest apologies, esteemed guests. It was my overthinking." Once Yao Yin wielded her sword, all doubts dissipated into nothingness. Chu Xingchen, with a hint of regret, urged, "Do not be hasty. I assure you, I am not a disciple of the Tianyin sect." Upon hearing this, the sect leader swiftly turned his gaze toward Zheng Xiaofeng, whose composure was beginning to crack. "It was you who tacitly endorsed Shangwan's reckless behavior. Now, after he has made his blunder, I am left to clean up the mess?" Being an elder truly felt stifling. "Gentlemen, we must prioritize the matter at hand." Zheng Xiaofeng forced a smile, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Your esteemed identities are indisputable. Whatever you require, our Qingfeng sect shall cooperate fully." Hearing this, Chu Xingchen, with a look of regret, returned the long sword to Yao Yin before slowly resuming his seat, his expression turning grave as he spoke. "There are two matters to discuss. The first pertains to the primary purpose of our visit. We have received a commission from Yuzhou City regarding the nefarious activities of heretical practitioners who are conducting blood sacrifices, suspected to be planning significant actions, and they have been seen in this vicinity. I request your assistance in conducting an investigation." Upon hearing the words, the leader of the Qingfeng sect immediately exhaled in relief, for it was not an occasion for conflict. He promptly replied, "Since it pertains to matters of righteousness, it is naturally our duty to respond. May I inquire what the second matter is?" Chu Xingchen's gaze turned icy as he directed his attention towards Shang Wanhong, saying, "The dignity of our Tianyin sect is not something that can be questioned by just anyone." The leader of the sect did not respond, but shifted his gaze towards Zheng Xiaofeng instead. "Very well. Such a perilous question must be tackled by oneself." Zheng Xiaofeng sighed inwardly and clasped his hands, continuing, "Elder Shangwan." He paused for a moment, finally concocting a suitable excuse. "It is merely a concern that someone might exploit the name of the Tianyin sect to deceive others." Chu Xingchen's tone suddenly turned frigid. "Are you implying that my sister and I, even with our tokens, do not resemble disciples of the Tianyin sect, but rather seem akin to fraudsters?" Zheng Xiaofeng hastily replied, "Of course not. Certainly not." Before Zheng Xiaofeng could further clarify, Chu Xingchen abruptly raised his hand, interrupting him. "I care not for the customs of your Qingfeng sect, but we shall adhere to the regulations of the Tianyin sect. As long as I am conducting the investigation within the Qingfeng sect, I must request that Elder Shangwan be confined to the isolation chamber for a day." Zheng Xiaofeng, upon hearing this, could only turn his gaze towards the leader, for he had no authority in this matter. and Elder Shangguan's tenure in the Qifeng sect far exceeded his own. I shall comply with this, the leader declared without hesitation. Then turned his gaze to the other two elders. You shall personally escort Elder Shangguan to the isolation chamber. After the two elders bowed in acknowledgement, they departed with Shangguan Hong. As Shangguan Hong left, Chu Xingchen's expression softened instantaneously, seemingly directed solely at him. The sect leader, witnessing this scene, breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the issue was personal rather than procedural, which was acceptable. He then inquired, "May I ask how Qifeng sect can assist you in your endeavors?" With a confident smile, Chu Xingchen replied, as if he had a brilliant plan. "You should dispatch personnel, centering the operations around Qifeng sect, to conduct a comprehensive search and flush out those nefarious cultivators." The sect leader of Qifeng couldn't help but think, is this truly a viable method? Such a grandiose search would likely allow the malevolent cultivators to flee long before they were encountered. Moreover, conducting a search over a vast area would render the task nearly impossible. Nonetheless, given the recent events, it seemed that the visitors were merely showy disciples. Whether or not they apprehended the evil cultivators was of little consequence. It might be wiser to humor the youngsters to avoid further complications. After a moment of contemplation, the sect leader smiled and replied, "Truly, as expected from a distinguished disciple of Tianyin's sect, this is indeed a foolproof strategy. We at Qifeng sect will make the necessary arrangements." Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen displayed a delighted expression and pointed to Zheng Xiaofeng nearby, saying, "I appreciate what this individual has to say. Let him accompany me as we carry out this task." Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaofeng was about to speak, but his master responded even more swiftly, "No problem, young Zheng, you may accompany this esteemed guest of the Tianyin sect." With no semblance of the elder's authority, Xiao Zheng could only nod in agreement. "Excellent. I shall return if necessary." Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction, then cast a glance at the now dilapidated hall, questioning, "This damage. We won't be liable for it, shall we?" The master, eager to send the two esteemed beings on their way, hastily replied, "Of course not." Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen strode out of the hall, declaring, "Very well, young Zheng, come with us." Yao Qin rose without hesitation to follow suit. With a sigh, Zheng Xiaofeng hastily trailed behind. With Chu Xingchen leading the way, they made their exit toward the mountain gate. At this moment, numerous disciples along the corridor cautiously observed Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin. The sword strike just moments ago had astonished the entire Qifeng sect. Moreover, the fact that they emerged unscathed from such a display signified not only their formidable strength, but also their formidable backgrounds. Zheng Xiaofeng closely followed the two. Chu Xingchen's actions were not without purpose. It was apparent that within the Qifeng sect, there should not be merely the golden core cultivators guarding the minds who engaged in nefarious practices. One individual alone could not orchestrate such extensive machinations. As those elders and the master entered, Chu Xingchen had scanned their panels with his system. Chapter 62. Zheng Xiaofeng's initial reaction was not one of joy. His first instinctive thought was, who, in their right mind, would take a liking to the Tianyin sect? However, upon seeing the ambiguous smile on Chu Xingchen's face, he suddenly came to his senses, and his heart began to race. If that is your intention, then who wouldn't be enamored? Even if it meant being relegated to the status of a subordinate in the Tianyin sect, he would readily accept it. "Why, you mean me?" Zheng Xiaofeng stammered. Chu Xingchen affirmed, "Yes, I am indeed speaking of you." Without hesitation, Zheng Xiaofeng responded, "Naturally, I would be fond of it." Noticing the excitement etched on Zheng Xiaofeng's face, Chu Xingchen elongated his tone slightly. "When you say you like it, is it the kind of liking I have in mind?" Faced with such irresistible temptation, Zheng Xiaofeng asserted confidently, "It is certainly the kind of liking you envision." Hearing the affirmative response, Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction, then retrieved a blood qi spirit stone from his spatial ring and tossed it to Zheng Xiaofeng, instinctively raising his hand to catch the flying blood qi spirit stone. Zheng Xiaofeng glanced down at it. A sense of foreboding began to rise within him. With a tone of reflection, Chu Xingchen remarked, "Little Zheng, can you guess why I didn't take this spirit stone out in the main hall?" As the elder in charge of reception, Zheng Xiaofeng was quick on the uptake and, after a brief contemplation, came to an understanding. It was likely due to circumstances within the sect. Yet, understanding did not equate to the ability to speak freely. He feigned ignorance and remarked, "Surely, you must have your own plans." Understanding this, Chu Xingchen gently nodded. Drawing forth the blood essence spirit stone from Zheng Xiaofeng's grasp, returning it to the confines of his spatial ring. As Chu Xingchen turned and continued onward, he expressed his dissatisfaction. It matters not that you are fond of it now. The Tianyin sect no longer favors you. Zheng Xiaofeng watched the diminishing figures of the two, feeling as though he had missed a monumental opportunity in life. With a sigh, he realized he still did not know the names of the two disciples from the Tianyin sect. It was absurd to expect him to risk so much for merely a couple of sentences. Very well, let it be that he was toyed with by them. Zheng Xiaofeng hastily took 2 steps forward to catch up with the pair. However, he quickly understood from their brief interaction that the seemingly carefree and handsome young man was likely not an inexperienced disciple of the sect. Zheng Xiaofeng prepared himself mentally, knowing that he must remain unwavering and steadfast in the forthcoming endeavors. He did not aspire to excel, at the very least. He wished to return without facing the master's inquiries. Yet, the subsequent developments took him by surprise. Chu Xingchen merely strolled leisurely near the Qingfeng sect with his zither, and the inquiries posed to Zheng Xiaofeng were far from sensitive matters. In fact, they bore no relation to any nefarious cultivators whatsoever. Chu Xingchen casually inquired, "Little Zheng, what delectable treats does your Qingfeng sect offer?" Zheng Xiaofeng hurriedly clasped his hands in response. "I have long since abstained from grains. I truly do not know of any nearby attractions. Are there any scenic spots in the vicinity?" "Regrettably, there are no noteworthy sights around here," Chu Xingchen replied with dissatisfaction. Turning back, just as Zheng Xiaofeng was about to decline further, Yao Qin's icy gaze fell upon him. Recalling the terrifying swordplay of the woman before him, Zheng Xiaofeng quickly added, "There is a small stream nearby, where the scenery is quite pleasant. Allow me to lead the way." He promptly stepped forward, guiding the two gentlemen. The small stream was not far from their current location, and soon the 3 golden core masters arrived. Before them lay a gently rippling stream, no wider than 10 feet and not deep enough to reach the knees. The banks were open, devoid of towering trees, and a vibrant array of wildflowers adorned the lush grass. Gazing into the distance, it was indeed a delightful sight. The water was remarkably clear, revealing thumb-sized fish frolicking in the stream. Chu Xingchen, satisfied, patted Zheng Xiaofeng on the shoulder and then removed his shoes, dipping his feet into the cool waters. "Oh, this can be considered a holiday as well, my dear sister." Yao Qin took a couple of steps forward, choosing not to soak her feet like Chu Xingchen, but rather opting to sit beside him. "Little Zheng, do you have any instructions for me?" Chu Xingchen reclined on the grass, speaking languidly. "Go catch a couple of wild rabbits." Upon hearing these words, Zheng Xiaofeng turned without hesitation and set off to hunt rabbits for Chu Xingchen. As a golden core cultivator, capturing 2 rabbits was a mere trifling task. In no time, Zheng Xiaofeng returned, skillfully holding 2 live rabbits in his grasp. "Regardless of whether you wish them dead or alive, I can fulfill your request now." Chu Xingchen glanced at the rabbits, nodding with satisfaction. Wild rabbits are quite adorable. Let them go. At this moment, Zheng Xiaofeng understood that this was a deliberate provocation directed at him. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. After all, had he not spent years cultivating his composure? In terms of mentality, who in the Qingfeng sect could rival him? Today, he would teach this junior from the Tianyin sect a lesson in attitude. Zheng Xiaofeng maintained a courteous demeanor. "Very well. In which direction would you like them released?" Chu Xingchen casually replied, "Let them go to the west. Allow this group of rabbits to hop westward." Receiving the instruction, Zheng Xiaofeng promptly released the 2 rabbits, even using his spiritual power to guide them westward. For the duration that followed, Chu Xingchen leisurely reclined on the grass, occasionally remarking, "Little Zheng, don't you find that tree rather bothersome? Little Zheng, do you see that blade of grass glaring at me?" Chapter 63, A Choice Among 3, Eliminating 2 Erroneous Answers. Choosing incorrectly would be utter foolishness. In the discussion chamber of the Qingfeng sect, Zheng Xiaofeng stood below, feeling quite aggrieved as he faced the skeptical gaze of the sect leader. The leader, with a hint of suspicion, inquired, "Are you suggesting that they merely lounged by the stream today, giving you orders, and did nothing else?" Zheng Xiaofeng's eyes were earnest, his tone sincere. "Indeed, master. It is as you say." The leader, still dubious, pressed on. "They did not utter anything regarding the heretics or any other matters. They simply harassed you?" With a tone tinged with both grievance and tragic resolve, Zheng Xiaofeng replied, "Master, I have been with the Qingfeng sect since childhood. Surely you understand my unwavering loyalty to our sect." This heartfelt declaration seemed to resonate with the sect leader, who nodded gently, signaling for Zheng Xiaofeng to take his leave. Relieved, Zheng Xiaofeng exhaled, grateful to have navigated the situation. He dared not divulge the matter concerning the bloodstone. After all, those involved were not individuals he could confront. Having risked his life to ascend from Foundation establishment to Gold Core, he had barely secured this subordinate elder position. Moreover, it was highly probable that the elders were in collusion, perhaps even with the leader's knowledge. How could someone like him, excluded from their circle of power, dare to engage in such affairs? Zheng Xiaofeng aspired to graduate from the role of a mere subordinate elder, but certainly not at the cost of his life. In this matter, it is best to feign ignorance in order to preserve oneself. Sun must remain true to his nature. Zheng Xiaofeng hastily turned to leave. Just as he pushed open the door to the conference room, he caught sight of Elder Li, who was conversing closely with Elder Shangwan. Like the sect leader, he stood at a distance, regarding Zheng with the same scrutinizing gaze. The words little Zheng echoed in his ears once more. It was bad enough to be tormented by outsiders. Now he must endure the turmoil caused by his own kin. Did his own family no longer count as human? Alas, it seems one cannot provoke anyone. A forced smile graced Zheng Xiaofeng's face as he approached Elder Li, speaking with a tone of deference. Elder Li, is there something you wish to convey to me? Elder Li's expression was stern as he coldly inquired, what were those disciples of Tianyin Sect up to today? Zheng Xiaofeng, with a look of grievance, recounted the events of the day to Elder Li once more. With a skeptical gaze, Elder Li pressed, are you suggesting that they did nothing but command you to entertain them all day? The familiar expression, the reminiscent question, only Elder Li's inquiry was more egregious. What does it mean to be commanded to entertain? Is this not exceedingly offensive? Zheng Xiaofeng suppressed the tumult of emotions within him and spoke in a tone laden with familiar grievance. Elder Li, indeed. Elder Li regarded Zheng Xiaofeng with a momentary silence before inquiring, did they ask you anything today regarding the evil cultivators? No. It seems they merely came to vex me, Zheng Xiaofeng replied earnestly, observing that their demeanor suggested they were merely fulfilling the obligations of the sect. Upon hearing this, Elder Li nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further questions. He gently patted Zheng Xiaofeng's shoulder before turning to depart. Zheng Xiaofeng stood in place, surveying his surroundings to ascertain if anyone else sought his presence. After a considerable while, still haunted by trepidation, he slowly returned to his chamber. Inside, he tremulously lifted the cup of tea from the table and drained it in one gulp. Reflecting on the day's events, Zheng Xiaofeng came to a disheartening conclusion. None of the three factions regarded him as a person. In a fit of indignation, Zheng Xiaofeng resolved to dedicate the night to fervent cultivation. The following morning, unwilling to be tardy, Zheng Xiaofeng arrived early at the entrance of Qingfeng's sect, standing guard alongside the disciples assigned to watch over the gate. As time passed, the two esteemed individuals he awaited remained conspicuously absent, causing unease among the disciples stationed on either side, their backs clammy with sweat. Was this elder here to oversee their duties? Why had he been standing alongside them for so long? Until the sun ascended high in the sky, Zheng Xiaofeng finally spotted Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin ambling towards him. He hurried to greet them, inquiring, what are your plans for today? Chu Xingchen stretched lazily, responding in a languid tone, yesterday night fell too swiftly, and I did not enjoy myself fully. I wish to indulge in some more leisure. Zheng Xiaofeng forced a smile, replying, as long as you are content, that is sufficient. Upon finishing his words, Chu Xingchen leisurely strolled towards the brook. Upon their arrival at the stream, Chu Xingchen removed his boots, soaked his feet, and reclined in one fluid motion. Soon after, little Zheng, in the midst of midnight reveries. Will this voice echo in little Zheng's ears? Time flowed on, and the two individuals by the riverside remained unchanged in demeanor, save for a golden core cultivator engaging in peculiar activities by the water's edge, such as lifting a large stone and placing it atop another, or uprooting a tree only to replant it beside another, justifying it with the notion that one tree is too lonely, two trees are not desolate. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, Zheng Xiaofeng, having endured yet another afternoon of toil and after completing yet another task, gazed longingly at the sun, pondering, why does the sun set so slowly today? Noticing this scene, Chu Xingchen once again employed the system to scan Zheng Xiaofeng before him. Target, Zheng Xiaofeng. Cultivation level, early golden elixir. Blue trait, resourceful. White trait, adequate talent. White trait, composed. Black trait, short-sighted. Temporary black trait, anxious. Upon encountering the term anxious, Chu Xingchen realized that perhaps the moment had arrived. He withdrew his feet from the babbling brook and addressed Zheng with a gentle tone. Ah, young Zheng. Zheng Xiaofeng promptly turned his gaze towards Chu Xingchen, instinctively responding, yes, your command. A light smile graced Chu Xingchen's face as he inquired, how was your night last evening? Zheng Xiaofeng, taken aback by the question, stared blankly at Chu Xingchen. When one is on the brink of breaking, they often cannot maintain composure. He inhaled deeply and then quietly asked, were you doing this on purpose? Please do not frame it so harshly. I believe I have not placed you in any uncomfortable position, have I? Chu Xingchen firmly denied. Who truly complicates matters for you? Is it I or them? Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaofeng suddenly lowered his head, remaining silent. Chu Xingchen paid no heed to his demeanor and continued to don his boots, saying, a whirlpool does not discriminate between the innocent and the guilty. Since you have been drawn into it, your task is not to drift aimlessly, for that would surely lead to your demise. What you must do is to struggle fiercely for your survival, to seek a glimmer of hope. After fastening his boots, Chu Xingchen approached Zheng Xiaofeng and gently patted his shoulder, saying, at this moment, they will not trust you. You find yourself in a situation where you must make a choice among 3 options. Having eliminated 2 erroneous answers, should you still select incorrectly, it would be tantamount to an act of folly. Chapter 64. The Cleaning of the Xingtian Sect by Laozi. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Zheng Xiaofeng took a deep breath. At this moment, he felt compelled to resort to his ultimate move. With a wry smile, he remarked, so following you will lead to a way out. You are disciples of the Xingtian sect in the Central Plains, and the Qingfeng sect would naturally not dare to act against you. But what about me? Zheng Xiaofeng lifted his head defiantly, gritting his teeth as he continued. I am merely a cultivator who has painstakingly ascended from the very bottom, each step fraught with difficulty. Such clumsy attempts at verbal evasion elicited no patience from Chu Xingchen, who swiftly interrupted him. It is futile to blame fate for an unfavorable rebirth. There are those who cannot even attain the golden core stage. Why not compare yourself to them? Is our fortunate rebirth exempt from fierce competition? Do you believe we achieve the golden core stage simply by quenching our thirst? Zheng Xiaofeng observed the unwavering lack of compassion in Chu Xingchen's demeanor, even finding the rebuttal quite reasonable. He realized that his rhetoric would not sway this esteemed disciple of the Xingtian sect, who could claim that the protected disciples of the Central Plains were oblivious to the ways of the world. Their circumstances were not any better than his own. With a sincere expression, Chu Xingchen addressed him. Young Zheng, you have yet to grasp that the current situation is merely born of the fear of death. The solution to avoiding demise is quite simple. Zheng Xiaofeng paused, his gaze filled with skepticism as he regarded Chu Xingchen. What do you mean? Chu Xingchen replied earnestly. From this moment forth, you are appointed as an external janitor of the Xingtian sect. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaofeng furrowed his brow in contemplation. Those responsible for sweeping the gates of the Xingtian sect? Soon, he reached a conclusion. What purpose does this serve? Isn't this merely the task of the gatekeepers of the Xingtian sect? Chu Xingchen, perceiving the expression on Zheng Xiaofeng's face, earnestly explained. If you were to encounter an elderly sweeper at the gates of the Xingtian sect, berating you as a grandson, would you dare to lay a hand on him? Zheng Xiaofeng swiftly concluded, candidly admitting, I would not dare. After all, anyone who can sweep the grounds of the Xingtian sect, regardless of their cultivation level, possesses an authority derived from the immense stature of the sect itself, which is not something he would dare confront. Zheng Xiaofeng continued, however, this is not the gate of the Xingtian sect. Even if I were the chief sweeper, it would be of no consequence. Your perspective is too narrow. Chu Xingchen clasped Zheng Xiaofeng's shoulder, saying, consider this deeply. What you fear is not merely the name of the Xingtian sect, but the cultivators that uphold that name. Naturally, it is. Zheng Xiaofeng's expression shifted to one of dawning realization, yet he gazed at Chu Xingchen with skepticism. While the words may sound appealing now, should a conflict arise, those elders could very well unleash their wrath. Wouldn't they ultimately come for him? Your words are yours to express as you wish, but your life is your own. In response to Zheng Xiaofeng's doubtful gaze, Chu Xingchen sighed. Young Zheng, you must grasp one crucial truth. What you possess now is not the power of choice, but the power to be chosen. This is your final opportunity. Ponder well how you will face the sect leader should you inquire further. Chu Xingchen concluded his words, unhesitatingly turning with the qin in hand to depart. Yao Qin followed closely behind, simultaneously inquiring through their thoughts. Do you think he will take the bait? Such a person, the more perfect the assurance you provide, the more suspicious he becomes. Often, Only when there are flaws accompanied by plausible explanations will he be tempted. Chu Xingchen responded telepathically. Moreover, he has no other options left. Trust me, in 10 seconds, he will be begging you to sweep the floor. Yao Qin, half believing, nodded and began to count silently. 1, 2. Before Yao Qin could reach 3, an urgent voice called from behind. Wait. I submit. I submit. Zheng Xiaofeng hurriedly stepped forward to Chu Xingchen's side, saying, but you must guarantee that I can sweep the floor at the Tianyin sect afterward. Yao Qin glanced at Zheng Xiaofeng and replied nonchalantly, I promise you. Zheng Xiaofeng, after acknowledging Yao Qin, fixed his gaze on Chu Xingchen. From the outset, this man had been in charge. Although he was nominally a junior brother, it seemed this junior brother held a higher status within the Tianyin sect. It was essential to hear him speak. Chu Xingchen couldn't help but smile at the irony. Zheng Xiaofeng sought out someone who was not even a member of the Tianyin sect for authority. Nevertheless, it was not an issue. Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement, then turned serious, saying, but you do understand the consequences if you betray us, do you not? Zheng Xiaofeng blurted out. I am now undoubtedly devoted to you with utmost loyalty. Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction, affirming, excellent. Remember, when I convey something to you later, you shall say precisely that. From this moment forth, you are a disciple of the Tianyin sect, so bear in mind to adopt a bolder demeanor. Huh? Bold? I can't do that, Zheng Xiaofeng replied. His voice tinged with uncertainty. Fear not, you shall master it soon enough. In the Qingfeng sect's meeting chamber, upon entering, Chu Xingchen abruptly admonished the disciple present at the door, go. Summon the damned sect master at once. The disciple of the Qingfeng sect appeared momentarily taken aback before promptly turning to seek out the sect master. Chu Xingchen's gaze fell upon the visibly anxious Zheng Xiaofeng, and he spoke soothingly, do not panic. Zheng Xiaofeng instinctively nodded. Yao Qin observed Zheng Xiaofeng's slightly flustered demeanor and felt he was rather unreliable. Is he even capable? He*s already trembling before meeting the person. If he actually sees them, won't he be too frightened to utter a word, his legs giving way instead? Without affording Zheng Xiaofeng much time to compose himself, the sect master, having received the news, rushed in with great urgency, just as he set foot in the meeting hall. His gaze swept across the room, landing on Chu Xingchen, whose expression was frosty and filled with questions. Yao Qin, her hand lightly resting on her sword hilt, radiating an icy demeanor, and the increasingly flustered Zheng Xiaofeng. The sect master clasped his hands and inquired, may I ask what the urgent matter is? With a cold snort, Chu Xingchen declared, we have received intelligence from the Central Plains indicating that someone from your Qingfeng sect appears to be involved in the matters of evil cultivation. I have come to inquire with the sect master for clarification. Intelligence from the Central Plains? May I have a look? The sect master replied with grave seriousness. If such a matter is true, Qingfeng sect will certainly cleanse its ranks. However, the sect master did not receive a response from Chu Xingchen. Instead, a somewhat hesitant voice emerged from Zheng Xiaofeng. See Central Plains intelligence is something you can peruse? The sect master immediately turned his gaze towards Zheng Xiaofeng, his brows narrowing. That questioning look was one Zheng Xiaofeng had endured countless times before. Yet, at this moment, for reasons unknown, a surge of indignation welled up within him. Zheng Xiaofeng bellowed, what are you staring at? Did I say you could see the Central Plains intelligence? With that exclamation, Zheng Xiaofeng felt an exhilarating release, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Suppressing his fury, the sect master firmly questioned, young Zheng, have you taken the wrong medicine? Without hesitation, Zheng Xiaofeng retorted, I haven't taken any medicine. I am now a member of the Tianyin sect. You, old dog, better show me some respect. You? The Tianyin sect? Indeed. I am now a humble janitor at the Tianyin sect. What are you going to do about it? Chapter 65, Delightful. It is indeed worth it even to die for this. Seeing Zheng Xiaofeng, whose imposing presence rivaled that of the sect leader, Yao Qin gazed at Chu Xingchen in astonishment. What had transpired between them to cause such a sudden transformation in him, as if he had ingested a potent elixir? Yet, Yao Qin noticed Chu Xingchen gently shaking his head. She found it hard to believe. Was this truly his own declaration? Zheng Xiaofeng stepped forward, confronting the sect leader. What are you staring at? Even if I were merely a janitor, I am still a member of the Tianyin sect. Do you dare to lay a finger on me? The leader of the Qingfeng sect suppressed his rising anger and turned his gaze towards Chu Xingchen, asking, may I inquire if this matter is true? Chu Xingchen replied languidly, of course it is true. Even the Tianyin sect ought to conduct itself with propriety, should it not? The Qingfeng sect leader retorted, We, the Qingfeng sect, have extended courtesy to your esteemed faction. Is such behavior truly fitting for your sect? Chu Xingchen casually distanced himself from the issue, saying, "It was Elder Zhang Xiaofeng who chose to come here. I did not extend an invitation." Unable to contain his frustration any longer, the sect leader exclaimed, "This is against the rules. I demand to speak with your Tianyin sect's elder. Are you truly willing to abduct an elder from your own sect to perform menial tasks? Does the Qingfeng sect deserve no respect at all? Moreover, how dare a mere newly appointed Golden Core elder speak to me in such a manner? Previously, he would scarcely dare to raise his voice in my presence." Chu Xingchen scoffed, "And yet, it is permissible for your people to collude with evil cultivators." The sect leader shot back, "Where is the evidence? How dare you tarnish the reputation of my Qingfeng sect without any evidence?" Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen cast a bloodstone from his spatial ring. "Dear sect leader, have you meticulously examined the accounts of your Qingfeng sect's mind?" Chu Xingchen stepped forward, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. "If you have pests at home and remain oblivious, waiting until the house collapses to take action would be far too late." The sect leader was taken aback, gazing into Chu Xingchen's earnest eyes, as well as the bloodstone that lay on the ground, pulsating with energy. "Do you truly believe that the Tianyin sect would send someone to play games with you?" Chu Xingchen chuckled lightly. "Did you think I came here to provoke you? Go investigate Elder Guanshan, who is currently confined in the isolation chamber. Don't say that we, the Tianyin sect, haven't afforded you an opportunity. I presumed your ignorance was the reason for my leniency. Elder Zheng has been verified, and from this moment forth, he shall serve as the representative of the Tianyin sect, overseeing your Qingfeng sect's self-inspection. My senior sister and I have received intel on heretical cultivators that we need to verify, which will likely take around 3 days." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng quickly turned to Chu Xingchen, exclaiming, "Brother, how come I was unaware of this? Are you speaking the truth or fabricating lies? How do you possess such confidence in my absence?" Yet, Chu Xingchen remained unfazed, continuing, "During these 3 days, ensure your consciousness does not stray from Elder Zheng. If I return and he is missing, I will have no choice but to assume that your Qingfeng sect has wholly succumbed to heretical practices, becoming the primary target of this crackdown in Zhongzhou." Upon hearing these words, the sect leader's tone was unmistakably skeptical. "Do you think you can intimidate me? Can the true teachings of Tianyin sect really distort right and wrong?" In response, Chu Xingchen shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "Naturally. You may easily verify my claim by severing the head of Elder Zheng right now." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng's heart raced. The sect leader was oblivious, but he was not. Even if the leader were to twist his head off and kick it like a ball, it would likely result in no harm. Yet, Chu Xingchen's voice echoed in his mind. "Your earlier demeanor was commendable. Maintain that poise. You are not a fool. The more confident you appear, the more cautious he will become." Zhang Xiaofeng nearly faltered and retorted through thought, "Are you genuinely going, or is this merely a ruse?" The only response he received was a dazzling smile from Chu Xingchen. Chu Xingchen then turned to Yaoyin and said, "Sister, the sect has urged us. We should depart at once." At this, Yaoyin rose to her feet, preparing to follow Chu Xingchen, but as she passed by the sect leader, she cast a cold, piercing glance at the leader of Qingfeng's sect. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaofeng and the leader of Qingfeng's sect watched as the two ascended into the sky, swiftly disappearing into the distance. Once their consciousness could no longer track them, the leader's gaze turned somber as he regarded Zhang Xiaofeng. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xiaofeng thought to himself, "Damn it. There's no turning back now." He glared fiercely at the leader of Qingfeng's sect and barked, "Old thief. What are you staring at? Hurry and conduct the interrogation." The sect leader's hand clenched fiercely, his gaze fixed on Zhang Xiaofeng with an intensity that suggested he might strike down the insolent head at any moment. Zhang Xiaofeng understood that retreat was not an option. He stepped forward boldly, positioning himself before the sect leader, a brazen smile adorning his face. "Have I been suppressed for so many years? Is it unreasonable to call you an old thief a couple of times? If you have grievances, then take my head now." The sect leader inhaled deeply. As the head of the sect, he would never stake the entire sect's future on a mere possibility, no matter how slight. Suppressing his fury, he commanded, "Elder Zheng, let us proceed to the confinement chamber." Seeing the sect leader's discomposure, Zhang Xiaofeng felt a perplexing elation wash over him, dispelling the fear that had once gripped his heart. With a cold chuckle, he asserted, "Lead the way. Aren't you capable of walking?" "I said lead the way." The sect leader clenched his fists, took another deep breath, and, with a flourish of his long sleeves, turned to depart. Zheng Xiaofeng could no longer contain his exuberant laughter, which echoed through the secluded hall. What a thrill! This was indeed worth it. On the outskirts of the Qingfeng sect, Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin came to a halt. Sister, Chu Xingchen called out instinctively, then paused momentarily before continuing with a smile. Yao Qin, you head to intercept the path to the east mine, and I shall block the other route. Upon hearing the proposal, Yao Qin gently nodded in agreement. Then, with a calm demeanor, remarked, Senior sister is quite commendable. I find it agreeable to the ear. Chu Xingchen, with a serious tone, replied, this incurs an additional charge. Yao Qin cast a cold glance at Chu Xingchen and proceeded eastward. Truly, utterly devoid of humor, Chu Xingchen muttered, then set off southward. Having studied the routes prior to his arrival, Chu Xingchen noted that only the east and south were densely forested and treacherous, making it easier to conceal one's presence. This time, the disturbance would likely provoke a few small creatures to emerge, as compared to the more open avenues where ambushes were less probable. The reason for Chu Xingchen's certainty that the leader of Qingfeng sect would refrain from taking action was due to the blue label, cautious and prudent, associated with him. In uncertain circumstances, he would not act recklessly. At the very least, he would exercise patience for 3 days to ascertain the situation. This was precisely why Chu Xingchen had designated a time frame of 3 days. Next, he aimed to intercept any small creatures attempting to relay messages to the mine, in order to gauge the current state of Qingfeng sect. As for the self-inspection of Qingfeng sect, Chu Xingchen found it more reliable to hope that upon his return, Li Yingling would not have caused him any trouble. Chapter 66. Rest assured, he wishes for death soon. Under the veil of night, Elder Li traversed the mountains from the east, his expression heavy with concern. The disciples of the Tianyan sect proved to be quite formidable. Their feigned maneuvers were deceptive, blurring the line between reality and pretense. While they appeared to be naive, it was evident they possessed significant intelligence. Astonishingly, within a mere day, they had managed to sway a golden core elder to their side. Moreover, Zheng Xiaofeng seemed to have undergone a transformation, once cautious and diplomatic. He now brazenly berated the sect leader, calling him old and foolish. To everyone's astonishment, the sect leader bore this indignity in silence, not even attempting to counter Zheng Xiaofeng's tirade. When pressed for details, the leader remained tight-lipped, leading to speculation that Zheng Xiaofeng had somehow acquired leverage from the Tianyan disciples. Additionally, the blood vitality spirit stone presented by the sect leader raised further alarm. Ever since their mine was attacked, they had established a triggering formation based on the existing maze. Any intruder stepping into the area would activate alerts at both the Qingfeng sect and the mine elder's location. Each disciple at the mine carried a specially crafted token, ensuring that the formation would not mistakenly trigger an alarm. Given that they had not received any unusual alerts from the mine's formation, it was reasonable to conclude that nothing had gone awry there. However, the emergence of the blood vitality spirit stone, especially in direct connection with the Qingfeng sect and the defection of a Tianyan elder, combined with the other troubling developments, painted a picture that was anything but benign. Although there exists a risk of exposure, the mining site has reached an agreement with that group of malevolent cultivators. Now in the final stages. Given the circumstances, if I were to remain idle, I would likely find it difficult to escape. Thus, I shall first visit the mining site to ascertain the intelligence there, and perhaps seek a way to expedite matters or even relocate. After traveling a short distance from Qingfeng sect, Elder Li employed the art of earth escape, heading towards the mining site. Preoccupied with worry, Elder Li failed to notice that a strand of divine consciousness had detected him from the ground. However, he did sense the fierce sword energy that appeared behind him. Swiftly, he burrowed underground, summoned a long sword with a flick of his hand, and activated his golden core, unleashing a surge of spiritual power. Facing the menacing sword energy, his sword transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards it. The two forces collided with great speed, resulting in a shockwave that uprooted the earth and shattered trees into splinters. Elder Li's divine consciousness swiftly scanned the surroundings, soon identifying a figure that did not conceal its aura. Turning his gaze, he spotted Yao Qin atop a large tree, her expression stoic as she held a long sword. Silently observing him, Elder Li's countenance darkened. Indeed, he had fallen into his mother-esque trap. Yao Qin spoke with an icy tone. Surrender and avoid physical suffering. Curse it. To avoid physical suffering would mean facing death. Without hesitation, Elderly directed the flying sword to assault Yao while simultaneously fleeing westward at great speed. Having arrived at this juncture, the mining site was no longer an option for him. Let fate decide, for his life was his own, and if he could escape, he would be grateful to the heavens. After all, he was a golden core cultivator. Perhaps a change of scenery could lead to a more carefree existence. Yet, before Elderly could soar far into the skies, he suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood. Trembling, he turned to behold his life-bound flying sword, now shattered, glimmering faintly in the moonlight, descending like a fleeting comet. Through the cracks of the broken sword, a pair of cold, indifferent eyes regarded him as one might gaze upon a corpse. "Oh, Yao Qin, your methods are quite impressive," Chu Xingchen observed in astonishment as Elderly, bound and with both tendons severed, lay on the ground, his complexion a ghastly white, manipulated by Yao Qin's spiritual energy. Undoubtedly, Elderly had been thoroughly examined by her. With a hint of exasperation, Yao Qin spoke, "I have captured the individual. I conducted a brief interrogation prior to this, but he refused to utter a single word. Do you have any confidence in extracting information?" A smile that hinted at something unsettling appeared on Chu Xingchen's face. "As for the interrogation, my second disciple has indeed provided me with some insights." He possesses such skills? Strictly speaking, he was the one enduring the torment. Yao Qin's face filled with confusion as she watched Chu Xingchen retrieve spiritual herbs and a small pot from his spatial ring. Yao Qin observed Chu Xingchen as he seemed poised to concoct a pill and remarked, "Rest assured, I shall exercise restraint. He will not perish." Chu Xingchen solemnly replied, "You too should be at ease. He will soon wish for his own demise." Lacking comprehension of Chu Xingchen's methods, Yao Qin chose to remain a passive observer. Chu Xingchen extracted the essence from the spiritual herbs, then combined raw flour and honey, integrating all the elixir into the mixture. With his magical prowess, he levitated the emerald-hued pill and turned to Yao Qin, his expression grave. "What you witness here must remain confidential. Do not speak of it outside." Chu Xingchen would never admit that consuming the pill he crafted equated to torture. "Very well." Although puzzled, Yao Qin nodded in agreement. With her assurance, Chu Xingchen approached Elderly, holding the pill with sincerity. "I offer you one final opportunity. Confess the truth, and we can resolve this amicably." Elderly displayed a hint of disdain, smirking. "In the end, death is inevitable. None shall escape unscathed." Faced with Elderly's obstinate refusal to cooperate, Chu Xingchen sighed, and, utilizing his spiritual energy, pried open Elderly's mouth, commanding the pill to enter. As Elderly found himself unable to wield his spiritual power and could not resist this action, his instinctive reaction was to press his tongue against the pill. Unperturbed by Elderly's subtle defiance, Chu Xingchen allowed a faint smile to grace his lips before forcefully sealing Elderly's mouth with his spiritual energy. In no time, Elderly became acutely aware of the unparalleled bitterness of the powdery elixir. This medicine, how wretched! It struck from the tip of his tongue to the very root, penetrating deep into the recesses of his mind. It felt as though the bitterness was seeping directly into his spiritual sea, leaving him in excruciating discomfort, yet his mouth had been sealed by Chu Xingchen's spiritual power. Alas, even in death, he would be spared this torment. With a steely resolve, Elderly swallowed the elixir whole. Almost immediately, he noticed that the smile on Chu Xingchen's face seemed to radiate even more brightly. Soon, Elderly comprehended the true nature of this powder. It was anything but solid. As he swallowed, a considerable amount of powder dislodged and clung to the inside of his mouth. The assault upon his tongue intensified. Then, as the elixir within began to unleash its effects with ferocity, Yao Qin looked on in bewilderment at the rapidly shifting expressions on Elderly's face. Suddenly, she witnessed Elderly tremble uncontrollably, his eyes widening in horror as he emitted a series of pitiful sounds. Woo-woo-woo. His body, bound tightly, began to writhe like a maggot. In scarcely a few breaths, Elderly's wide-eyed gaze darted towards Chu Xingchen, imbued with an expression of profound desperation, as if pleading silently to confess everything. A faint smile graced Chu Xingchen's lips as he remarked, "You wish to perish. Oh, my mistake. You wish to confess?" The whimpers emanating from Elderly's mouth were incessant, his head nodding frantically. Chapter 67. You are weak too. Elderly readily confessed, overwhelmed with emotion, pleading for death. He divulged everything within his knowledge: the instigator, the members of the organization, the covert signals, and even the specifics of the mining site. The self-proclaimed stalwart Elderly beseeched, "Please, grant me the antidote. I can no longer endure. Where would an antidote come from if it is not poison? Chu Xingchen replied earnestly. Though I possess no antidote, I can offer you water to rinse your mouth. At this, Elder Li's eyes widened in fury, and he bellowed, Then kill me. I implore you to end my life. Based on Elder Li's revelations, his demise was indeed warranted, yet not at this moment. Since he rejected the goodwill of a mere mouthwash, so be it. Chu Xingchen casually sealed Elder Li's mouth with spiritual energy, and then turned to gaze at Yaoqin. Yaoqin appeared somber, her eyes seemingly glinting with murderous intent, though this menace did not seem directed at Elder Li. Rather, it appeared as though she were lost in recollection. Chu Xingchen waved his hand in front of Yaoqin, his voice tinged with concern. Are you all right? I'm fine. Yaoqin inhaled deeply before gently closing her eyes. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Xingchen spoke again. The situation is now clear. That group known as the Evil Spirit Sect aims to forge a holy mother based on ancient methods. The Blood Chi Spirit Stone serves as their primary means. And with such an immense number of blood sacrifices, they cannot conceal it. If one were to meticulously investigate this lead, a resolution would undoubtedly emerge. We can now report back to Yuzhou City and clarify the situation with Zhongzhou. Yaoqin suddenly opened her eyes, interrupting with a cold voice tinged with a slight tremor. It cannot continue like this. It has always been this way. Even without cultivation, it was so. And even with cultivation, it remains the same. Chu Xingchen stared at Yaoqin, taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed her lose composure. I apologize. Yaoqin, sensing something amiss, turned away. You are right. We should return. Chu Xingchen spoke earnestly. What is troubling you? It merely reminds me of the past. Yaoqin turned back, her expression serene. Let us first take him back to Yuzhou City, and we shall address the matters concerning Qingfeng Sect upon our return. Chu Xingchen fixed his gaze upon Yaoqin. I believe it would be better to resolve your issue first. What issue could I possibly have? Then tell me the truth. What were you just thinking? Yaoqin tightened her grip on the long sword. Remaining silent for a protracted moment before gritting her teeth, she responded, I was thinking of murder. I was contemplating the extermination of that wretched band of evil cultivators. Those who, not understanding the righteous path, dare to tread upon the crooked ways. Do the people of this world always behave like worthless insects? The Master often states that there exists a profound distinction between the celestial and the mortal realms, asserting that the only true path lies in ascension to immortality. He urges me to relinquish my earthly sentiments and forget my past, for all things inevitably converge towards their destined fate. But is it true that one is born a cultivator? Upon concluding her words, Yaoqin could no longer contain her indignation, drawing her long sword. She transformed it into a stream of light that swiftly severed Elder Li's head. It seemed she had come to a realization, resolutely declaring, This matter concerns only me. You may return. With that, she intended to turn and depart. Chu Xingchen called out, What do you mean it concerns only you? You still owe me spirit stones. Yaoqin halted, raising her chin slightly to gaze at the moonlight. I shall repay you. After all, I am a true disciple of Tianyan's sect. It is they who should be afraid. Sighing, Chu Xingchen approached Yaoqin, saying, You know what I wish to convey. Yaoqin turned her gaze towards him. The world is vast, and there will always be those who choose to stand by Yaoqin, supporting her endeavors. With a light chuckle, Chu Xingchen stretched lazily, remarking, How fortuitous. I suppose I can count myself among them, considering how many times you have aided me. Yaoqin gently pressed her lips together, finally whispering, Thank you. Huh. Speak louder. Chu Xingchen urged. There is no time to lose. Let us swiftly eradicate the malevolent cultivators. Two beams of radiant light suddenly surged into the Qingfeng Sect's mine from different directions. A radiant beam of light descended upon the central playground of the mine. The laboring miners glanced up to behold a stunningly beautiful woman, enveloped in a dazzling luminescence, gracefully wielding a flying sword with remarkable swiftness. Meanwhile, a disciple of the Qingfeng Sect, tasked with guarding the mine, merely turned his gaze slightly toward the source of the sound. In an instant, a flash of light swept past, a chill enveloped his neck, and darkness consumed his vision. A flying sword darted through the mine, mercilessly claiming the lives of the Qingfeng Sect disciples. Chu Xingchen then plunged directly into the warehouse. Indeed, the interior of the warehouse had been reconfigured with an array, at the center of which sat a golden core cultivator in meditation. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen summoned his spiritual sword. Although Li Yingling appeared to be idly passing time, she had never neglected her cultivation. Her supernatural abilities had already ascended to a new level. Meanwhile, Li Xingtian primarily focused on cultivating spiritual energy. Thus his command over supernatural powers remained rudimentary. Therefore, the elder disciple unleashed his profound technique, the 3,000 weak waters sword. Chu Xingchen showed no restraint. The spiritual sword transformed into a water dragon composed of pure energy, soaring upward with dazzling speed toward the golden core cultivator. The cultivator, at the mid-stage of golden core, had risen to mount a counterattack the moment Chu Xingchen touched down. However, as the energy water dragon leaped from the spiritual sword, the golden core cultivator sensed his own aura being swiftly locked onto. In that instant, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was indeed a supernatural ability. In a flash, Chu Xingchen executed his formidable move without uttering a single word, endowed with an intrinsic tracking attribute. Regardless of the desperate struggles of the golden core cultivator, with a mere stroke of his sword, Chu Xingchen cleaved through everything before him. That surge of spiritual energy was overwhelmingly dominant, effortlessly shattering the ground and obliterating all obstacles in its path, including the helpless golden core. A beam of spiritual light shot forth from the storage room, seemingly boundless as it surged into the distance, crushing everything in its wake and reducing the surroundings to mere fragments. Yaoqin could not help but cast a sidelong glance at the terrifying wave of spiritual energy. Even with her extensive experience, she was utterly convinced that this was undoubtedly a pinnacle of divine power. The storage room could not withstand such a torrent of spiritual energy, rapidly collapsing into ruins as it dispersed. Upon noticing Yaoqin's gaze, Chu Xingchen, wielding his spiritual sword, flashed her a light smile and extended 2 fingers, his index and middle fingers. What could this signify? If it were a gesture of comparison, Yaoqin would certainly not interpret it positively. Could it be an implication of her weakness? With a sudden surge, Yaoqin's spiritual sword moved even faster, and as she dispatched the last disciple of the Qifeng sect, the sword automatically returned to its sheath. Subsequently, Yaoqin, with her delicate fingers, mirrored Chu Xingchen's gesture, extending 2 fingers of her own. You are weak too. Chapter 68. Who isn't a rogue cultivator? Chu Xingchen was taken aback to see Yaoqin making a peace gesture towards him, an unexpected display from someone who typically wore an expression of indifference. Swift as the wind, the duo descended and swiftly neutralized all the members of the Qingfeng sect, taking merely a few breaths to do so. The miners, still toiling away at the mine under the cover of night, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Chu Xingchen, channeling his spiritual energy, bellowed, "The enforcement of the cultivation world is upon you. You are free to return home now." The miners stood in stunned silence for a moment, until one among them broke into joyous tears, prompting a collective realization that sent them sprinting away from the mine. Chu Xingchen paid them little mind. Upon entering the storage room, he noted the meager remnants of bloodstone, indicating it had been partially transported already. He turned to Yaoqin and inquired, "Did you leave any alive?" "Indeed," Yaoqin replied, retracting her gesture. "Out of 6, I spared 2. This time, Yaoqin recognized that she may have misjudged Chu Xingchen. Perhaps this was a positive sign after all. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chu Xingchen ventured deeper into the mine alongside Yaoqin. As they rounded a corner, they found that a portion of the formation, previously ravaged by Li Xingtian, had been mended. For out of the 6 black-cloaked figures lay defeated, the remaining 2 had been pierced through their limbs by spiritual energy, effectively nailed to the wall. I have sealed their meridians with my spiritual power. Even the option of self-destruction has been denied to them. Yaoqin's gaze, icy and penetrating, swept over the 2 cloaked figures. You have done well in your methods with these individuals, she remarked. Chu Xingchen retorted, I find your words rather disagreeable. My approach is one of healing and salvation. Yaoqin nodded in agreement, her demeanor shifting to one of compliance. Then do employ your healing methods to interrogate them thoroughly. Chu Xingchen pondered, has Yaoqin truly changed? Could it be that she has been influenced by her own disciple? He resolved to reprimand Li Yingling upon his return. However, rather than hastily drawing forth his cauldron, he first employed his system to scan the 2 malevolent figures before him. Upon scanning the figure pinned on the left, he encountered several intriguing entries. Target: Lu Yang. Cultivation level: late foundation establishment. Blue entry: acquired demonic body. White entry: survival by any means. Black entry: fearful of death. Temporary black entry: overwhelmed with terror upon recognizing the potential of this individual. Chu Xingchen discerned that he could indeed save a considerable amount of medicinal ingredients. He then deliberately addressed the other figure. Might you enlighten me as to the identity of your superior? The malevolent figure, possessing a commendable spirit, responded with a cold sneer. His gaze icy as it fixed on Chu Xingchen, remaining silent. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xingchen unleashed a streak of radiant light, severing the sneering figure with a single strike of his sword, blood splattering onto Lu Yang, who was incapable of utilizing his spiritual energy. Chu Xingchen sighed once more, then shifted his gaze towards Lu Yang. The latter, having just witnessed Chu Xingchen's merciless act of killing over a mere disagreement, felt a chilling paralysis coursing through his body, his heart shattering with terror. Is this truly an interrogation? This is nothing more than a pretext for murder. If one does not cooperate during an interrogation, at least ask a few more questions first. To resort to killing at the slightest provocation. Are you also a sinister cultivator? Then, Chu Xingchen's eyes fell upon Lu Yang, who was pinned to the wall, and he lamented, Lu Yang, why do people fail to cherish their own lives? Lu Yang, trembling uncontrollably, was momentarily taken aback, his gaze widening in disbelief as he stammered, You, how do I know your name? A faint smile appeared on Chu Xingchen's face as he responded, Capturing you is merely for the sake of verifying intelligence. If you refuse to speak, I shall simply find another place to capture a new batch. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang's mind became a chaotic whirlwind, a multitude of names flashing through his thoughts. Who is the traitor? The spirit sword in Chu Xingchen's hand glimmered subtly as he spoke in a calm tone. Lu Yang, it's your turn. Could you kindly inform me who your superior is? Lu Yang, caught in a moment of stupor, soon noticed that Chu Xingchen seemed to be growing impatient, ready to cleave him in two with his sword. He hastily exclaimed, I will tell you. Just spare my life. At this, Chu Xingchen's expression revealed a hint of regret, as if he lamented the inability to personally eliminate a malevolent cultivator. Lu Yang was struck by the realization that the handsome young man before him seemed intent on his demise rather than seeking any information. Chu Xingchen, with a tone of regret, urged, Confess, and I shall spare your life. You are not deceiving me, are you? I assure you upon the esteemed name of the Tianyin sect of Zhongzhou. No sooner had Chu Xingchen spoken than Yao Yin cast a penetrating glance in his direction. Observing her gaze, Lu Yang exhaled in relief, sensing a glimmer of trust. He hastily divulged, Our operations are linked to the Fengjian sect. The entire sect has already succumbed to my divine cult. Furrowing his brow, Chu Xingchen inquired, Divine cult? Lu Yang quickly corrected himself, Evil cult. I am merely a lackey responsible for this region, while the Fengjian sect manages the consolidation of resources to be sent to the Holy Mother. Are there any codes for rendezvous? There is a token. Lu Yang added eagerly. Very well, I shall let you go. Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction, turning to depart. Yao Yin, the matter now rests in your hands. How can you lack integrity? Are you willing to forsake the honor of the Tianyin sect? Chu Xingchen strode toward the cave entrance. I am not of the Tianyin sect. Who cares for such matters? Lu Yang glared furiously at the retreating figure of Chu Xingchen, and a flash of light gleamed in his eyes. Chu Xingchen paused momentarily at the entrance, and soon, Yao Yin emerged from the tunnel. With a slightly somber tone, Yao Qin began. I have obtained the token. If the information from the Demon Suppression Division is accurate, the Windsword sect has a supreme master at the nascent soul level, along with several elders in the late Golden Core stage. Hearing the somewhat dispirited tone of Yao Qin, Chu Xingchen understood that, despite her confidence, she did not dare to guarantee the annihilation of an entire sect. Yao Qin, your mindset seems to lean towards the notion that eliminating everyone who recognizes you would ensure a flawless stealth operation, Chu Xingchen remarked with a smile. You must learn to shift your perspective. Yao Qin gazed at him with a puzzled expression. Isn't it just a matter of dealing with evil cultivators? Chu Xingchen replied with a hint of amusement. Who isn't in some sense? Just wait and watch my performance. The Wind Sword sect is still quite a distance from the Qingfeng sect's mining site. After all, in such a location, the flow of spiritual veins is fragmented. Unlike the Qingfeng sect, which is nestled amidst mountains and waters, the Wind Sword sect emanates a sense of desolation. Towering and rugged peaks are marked with traces of yellow earth, and a somewhat modest sect stands on the mountainside. From the outside, it appears far less opulent than the Qingfeng sect, approximately 20 miles outside the mountain gate of the Windsword sect. Chu Xingchen reluctantly poured out the blood spirit stones from his ring. Looking at the pile of blood spirit stones accumulating on the ground, Qin exclaimed in admiration. Chu Xingchen, I underestimated you. Chu Xingchen gazed longingly at Qin and earnestly urged, Qin, these are my lifeblood. Please remember to retrieve them at all costs. Chapter 69. How can we establish the cult of evil spirits with a bunch of insects like you? Chu Xingchen poured out all the blood chi spirit stones from his spatial rings. The sheer quantity, numbering around 3,000 to 4,000, formed a rather spectacular heap. Qin sighed helplessly and took out the token she had scavenged from the evil cultivator. After absorbing the blood chi spirit stones before her into the token, she found that it could not accommodate all of them, leaving behind a small pile of excess stones. Chu Xingchen hurriedly gathered the remaining stones back. The brazen actions of those evil cultivators indicated that they had reached a critical point and were in dire need of resources, to the extent that they would rather have excess than lack. During the sacrificial rites of the entire village, they did not discriminate, even offering up women and children. It seemed they were truly desperate for blood chi. Faced with this substantial collection of high-quality blood chi spirit stones, they would likely rush to seize it. By following the individuals transporting them to the matron, it was probable they could apprehend the culprits. Chu Xingchen extended his hand and said, Hand me the token. You stay here. If anyone comes, just follow them. Qin hesitated slightly before suggesting, What if I go instead, and you wait outside? With your demeanor, can you really pass for an evil cultivator? Chu Xingchen replied helplessly. Their laughter is sinister and cackling. You can't even smile. Let me handle this. Qin sighed and did not press further. She understood that she was not adept at acting, and if she went in, she would likely be exposed immediately, leading to a direct confrontation. With a sigh, she handed the token to Chu Xingchen, cautioning, Be careful. If anything happens, I will come to your aid. Chu Xingchen accepted the token, confidently declaring, Rest assured, just watch my performance. Qin nodded gently, watching as Chu Xingchen turned and swiftly flew towards the entrance of the Wind Sword Sect. As Chu Xingchen did not conceal any fluctuations of spiritual energy, two Foundation establishment disciples at the entrance quickly detected his approach. One disciple on the left side cautiously inquired, May I ask, esteemed senior, what brings you to the Wind Sword Sect? Chu Xingchen first scanned the two with his system panel and noted the entries indicating their innate demonic physique, confirming their awareness of the underlying situation. With a cold snort, he retorted, Deliver the bloodstone spirit stones. I've heard that even the Holy Mother is so desperate for blood energy that she resorts to sacrificial rites involving women and children. The grand plans of the evil spirit sect have all been thwarted by your hands. What does the esteemed senior mean? What evil spirit sect? The Foundation establishment disciples were taken aback and hurriedly retreated, intending to sound the alarm. Just then, they saw a dark red aura suddenly manifest in Chu Xingchen's left hand, effortlessly stirring the blood energy within their own bodies, and it was done with an overwhelming, superior force. This caused one disciple to falter. His initial disbelief transformed into conviction. The striking figure before him was undoubtedly a seasoned evil cultivator, and exceedingly sinister at that. Previously, I had encountered malevolent figures from the evil spirit cult, yet I had never before met one capable of summoning a mere wisp of spiritual energy to manipulate their own blood essence. The Foundation establishment disciple promptly halted his actions and cupped his hands, stating, Senior, please wait a moment. I shall inform the sect master at once. Chu Xingchen urged, Do not waste time. Go swiftly. Upon hearing this, the disciple dashed fervently towards the inner sanctum. After a brief pause, Chu Xingchen observed a middle-aged man clad in white robes soaring towards him. Upon reaching Chu Xingchen, the sect master of the Wind Sword Sect cupped his hands and inquired, I am the sect master of the Wind Sword Sect. May I ask you? Recognition eludes me, yet spiritual stones are familiar. Seemingly unwilling to elaborate, Chu Xingchen directly tossed the token in his hand towards the middle-aged man in white. I truly cannot comprehend how one can bolster the evil spirit cult while collaborating with such vermin. The sect master of the Wind Sword Sect caught the token, probing it with his consciousness, only to discover it brimming with blood essence spiritual stones. Stunned, he raised his gaze to meet Chu Xingchen, who was filled with an expression of profound disappointment. The Holy Mother is a matter of great importance. Do not delay. I shall seek out other sources to consolidate spiritual stones, Chu Xingchen declared, fixing his gaze upon the sect master. You must convey to that group of vermin that once this matter concludes, I shall hold them accountable for their inefficiency. The sect master of the Wind Sword Sect opened his mouth to respond, but suddenly, a dark crimson spiritual force erupted from Chu Xingchen, transforming into a beam of dark red light that shot away. The words that the leader of the Wind Sword Sect wished to express remained unspoken. He cast a glance at the token in his hand. Regardless, the urgently needed blood chi spirit stone could not be fabricated. Moreover, the aura just now was undoubtedly characteristic of demonic cultivators. Could it be that the evil spirit cult of Central Continent had sent assistance even in such dire circumstances? The leader of the Wind Sword Sect pocketed the token and turned to a disciple at his side, instructing, "Go. Summon 3 elders to accompany me in escorting this spirit stone to the Holy Mother." "Yes, Master." A brief while later, the Wind Sword Sect leader, accompanied by 3 golden core elders, was racing furiously towards the place of the Holy Mother's covenant. One elder, with a tone of skepticism, inquired, "Master, there has been no information received. Are you certain this is reliable?" The leader of the Wind Sword Sect responded, "This matter has reached a critical juncture. Once the Holy Mother is born, everything will fall into place. As long as this blood chi spirit stone is genuine, do the other matters still hold significance?" The elder who had spoken nodded lightly, acknowledging the truth in his words. Another golden core elder furrowed his brow slightly, expressing unease. "Master, I can't shake off the feeling of being watched. You, my boy, are too timid. How come we haven't sensed anything? I've told you before, stop wasting effort on women. With that time, why not focus on cultivation? It seems you've become too preoccupied with such matters." The master of the Wind Sword Sect noticed the faint irritation on the face of the mocked golden core elder and promptly interjected, "At this moment, refrain from unnecessary chatter. Whatever matters you have can wait until we have delivered this spirit stone and returned to the Wind Sword Sect. You may do as you please then." Upon his command, the other golden core elders fell into silence. Subsequently, the 4 of them traveled in silence, making their way until the dawn began to break. Arriving at a range of continuous mountains, the master of the Wind Sword Sect was the first to halt at the base of a mountain, swiftly extending his consciousness to scan the surroundings. After confirming that no one was within his perceptive range, he reached out and lightly touched the face of the mountain. A surge of blood energy was suddenly infused into it. A crimson light erupted from the mountain's surface, quickly entwining around the master's arm as if to ascertain something. Once confirmed, the dark red energy swiftly retreated, and the steep cliff before him transformed into a dissipating mist of blood. Once again, the master scanned the area with his consciousness, affirming the absence of others, before leading the 3 golden core elders into the mystical mist. The blood mist surged forth from the cliff face, reforming into the solid structure once more. In another location, behind a great tree, Yaoqin looked at the obstructing Chu Xingchen with confusion and remarked, "That clearly appears to be an array of malevolent cultivation techniques, requiring wicked methods to enter. They may not have emerged from this place, and if we do not act now, could it be too late? Such trifling malevolent tactics. Watch me." Chapter 70. Why not if you won't strike? Before the towering cliff, Yaoqin gazed at Chu Xingchen with a look of uncertainty as he reached out to touch the mountain face. Soon, the ominous blood energy that had recently emerged began to once again seep forth from the precipice, coiling around Chu Xingchen's arm. Witnessing this scene, Yaoqin couldn't help but voice her concern. "Are you certain this is safe?" Chu Xingchen offered no verbal response. Instead, he allowed the blood energy to entwine him, and it swiftly permeated his body. Without hesitation, he summoned the inner spiritual power within him, employing the techniques of Xingtian to apprehend the surge of chaotic energy with great force. Once this tumultuous blood energy encountered his spiritual power, it was instantly subdued and easily manipulated. Chu Xingchen resolutely countered the encroaching blood energy, effortlessly tearing it apart. The frenzied essence offered no resistance and was swiftly shattered. In the midst of Yaoqin's astonished gaze, the wall suddenly crumbled, dissolving into wisps of blood energy. Was the cult of this malevolent spirit truly so inept? Satisfied with his triumph, Chu Xingchen nodded approvingly and declared, "All done. Let us proceed inside." He took the lead into the cavern, with Yaoqin following closely behind. The cave bore unmistakable signs of excavation, appearing rather rudimentary in its construction. A narrow pathway, wide enough for 3 people to traverse, lay ahead, devoid of any illumination. However, for a golden core cultivator, such a predicament posed little challenge. Upon merely stepping into the realm, a palpable aura of sanguine intensity assailed the senses. Yaoqin, her countenance grave, took a step forward and declared earnestly, "I shall lead. The secret arts of the Tianyin sect are unparalleled in the Central Plains. Naturally, Chu Xingchen had no objections to her assertion. As they ventured deeper into the cavern, the sanguine essence intensified, almost as if it were coalescing into a tangible form. Yao Qin felt an unsettling discomfort envelop her, akin to traversing through a mire, where each movement bore considerable resistance. Casting a furtive glance at Chu Xingchen, she was surprised to find him at ease, appearing far more relaxed than herself, which brought her a modicum of relief. The duo cautiously advanced, and after traversing several dozen paces, a voice pierced the silence. "You worthless lot, can you accomplish nothing? Must you seek the aid of the Holy Church of the Central Plains? Do you not realize that the most promising seed of the sacred fetus is now lost due to your shoddy blood essence? Dead, dead, dead," an irate female voice echoed. "And now, we are left with but a feeble wretch, and you come seeking spirit stones. Where were you all this time?" At this, the two exchanged a wary glance before cautiously peering around the corner. Before them lay an expansive arena, adorned with intricate ritualistic patterns on the ground, where 6 massive crimson cauldrons stood at each cardinal point, their dark red essence bubbling ominously. A deep crimson aura surged from the colossal cauldron, ascending towards the very center of the ceremonial platform, transforming into a sphere of sanguine energy, seemingly enveloping some entity within. Beneath this sanguine sphere sat a middle-aged woman clad in a dark red robe, her back turned to Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin, positioned at the heart of the ceremonial platform. Meanwhile, the master of the Wind Sword Sect, along with his companions, was in the process of pouring the bloodstone spirit stones into the 6 immense cauldrons. With a slight hesitation, the master of the Wind Sword Sect attempted to justify their actions, stating, it was the people from the Qingfeng sect who caused the complications. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the woman in red thundered, "Complications. Complications. Everything is a complication. Why aren't you all dead from complications?" The master of the Wind Sword Sect, taken aback by her vehement outburst, fell silent. The situation need not have escalated to such an extent. They were nearing the conclusion of the affair, provided there were no unforeseen events at the Qingfeng sect's mine. That batch of spirit stones should have sufficed to support this sacred's metamorphosis. Moreover, the deceased sacred was indeed of the highest quality, surpassing the current one. It was no wonder that the Holy Mother was in such a furious rage. Alas, they could only hope for a smooth resolution. As the woman in red continued her vehement tirade, they silently arranged all the bloodstone spirit stones in place. The sight of this scene caused a pang of anguish in Chu Xingchen's heart, as he watched numerous spirit stones dissipate into crimson mist. Amidst the reprimands, the leader of the Wind Sword Sect forcefully spoke, "Holy Mother, everything has been arranged satisfactorily. If there are no further matters, we shall take our leave." The woman in red interrupted loudly, "Get lost. You bunch of useless fools, just get out of my sight." Upon hearing her words, the leader of the Wind Sword Sect fell silent, merely clasping his hands in a gesture of respect before departing in another direction. Yao Ying's conjecture was indeed correct. The exit and entrance were not in the same location. As several members of the Wind Sword Sect and Golden Elixirs exited, the vast cave was left with only the woman in red, who continued to curse vehemently. After observing the situation, Yao Ying turned her gaze towards Chu Xingchen, her eyes fixed on him. Initially, she shook her head, then gently nodded in his direction. Chu Xingchen understood her intention, believing he knew her well. By the expression she conveyed, Yao Ying meant merely a trifling Yuanying realm evil cultivator. "There is no need for your intervention. I shall handle this myself." Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen summoned his spiritual sword, knowing that in a fight, it was better to engage in numbers rather than one-on-one. However, just as he called forth the sword, Yao Ying's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. Seeing this scene, Yao Ying swiftly drew her long sword and spoke with a grave tone. "What I meant earlier was to retreat." The moment Chu Xingchen summoned his spiritual sword, the woman in red's consciousness swiftly locked onto him. A wave of dark red blood energy surged towards him, which he countered with his water-imbued sword, cleaving through the approaching aura. He exclaimed in frustration, "You're not fighting. Why did you nod?" "I did not nod just now. You were commanded to retreat, not to engage." The sword in Yao Qin's hand radiated a sharp and ethereal light as the Xingtian sword was unleashed with unrestrained ferocity towards the crimson-clad woman. Divine ability? The crimson-clad woman narrowed her eyes as a formidable wall of blood energy suddenly materialized before her. The power of the Xingtian sword was immense. and the blood energy wall she summoned could only withstand the attack momentarily before being cleaved apart, sending the blood energy scattering wildly. Observing this, the crimson-clad woman frowned, and a blood lotus blossomed behind her, exuding an endless crimson hue. The surging power of blood energy erupted from the lotus, violently colliding with the advancing Xingtian sword. The clash of blood energy and spiritual force generated colossal waves of energy that threatened to obliterate the cavern. The crimson-clad woman's eyes widened, and the blood lotus flourished even more, striving to contain the excess energy from wreaking havoc in the surroundings. Chu Xingchen seized this moment, advancing with unrelenting momentum, his spiritual sword, the water dragon, poised to launch a fierce assault upon the crimson-clad woman. She glanced at him, and the bells at her waist flew forth autonomously, unleashing a torrent of blood energy. The dark red mist coalesced into a near-formed entity, and the crimson-clad woman raised her hand once more, the blood energy rapidly converging to envelop the oncoming water dragon. With a light step, she activated the intricate array beneath her feet, which suddenly glowed with a dark red radiance, causing blood energy to surge forth. 6 large cauldrons each released their own blood energy, converging towards the blood lotus behind her, which became even more striking in its brilliance. The crimson-clad woman let out a cold laugh, declaring, "2 mere golden core cultivators dare to cause trouble on my territory? Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to revise and refine." Chapter 71. Can blood chi be deceptive? Yaoqin's expression grew solemn as the turbulent blood chi enveloped her, twisting around her incessantly. This blood chi appeared to possess an additional effect of influencing the emotions of others. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming impulse to disregard everything and decapitate the woman in red before her. She attempted to raise a spiritual shield, only to discover that the blood chi eroded her spiritual energy at an alarming rate. Her opponent was at the nascent soul stage, and even the combined powers of herself and Chu Xingchen would likely fall short against the woman in red. Moreover, she needed to fend off the dense blood chi surrounding her. Time was of the essence. Yaoqin lightly tossed her sword into the air, her hands forming intricate seals. The sword shimmered momentarily with spiritual light before it seemed to traverse time and space, appearing before the woman in red in the blink of an eye. The woman smiled lightly, and the surrounding blood chi suddenly coalesced, transforming into thick liquid that rapidly clung to the approaching flying sword, swiftly eroding its sharp intent. A mocking smile graced her lips. "Just what my son craves, high-quality blood food. You shall serve as a fine supplement. Chu Xingchen, you retreat first. I will hold the rear." Yaoqin bit her silver teeth, asserting her dominance over the blood chi that danced to her command in her domain. "Do not linger in battle. I will provide cover for you." "Oh," the woman in red exclaimed with delight. "My son has a taste for those who are sentimental and righteous. You are precisely to his liking." With a fierce shout, Yaoqin unleashed her spiritual energy, causing the flying sword, ensnared by the blood chi, to erupt in a brilliant display of spiritual light. The long sword swiftly broke free from the clutches of the blood aura, and Yaoqin's figure surged forward with fervor, seizing the flying sword without hesitation and launching an assault on the woman in red. The sword in her hand radiated a brilliant light, and an overwhelming force rapidly ascended. The expression of the woman in red turned grave in an instant. The girl's movements clearly indicated a life-or-death struggle. She quickly commanded the floating bell beside her to charge towards Yaoqin. Yaoqin's eyes were as cold as ice, unafraid in the face of the bell still emanating a terrifying blood aura. She resolutely swung her longsword. Boom! A tremendous wave of spiritual energy swept across the surroundings. The blood lotus behind the woman in red glowed brightly, drawing in the spiritual energy, but this came at a cost. A petal of the blood lotus withered away in that moment. While the woman in red was engaged in combat with Yaoqin, her attention was primarily focused on Chu Xingchen. Despite Yaoqin's commendable abilities and solid cultivation, she was merely at the mid-stage of the golden core level. In contrast, Chu Xingchen exuded an aura of completeness, seemingly without flaw. His spiritual energy was impressively dense, akin to the quality of the nascent soul level. However, his techniques were not as refined as those of the woman in red. Yet, in comparison, the woman in red felt that Chu Xingchen posed a far greater threat to her. What surprised her slightly was that at this moment, Chu Xingchen remained motionless, seemingly lost in thought. What could this mean? His aura exhibited only a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy, not resembling someone poised to unleash a formidable attack. However, the opportunity was fleeting. The woman in red, without hesitation, swiftly departed from the center of the ritual, heading directly towards Yao Qin. She extended her hand to grasp the bell that was clashing with Yao Qin, giving it a gentle shake. A peculiar sound wave, intertwined with a surge of blood energy, abruptly hurled Yao Qin away. With a resounding crash, Yao Qin's form was violently propelled against the mountainside, the immense impact creating a substantial crater in the rock. Straining against the force, Yao Qin lifted her gaze, only to find Chu Xingchen standing there, motionless. At that moment, the woman in red pressed forward, the bell in her hand radiating a vivid crimson glow. Chu Xingchen, Yao Qin shouted, reaching for a talisman at her waist and casting it towards his direction. Despite the pain, she summoned her strength to raise her sword, desperately channeling her internal energy. With a fierce cry, Yao Qin commanded, "Run." The sword in her hand surged with renewed pressure, a trickle of blood escaping her lips, yet her gaze remained resolute. With a powerful swing, she struck once more, in stark contrast to their previous nearly insurmountable clash. This time the terrifying blood energy seemed to yield, and with a single decisive blow, it was the woman in red who staggered back. Yao Qin looked on in astonishment at the woman in red, only to find her expression equally incredulous. In unison, their eyes turned towards Chu Xingchen. There, a talisman enveloped in blood energy floated in midair, having not yet made contact with him. Chu Xingchen glanced at the talisman, the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. What a spectacle! This is our stage now. Chu Xingchen gently tilted his head, raising his hand slightly, as the blood energy within the arena surged violently towards him. Moments ago, he had been deciphering the secrets of this blood energy. The woman in red hastily rang the bell in her hand, only to find that the surrounding blood energy remained completely unyielding to her control, even beginning to encroach upon her very being. As she rang the bell once more blood energy flowed forth, yet she soon realized that she was still incapable of manipulating it. With a look of horror, the woman in red turned to Chu Xingchen and demanded, "Who are you? How do you comprehend the methods of my holy sect's blood energy?" Chu Xingchen merely chuckled softly in response, lifting his hand as the blood energy rapidly surged towards the woman in red with ferocity. Beside him, Yao Qin stood in stunned silence, witnessing the thick blood energy coiling around Chu Xingchen, casting him in a light reminiscent of a dark sorcerer. The blood energy obeyed his command, launching a frenzied assault on the woman in red. In that moment, Yao Qin found herself unable to discern who the true malevolent figure was. Yet it was not only Yao Qin and the woman in red who were taken aback. The members of the Wind Sword Sect, who had just entered from the front, were equally bewildered. The earlier clash had not been subtle. They had not ventured too far, and upon hearing the tumultuous sounds from the cave, they hesitated momentarily before deciding to return, just in case. Now, they beheld the Holy Mother besieged by the rampant blood energy, even the blood lotus behind her appearing dim and lifeless. The one wielding the blood energy is none other than the disciples of the malevolent sect from the Central Plains, entrusted with the blood spirit stones. The sole individual who does not resemble a wicked cultivator is an extraordinarily graceful young lady. Yet, this maiden refrains from intervening while the two malevolent practitioners engage in a fierce battle. The woman in red suddenly directs her fierce gaze toward the leader of the Wind Sword Sect, exclaiming with fury, "What are you waiting for? Quickly eliminate these two." Just as the leader of the Wind Sword Sect prepares to draw his sword, Chu Xingchen casts a fierce glance in his direction and retorts with equal ire, "What nonsense! You bunch of foolish curs. Can't you discern that this so-called saintess is a fraud? Come, slay this impostor." This declaration causes the leader of the Wind Sword Sect to halt abruptly. The woman in red, manipulating her bell to fend off the frenzied blood energy, scolds, "You worthless lot. From the very beginning, I was in this plan with you." As the leader of the Wind Sword Sect and the elders behind him prepare to unsheath their swords once more, Chu Xingchen speaks with a haunting tone. The words may be deceitful, but can this blood energy be false? Who is in control of this blood energy? Is it possible that the saintess is inferior to other wicked cultivators? The leader of the Wind Sword Sect pauses once again. Indeed, that makes a good deal of sense. Chapter 72. This group only causes trouble. The woman in red cast a furious glance at the foolish crowd, tossing the bell in her hand into the air. In an instant, the bell began to resonate, dispersing the oncoming blood energy. She swiftly dashed towards the central blood sphere suspended within the ritual formation, a phantom of a blood lotus unfurling behind her, enveloping her as she advanced. Upon witnessing this scene, the leader of the Wind Sword Sect grasped the gravity of the situation. This was the ultimate ritual of the Holy Church, and the Holy Mother was undoubtedly genuine. The leader swiftly drew his sword to assist her, followed closely by several Golden Core elders. A multitude of flying swords were unleashed, rapidly multiplying into dozens, and they surged towards Chu Xingchen with ferocity. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen commanded the blood energy within the arena to swiftly attach itself to Yaoqin, except the blood energy. Upon hearing this, Yaoqin did not falter. She promptly dispelled her spiritual shield, allowing the blood energy to envelop her. She soon realized that this energy could be wielded with precision and was continuously supplying a wildly intense force. This significantly alleviated the pressure on her spiritual energy. However, Yaoqin's icy demeanor, coupled with the swirling blood energy around her, rendered her far more sinister in appearance than Chu Xingchen. After consuming a healing pill, Yaoqin advanced, her long sword once again coalescing with spiritual power, the surrounding blood energy rapidly converging upon it. With a fierce shout, she surged forward, brandishing her sword towards the 4 Golden Core members of the Wind Sword Sect who were eager to provide assistance. Empowered by the blood energy, the celestial touching sword was once again unleashed. The originally pure and flickering aura of energy is now tainted by boundless bloodlust. With a single swing of the sword, it carries an overwhelming stench of carnage. If the basic version of the Tianyan Taiching sword possesses a certain cold, piercing sharpness, the enhanced version exudes a frenzied determination. As if declaring, "I shall trample everything in my path." The violent energy disperses haphazardly around, causing the rocky walls to rapidly fissure. Faced with the grand momentum of this strike, the 4 members of the Wind Sword Sect do not dare to be negligent. They unleash a surge of blood energy within themselves, redirecting their swords towards Yaoqin. Chu Xingchen cast a glance, and, upon realizing that Yaoqin could hold on a little longer, he unhesitatingly charged toward the sphere of blood energy. Regardless of what the woman in red intended, as long as it did not go her way, it would be a bloodbath in his favor. If she could not seize the blood energy from me, then this sphere belongs to me. The spiritual sword in Chu Xingchen's hand suddenly emanated a scent of blood. Although Li Yingling's mastery of her powers surpassed that of Li Xingtian, he discovered that after deciphering the blood energy, Li Xingtian's abilities, though somewhat unrefined, seemed to inherently counteract this bloodlust. In any case, if it is useful over there, he would utilize it. The dark red, frenzied spiritual energy enveloped his sword as Chu Xingchen's golden core within him surged explosively. With a mighty shout, he concentrated the dark red blood energy into his sword. This strike effortlessly shattered the illusory resistance of the blood lotus, piercing directly through it. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xingchen infused his spiritual energy into the sword, regardless of what this entity truly was. Seizing it came first. However, this process was far from effortless, as the blood lotus persistently resisted the influx of spiritual energy transmitted by Chu Xingchen. Nevertheless, due to the suppression of the technique, coupled with the peak strength of the immaculate golden core, Chu Xingchen managed to advance the spiritual energy further. Immediately after, bring it over. The formidable technique of Xingtian operated frantically, swiftly stripping the control from the woman in red. If he could just endure a little longer, the sphere would belong entirely to Chu Xingchen. Faced with the current predicament, the woman in red felt utterly helpless. Continuing to accompany this young man would undoubtedly lead to her own detriment. In her desperation, the blood lotus erupted with resplendent radiance, as she dared not utilize her blood energy for fear that Chu Xingchen would seize and exploit it once more. A dignified practitioner of the dark arts found herself compelled to refrain from employing forbidden techniques. The power of the nascent soul surged forth suddenly, and a petal detached from the blood lotus, plummeting directly towards Chu Xingchen. Being a practitioner of the nascent soul, the woman in red forced Chu Xingchen to avert his gaze from the unfolding scene. He did not dare to withstand the might of this attack, and swiftly retreated. With this maneuver, the woman in red managed to repel Chu Xingchen, yet she could no longer maintain her form and rapidly descended from the air. As the blood lotus ceased to envelop her, Chu Xingchen lifted his gaze to behold the dissipating sphere entwined in blood energy, revealing a ragged little girl of approximately 5 or 6 years old, her body infused with the surrounding sanguine essence. The dark red blood energy had already spread across her entire skin, transforming her into a figure resembling a blood-soaked apparition. Or rather, she was in the process of becoming one. As Chu Xingchen's consciousness swept across the scene, he discerned her frail form. Her bones and muscles nearly transformed into a crimson liquid. This sacred fetus was likely undergoing a ritual to refine and recreate a child that met certain conditions, reconstituting its foundational essence and reincarnating it anew. The heartbeat of this child had grown exceedingly faint, suggesting that the sacrificial process was nearing its conclusion. However, there was no time to dwell on such matters. Chu Xingchen first raised his hand, directing the surrounding blood energy towards Yaoqin to alleviate her burden. The woman in red inhaled deeply, her fury igniting as she demanded, "Which malevolent sect do you belong to?" In response, Chu Xingchen's spiritual sword, enveloped in a dark crimson aura, surged with power as he gathered the remaining blood energy around him. In an instant, he loomed before the woman in red, wielding his sword with tremendous force, striking down upon her. "The advantage is mine. Only a fool would allow you to delay." With a fierce cry, the woman in red summoned a nearby bell to block the impending blow. At this moment, she was utterly spent, unable to sustain the protection of the surrounding ritual from harm. The clash of their powers unleashed a tremendous wave of spiritual energy, sweeping through the area with ferocity. The impact was so powerful that even Yaoqin and her companions, positioned on the opposite side, felt the repercussions, hastily employing their own spiritual energy to withstand the aftershocks. The woman in red gazed in horror at the sacred fetus still suspended in the air, only to realize that the 6 cauldrons of blood energy remained under the control of the ritual, continuing to exert their influence, ensuring that the exceedingly fragile sacred fetus remained unscathed. Chapter 73. Cultivable attributes. The 4 members of the Wind Sword sect, having reached a consensus, turned and retreated without hesitation. The 2 adversaries possessed the formidable ability to transcend boundaries and slay those in the nascent soul stage, a feat far beyond their capacity to contend with. Moreover, particularly striking was the youthful figure among them, whose sinister powers were alarmingly profound, managing to wrest control of the blood essence from the Holy Mother. This cannot be deemed cowardice. Rather, it was a prudent decision to preserve their strength. In light of the Wind Sword sect's retreat, Yaoqin and Chu Xingchen harbored no intentions of pursuit. After all, the consumption incurred by crossing boundaries to take down a nascent soul was not trivial. While they could easily secure victory with the blood essence enhancement on their home turf, venturing out without such support would render them vulnerable to the arrival of reinforcements from the Wind Sword sect, a scenario that could prove disastrous. Yaoqin raised her gaze to the little girl still suspended in the air. Is this the plan of the evil spirit sect? It was highly plausible. After Chu Xingchen provided his response, he sheathed his spiritual sword and, driven by curiosity, employed the system to scan the little girl before him. To his astonishment, the system indeed revealed the girl's panel. Target: cultivation, none. Orange attributes possibly generating attribute. Black attribute, blood essence reversal. Black attribute, critical injury. Attributes generating, completion required to meet apprentice conditions. Chu Xingchen frowned slightly, perplexed by the abundance of question marks displayed in the scan results. Yaoqin's face revealed a trace of sorrow. It seemed this child had also fallen victim to the malevolent cultivators. However, given the circumstances, she felt compelled to liberate the poor child, as her sword shimmered with ethereal light. After all, upon scanning the child's condition, she sensed that the very bones were on the verge of dissolution, and the heartbeat was alarmingly faint. Such a state could not sustain life for long. Rather than prolonging the suffering, it would be kinder to grant release. Wait. Chu Xingchen inhaled deeply, preventing Yaoqin from proceeding. Yaoqin looked on in confusion, but halted her actions nonetheless. Chu Xingchen's gaze swept over the ritual instruments and the 6 enormous cauldrons brimming with spirit stones. The seeds of celestial seedlings, and these stones might not perfectly resolve the purification of the foul blood energy. He swiftly reached a decision. Spirit stones could ultimately be acquired anew, but the celestial seedlings were not something one could simply stumble upon. Half an hour later, 2 beams of rainbow light erupted from the cave, soaring directly towards Yuzhou City. In the courtyard of the residence rented by Chu Xingchen in Yuzhou City, a beam of light descended swiftly. Li Yingling, who was contemplating her divine abilities in the yard, turned to look. She beheld her master cradling a child swathed in a blanket. Li Yingling's expression was one of curiosity, and she cautiously inquired, "Master, who is this child?" Hearing the commotion, Li Xingtian also pushed open the door, and upon hearing his senior sister's words, he too gazed at the child in their master's arms. With a sigh, Chu Xingchen turned to Li Yingling and said, "Come here and receive your future junior sister." Future junior sister? Upon hearing this, Li Yingling promptly stepped forward and extended her hand to take the little girl from Chu Xingchen's embrace. The child's complexion was remarkably pale, her breaths almost imperceptible, yet her features were exquisitely delicate, undoubtedly marking her as a beauty in the making. However, an ominous crimson energy occasionally flickered across her skin. Li Yingling, filled with concern, inquired, "Master, it seems this child." "Fear not. Her condition is stable for now, as long as you do not agitate her," Chu Xingchen reassured her, hastily rummaging through his spatial ring for the remaining healing spiritual herbs. "Let me concoct a remedy for her." Observing this scene, Li Yingling hesitated before speaking, "Master, are you certain you do not wish to reconsider?" At the doorway, Li Xingtian, who had remained silent, sensed something amiss. He quickly stepped forward, scrutinizing the child in his senior sister's arms, then gently pressed his fingertip against the girl's forehead. After assessing the situation, Li Xingtian declared, "Master, allow me to take over." Chu Xingchen paused in his actions, casting a puzzled glance at his second disciple. "You possess healing skills?" "Not quite, but I happen to have a remedy for her condition." Li Xingtian replied with conviction, recognizing that the girl was suffering from a disturbance in her blood and body, a concern that his righteous cultivation could address. Hearing this, Chu Xingchen halted his movements as well, acknowledging that his second disciple's character would not lead him to speak with such certainty unless he was confident. With a gentle nod, Li Xingtian accepted the child from his senior sister's arms and proceeded directly to his room, placing her delicately upon the bed. Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling entered the room in unison. Suddenly, Li Xingtian inhaled deeply, a crimson aura of spiritual energy emanating from his being, enveloping the little girl before abruptly penetrating her form. Following this, a series of unsettling cracking sounds resonated from the child's body, the noise causing Li Yingling's brow to furrow in concern. After approximately 15 minutes, Li Xingtian gradually retracted his spiritual energy and, taking a deep breath, addressed his master, "It is done. Shall we awaken her now, master?" Chu Xingchen hesitated briefly before responding. "If you are able to, then do try." Li Xingtian extended his hand, gently touching the child's forehead, and a faint surge of spiritual energy swiftly entered her. The previously unconscious girl suddenly opened her eyes wide, gasping for breath. Instinctively, she flipped herself upright, her eyes wide with terror as she surveyed her surroundings. A series of incoherent, slightly hoarse sounds escaped her lips. "Ah! Ah!" Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow once more, scanning the little girl with the system. Target: cultivation level, none, orange attribute, bewitching celestial maiden, Chapter 74, the soul outstretched hand. Third disciple, Chun Baiqing, bestowed technique, purple charm celestial spirit art, mission 2 completed, true martial hall. Rewards have been allocated to the system backpack. Completion of the series of tasks grants an elevation in cultivation level by 1 tier. Perfected golden core elevated to Yuan Ing realm. New series of tasks released. Construct the true martial hall. Reward, enlightenment room. Series task 2. Recruit 4 disciples. Reward, martial arts hall upon reading the system messages. Chu Xingchen felt a surge of pure spiritual energy overflowing within his golden core. When he turned his consciousness inward, he observed the golden core beginning to tremble violently. Subsequently, the golden core swiftly transformed into streams of light that fell away, each fragment of spiritual brilliance coalescing into a pristine lotus pedestal. A somewhat chibi version of Chu Xingchen, with eyes tightly closed, sat serenely upon the lotus platform, exhibiting no reaction whatsoever. The spiritual energy that had previously circulated within his golden core now converged entirely into the Yuan Ing. Although Chu Xingchen had already transcended into the Yuan Ing realm, his 2 disciples remained utterly oblivious to the transformation. In the Yuan Ing realm, life's evolution is internalized, creating a distinction between the inner and outer worlds. At this moment, although Chun Baiqing had both hands grasped, confusion clouded his eyes as he gazed around, seemingly unable to fully comprehend his surroundings. Chu Xingchen gently inquired, "Do you remember who you are?" Upon hearing this question from his master, Li Yingling turned in disbelief. "Master, what does this mean? Is this child someone you've abducted from somewhere?" Chun Baiqing regained her composure, casting a bewildered glance at Chu Xingchen. Do remember, I am called Xingtian. Is that truly your name? Xingtian's confusion deepened. Isn't that what you referred to me as, Master? Chu Xingchen was rendered momentarily speechless. Although I remain oblivious to the entirety of this situation, Xingtian tilted her head slightly, continuing, what I distinctly recall is that you saved me. You remarked that no amount of spirit stones could equate to a life. Ultimately, you even exclaimed, how terribly expensive it is. Li Yingling, who had initially felt moved by the conversation, found the last remark somewhat unsettling, almost prompting her to retract her sentiment. Chu Xingchen, astonished, inquired, weren't you unconscious? Did you truly hear that? I only caught that part, and then I genuinely lost consciousness, Xingtian replied, her frail figure inching away slightly. Releasing Xingtian's small hand, Chu Xingchen asked, what else do you remember? Xingtian lowered her gaze in contemplation. I recall, being sold, she murmured, pausing before continuing softly. Mother said that selling me was the only way for everyone to survive. She then lifted her small face and inquired, so, have I been sold to you again? You might find that you've overpaid. I am, in fact, quite inexpensive. In response to Xingtian's words, the three of them fell into a brief silence. Chu Xingchen inquired earnestly, do you understand the meaning of master? Upon hearing this, Xingtian furrowed her brow in contemplation, only to shake her head despondently afterward. Gently, Chu Xingchen extended his hand and tousled Xingtian's small head, explaining, it means you have found a new home, and from now on, you shall live with us. Live together? Xingtian lifted her little head to gaze at Chu Xingchen's warm smile, her thoughts momentarily stifled, before she fell silent once more, allowing her head to be gently ruffled by him. Since her awakening, Xingtian found herself perplexed whenever she faced someone. It seemed as though she could instantly perceive their emotions towards her. Moreover, this instinctive ability filled her with a profound sense of trust. The three individuals before her had been distinctly perceptible moments ago. Upon opening her eyes, she recognized the one who should be her senior brother. Her impression of him was tinged with a certain coldness, neither outright malice nor warmth, but undeniably lacking in any fondness. His gaze, somewhat fierce, startled Xingtian. As for the senior sister, she could only sense a gentle sympathy directed towards her. Regarding her master, while she had previously sensed a hint of emotion, it now eluded her entirely. Xingtian found herself perplexed by the term master, perceiving it only in relation to her father. However, her recollections of him had faded considerably, much like her original name. Upon awakening this time, her memories were a chaotic blur, as if so much had been lost. Only those most poignant memories lingered faintly in her mind. She was unaware of where she had been sold this time. Yet this place seemed to belong to a kind family. They would not subject her to the excruciating pain of those dreadful medicines, nor would they silence her cries of agony. Xingtian still recalled the chilling threats of that group. If you cry again, we'll send you back, and your entire family will starve. That statement had rendered her mute, as though it were a potent drug, preventing even a whimper from escaping her lips. She remembered her mother's tear-filled, helpless gaze. She could not bear the thought of them perishing from hunger. Unfamiliar with terms like master, Xingtian did understand the role of a servant. The one who had purchased her was the master. Initially confused, she soon grasped that her master was, in fact, her owner. As Chu Xingchen lifted his hand from her head, Xingtian cautiously inquired, Master, what am I to do here? Upon hearing her words, Chu Xingchen looked up and gently clarified, I am not your master. I am your teacher. For now, you shall eat, rest, and occupy yourself with your senior sister. Upon hearing these words, Xingtian was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend their exact meaning. She then observed Chu Xingchen walking towards the door, smiling as he declared, to celebrate the arrival of a new disciple today, I shall personally prepare a meal. The notion of the master cooking astonished Xingtian. As she recalled her mother's admonition, never to forget to be diligent when visiting the master's home to avoid being sent back. Hastily, she wrested herself from Li Yingling's grasp, leaped barefoot from the bed, and with a slight tremor in her voice, implored, Master, allow me to assist. I often cook at home. Chu Xingchen turned in surprise, meeting Xingtian's pleading gaze as she clutched at his tattered garment with both small hands. With a soft and uncertain voice, she added, I can stir-fry and boil rice. Yingling, go buy your junior sister some clothes and shoes. Tian, fetch some candies and sweets. Chu Xingchen instructed his two disciples. Subsequently, he extended his hand towards Xingtian and proposed, shall we cook together? The heart of an adult in an unfamiliar place can easily feel unsteady, and this was especially true for a young girl. Rather than letting her sit in anxious anticipation, he thought it better to engage with her, allowing her to familiarize herself with her new surroundings. Chen Baiqing, gazing upon the sincerity etched on Chu Xingchen's face, may not fully grasp his intentions at that moment. Yet she instinctively reached out her hand, grasping the sole palm extended toward her. Chapter 75. A reunion after 90,000 miles in truth. Chen Baiqing had never possessed the skill to cook. Upon entering the kitchen, she was akin to Lu Laolao stepping into the Grand View Garden, standing there in a daze, utterly bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings. The kitchen bore no resemblance to the one she was accustomed to. The only object she recognized was the large iron wok resting on the stove. Chu Xingchen, perceiving Chen Baiqing's awkwardness at a glance, promptly fetched a small stool and guided her to sit beside the fire. With a flick of his hand, he ignited a flame. Pointing at the fire as he instructed her, just let it burn steadily. Upon hearing this, Chen Baiqing exhaled in relief. Nodding vigorously as she grasped a small piece of wood, her gaze intent on the flickering flames before her. The wood had been left in the kitchen, and Chu Xingchen typically employed fire control techniques to prepare meals, effortlessly manipulating pots and pans with his spiritual energy. By assigning Chen Baiqing manageable tasks, he aimed to instill in her a sense of being needed, thereby fostering her feelings of security. The dishes to be prepared were not numerous. Chu Xingchen simply cooked a few items and steamed some rice. During the cooking process, Li Xingtian returned from purchasing candies and preserved fruits, carrying a large bag as he entered the kitchen. After placing the bag on the table, he opened it and retrieved a small packet. Approaching Chen Baiqing with the bag of preserved fruits extended in his hand. "Junior sister, please have some," he offered. Chen Baiqing raised her head in slight astonishment, sensing that her senior brother before her genuinely seemed to care about her. Cautiously, she turned her gaze towards Chu Xingchen, who playfully winked at her. "Thank you, senior brother," she said, extending her hand to receive the candied fruit from Li Xingtian. Li Xingtian nodded gently and then turned to his master, asking, "Master, do you need assistance?" "No, your senior sister has declared that she shall never eat the meals you prepare," replied the master. Upon hearing this, Li Xingtian hesitated, wanting to explain, but instead he could only sigh and exit the kitchen, a realm fraught with gossip. After watching Li Xingtian depart, Chen Baiqing looked down at the candied fruit cradled in her hands. Although it was well wrapped in oil paper, a faint fragrance seemed to waft from it. She had never tasted candied fruit herself, but she had witnessed others indulging in it. Villagers would savor it in front of her, exclaiming how sweet and delicious it was, something she felt she would never experience in her lifetime. That night, Chen Baiqing dreamt of consuming copious amounts of candied fruit, indeed finding it sweet, although she still did not know what sweetness truly tasted like. Yet, the dream lingered in her memory, vivid even to this day. "Go on, you're about to drool," came the teasing voice of Chu Xingchen. Chen Baiqing lifted her head to find him still wearing that same smile, winking gently at her. It seemed she was beginning to grasp what her master truly meant. Without any hesitation, she gently peeled away the thick oil paper, revealing a bag of preserved fruits that now lay quietly in her small hand. She selected the tiniest one, carefully placing it in her mouth. "Master, it is truly delightful," she exclaimed. Chu Xingchen, who was busy cooking, cast a glance over and noticed a faint smile finally gracing Chen Baiqing's small face. Li Yingling soon returned, her own bundle in hand, brimming with excitement as she took Chen Baiqing by the hand to change clothes. As Chen Baiqing departed, Chu Xingchen unleashed his spiritual energy, swiftly carrying several dishes to the stone table and chairs in the courtyard. Although there was a table in the kitchen, whenever they truly wished to dine, the three of them preferred to sit outside at the stone table. Li Xingtian was already waiting in the courtyard. He typically refrained from joining meals unless specifically summoned by the master. Today, however, he displayed an unusual awareness. Before long, Li Yingling emerged from the room, leading Chen Baiqing, whose already lovely features were accentuated by her attire. With a tone of pride, Li Yingling remarked, "Master, what do you think? Isn't this outfit splendid?" Chu Xingchen did not respond to her question, but instead turned his gaze towards the direction of the gate. A figure suddenly darted in from beyond the surrounding wall, and Yaoqing's eyes quickly locked onto Chen Baiqing. She nodded gently, saying, "Indeed, it looks wonderful. What a timely arrival." Chu Xingchen then inquired of Yaoqing, "Is everything arranged?" Yaoqing gently nodded and naturally seated herself upon the stone chair. "Well, it seems everything is arranged adequately. However, I must attend to matters at Qingfeng's sect tomorrow, and I fear we may have startled the Wind Sword sect as well. Shall I accompany you? No need. You have already assisted me immensely. The remaining tasks can be managed by Zhu Yuding. Yao Qin turned her gaze toward Chun Baiqing, inquiring, do you intend to take her as your disciple? Chu Xingchen nodded affirmatively. Indeed. She is now my third disciple. If it is you who accepts her, I shall feel more at ease. Upon finishing her statement, Yao Qin's eyes drifted to the meal laid out upon the stone table. Observing this scene, Chu Xingchen decisively instructed Li Yingling, Xingti, please fetch a set of chopsticks and a bowl for your master Yao Qin. With Li Xingti returning with the requested utensils, dinner commenced in earnest. Yet, Qian Baiqing felt somewhat uncomfortable, silently consuming plain rice. Were it not for Li Yingling vigorously serving her vegetables, she might have dined solely on rice this evening. Yao Qin did not utter much, seemingly present merely to partake in the meal. Li Yingling, however, took it upon herself to enliven the atmosphere. Master. This outing with Master Yao Qin must have been quite thrilling, right? Chapter 76. The extraordinary talent of Li Yingling. Chu Xingchen had meticulously examined the blueprints of the true martial hall. It became evident that the materials were not sourced from the system. The cost was indeed staggering. To illustrate, the pillars of the sect's grand hall required sandalwood as the primary beam, and a single piece would cost several hundred spirit stones, far beyond what one could afford to construct independently. Nonetheless, despite the considerable effort required to erect the hall, the spirit gathering array provided by the system was more than ample. Yao Qin generously offered a total of approximately 1,300 spirit stones after Chu Xingchen's careful calculations. After establishing the spirit gathering array, there remained a substantial surplus. While constructing the entire true martial hall might still be a distant goal, erecting a couple of auxiliary rooms for habitation was certainly within reach. The construction of the sect had long been overdue. After all, during this time, although Li Xingtian had rapidly advanced in cultivation due to the blood essence spirit stones, Li Yingling's progress remained stagnant. His eldest disciple's prodigious talent was being wasted. Though the idea of advancing the construction had been proposed, the pace was not particularly swift, as most prime geomantic locations were already claimed. Even with Chu Xingchen's cultivation having reached the nascent soul stage, it would be an exaggeration to assert that he had no appetite for conflict over land. However, it was unwise to tarnish one's reputation over a mere plot of land. In such remote areas, damaging one's reputation was not a prudent endeavor. Moving forward, it would be essential for the sect to establish a foothold in Zhongzhou, and at the very least, prior to making any advances into Zhongzhou, it was imperative to maintain a respectable standing. Thus, the search for unexploited prime geomantic locations became a matter of pressing importance. This matter was to be handled by Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian together. Li Yingling would remain at home to look after Chun Baiqing and, in the meantime, teach him the cultivation techniques provided by the system. Coming from a humble background and being quite young, Chun Baiqing was entirely illiterate, a true blank slate. For him, the cultivation manual could only serve as a makeshift pillow during his slumber. This predicament caused Chu Xingchen some concern, as his eldest disciple was a prodigy in the art of cultivation, having advanced through sheer talent, while Li Yingling relied heavily on her innate abilities, and Li Xingtian drew upon experiences from a past life. Currently, Chun Baiqing could only depend on his senior sister. After all, it was likely that their master would prove unreliable when it came to teaching a child, and Chu Xingchen felt little confidence in this regard. Nevertheless, Li Yingling stepped forward with enthusiasm, which was a source of some comfort. As the sun began to lower in the sky, Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian returned side by side. Today, as expected, yielded no gains. The spiritual energy in the desolate area was abundant, yet devoid of life. Characterized by rugged terrain that made large-scale projects impractical, or at the very least, prohibitively expensive in terms of spirit stones. However, there was no reason to feel disheartened, as this endeavor was still in its infancy. With unwavering confidence, Chu Xingchen declared, "Next time, you shall venture eastward. I have studied geomancy, and there must be a ley line in that direction. But master, just yesterday you claimed that the east was a remote and impoverished area. How infuriating. Xingtian, have you been influenced by Yingling? You never used to contradict me." Li Xingtian cast a glance towards his esteemed master, yearning to utter the words, "I learned it from you." Yet he ultimately swallowed those thoughts. After all, his master could be rather petty at times. It was unnecessary to indulge in a fleeting whim that would only lead to discomfort. At that moment, The two reached the entrance of the courtyard. A somewhat impatient voice of Li Yingling echoed, "No, didn't I teach you that character just a quarter of an hour ago? Haven't you remembered it for long?" Following that, Chu Xingchen's voice, tinged with emotion, responded, I'm sorry, senior sister. Oh, please don't cry. Don't cry. Senior sister is not angry with you." This exchange caused Chu Xingchen, who was about to push the door open, to pause. It hadn't been like this yesterday. His gaze shifted towards his second disciple. Chu Xingchen suggested, "How about we go out for a meal first and discuss it later?" Li Xingtian nodded in agreement without hesitation. As they spoke, they prepared to turn away. However, before they could take more than a few steps, the door behind them swung open abruptly. Li Yingling, with a sorrowful gaze directed at her master, complained, "Master, junior brother, where are you two planning to go?" Master Chu Xingchen suddenly felt that there was indeed a suitable place for establishing a sect today. Before he could finish his excuse, Li Yingling reached out, grasping his arm and pulling him back inside, insisting, "No more excuses. It's Master's turn to teach." With a look of exasperation, Chu Xingchen casually draped an arm over Li Xingtian's shoulder and entered the courtyard together. His gaze fell upon Chu Xingchen, who sat on a stone bench, gently wiping away her tears with her small hands, her expression serious as she focused intently on the literacy primer before her. However, her demeanor suggested a sincere attitude. Could it be that she was truly lacking in intellect? Chu Xingchen found it hard to believe that Chu Xingchen was genuinely foolish. Shaking off Li Yingling's hand, he snorted coldly, "Let me show you the level of my teaching." With that, Chu Xingchen pulled Li Xingtian towards Chu Xingchen. Li Xingtian cast a helpless glance at his master, wondering why he was being dragged along for the demonstration. The two approached Chu Xingchen directly, where they found her softly sobbing while quietly reciting the contents of the primer. Chu Xingchen extended his hand and gently ruffled Chu Xingchen's little head, saying, "Come now. Dear disciple, tell your master what you do not understand. I shall teach you." Chu Xingchen timidly glanced at Chu Xingchen and cautiously extended her tiny finger to point at a character. As Chu Xingchen looked at the character she indicated, he was about to offer an explanation when he suddenly sensed something was amiss. He lifted the book in front of Chu Xingchen and flipped it over to reveal the cover. The treatise on the Great Tao," Chu Xingchen exclaimed, bewildered as he turned to Li Yingling. "Why is it this book? Where's the primer?" "She memorized it yesterday, having spent the entire day reviewing it." Li Yingling sighed, stating, "I managed to memorize this Great Tao treatise after just 2 readings. Yet she has been at it for so long and still hasn't fully recognized the characters." Upon exchanging glances, Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian suddenly realized who was amiss. "You teach exceptionally well. Perhaps you should refrain from teaching further," Chu Xingchen remarked as he returned the Great Tao treatise to the stone table. "From now on, Li Xingtian shall take over the teaching." "Me?" Li Xingtian looked at his master in astonishment. "What other choice is there?" Chu Xingchen replied with exasperation. "You need only focus on your cultivation, while I must also consider the development of our sect." "Master, no need to elaborate. I'll take on the responsibility." Li Xingtian surrendered decisively, knowing he could not out-argue his master. Moreover, teaching the junior sister was, after all, part of his duties, albeit he had never instructed anyone before. It was merely a lack of confidence on his part. Li Xingtian picked up the Great Tao treatise from the table and turned to Chu Xingchen, who looked somewhat teary-eyed. He offered a smile as gentle as he could manage, saying, "You have done wonderfully. I will take it from here." Chu Xingchen gazed cautiously at her second senior brother, noticing that his smile bore a hint of ferocity. Yet beneath that fierce exterior, she still sensed his genuine kindness towards her. Chapter 77. Preparing for a journey to Qingfeng's sect master. "Trust me, we must head this way." In a secluded forest, Li Yingling, with unwavering determination, tugged at Chu Xingchen's sleeve, insisting on her intuition. Although the sect had few members, tasks still needed to be allocated. Li Xingtian was responsible for Chu Xingchen's education. Driven by a desire to contribute to the sect, Li Yingling voluntarily enlisted once more for the expedition to locate the sect's address. Believing that having more companions would undoubtedly provide assistance, Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. This time, they were venturing into uncharted territory. After reaching the nascent soul stage, Chu Xingchen's movement speed had doubled, and his spiritual consciousness had remarkably expanded. As he scanned the direction indicated by Li Yingling, he felt that the spiritual energy seemed to be rather barren, hardly resembling a location blessed with good feng shui. With a sigh, he decided to trust Li Yingling's intuition. lifting her into the air as they soared towards the direction she had pointed out, placing faith in his apprentice's fortuitous instincts. Li Yingling's gaze constantly swept across the landscape ahead, confidently following her inner guidance and making slight adjustments to their course. After a short while, at Li Yingling's behest, Chu Xingchen came to a halt in an open area. On either side, the space was expansive, featuring a modest waterfall cascading down into a clear, serene lake. Chu Xingchen swiftly surveyed the surroundings. The scenery was indeed quite pleasant. However, the spiritual energy here was rather lacking. Li Yingling, possessing exceptional talent and a keen sensitivity to spiritual energy, scrutinized the area with a puzzled expression before affirmatively stating, "Master, there is no mistake. It must be here." Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen promptly unleashed the full force of his spiritual consciousness, meticulously scanning every inch of the land before him. Before long, he pinpointed a location where the spiritual energy was somewhat anomalous. This spot was situated in the center of a small lake, where the spiritual energy was significantly weaker than in other areas. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen activated his protective shield and dove into the water, swiftly making his way to the lake's center. There, he discovered a dark red stone firmly anchored in place by iron chains. This stone seemed to be obstructing the flow of spiritual energy. Chu Xingchen subtly manipulated his own spiritual energy, lifting the dark red boulder with ease. Almost immediately, a pure wave of spiritual energy began to surge forth from the spot where the boulder had been resting. Was this an underground spiritual vein? In a swift motion, Chu Xingchen replaced the boulder back into its original position. It appeared that this location had long been discovered by others. Yet those who found it likely lacked the means to establish a sect at the time. Thus, they resorted to sealing the underground spiritual vein to conceal the area for future use. How cunning! As a form of retribution, Chu Xingchen decided to claim this land for himself. Hastily procuring the necessary materials, Chu Xingchen resolved to construct what could be built at once, ensuring to secure the position first. Once the stone was properly repositioned, he swiftly emerged from the water's surface. Li Yingling promptly inquired, "Master, how is it? I remember your first contribution." With a wave of his hand, Chu Xingchen took off with Li Yingling toward Yuzhou City. In the air, Li Yingling's voice brimming with pride echoed, "Master, I told you, I possess extraordinary luck." Half a day later, Chu Xingchen, accompanied by 3 disciples and a trove of materials, hurried to the auspicious site. Prior to their arrival, he had visited the demon suppression office to claim this piece of land as part of his sect's territory. Submitting a straightforward report, he now possessed the legal rights to this land. Zhao Wanqing, indebted to Chu Xingchen, expedited the process, and he received the official documentation without delay. In the vicinity of Yuzhou City, Chu Xingchen had become somewhat of a well-connected individual. He had already devised a plan for this land, intending to first establish a gathering spirit array. Soaring high above, Chu Xingchen diligently buried the array's foundational stones as per the schematic. Li Xingtian and Li Yingling were busy handling timber, preparing to erect wooden structures, 2 buildings to assert their sovereignty over the land. The gathering spirit array was rather intricate, and once Chu Xingchen meticulously completed the arrangement, he turned to look back. Before him, his 2 disciples had constructed the house in a haphazard manner. They were hardly building, but rather stacking blocks. Unrefined timber had been inserted haphazardly, resembling a child's play with building blocks, resulting in an aesthetically displeasing structure. While their intention was merely to create a makeshift shelter, a modicum of respect for their foundational status as cultivators would have been appreciated. Nonetheless, this incident served as a poignant reminder to Chu Xingchen that specialized tasks ought to be entrusted to those with expertise. Relying solely on his own disciples and himself was certainly a recipe for mediocrity. As for whom to engage for professional assistance, Chu Xingchen quickly contemplated the most suitable individual. The youngest disciple, Chen Baiqing, being still quite young and lacking any cultivation, was instructed to amuse herself nearby or immerse herself in books. Thus, at this moment, Chen Baiqing sat quietly upon a stone by the lakeside, earnestly engrossed in her reading. Her obedience was almost heart-wrenching. Beside her lay a small packet of candied fruit, which she nibbled on leisurely while perusing her book. As time passed, she had made little progress on the small packet, which still contained a considerable amount. Chu Xingchen called out with a smile, "Baiqing, it is nearly dark. Prepare to return home." "All right, master," Chen Baiqing responded promptly. carefully setting aside her book and rewrapping the remaining candied fruit before placing it close to her heart, then picking up her book once more. Chapter 78. No wonder the Tianyin sect is a central state sect. They truly have no shame. In the Qingfeng sect, the sect leader gazed gravely at the edict issued in the name of the central state. The Qingfeng sect's involvement in the matter of the evil cultivators had become an undeniable fact, as there was ample evidence to substantiate it. The subsequent handling of the situation was of paramount importance. A decisive severance was certainly necessary. However, if one were to adhere to the edict from the central state, it implied that members such as the esteemed Shang Wanhong and Elder Li were implicated in the affairs of the evil spirit cult. This would mean that nearly half of the elders of the Qingfeng sect would face disciplinary action, a loss that would be unbearable for the sect. Yet, it could be considered a blessing in disguise. It was rumored that the Fengjian sect had been thoroughly scattered, with its remnants already sealed off by the central state. Although it was said to be a blockade from the central state, it was, in fact, an order for cooperation from other sects, allowing the disciples of the Tianyin sect to command this operation. The true representatives from the central state would likely not arrive for a few more days. Remarkably, those two disciples from the Tianyin sect had managed to investigate the matter comprehensively. It was estimated that all remaining disciples of the Fengjian sect were currently awaiting punishment. A multitude of individuals ready to have their mouths pried open to extract information on whether any other sects were complicit. If they could elicit intelligence regarding the involvement of rival sects from these captives, it would be an unexpected boon. After all, if the opposing sects suffered losses while they themselves incurred none, it would be tantamount to a profit. Reports indicated that the Fengjian sect appeared to function as a hub for resource aggregation, possessing insights into the participation of other sections. At this moment, was there a single sect in the vicinity that was not engulfed in a tempest of uncertainty? The Qingfeng sect has not undergone a thorough investigation, likely because the Central Plains prefers to avoid escalating matters unnecessarily. As long as everyone can manage, it suffices. Some issues do not bear weighing. Yet should they be placed on the scales, even a mountain would pale in comparison. The matter of the malevolent cultivator is no different. With a sigh, the sect leader tucked the order into his sleeve. Difficult as it may be, it must be addressed. He rose and made his way outside, casting a sidelong glance at the hall that was undergoing repairs. Recently, the Qingfeng sect has indeed fallen into unfortunate straits. However, for the sect leader, not all news is grim. At the very least, the detestable scoundrel Zheng Xiaofeng has truly been taken away by the Tianyin sect. During those few days, the young man uttered not a single coherent word, and regardless of the occasion, he would hurl insults without restraint. The prestige the leader had painstakingly built over the years was nearly obliterated in those few days. His behavior was exceedingly arrogant. Truth be told, had the Tianyin sect's disciples not arrived in 2 days, the leader would have personally taken the young man's head. It seems the boy was fortunate. The disciples of the Tianyin sect kept their word. With Zheng Xiaofeng gone, the leader felt a sense of relief. He inquired of the foreman responsible for the repairs, how many more days until the hall is fully restored? The foreman recalled, in silence, the initial state of ruin that had befallen the Qingfeng sect's great hall. He could not fathom what the immortal beings thought, but in their eyes, this was merely a matter of reconstruction. The foreman cautiously responded, even with expedited efforts, it will still take over 5 months. 5 months? The sect leader's face darkened with anger. Whether it requires more manpower or additional funds, ensure it is completed as soon as possible. The foreman yearned to express that this was not a matter that could simply be resolved by increasing the workforce. Yet, in the presence of the sect leader, he could only obediently nod in agreement. Indeed, upon closer inspection, the architecture of your Qingfeng sect is truly distinctive and even aesthetically pleasing. A familiar male voice echoed through the air. The sect leader's gaze snapped toward the source of the voice, where he beheld a former male disciple of the Tianyin sect surveying the surroundings with a satisfied expression. At this moment, a singular thought consumed the leader's mind. How utterly unfortunate. Although he understood that the disciples guarding the mountain gate could not be blamed for this situation, as Chu Xingchen had already made his presence felt in those 2 days. The sect leader still felt a strong urge to severely punish the disciples of today. How could they have allowed this person to enter? After all, it was Chu Xingchen who had left behind harsh words upon his departure, and the Qingfeng sect leader found himself at a disadvantage in their encounters. Now, the Qingfeng sect faced a significant dilemma, and with this individual's arrival, it was clear that he bore no tidings of good fortune. Yet, regardless of his disdain, He had no choice but to extend a reluctant greeting. "May I inquire, Taoist ah?" Chu Xingchen interjected, extending his hand. The solid aura of his nascent soul rapidly becoming apparent. "Do not address me as Taoist, call me senior." The Qifeng sect leader could only think, indeed. This fellow is even more irritating than Zheng Xiaofeng. This also led the leader of the Qingfeng sect to a firm conclusion. He must first seek out a clever young lad to assume the role of the reception elder. Engaging with such formidable figures made him feel as though he were in a subordinate position. Taking a deep breath, the leader continued with a cupped fist gesture. "May I inquire, esteemed senior, what brings you to the Qingfeng sect? Has Elder Zheng not already been taken away?" Chu Xingchen cast his gaze towards the grand hall under construction, nodding in satisfaction before questioning. "Is it burdensome for you to attend to matters for the Tianyan sect?" "Of course not. Then that is sufficient." Chu Xingchen swiftly interrupted the leader, adding, "There is a matter I would like to request your assistance with." The leader of the Qingfeng sect became immediately cautious. Could it be that he intended to involve himself in the affairs regarding the elders of the Qingfeng sect? He inquired carefully, "Might I ask what your request entails, esteemed senior?" Chu Xingchen replied, "It concerns the construction of a building. You shall initially provide the funds, and also the labor." A brief silence enveloped the scene. Even the foreman glanced awkwardly at Chu Xingchen. It was as if he was on the verge of uttering the words free of charge, not receiving the desired response. Chu Xingchen cast a dissatisfied look at the leader of the Qingfeng sect and asked, "What? Is the Qingfeng sect now beyond your control?" After a moment of contemplation, the leader of the Qingfeng sect responded, "If it is a request from the Tianyan sect, then naturally, I shall not hesitate to assist." However, Chapter 79, the newly appointed elder of the Qingfeng sect. The Qingfeng sect is indeed a prestigious sect, renowned for its integrity. Promises made in the morning are fulfilled by the afternoon. At the new location of the sect, Chu Xingchen observed with curiosity as numerous individuals engaged in logging, preparing to clear a path for the transportation of materials. Li Yingling, puzzled, turned to her master and inquired, "Master, are you truly this affluent? Were you merely feigning poverty before?" With a sigh, Chu Xingchen remarked, "If intelligence could be converted into wealth, I would likely rival entire nations in riches." Upon hearing this, Li Yingling refrained from retorting, instead silently covering the ears of her companion, Chen Baiqing. When her master uttered such words, it indicated that yet another victim of fate had emerged in this world. This little junior sister was both obedient and diligent, albeit somewhat slow in memorization. It was imperative that she not fall under the negative influence of her master. Meanwhile, Li Xingtian inquired, "Master, what is our purpose here?" Chu Xingchen retrieved the blueprints for the Jinwu Hall from the system space and handed them to Li Xingtian, instructing, "Proceed according to these designs. Construct 2 modest houses initially, but do not forget to procure some high-quality materials as well. Additionally, ensure that they rally more workers, aiming to complete as many structures as possible before the materials are fully accounted for." Li Xingtian took the blueprints, scrutinizing them closely. He soon realized that the architectural design was remarkably ingenious and possessed a certain charm. However, he couldn't help but think, this is exorbitantly expensive. What level of materials are required here? Remember to mix both expensive and inexpensive items. Initially, just invest a little. Start by constructing a few residential buildings. If someone inquires about the high costs, Chu Xingchen paused and said, "Just maintain this expression and tell them to consult with me if they have any issues." Li Yingling, taken aback by the remark about his expression, replied, "Master, isn't that a personal attack?" Before Master could respond, Li Yingling asked, "What about my junior sister and me? You will temporarily stay here as a supervisor to ensure quality control." Chu Xingchen casually made arrangements, then reached out to take Chen Baiqing's small hand. "I will take you, my junior sister, out to see the world and bolster your confidence." Li Yingling looked on with suspicion but felt assured that her master wouldn't act without integrity. She nodded gently, accepting her master's arrangement. Chen Baiqing raised her little head to gaze at her master, not questioning where they were headed, but firmly grasped his hand. In the Qingfeng sect, within a side hall, the sect leader sat in a high position, his expression stern as he observed a somewhat younger inner disciple standing below. The disciple thought to himself, "The sect leader? Me?" He was astonished, yet excitement was evident on his face. He was merely a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner. His talent was not among the top tier in the sect, and the resources allocated to him in the past had barely sufficed. Today, everything may undergo a profound transformation. For today, the sect leader unexpectedly summoned me and entrusted me with the significant responsibility of the reception elder. It is well known that even the lowest-ranking reception elder in the Qingfeng sect possesses golden core cultivation and receives offerings from the elders. This is truly a meteoric rise. The sect leader nodded in approval, then recalled something and, with a serious expression, cautioned, "Indeed, but do not emulate Zheng Xiaofeng, that treacherous individual. One must discern the path ahead clearly." As for Zheng Xiaofeng, this inner disciple understood the situation well. After all, it is far more disgraceful to be a mere janitor in the Tiantian sect than to hold the title of elder in the Qingfeng sect. Such a matter brings shame not only to oneself, but also becomes fodder for others' gossip. Not only is it common knowledge within the Qingfeng sect, but even other sects mock and ridicule it. Particularly, the incident of Zheng Xiaofeng cursing the sect leader for several days before his departure has long been a source of amusement for other sections. This newly appointed reception elder, chosen by the sect leader, is undoubtedly a person of exceptional acumen. He promptly clasped his hands and responded earnestly, "Having cultivated in the Qingfeng sect since my youth, my attainment of such a level is inseparable from the sect's nurturing. I shall never act as Zheng Xiaofeng did. With the sect leader's appreciation and the heavy responsibilities bestowed upon me, I shall undoubtedly dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the sect." The leader of the Qingfeng sect, with an expression of peculiar intrigue, remarked, "I am quite pleased with your attitude. However, refrain from using the phrase to spill one's guts in the future, as it unsettles me." Without awaiting a response, he swiftly turned and departed. In the side hall, only the newly appointed elder, trembling with excitement, remained. He donned the pristine elder's robe that lay beside him, his face betraying a barely contained joy. Yet, this elation was short-lived. Outside, the disciples of the sect, recently chastised, hurriedly approached. Upon seeing the inner disciple clad in the elder's attire, they exclaimed, "Elder, a disciple from the Tianyan sect has arrived, accompanied by a young girl." With a flourish of his long sleeves, the elder confidently replied, "No worries, I shall go to greet them. There is no need for formality. I am somewhat familiar with the Qingfeng sect, and it would be too distant to have you come to meet me." Holding Chun Baiqing's hand, Chu Xingchen entered the side hall with an air of tranquility, his gaze swiftly locking onto the elder. The system panel swiftly scanned the target. Target, Jiang Zhiming. Cultivation level, mid-foundation establishment, blue attribute, graceful in movement, white attribute, art of flattery, black attribute, arrogant and conceited. After reviewing the attributes, Chu Xingchen's demeanor softened instantaneously. The primary objective of this visit, while introducing Chun Baiqing to the world, was to devise a strategy to navigate the Qingfeng sect. At the very least, when they discern the discrepancies in the consumables, they shall be able to construct more establishments for themselves. Were they to permit the Qingfeng sect to conduct a mere financial audit, the Jinwu Hall might well be reduced to nothing more than a mere archway. Now, the more they build, the more profit they accrue, which will alleviate their future concerns regarding spirit stones. Had it been a prolonged confrontation with the leader of the Qingfeng sect, Chu Xingchen would have likely struggled to maintain the facade for long. However, with this young rascal, the possibilities for maneuvering are considerably greater. With a countenance as gentle as a spring breeze, Chu Xingchen clasped his hands and smiled, "Esteemed friend, to attain the esteemed position of elder in the Qingfeng sect at such a young age speaks volumes of your promising future." Jiang Zhiming was momentarily taken aback by these words, quickly returning the gesture with great humility. "Senior, you are far too kind. In your presence, I hardly seem worthy of such praise, for I owe much to your influence." Although Jiang Zhiming's tone was modest, his heart brimmed with exhilaration. He had heard about the events of that morning, where even the sect leader addressed this disciple of the Tianyan sect with a tone of great disdain. Yet, at this moment, this esteemed figure referred to him as a fellow friend. Though Jiang Zhiming appeared composed on the surface, his inner emotions had already soared to great heights. Who said that this disciple of the Tianyan sect was difficult to approach? It seems he is quite amenable after all. Chapter 80. The knowledge acquired by Chun Baiqing in the side hall. Jiang Zhiming, adorned with the title of skilled in eloquence, wore a radiant expression, as if basking in the warmth of spring, his demeanor reflecting the joy of meeting a kindred spirit. To his surprise, the teachings of the Tianyan sect proved to be remarkably melodious. "Brother Jiang, I feel an instant rapport with you," exclaimed Chu Xingchen earnestly. "This simple exchange has led me to realize that, given your exceptional talent, it is truly a pity to see you in the Qingfeng sect. Jiang Ximing waved his hand lightly, his expression turning serious. To receive the cultivation of the sect leader and attain the position of elder is already an extraordinary elevation. As for other aspirations, I dare not entertain them. Truly worthy of you, Brother Jiang. Such noble integrity, Chu Xingchen replied with admiration. Alas, it is regrettable that our meeting comes so late. Jiang Ximing, though delighted, humbly dismissed the praise with a wave. The differing natures of flattery bring varying senses of accomplishment. When a starving beggar on the street extols your talents, proclaiming that you are destined for greatness, one might doubt his sincerity, suspecting he merely seeks a few coins. However, when a formidable tycoon sincerely asserts that he feels a profound regret for not meeting you sooner and believes you are destined to carve out your own path, one cannot help but feel that his words ring true. The emotional value offered by different individuals varies greatly. In Jiang Ximing's eyes, Chu Xingchen, the prodigious disciple of the Tianyin sect who could challenge the Qingfeng sect's leader, resembled that esteemed tycoon. Chen Baiqing sat beside Chu Xingchen, attentively observing the mutual admiration expressed between the two and casting a discerning glance at her master. He nodded absent-mindedly, realization dawning upon him. So that is how it is. It is indeed true that eloquent words can expedite the forging of relationships with others. Chu Xingchen nodded gently, and then sincerely said, Since Brother Jiang treats me as a gentleman, I shall be forthright in my disclosure. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ximing's expression grew serious. Please, Brother Chu, speak candidly. This visit of mine primarily concerns the construction matters of the Qingfeng sect. After all, Chu Xingchen's words trailed off, casting a knowing glance at Jiang Ximing, granting him the opportunity for his own deductions. Jiang Ximing, upon receiving the unspoken cue, displayed a look of understanding, sighed, and stated plainly, As the newly appointed elder in charge of reception, I have no authority to intervene in this matter. All I can do for Brother Chu is to make a few recommendations. Ah, Brother Jiang, Chu Xingchen replied earnestly, I would never put you in a difficult position. A few recommendations will suffice to help me understand the pathways, so that I may avoid floundering aimlessly. As for the remaining matters, I shall handle them myself. I would never wish for you to be cast in the role of the villain. As Chu Xingchen spoke, a realization seemed to dawn upon him, and he continued with indignation, Brother Jiang, why do you question whether I would cause you trouble? What do you take our relationship to be? Do you see me, Chu, in such a light? Faced with Chu Xingchen's barrage of words, Jiang Ximing gazed at him in silence, taken aback by the disappointment reflected in his eyes. Did I not merely speak a plain truth in a calm tone? How did we arrive at this point? After a moment of silence, Jiang Ximing hurriedly clasped his hands in explanation. I assure you, I harbor no such intentions, so please rest assured. Is that truly so? Indeed it is. Chu Xingchen's expression softened as he gently nodded and said, It seems I have misjudged Brother Jiang. When one is met with rejection, it imposes immense pressure. Yet, when acceptance occurs, it offers a small token of sweetness. With a few such exchanges, the choice will naturally lean towards acceptance. For human nature tends to favor the path of least resistance. A simple psychological suggestion has now taken root in Jiang Ximing's heart. Chen Baiqing looked at his master with a puzzled gaze, then glanced at the relieved Jiang Ximing, finally nodding in understanding. So this is what my master intended to convey. I have learned. Subsequently, Jiang Ximing introduced Chu Xingchen to Elder Wang, who was responsible for the sect's financial management. Under Jiang Ximing's warm atmosphere, the three engaged in a lively conversation. Elder Wang also assured them that he would diligently monitor quality issues. Chu Xingchen had little to say on the matter, exchanging only a few pleasantries before concluding the discussion. This brought a significant relief to Jiang Ximing. After a brief tour, filled with laughter and conversation, Jiang Ximing bid farewell once more. Before the gates of the Clearwind sect, Chu Xingchen clasped his hands and said, Meeting Brother Jiang today has been my greatest fortune in coming to the Clearwind sect. Jiang Ximing, filled with emotion, remarked, It is my greatest honor to have met Brother Chu. Yet, the thought of parting from him fills my heart with unease. Chu Xingchen, touched, nodded and replied, There is no need for such sentiments. I shall return tomorrow. Chu Xingchen looked on with confusion. Is Brother Jiang not welcoming? Jiang Ximing quickly shook his head, exclaiming, Of course not. Tomorrow, I shall certainly extend a warm welcome to Brother Chu. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction. After offering a courteous gesture, he turned to leave, hand in hand with Chen Baiqing. Watching Chu Xingchen's swift departure, Jiang Ximing let out a soft sigh. Although Chu Xingchen was understanding and his words were as refreshing as spring breezes, there were moments. But then again, no one is perfect, at least today. Nothing went awry. This position of welcoming elder should be secure. Just as Jiang Ximing sighed in relief and turned around, he noticed the sect leader of Qingfeng's sect, standing not far away, gazing intently at him. Those eyes seemed to speak volumes. Little Jiang, is it not time for you to explain? Meanwhile, Chu Xingchen hurried back with Chen Baiqing, inquiring, Baiqing, what did you learn today? Chapter 81. Master, they are good people. The new sect is still in the preparatory stage for materials and has not yet officially commenced construction. At present, the only building that could be considered a home is the matchbox house crafted by Li Yingling and Li Xingtian. No one in the Chu Xingchen sect is foolish enough to stubbornly endure hardships at this time. For now, it is best to reside in the courtyard of Yuzhou City. At the entrance of the courtyard, Chu Xingchen whispered to Chen Baiqing, when you go inside. Chen Baiqing's small face wore a serious expression as she assured her master with a reassuring glance. Master, you can rest easy. I understand. That is good to hear. Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction and pushed the door open. Inside, she found her eldest disciple seated on a stone chair, facing two guests who appeared tense. Upon hearing the door open, all three turned their gazes toward the entrance. Li Yingling smiled and said, Master has returned. Look who has come. Xingtian, sitting in the stone chair, could not conceal her nervousness as she looked at Chu Xingchen, attempting to muster a smile. Coincidentally, my father and I have just joined the construction efforts of your sect, Li Yingling remarked with a tone of admiration. We would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to you, Master. Ning Kuan stood up and bowed deeply to Chu Xingchen, exclaiming, Thank you for saving our lives. Chen Baiqing, hiding behind Chu Xingchen, gazed at Ning Kuan, keenly sensing his current emotions. After confirming that there were no issues, Chen Baiqing felt a sense of relief. If the person before her were secretly seeking trouble, she would need to alert her master. After several days of contemplation, Chen Baiqing became certain that her inner voice was indeed correct, capable of discerning the general emotions of those around her. Among all the individuals she had encountered, only her own master eluded her perception. However, she could interpret the gaze her master cast upon her. Witnessing this scene, Xingtian promptly knelt alongside her. Chu Xingchen, using his spiritual energy, lifted the two of them and casually remarked, There is no need for such formality, it is merely fate. Ning Kuan, with a serious expression, responded, Kindness is kindness. As Chu Xingchen scanned Ning Kuan with his system's attributes, he discovered the term loyal and righteous associated with him, and to his surprise, he also possessed the blue attribute, ingenious. Chu Xingchen nodded gently, indicating for the two to sit down temporarily. Xingtian tugged at her father's sleeve, and together they rose to take their seats. Upon seeing her master return, Li Yingling naturally stood up. Their gratitude was directed towards their master, not her. Since their master had returned, it was only fitting to yield their place. Li Yingling extended her hand with a beaming smile and said, Come here, little Baiqing. Let your senior sister give you a hug. Upon hearing her senior sister's call, Chen Baiqing eagerly ran with her little legs into her sister's embrace. Li Yingling joyfully lifted Chen Baiqing and inquired, Did your master teach you any peculiar things today? Chen Baiqing, with a serious demeanor, replied, My master taught me that one must always be wary of others. Upon hearing this, Li Yingling nodded in satisfaction, affirming that her master indeed had principles. Excellent. Today, my dear junior sister, I shall take you out to buy some sweets. Thank you, senior sister, Chen Baiqing beamed with delight, then turned to cast a reassuring glance at her master. From this day forth, my little cotton-padded jacket shall be Chen Baiqing instead of Li Xingtian. Chu Xingchen settled onto a stone chair, directing his gaze towards Xingtian and inquired, Do you have any other matters for which you seek me? Xingtian promptly shook her head and explained, No, we simply wish to express our gratitude to you, esteemed immortal, for your assistance. Subsequently, Xingtian elucidated the sequence of events. Ning Kuan intended to open a blacksmith shop, but lacked sufficient startup capital. He had brought Xingtian along to earn the necessary funds, as he also possessed some carpentry skills. Upon arriving for work, they fortuitously encountered Li Yingling and Li Xingtian. Their previous departure had been hasty, leaving little opportunity for thanks. Observing the preparations for constructing a house, it seemed indicative of a long-term stay. Thus, they made a special trip to convey their gratitude. They planned to temporarily lodge at an inn today and return to report back tomorrow. Ning Kuan expressed his unwavering commitment to the project, vowing to dedicate himself wholeheartedly and to diligently oversee the work on behalf of Chu Xingchen. In gratitude, Chu Xingchen invited him to share a meal together. Although Ning Qianqian and Ning Kuan instinctively attempted to decline, they were ultimately persuaded by Chu Xingchen to stay. After all, it was a serendipitous encounter. Nonetheless, Chu Xingchen did not personally prepare the meal. Instead, he sent Li Xingtian to procure some dishes from a nearby restaurant, while Li Yingling, the little glutton, added a few special requests of her own. Chapter 82. She is perhaps unaware that she has entered the nascent soul stage. In the following days, Chu Xingchen frequently visited the Qingfeng sect without any particular purpose. Accompanied by Jiang Ximing, he would rush towards Elder Wang's direction. Sometimes he would bring along Chun Baiqing, and at other times, he would be with Li Yingling. The only exception was Li Xingtian, who showed little interest in joining, preferring instead to oversee the new sect's location. Particularly in recent times, Chu Xingchen's visits became increasingly diligent, as the approval for the expensive materials for the main hall had commenced. Elder Wang, confronted with the occasional influx of costly building materials, contemplated rejecting them to ascertain the situation further. However, standing before him was Chu Xingchen, whose gaze was profound and unwavering. Accompanied by Jiang Ximing, who was offering gentle counsel. Especially resonant was Jiang Ximing's remark, "The funds belong to the sect, yet the relationships are one's own." Elder Wang stared blankly at Jiang Ximing, incredulous. "Are you even a member of the Tianyin sect? Utilizing Qifeng sect's funds to conduct affairs for Tianyin sect while claiming the relationships are your own? You, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, think you can forge friendships with the elite of the central continent? Do you not realize your own standing? Those foundation establishment disciples who would previously avoid you are now breathing down your neck. Once they conclude their business in central continent, do you truly believe you could accompany them back? Is there a flaw in your reasoning?" Yet, the words of dissent failed to escape Elder Wang's lips in the presence of Chu Xingchen, who was still relentlessly advocating for his stance. With a heavy heart, Elder Wang had no choice but to approve the materials. The leader of the sect appears to be quite unhinged, having selected an elder for reception who is clearly disloyal. With a heavy heart, Elder Wang completed the material selection and coldly remarked, "I have pressing matters to attend to. You two may proceed as you wish." He then rose to report the intelligence to the leader. "This situation is intolerable. We must hastily dismiss this treacherous individual." Chu Xingchen, feeling satisfied as he gazed at the selected materials, cupped his hands toward Jiang Ximing and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Jiang, for your righteous words. Otherwise, Elder Wang's intentions were clearly to vex me." Jiang Ximing swiftly returned the gesture, saying, "Brother Chu, no need for further words. Our brotherhood is understood at heart." After all, the leader had previously instructed to keep an eye on Chu Xingchen and not to stir up trouble unnecessarily, considering his past contributions. A modest sum of spirit stones should not be a source of reluctance for the leader, yet there is undoubtedly a distinction between expectation and reality. Having secured a satisfactory outcome, Chu Xingchen offered a few flattering remarks about Jiang Ximing's loyalty before taking his leave. Just as Chu Xingchen departed with the onlooker, Li Yingling, the sect leader summoned Jiang Ximing for questioning. In the side hall of the Qingfeng sect, the leader, clutching the material list, wore a stern expression, his gaze piercing as he directed it toward Jiang Ximing, demanding, "What is the meaning of this list?" Jiang Ximing cautiously raised his eyes to gauge the leader's demeanor and immediately sensed that the situation was dire. It seemed that the leader's previous words were to be disregarded entirely. He hurriedly feigned ignorance and deflected, saying, "This order was signed by Elder Wang. Should you not inquire with him about it? Were you not whispering in his ear to persuade him to sign?" "Master, the heavens can attest. If Elder Wang was unwilling to sign, could I force his hand? I ask you, did you encourage him to sign?" Jiang Ximing's expression was one of grievance as he quietly replied, "I could hardly advise Elder Wang against signing in front of the disciples of the Tianyin sect. Could I? It was your commission to me to foster a good relationship with the disciples of the Tianyin sect, lest they cause trouble. I had to speak favorably in his presence. Did I not?" The master, after a moment of contemplation, deemed there was some merit to Jiang Ximing's words. He scrutinized him with a heavy gaze before ultimately allowing him to withdraw. For recent observations indicated that Jiang Ximing had indeed cultivated a commendable rapport with the disciples of the Tianyin sect. Finding someone capable of maintaining a harmonious relationship with that troublesome disciple was no easy feat after all, Merely listening to him speak was enough to unsettle one's golden core. Yet, as Jiang Ximing was departing, the master cautioned him, "Let today's matter be set aside. In the future, do not interject in such affairs again." With a hasty bow and a promise, Jiang Ximing exited the side hall. Upon stepping out, he felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, as the exhilaration of swiftly ascending to the rank of elder dissipated entirely. Being treated like this by the elder, it felt rather akin to being a grandson. No one is greater than oneself. Everyone can tread upon one's head. Jiang Ximing sighed, realizing that once he embarked on this path, he must see it through to the end, no matter how dark it may become. The approval of materials occurs in batches. Only when the current batch is nearly exhausted will the next set be sanctioned. During this interim period, Chu Xingchen's visits became sparse, and when he did come, it was merely to share a sip of wine with Jiang Ximing. During these moments, Chu Xingchen would ramble on about the challenges of being marginalized, the struggles of being a disciple, and the difficulties that accompany it all. This often resonated with Jiang Ximing, his gaze towards Chu Xingchen growing ever more sincere. Their shared life experiences and the mellifluous nature of their conversations, particularly when discussing the vastness of life, imbued their interactions with a gentlemanly charm that was truly convincing. Especially when Chu Xingchen, with earnest eyes and an impassioned tone, declared, "Regretful to meet so late. Life is but a fleeting moment, entirely devoted to you, Brother Jiang." It became exceedingly difficult to decline his sentiments. However, as the time for material approval approached, Chu Xingchen would visit more frequently, fearful of missing the opportunity. This time, he unexpectedly encountered Elder Wang, who appeared grave as he scrutinized the bills before him. "Is this a pillar of gold or merely a tile? How dare this bill be placed before me for approval?" Chapter 83. The escape from the temple. The construction of the sect was progressing quite smoothly. Initially, Li Xingtian was overseeing the work, but it soon became evident that Ning Kuan, with his expertise, was far more suitable for the management role. Given Ning Kuan's profound sense of loyalty and righteousness, Chu Xingchen ultimately appointed him as the foreman to build the Jinwu Hall. Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian would occasionally visit to assess the quality and progress of the work. It was unrealistic to expect Qingfeng Sect to fund the entire construction of the hall. The goal was simply to complete the structure, allowing for further refinements to be made later. After all, Chu Xingchen had already reached the nascent soul stage, making him a significant force in Zhongzhou. Chun Baiqing demonstrated remarkable talent. He not only recognized all the characters, but had also begun preparing to cultivate his own mental techniques, stepping into the realm of cultivation. The initiation of Chun Baiqing's qi refining was a matter of great concern for the sect, prompting a collective decision to provide guidance and supervision. With the remaining spirit stones from Xiaolingyu, they had enough resources to set up an array, enabling Chun Baiqing to refine his foundation first. Although the living quarters at the sect had been completed, the noise was unbearable for Chun Baiqing, who was still a novice in cultivation. Thus, he opted to practice within the tranquility of the courtyard. The practice room, converted from a storage area, became his sanctuary. The three mentors focused intently on Chun Baiqing, who sat cross-legged on the bed. As the spiritual energy began to rise from the spirit stones, Chun Baiqing gradually absorbed it into his body. When a wave of spiritual energy emanated from him, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Due to the pedagogical approach of Li Yingling being tailored exclusively for individuals of her exceptional caliber, she merely observed this time without engaging in the teaching process. Chu Xingchen possessed a modicum of experience, having undergone some cultivation, though his knowledge could hardly be deemed extensive. The primary reliance fell upon Li Xingtian, who boasted a wealth of cultivation experience. Although he had never taught others, his understanding was nonetheless quite comprehensive. Chu Xingchen, filled with excitement, patted his second disciple on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Li Xingtian is quite remarkable, indeed more dependable than your senior sister." Witnessing Chun Baiqing successfully refine her qi, Li Xingtian nodded in satisfaction, at least not disappointing expectations. Li Yingling also offered words of encouragement, gently patting her junior brother's broad shoulder, saying, "Well done." Li Xingtian quickly reciprocated the sentiment, attributing the success to his senior sister's solid foundational teachings. If one were to speak of what had been learned from the master in this lifetime, it might well be the art of diplomacy. After all, under the subtle influence of both his senior sister and master, it was indeed challenging to remain unaffected. Once Chun Baiqing broke through to the first level of qi refinement, The fluctuations of spiritual energy gradually subsided, and before long, she opened her eyes, carefully attuning herself to the faint, wandering spiritual power within her. Chun Baiqing extended her small hand, and a delicate wisp of pale purple energy slowly manifested in her palm. With a hint of joy in her voice, she inquired, "Master, is this spiritual energy?" The three of them, possessing at least mid-stage foundation-building cultivation, found it relatively easy to perceive the purple energy in Chun Baiqing's hand, given its astonishingly subtle nature. Li Yingling took the lead, stepping forward with delight as she gently ruffled Chun Baiqing's small head, praising, "Little Baiqing is also a prodigy in cultivation, truly remarkable." Upon hearing this, Chun Baiqing first glanced at her master and then, as if recalling something, smiled and replied, "Senior sister is the true genius. Baiqing still has a long way to go." Such sweet words, Li Yingling exclaimed joyfully, playfully pinching Chun Baiqing's cheek before adding, "Today, senior sister will take you to buy some delicious treats." Chun Baiqing nodded vigorously, affirming, "Master's teachings are indeed correct." Chu Xingchen watched the scene before her in astonishment, wondering if her teachings had been applied so quickly and particularly directed towards her own senior sister. She refrained from interrupting, allowing Li Yingling to take Chun Baiqing's hand as they prepared to venture into the streets. As Li Xingtian contemplated returning to his practice, he was suddenly called back by his master. "Xingtian, come along." Turning to face him, he observed the serious expression on his master's face, a stark contrast to the usual casual demeanor. Li Xingtian responded earnestly, "Yes, master." Li Yingling, holding Chun Baiqing's hand, cast a puzzled glance towards her unusual master and junior brother. On the streets of Yuzhou City, Li Yingling led Chun Baiqing to a sugar painting stall, where the artisan was skillfully crafting a sugar dragon. As a child, Chun Baiqing relished sweet delicacies. Candied fruits and sugar art were among her favorites. At that moment, she was utterly captivated, her gaze fixed on the sugar artist's delicate creations. The candy artist, Wei Wei, patiently awaited the cooling and solidification of the sugar before presenting a meticulously crafted sugar dragon to Chun Baiqing. "Here you go. Enjoy," she said. "Thank you," Chun Baiqing replied politely as she accepted the sugar dragon. Before she could savor the delicacy, Chu Xingchen interjected, "Let master have a taste." Upon hearing this, Chun Baiqing unhesitatingly offered the sugar art to Chu Xingchen. Without a moment's pause, Chu Xingchen devoured the vividly crafted confection with great enthusiasm, leaving only a stick behind to return to Chun Baiqing. Chu Xingchen regarded Chun Baiqing, her hand now holding the slick little stick, her face still adorned with a radiant smile. Li Yingling and Li Xingtian exchanged silent glances at their master, both rendered speechless at this moment. Chu Xingchen lowered her gaze towards Chun Baiqing and inquired softly, "Tell master, are you happy?" Chun Baiqing glanced at her senior brother and sister, observing their shared silence. With great trepidation, she ventured, "Master, have I done something wrong? Tell master. You said to take only one bite, yet you consumed the entire sugar art. Are you upset?" "I'm not upset." "Why are you not upset?" "Because you are my master." "And what of your senior sister?" "You will grow, you will mature, and you will learn both the good and the bad." Chapter 84. Are Buddhist scriptures deceptive? My senior brother is dying. Yuan Kong sat sorrowfully on the chair, delicately licking a sugar painting. Chu Xingchen gazed at this scene, momentarily at a loss for words. Truly, the teachings of the eminent monks of Zen Forest Temple manifest a stark contrast between speech and action. This lineage is a testament to that. Li Yingling displayed a look of regret, acknowledging that Yuan Jing was indeed a good person, and softly offered her consolation. "May you find peace in your grief." Yuan Kong took a deep breath and earnestly declared, "My senior brother has treated me with utmost kindness. I cannot bear the thought of witnessing his demise." Chu Xingchen, observing Yuan Kong's determination to leave home, remarked with a hint of peculiarity, "So, you ran away to avoid witnessing the abbot's death? What nonsense!" Yuan Kong retorted, biting fiercely into the sugar painting. "I intend to venture out to save my senior brother." "Oh." Chu Xingchen responded with a gentle nod, thus affirming Yuan Kong's words. Yuan Kong scanned the expressions of the four others present, only to find skepticism reflected in their faces. Li Yingling was the first to sigh, saying, "Master, that monk is indeed a good man. We should light a stick of incense for him when the time comes. My senior brother will not die. I will certainly rescue him." "Very well. It is rare for you to possess such a heart, Yingling." "Wait, listen to me." Yuan Kong stood up, his expression earnest. I will definitely bring my senior brother back. As Chu Xingchen's consciousness swept across, he noted that Yuan Kong's cultivation was still in the nascent stage of wishful practice. Even if he were to establish his foundation, mastering the arts would require time and adaptation. Moreover, as an inexperienced individual, how could he possibly rescue the abbot? It would be prudent for you to return and spend more time with him. Chu Xingchen gently placed a hand on Yuan Kong's shoulder, emphasizing the dangers of the outside world. For someone like him, venturing out would only make him fodder for ferocious beasts. Li Yingling nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, especially since the matter of the evil cultivators has not yet been fully resolved, and those from the Central Plains continue their investigations, the outside remains perilous. I am not afraid, Yuan Kong declared resolutely. Since my senior brother is willing to brave fire and water for me, I too shall do the same. Such ambition, Chu Xingchen affirmed, then called out to the sugar painter across the street, please prepare 3 more sugar paintings for Yuan Kong to take along. Certainly, Yuan Kong joined his hands in gratitude, saying, thank you, benefactor. Li Xingtian, slightly exasperated, observed how the earnest teaching of his junior sister had swiftly shifted to a lighter tone. Given the current circumstances, it seemed more prudent to bring Yuan Kong back to the Zen temple. Nonetheless, he understood that this was a choice Yuan Kong had made for the abbot's sake. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xingtian ventured to ask, though it may be presumptuous, may I inquire how you plan to save the abbot? Yuan Kong scanned the 4 of them and, after a brief pause, began to respond, by the relic of Jialan Buddha. While perusing the scriptures, I came across a passage that spoke of the fall of the Bodhisattva Jialan, from which a single heart lotus emerged, capable of connecting with the Buddha's essence and extending one's lifespan. Li Xingtian could not help but gently shake his head upon hearing this. The Bodhisattvas of the Buddhist realm are indeed divine beings, already of a formidable caliber in this locale. If it were not documented, perhaps remnants would still exist. However, since it has all been inscribed in texts, it is likely that all has been excavated long ago. One cannot expect monks to possess a higher moral standard, can they? Yuan Kong raised his gaze to observe Li Xingtian's expression, understanding that he harbored doubts. The journey ahead was fraught with peril, a reality Yuan Kong was acutely aware of. Though he had seldom ventured beyond the temple gates, he was no fool. The relic of the Jialan Buddha is safeguarded by a protective talisman, which can only be opened by one who bears the Buddha's seal. Mere mortals cannot access it. Yuan Kong earnestly explained. Historically, when a child of the Buddha is born, they journey to the Central Plains to cultivate the Mahayana teachings. I am the sole descendant of the Buddha who remains in Yuzhou City, hence it is highly probable that the relic of the Jialan Buddha still exists. I surmise this is the reason Jinlin Temple has documented this location in their writings. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen turned his gaze towards Yuan Kong, realizing that his explanation was a subtle invitation for partnership. I am aware of your formidable cultivation. Your ability to discern illusions is indeed rendered ineffective in your presence. Yuan Kong remarked to Chu Xingchen. What I desire is the heart lotus. Everything else may rightfully belong to you. Chu Xingchen chuckled lightly and inquired. The relic of the Jialan Buddha contains many treasures of the Buddhist doctrine. As a disciple of the Buddha, you would so easily part with them? Yuan Kong clasped his hands together, his tone resolute. Wealth may sway the heart, yet it shall not sway mine. Curious, Chu Xingchen inquired. Are you not afraid that I might be a villain? Yuan Kong remained silent, merely casting a sidelong glance at Chen Baiqing, who had yet to utter a word. Eventually, Chu Xingchen yielded. Confronted with the grave of a transformation realm cultivator, he found himself swayed. After all, a venture such as this bore little risk. Should they indeed uncover anything, it would be an immense gain. Digging up graves. With fervor, he resolved to excavate. If he, a mere nascent soul, hesitated to disturb the resting place of a transformation realm being, what right did he have to pursue the path of an immortal? Given Chen Baiqing's youth, for prudence's sake, he decided to leave Li Xingtian to watch over him. After all, Li Xingtian's cultivation bore traces of a somewhat sinister nature. The possibility of encountering peculiar circumstances within the remnants of the Buddha was uncertain. Moreover, Li Xingtian's experience would likely allow him to flee swiftly in the face of danger. Li Yingling was also partaking in this endeavor, ostensibly to broaden her horizons. Every experience serves as a form of training. With Yuan Kong's confidence that the journey to the relic of the Buddha was fraught with peril, yet the interior would be remarkably safe, it was a gamble worth taking. The tome detailed the secret realm that emerged after the fall of Bodhisattva Jialan, describing it as akin to a celestial Buddhist paradise, tranquil and harmonious in nature. When Chu Xingchen inquired why Yuan Kong did not allow the monks from Chanlin Temple to accompany them, Yuan Kong sighed softly. Reflecting on the scarcity of monks in the temple, each maintained a close relationship with the abbot. If he were to confide in them, he suspected he would receive a reprimanding swat from his senior brother. Li Yingling, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Are you not afraid that the abbot will worry about your secret departure?" Yuan Kong replied with confidence, "I left a note for the abbot, stating that I had gone to perform good deeds and cultivate my aspirations. He will certainly not suspect a thing." Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling exchanged glances, both slightly speechless. "Well then, make haste and return swiftly," they agreed. Chu Xingchen promptly soared in the direction indicated by Yuan Kong. Half a day later, Yuan Kong stood before a vast river, staring blankly at the water while comparing it to the detailed map he had drawn. With a faint sigh, Chu Xingchen glanced at the map in Yuan Kong's hand. If the map was accurate and Yuan Kong was not lacking in skill, then what lay before them should be a towering mountain, rather than an exceedingly broad river. With disbelief, Yuan Kong exclaimed, "Is the sutra deceiving me?" Chu Xingchen, scanning the surroundings with his mind's eye, responded, "The sutra is not misleading. It is your vision and understanding that have betrayed you." Chapter 85, The Act of Killing. Just cease fire. Before the rushing river, Li Yingling swiftly comprehended her master's intent and spoke. As the saying goes, the vast sea turns to mulberry fields. I recall reading in the miscellaneous chronicles about how the waters of rivers and seas receded, transforming into towering peaks. Why then? Could it not be that today the waters flow forth to fill those very mountains? Yuan Kong, upon hearing this, nodded in realization. So, at this moment, the mountain is submerged within the waters? Expanding his spiritual barrier, Chu Xingchen enveloped the other two within its protective embrace. This is merely a conjecture. Let us venture in to ascertain the truth. It is entirely possible that the scriptures are merely a fabrication designed to deceive Navi souls like you. While others regard it as a mere tale, you, Yuan Kong, foolishly perceive it as a treasure. Yuan Kong found it challenging to counter this assertion. With Li Yingling having established her foundation, the river posed no threat to her. However, for Yuan Kong, it was a different matter. Since the barrier was already in place, bringing along an additional companion would not be a burden. It could even serve as an added safeguard. Thus, Chu Xingchen, accompanied by the two, plunged into the tumultuous currents of the river. The swift waters carried a significant amount of sediment, rendering everything beneath a veil of mist and darkness. The faint glow emitted by the spiritual energy merely allowed Yuan Kong to discern the surrounding flow of sand and stones. Regardless, Yuan Kong could not observe any details. Once more, Chu Xingchen's consciousness scanned the mountain, comparing it to the map Yuan Kong had sketched, yet no resemblance could be found. Could it truly be a trivial tale meant to amuse? Li Yingling observed her master's expression. "Master, is something amiss?" Chu Xingchen gently shook his head, directing his gaze towards Yuan Kong, and inquired, "What pivotal insights does that Buddhist scripture possess?" Insights? Yuan Kong paused momentarily, taken aback by the question. After a brief contemplation, he responded, "It merely states that the Bodhisattva Jalan seeks to save all sentient beings, transforming oneself into an inner landscape, isolating love and hatred, and dispelling enmity." Setting aside the veracity of this tale for the moment, the key term, isolation. Chu Xingchen pondered this briefly before nodding in realization. Indeed, this was the only course of action remaining. Thus he would attempt it. A vast surge of spiritual energy emanated from Chu Xingchen, and ethereal images of small hands materialized behind him. The right hand waved gently, and the immense spiritual force swiftly parted the muddy waters of the river. The other hand, fingers slightly splayed, unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, rapidly expanding into a colossal reflective surface that encompassed the vastness of the river, mirroring everything beneath its depths. Chu Xingchen raised his gaze towards the luminous screen above him, where mountains and rivers were reflected in perfect clarity. At that moment, Li Yingling and Yuan Kong also comprehended the situation and turned their attention to the shimmering screen of spiritual energy. Isolation delineates the inner from the outer, the scenery within from that beyond, creating a sense of inversion. Chu Xingchen's gaze swiftly fixed upon a small hillside that appeared within the reflection. It was there. Retrieving his spiritual energy, the ethereal hands dissipated. Chu Xingchen led the two towards the hillside. Li Yingling, having diligently refreshed her knowledge of the realm of cultivation. Quickly grasped that this technique was characteristic of those at the nascent soul stage. She promptly inquired, "Master, is this technique of the nascent soul realm? What is the matter? Do you underestimate your master?" Chu Xingchen said with an indifferent expression, "There are still many mysteries about me." "Absolutely not. My master is capable of overpowering the top cultivators of the Xuanwu kingdom." Your initial expression did not convey that sentiment. Li Yingling chuckled. At that time, I had yet to embark on my cultivation journey. I simply lacked understanding. As they exchanged banter, Chu Xingchen arrived at the small hillside at the riverbed. After scanning the area with his spiritual sense, he raised his hand slightly and shattered the hillside, revealing a massive statue of Guanyin. The visage of the statue had become somewhat indistinct, yet the eyes of Guanyin were obscured by a yellow cloth strip. Inscribed on the yellow fabric were black runes, which occasionally flickered with a faint light. Chu Xingchen included the Guanyin statue within the confines of his spiritual barrier and turned to Yuan Kong, saying, "Disciple, it is your turn." Finally, it was Yuan Kong's moment to perform. He approached confidently, unhesitatingly reaching out to touch the yellow cloth. However, a surge of dark energy erupted, propelling him backward and crashing him against the edge of the spiritual barrier. Neither Chu Xingchen nor Li Yingling spoke. They calmly observed the self-assured disciple. There was neither disappointment nor regret in their gazes, as if they had anticipated this outcome all along. Just moments ago, a surge of black energy struck like lightning, leaving Yuan Kong feeling somewhat numb all over. He struggled to clutch his chest, only to meet the calm gaze of two individuals. Those eyes seemed to convey a message. "I always knew you were a failure. We are not the least bit surprised. That was merely an oversight. I was too careless." Yuan Kong hastily rose to his feet, declaring, "I will examine the inscription on the cloth right away." Chu Xingchen replied in an unperturbed tone, "Then give it another try." Yuan Kong promptly returned to the front of the Guanyin statue, his gaze intently fixed on the inscription on the cloth. He softly recited the words, "Wamami." However, after uttering a few phrases, he sensed something was amiss. It seemed not to be a passage from Buddhist scriptures. Instead, it bore a resemblance to the techniques from the Buddhist spells his senior brother had provided. He formed a gesture with his hands, grasping the Buddhist secret, channeling his internal willpower, and shouted, "Om Shivawa." The willpower surged under Yuan Kong's command, rapidly penetrating the yellow cloth. Boom! An even more intense wave of dark energy surged forth, prompting Chu Xingchen to swiftly shield Yuan Kong's figure. Although Yuan Kong was not directly struck by the black energy, the residual force caused him to tumble backward. Li Yingling sighed, "Master, perhaps you should take over." "Wait." Yuan Kong climbed to his feet, directing his gaze at the poised Chu Xingchen. "Do you wish to attempt it once more?" Chapter 86. Within and beyond the scene, Li Yingling could not help but express her disdain as she beheld the surroundings. The sky was a murky crimson, the earth stained with remnants of congealed blood, and the desolation was palpable, a foul odor wafting through the air. Several pale heads dangled from the branches of trees, while a faint wail echoed from a nearby village. Yuan Kong, his gaze filled with confusion, glanced at Li Yingling and then took a deep breath, releasing it heavily. His tone laced with uncertainty. "How delightful this is. The mountains and waters are so picturesque." He gestured toward the withered tree adorned with heads. "Look at those children swinging. They seem so joyful." Li Yingling. Chu Xingchen placed a reassuring hand on Li Yingling's shoulder. "Do not be hasty. His perception of the world diverges from ours. This is likely the reason the text speaks of the Buddha's disciple being able to comprehend it. Otherwise, a mere seal would suffice, and there would be no need for a disciple of the Buddha." Upon hearing this, Yuan Kong came to a realization, his gaze shifting to Chu Xingchen. "Is the scene you perceive different from mine?" Chu Xingchen nodded gently. "Indeed, it is somewhat distinct. However, since it is said that only a disciple of the Buddha can comprehend it, why not give it a try?" With this affirmation, Yuan Kong's expression transformed into one of confidence, declaring his certainty of success. He stepped forward toward the tree bearing the heads, with Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling following closely behind. Yuan Kong paused beneath the tree, clasped his hands together, and inquired with a bow, "Esteemed patrons, may I ask the name of this place?" The severed heads hanging nearby suddenly cast him a sidelong glance. "Curse your mother! Curse your mother!" They all cried out in unison. Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling furrowed their brows at the outburst. Yuan Kong, however, expressed gratitude and nodded, "Thank you for your guidance. May good fortune bless you throughout your life." The heads shouted back, "Curse your mother! Curse your mother! Pray tell, how many souls reside here? We will slay your entire family. We will slay your entire family. Oh, then I wish to inquire about a few matters. To whom should I direct my questions? Hang your head. Hang your head." Chu Xingchen remained speechless, observing the exchange, while Yuan Kong once again bowed in thanks. Wearing a satisfied expression, Yuan Kong turned to explain, "This place is known as Peach Blossom Village, where there is an inn. The proprietor there is quite well informed. We can seek answers from him. I've already told you, this is a realm of tranquility and peace." Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement and placed a reassuring hand on Yuan Kong's shoulder, saying, "I shall rely on you this time. Rest assured, I will take care of it." Yuan Kong replied confidently, striding towards Peach Blossom Village. The entrance to the village was not far off. With Yuan Kong leading the way, they entered Peach Blossom Village. Several desolate, dilapidated earthen houses stood, each adorned with white lanterns and white mourning banners. The courtyard walls of each earthen dwelling have collapsed, revealing stark white bones scattered within. Faint cries of sorrow and lamentation escaped from the interiors of these mud houses. Li Yingling instinctively reached for the sword at her waist, her gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Yuan Kong, in contrast, wore a satisfied expression, leisurely surveying the area. Chu Xingchen ambled forward, casually observing his surroundings. "Look, the establishment ahead is the tavern," Yuan Kong remarked, pointing to a dilapidated structure straight ahead. Li Yingling lifted her eyes to behold the rundown abode, within which coffins were lined up, resembling a funeral parlor more than a tavern. Surrounding one coffin were unburned incense sticks and several small stools. Were the coffins being used as tables? Yuan Kong quickened his pace and stepped into the tavern, his gaze falling upon the upside-down, decayed corpse of a middle-aged man clad in a funeral garment. He bowed and inquired, "May I ask, esteemed proprietor, is there a temple in this vicinity?" A muddled voice emanated from the head of the corpse, "Cut off your head to drink. Is there not? What of the Buddha statue or the Guanyin statue? Lie in the coffin, lie in the coffin." Yuan Kong's expression twisted in distress. Then he sighed deeply, saying, "I am a monk, unable to partake in meat. I kindly request some vegetarian fare. Dig out your heart. Dig out your heart. Thank you, thank you. However, the proprietor must clarify this matter with me later." Yuan Kong smiled warmly, promptly bowing in respect, and then gestured for Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling to take their seats beside him. Finding a nearby coffin, Yuan Kong settled onto the bench, resting his hand comfortably on the surface of the coffin. With a silent sigh, Chu Xingchen took a seat across from Yuan Kong, while Li Yingling positioned herself beside her master. Yuan Kong vigorously wiped the coffin in front of him with his sleeve and remarked, "It is quite rare to see such a rectangular table. It's rather lengthy." Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. Indeed, it possesses a certain peculiarity. Yuan Kong glanced back at the inverted shopkeeper and whispered, "This shopkeeper is truly unscrupulous. They refuse to provide information unless one dines here. Do you have ample funds?" A complex expression crossed Chu Xingchen's face as he replied, "I believe I have enough money, but I fear he may not accept it." Yuan Kong, puzzled, inquired, "Not accept money? What could he desire instead?" Li Yingling, observing the coffin that Yuan Kong had polished, speculated, "Perhaps he seeks a heart, a liver, or even your small head." Yuan Kong chuckled and shook his head. "Haha, while the shopkeeper may be somewhat unscrupulous, this establishment is clearly not a den of iniquity. The owner appears relatively amiable, albeit a bit greedy." Upon hearing this, Li Yingling glanced up once more at the shopkeeper, whose head was grotesquely swollen, tongue protruding, and eyes nearly dislodged from their sockets. To her, it was difficult to perceive any amiability in such a figure. Behind the inverted shopkeeper, the curtain resembling a mourning hall was drawn aside. The emaciated innkeeper, his body decayed and revealing white bones, limped forward, cradling a bowl of writhing, plump maggots mixed with dark red clots of congealed blood. He placed the grotesque dish upon the coffin that lay before the three. With a voice both ghastly and grating, he proclaimed, "Eat or perish. Eat or perish." As he spoke, he brandished a blood-stained, decaying long knife, aiming it menacingly at Yuan Kong's head, feigning an impending strike. Li Yingling glanced at his master, observing his unwavering calmness, which allowed him to steady his own nerves. Yuan Kong, gazing down at the dish, expressed his discontent, saying, "I cannot consume meat, yet I did not anticipate such spiciness." The innkeeper, raising the long knife high, barked, "Refusal also leads to death. Refusal also leads to death. You claim it is not spicy." Yuan Kong replied, lifting his gaze, and seizing an incense stick from the burner beside the coffin. He wielded it as chopsticks to grasp the squirming maggot. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself to ingest the repugnant creature. At that moment, Chu Xingchen extended his hand to halt Yuan Kong's action, his gaze drifting languidly towards the knife-wielding innkeeper. With a cold chuckle, he replied nonchalantly, "Eat your mother." Chapter 87. The coexistence of good and evil. As the words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the entire inn, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Li Yingling's gaze sharpened instantaneously, her hand resting upon her sword, poised to strike at her master's command. Throughout her journey in cultivation, she had yet to engage in a serious confrontation. Truth be told, Li Yingling was rather eager to demonstrate her skills, yearning for her master to witness the fruits of her arduous training. The decaying innkeeper turned stiffly towards Chu Xingchen, brandishing his knife and bellowing, "You shall perish first! You shall perish first!" Yuan Kong stood dumbfounded, observing the scene before him. Why unleash insults upon a limping innkeeper? What was truly unfolding in their eyes? Chu Xingchen turned to Yuan Kong, inquiring, "What did that creature just utter? What is the matter with you, good sir? And what is that he bears in his grasp?" "A long teapot. Now, I suggest you demand he relinquish it." Upon hearing this, Yuan Kong directed his gaze towards the innkeeper, hands clasped in prayer, and said, "My apologies, esteemed patron. But might I trouble you to set the teapot down at this moment?" This utterance seemed to strike a nerve within the innkeeper, who furiously swung his rusted long knife towards Chu Xingchen while roaring, "Die!" As the innkeeper lunged forward, Chu Xingchen lifted his gaze, and the incense from the altar suddenly soared, striking the innkeeper's limbs, pinning him firmly to the coffin. The long knife held by the shopkeeper clattered to the ground with a resounding thud. Chu Xingchen cast a glance at the astonished Yuan Kong before inquiring, "From now on, you shall serve as the translator. Whatever he says, you shall translate." Yuan Kong promptly nodded, then turned to the shopkeeper, who was emitting suppressed sounds of distress, and immediately translated, "It hurts, I was wrong, my lord." Chu Xingchen hesitated, on the verge of speaking, but ultimately restrained himself. As the commotion escalated, the other coffins began to tremble slightly, and the upside-down proprietor bellowed, "All of you shall be steeped in liquor. All of you." Yuan Kong cast a glance at the shouting owner, his expression conflicted, before saying, "He wants you to let go." He translated everything. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Are you trying to cause trouble?" Upon finishing, Yuan Kong quickly clasped his hands together, defending himself. Translating does not count as breaking the rules. Translating does not count as breaking the rules. No sooner had Yuan Kong spoken than a flurry of hurried footsteps emerged from behind the curtain where the manager stood. A group of similarly attired shopkeepers, each exhibiting varying degrees of decay on their bodies, limped forth, glaring menacingly at Chu Xingchen and the others, armed with an assortment of weapons. The proprietor shouted furiously, "Men shall be soaked in liquor, women shall be roasted, and the young shall be served as sashimi." Yuan Kong hastily translated, "What kind of prowess is it to bully the disabled? Do you intend to offer these people no chance for survival?" Upon hearing the translation, Chu Xingchen slightly raised his gaze, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that instantaneously immobilized the nearly decayed attendants in their places. The once trembling coffin fell into a sudden stillness. Chu Xingchen cast a glance downward at the attendant pinned to the coffin. His head had already rotted and distorted, revealing a grotesque mass of brain matter. Even at this moment, he continued to emit meaningless wails. With a swift motion, Chu Xingchen seized a fragment of incense from a nearby burner and, without hesitation, pierced it through the attendant's head. The incense penetrated the attendant's skull and passed through the coffin, eliciting a cry of despair from within, which was soon silenced. Despite the incense traversing through the attendant's brain, he still emitted incoherent sounds. Yuan Kong immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, his eyes widening in horror as he surveyed his surroundings. The furious expression of the owner, the variously disabled attendants wielding brooms and kitchen utensils, all glaring at him with rage. The table, grotesquely disproportionate, with an attendant nailed to it, brain matter pooling on the ground while continuing to moan. At this moment, with an attendant affixed to the long table, Yuan Kong finally comprehended that, in Chu Xingchen's eyes, this table was likely perceived as a coffin. After all, such a table so closely resembling a human form was indeed quite rare. Chu Xingchen gently rapped Yuan Kong's small head, reassuring him, "Do not panic. What is meant to be is simply that." Yuan Kong cast a sidelong glance at the bowl of vegetables, half filled with chili peppers, and half with cabbage, and swallowed nervously before asking, "What does this dish represent in your eyes?" Li Yingling also rose to respond. "It is undoubtedly something you would prefer to avoid." Yuan Kong glanced again at the waiter, whose brain matter was strewn about the floor, and inquired, "So, what you see is indeed real?" After all, the world Yuan Kong perceived could not possibly include someone whose brains were spilled across the table, yet remained alive and begging for mercy. If he was mistaken, then it must be true that Chu Xingchen's vision was authentic. Chu Xingchen summoned his spirit sword, his gaze calm as he elucidated. "It is not a matter of true versus false. In your eyes lies goodness, while in ours resides malevolence. Good and evil stand in opposition, yet also intertwine. We must amalgamate our disparate worlds to arrive at judgment. Your goodness allows us to gather intelligence, while my malevolence serves to shield you from dangers you cannot perceive." Yuan Kong nodded in understanding, instantly recognizing his role to handle the translation. The grim tasks could be entrusted to Chu Xingchen. Observing Yuan Kong's prompt comprehension, Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the waiter, who was still lying atop the coffin, hurling obscenities. With the spirit sword poised at the waiter's neck, Chu Xingchen demanded, "Confess, what kind of establishment is this?" "I will kill you. I will kill you." Yuan Kong translated, "The proprietor of this establishment possesses a benevolent heart, and nearly all the staff members are unfortunate individuals with disabilities. One merely needs to approach him for assistance." Li Yingling found it remarkable that Yuan Kong could derive such an extensive passage from those for characters. Chu Xingchen, maintaining an impassive demeanor, continued to inquire, "Who holds authority in this village?" "Kill your entire family. Kill your entire family." The waiter shouted angrily, albeit indistinctly. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen severed the right hand that the waiter had just wielded. He could tolerate insults directed at the young monk, but when it came to disparagement aimed at himself, Chu Xingchen's patience wore thin. Yuan Kong hastily translated, "Ah, it hurts." Unable to restrain himself, Chu Xingchen struck Yuan Kong on the head and admonished, "Do not translate interjections. Use your little brain and convey the essential information." Oh, he responded. "He said that the village chief holds authority here." Yuan Kong promptly rubbed his head. Having translated everything previously, he now had to be selective, which was quite demanding. Chu Xingchen inquired once more, "Where does the village chief reside?" "We shall cook you alive. We shall cook you alive." Chu Xingchen, again drawing his sword, severed the waiter's left hand. Yuan Kong gazed at this scene with a grim expression, for in his eyes, it was merely an ordinary cripple, continually pleading for mercy, whose hands were callously severed by the indifferent Chu Xingchen. Had the cripple not bled profusely, Yuan Kong might have slightly intervened. But now, perhaps it is best to let it go. He said, "The largest house in the eastern part of the village belongs to the village chief." Chapter 88, beginning with you. The village chief, as Yuan Kong stepped out of the tavern once more, he dared not glance back, regardless of the cacophony that erupted behind him. After all, the scene was one of dismembered limbs, severed heads, and congealed blood strewn across the ground. Not a single soul remained to answer questions. The hell described in Buddhist scriptures paled in comparison to this grim tableau. At that moment, Yuan Kong felt tumultuous waves churning within him. Indeed, the world beyond the temple was fraught with peril, and he had been woefully naive. Moreover, he had watched in stark disbelief as Chu Xingchen, with an air of ease, disassembled that group of individuals piece by piece, all for the sake of confirming a single piece of intelligence. Yet, Chu Xingchen was not the most formidable. That ethereal young lady was far more ruthless in her methods. Yuan Kong found himself enveloped in a sense of having strayed onto a treacherous path, as if he were being led astray by two malevolent cultivators. Noticing Yuan Kong's pallid expression, Chu Xingchen gently patted his shoulder and said, "Smile a little. After all, we have acquired crucial information, haven't we?" Yuan Kong turned back to reveal a rather grim smile. Chu Xingchen, with an air of disdain, remarked, "Your smile is even more dismal than my second disciple-s. Perhaps it's best if you refrain from smiling altogether." At this, Li Yingling could no longer suppress her laughter. As Chu Xingchen's consciousness swiftly scanned the entire village, he found no trace of the village chief among the myriad of shops and bustling attendants. Instead, his perception revealed a scene of utter decay. The village was in a state of disrepair, lacking any semblance of habitation. The ground lay in ruins. It seemed that they would need to rely on Yuan Kong to navigate this path. The dilapidated earthen houses that appeared to have collapsed in their eyes were seen as brand new structures through Yuan Kong's perspective. The village, though not large, had a discernible direction, and Yuan Kong swiftly led Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling to a site of devastation. Upon arriving, Li Yingling's gaze fell upon a heap of rubble, where an elderly man in a funeral garment sat, his white hair cascading down as he bowed his head, staring at his feet while perched atop a dilapidated red coffin. The three of them came to a halt, collectively regarding the village chief. Chu Xingchen's entry system seemed ineffective on these individuals, suggesting they were no longer in a living state. "Are you the village chief?" Chu Xingchen inquired after scrutinizing him. "Do you hold authority here?" The elderly man lifted his head, his murky eyes settling on the trio before him, quickly locking onto Yuan Kong. His voice was thick and hoarse, as if he had not spoken in ages. "Buddha, child of Buddha?" Yuan Kong translated. "He says child of Buddha." The village chief gave a wry smile, then glanced down at his feet. "You have come too late. Everything is gone. You may leave." Just as Yuan Kong was about to translate further, Chu Xingchen raised his hand to interrupt. He turned his gaze to the village chief and asked, "What do you mean by too late?" The elder replied, "As you can see, goodness is but an illusion, while malevolence abounds." The village chief chuckled, a blend of self-deprecation and irony in his voice. "The Avalokiteshvara has lost. Human nature is inherently flawed." Yuan Kong observed the effortless exchange between Chu Xingchen and the village chief, realizing that this chief was unlike the other villagers. Chu Xingchen inquired, "So, has everything here been taken? Aren't you all here to save this world?" The village chief looked up in surprise at Yuan Kong, asking, "Isn't this Buddhist disciple here to enlighten us?" At this, Yuan Kong felt a flush of embarrassment. His expression conflicted, yet he replied truthfully, "I have come to seek the Buddha's heart." The village chief nodded in understanding, then unfastened his ceremonial robe, revealing his chest. A dark heart pulsated within, emitting a radiant glow that penetrated the skin of the village chief. "This is the Buddha's heart of Avalokiteshvara. Feel free to take it if you wish." Yuan Kong stared in astonishment at the heart, which did not appear to possess the qualities of longevity. If this were to be given to the abbot, he might perish even sooner. Seeing that Yuan Kong's objective had been achieved, Chu Xingchen seized the moment to ask, "Where is Avalokiteshvara's treasure or artifact?" The village chief, with remarkable straightforwardness, pointed towards the distant mountain silhouette, stating, "Mount Wanzhong is accessible to the Buddhist disciple. However, to claim the treasure, you must first ascend Mount Wanzhong. Once the Buddha's heart is taken, this realm will collapse." The village chief's cooperative demeanor caught Chu Xingchen off guard, yet the sincerity in his expression suggested he was not deceiving them. Nevertheless, what does it matter if one resorts to deception? At worst, one could abandon everything and forcefully escape with one's disciple. Resolute in this decision, Chu Xingchen cast his gaze towards Yuan Kong. "Wait," Yuan Kong hastily inquired. "Is this the inherent color of the Buddhist heart?" The village chief's murky eyes suddenly sharpened, scrutinizing Yuan Kong with renewed clarity, and a hint of pity for the child appeared on his face. It was evident that the village chief regarded Yuan Kong's question with disdain. Undeterred by this condescension, Yuan Kong recognized that an opportunity lay before him and pressed on. "How can it be restored?" The village chief sighed and replied, "When the world they perceive aligns with the world you perceive, it shall be restored." Yuan Kong turned his gaze to Chu Xingchen, timidly asking, "What does the world look like to you now?" Li Yingling glanced around and answered, "A desolate wasteland, strewn with bones and the lifeless corpses of a few wandering souls aimlessly roaming the streets." Upon hearing this, Yuan Kong felt a darkness envelop him. Wastelands can be rebuilt, bones can be buried, but surely, these wandering corpses cannot be revived? No wonder the village chief bore such an expression. Given the circumstances, it seems they have long abandoned all hope. It is likely that they have already resigned themselves to the thought, "Exhausted, let it perish." Chapter 89. Who does not desire to be human? Assemble, all of you, gather at the tavern. Li Yingling crushed the white bones beneath her foot, her gaze icy as she regarded the decaying corpses before her. "Feast upon your brains. Devour your brains." The ghoulish figures turned their vacant eyes toward her, arms outstretched, prepared to lunge at Li Yingling. Just as Yuan Kong was about to interpret, a sharp flash of sword light cleaved the nearest corpse in two. Stepping forward, Li Yingling positioned her sword beside the severed head, the razor-sharp spiritual energy slicing through the flesh with the precision of a slow, deliberate knife. "This is not a discussion, nor a notification, it is an edict." Li Yingling scoffed, her gaze sweeping over the remaining corpses. "If any of you who can crawl fail to arrive in 2/4 of an hour, do not blame me for turning you into mincemeat." Watching the once advancing corpses cease their motions, trembling as they began to turn away, Li Yingling's formidable presence was evident. Yuan Kong stood speechless, observing the cold determination in Li Yingling's demeanor. "Such an imposing aura, it seems there is no need for my translation after all." A fierce wave of sword energy surged forth, obliterating a nearby corpse into fragments. Li Yingling's voice rang out coldly. "You are heading the wrong way. Should you dare to resist, I welcome the challenge. You can run, but where can you escape to?" With that, she swiftly beheaded the nearest corpse with her sword before turning to pursue her next target, leaving behind a group of bewildered ghouls standing in confusion. After a considerable time, the group of undead exchanged glances and silently began to move in unison towards a singular direction. Subsequently, Yuan Kong trailed closely behind Li Yingling. Although Yuan Kong claimed to be there to assist with translation, not a single word was conveyed. In truth, Li Yingling had no need for translation at all. Kicking down doors, issuing threats, and dispatching foes. With each action, Li Yingling grew increasingly adept. In a village that was not particularly large. After Li Yingling had traversed its expanse and eliminated 1/4 of its inhabitants, she finally completed her circuit. Standing behind the last batch of undead, she urged them onward towards the tavern. Do not question why the undead were so obedient. It was simply because this woman truly had the capability to reduce people to mere pulp. Yuan Kong silently followed in Li Yingling's wake, not daring to utter a word. The words of his senior brother rang true. The woman from the mountain was indeed a tiger. As the final group of undead was escorted to the tavern, Yuan Kong's face reflected sheer terror at the scene that unfolded before him. A large iron cauldron had been set up, with flames crackling beneath and boiling oil simmering within. Above the cauldron, a wooden frame was erected, from which the tavern owner dangled, his body inverted. The splattering hot oil occasionally struck the tavern owner's face, eliciting anguished cries from him. Meanwhile, the group of undead lay prostrate on the ground, rendered mute, as they listened intently to the tavern owner's lamentations. Clearly, these ancient undead had encountered some nefarious methods. The village chief, with his head bowed and his body hunched, sat silently in the corner of the tavern. It was evident that not only was Li Yingling in need of no translation, but also Chu Xingchen required none. Upon witnessing this scene, Yuan Kong felt a wave of relief wash over him for having accompanied Li Yingling. To Yuan Kong, this tableau resembled a sunlit day, with a tavern owner dangling above a pot of oil, wailing in despair. A group of ordinary mortals trembled as they prostrated themselves on the ground. Meanwhile, Chu Xingchen stood before the cauldron of hot oil, wielding a large ladle, gently stirring the seething liquid, a serene smile gracing his visage. To an observer, Yuan Kong could not help but perceive Chu Xingchen as a tyrant reveling in his power. No wonder his senior brother had advised him to first discern the essence of matters before judging actions. Li Yingling approached Chu Xingchen, gesturing respectfully. "Master, nearly everyone has arrived. We can address the absent ones later." Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction, his gaze shifting to the multitude of kneeling figures occupying the space before him. "Village Chief, present me with the ultimate management regulations of Peach Blossom Village that I drafted." The village chief, seated within the establishment, promptly retrieved the parchment set aside on a nearby coffin and hastened to Chu Xingchen's side. Chu Xingchen nodded gently. "Read." The village chief gazed at the rice paper before him, inhaled deeply, and began to recite. "Management regulations. All forms of fighting and brawling are strictly prohibited. Any acts of aggression, theft, insult, or any behavior deemed to possess negative value are forbidden. Secondly, effective immediately, we shall fully restore production. All collapsed and tilted structures must be rebuilt, and all pollution must be eradicated. Laziness and idleness will not be tolerated. Thirdly, obedience to all commands from the supreme leader is mandatory. Questioning any directive from the leader is prohibited, as is the dissemination of any malicious slander against them. Fourthly, compliance is your duty. Any act of disobedience will be regarded as the gravest of crimes." Upon concluding his recitation, the village chief stepped back and positioned himself behind Chu Xingchen. Chu Xingchen gently applauded. "You have lived too carelessly and forgotten the essence of being human. But do not fear, for I am here to teach you once more." Pausing for effect, Chu Xingchen turned his gaze toward the hotel owner and declared, "I am still willing to regard you as human, but only if you wish to be one. As for those who do not consider themselves human, Do not blame me for viewing you otherwise." As the words resonated, the hotel owner, who was hung upside down, was cast into the cauldron of oil. Instantly, smoke billowed forth, and the owner struggled desperately within the pot. Yet, a pre-existing spiritual force confined him within the iron vessel, allowing him to writhe and roar in vain, thrashing and rolling in a futile attempt to escape. With a calm demeanor, Chu Xingchen pointed at the proprietor struggling in the oil vat and declared, "This individual, devoid of conscience, forcibly restrains the villagers, compelling them to toil for his benefit. It is said that you have all endured his oppression. Today, however, things shall be different. Oppression must be overturned. If you yearn for tranquility, peace, and happiness, then I shall be your strongest support. Conversely, if you crave malevolence, bloodshed, and wickedness, then I shall embody your most terrifying nightmare." It is time for Peach Blossom Village to embrace a more virtuous atmosphere. Have you not grown weary of wallowing in the mire? Everything will begin anew, until you inhabit a world that brings you satisfaction. With each phrase uttered, the proprietor's struggles in the oil began to wane. As the words ceased, the boiling oil had turned a crimson hue. Chu Xingchen gestured towards the oil vat, his gaze serene, and said, "Now, reveal to me your choice." After a brief pause, a zombie suddenly erupted in fury, shouting, "Kill you! Kill you! Tear out your heart and liver!" Li Yingling instinctively reached for her sword, but was halted by Yuankong's hand. Yuankong interjected, "They say it matters not what they say." Chu Xingchen interrupted, "Now, all who wish to be regarded as human, gather at the village entrance. Let us first clear the nearby dilapidated houses. We shall start anew. I do not wish to be human. I could leap into this cauldron right now and accompany whatever resides within." The village chief turned to Chu Xingchen, momentarily speechless. "If you speak in such a manner, who among us wouldn't desire to be human?" Chapter 90. The Theory of Fruits. At the entrance of Peach Blossom Village, a group of sluggish zombies was laboriously clearing away piles of yellow earth. Chu Xingchen sat leisurely on a chair before a large iron pot filled with hot oil, overseeing the scene with a sense of calm. Bones had begun to surface in the bubbling oil, suggesting that some unfortunate souls had ventured in for a bath. Though these zombies might appear brainless, they were not devoid of intellect. Rather, their speech was too crude for Chu Xingchen to comprehend from his external vantage point. However, in the interior scene, Yuankong and the village chief acted as the bridge for communication. While Chu Xingchen could not grasp their specific meanings, he was unyielding in his response to any display of disobedience. Those who failed to heed instructions were promptly dispatched into the boiling oil. Language may deceive, but actions reveal truth. It was evident that these zombies still possessed a sense of pain, and the effectiveness of the oil pot was undeniable. The group of zombies quickly shrank back, their contorted limbs reluctantly resuming their laborious tasks. Li Yingling initially harbored an interest in overseeing their efforts, but that enthusiasm waned swiftly. The zombies moved at a snail's pace, and their efficiency left much to be desired. Watching them toil only brought discomfort to Li Yingling. After a few more glances, she decisively relinquished her role as supervisor and embarked on a leisurely stroll with Yuankong, seeking out those zombies who remained aloof and uninvolved in the labor. Chu Xingchen, however, was indifferent to the pace of work, as long as there was some semblance of effort being made. Upon the completion of each objective, Chu Xingchen would bestow a reward, a respite, and words of encouragement. While uncertain as to whether they could truly consume the provisions, he nonetheless presented his stored food, observing as they voraciously gnawed upon it. Some of the revenants would ingest food only to have it re-emerge from the gaping hole in their bellies, an act that appeared to waste sustenance. Given that this current assembly of revenants could hardly be deemed human, Chu Xingchen opted for an 18-hour work regimen. The village chief, grappling with existential doubts, posed a question: "Do you truly regard them as human?" Chu Xingchen's response was blunt. "Do you believe they qualify as human at present?" Faced with this retort, the village chief was rendered speechless. There were, of course, attempts at rebellion, but they were swiftly quelled by the iron cauldron. It seemed that the revenant's very essence was ethereal. Even when immersed in the cauldron, they would reassemble themselves once it cooled. Most of those who endured the cauldron's torment emerged obedient, with only a few nostalgically reminiscing about the cauldron's embrace. Chu Xingchen was not hesitant to invite them for another round in the bubbling oil. In just a few instances, this group of revenants comprehended that Chu Xingchen was a formidable force they could not provoke. During their labor, disputes were inevitable among the revenants. However, Chu Xingchen adhered to a strict policy. Those who instigated trouble would find themselves in the cauldron, maintaining an unwavering sense of justice. Meanwhile, Li Yingling also arrived, bringing along several stray revenants for rehabilitation. With everything progressing in an orderly manner, the transformation continued. The dilapidated earthen houses at the village entrance have been reconstructed, albeit with subpar quality. Yet, they appear to be barely habitable. Some skeletal remains have been gathered and interred together in a substantial pit to the south. With relentless labor and the stringent repression exerted by Chu Xingchen, this group of zombies gradually acclimated to their plight. If resistance was futile, they might as well embrace their circumstances. As each rudimentary earthen house was completed, those exhibiting the best behavior were granted priority in occupancy, courtesy of Chu Xingchen, while the least compliant were relegated to sleeping in heaps of mud. A clear system of rewards and punishments was in place. Given the sluggish pace of the zombies, Chu Xingchen had little time to squander. Thus, he often employed subtle, undetected methods to expedite the construction. Consequently, progress was rather promising. Within approximately 3 days, the initial housing renovation task was accomplished, and astonishingly, 3 zombies managed to transcend their previous state of incessant curses. They began to engage in rudimentary communication using simple, albeit somewhat confused, vocabulary. Upon witnessing this transformation, the village chief was utterly convinced. Indeed, this world is governed by the mind, as the zombies gradually regained their faculties. The most notable change was observed in the river not far from the village entrance, which shifted from a dark red hue to a pale pink. Chu Xingchen promptly appointed these 3 zombies as team leaders, assigning them the responsibility of directing other tasks. Moving beyond mere house construction to organizing the river and preparing to cultivate a vegetable garden. Under the firm and resolute management of Chu Xingchen, remarkable progress has been achieved. After approximately 2 days, the majority of the undead have begun to regain a semblance of normalcy. As work efficiency surged, Chu Xingchen reduced working hours and replaced the large cauldron with a hefty iron rod. The dim crimson sky gradually reclaimed some of its luster, and small fish began to leap in the river. Once they navigated through the initial hardships and began to take steps towards improvement, the pace of recovery exceeded Chu Xingchen's expectations. He no longer needed to enforce their labor. The semi-human undead commenced their tasks autonomously. The village began to transform gradually, shedding its former appearance. On the 7th day of supervision, a significant portion of the undead had nearly reverted to normalcy. Yuan Kong and the village chief were indeed not without merit. During the early stages of the undead's transformation, Yuan Kong was essential for translation and communication. For instance, when addressing mistakes and penalties, it was necessary for Yuan Kong to clarify the details behind the incidents. However, as the villagers began to change, Yuan Kong gradually withdrew from the role of translator. Today, Chu Xingchen stood before the construction site, stretching leisurely. The village chief glanced at the flourishing peach blossom village and could not restrain himself from asking, "What is the secret to this success? It seems you have shown little concern for them." Chu Xingchen turned his gaze towards the village chief and chuckled softly. "Is it truly important whether I care or not? No one is perfect. It is merely an idealistic notion. Without constraints, one creates fertile ground for malevolence. It is imperative to instill fear in the wicked, deterring them from their misdeeds, while simultaneously emboldening the virtuous to act righteously. This is the true path. I am unaware of your previous methods of governance, yet one must recognize the inherent tendency of individuals to conform. Often, the collective choice is not the correct one. You must discern what is right and steadfastly adhere to it, while also possessing the wisdom to halt any course of action upon realizing a mistake. No one can be infallible, yet one cannot perpetually live in fear of being wrong." The village chief pondered for an extended moment before posing his next inquiry. If that is the case, is the perspective of the Avalokiteshvara incorrect? Is it truly impossible for sentient beings to willingly do good? After a brief contemplation, Chu Xingchen replied, "There are no erroneous ideas, only misplaced timing. If you lack the sufficient soil to nurture the fruit, you cannot blame the fruit itself." Upon hearing this, the village chief lowered his gaze, then chuckled softly. "You are indeed correct. You are indeed correct." He lifted his garment, revealing a heart that once pulsed with darkness, now shimmering faintly with a white light. Such is the undeniable truth, irrefutable by anyone.